This is a world where everyone is awakening. The world has changed suddenly, the spiritual energy has revived, and the power of various races has been reshuffled. In the beginning, only the Sea Clan and the Demon Clan ruled the world, and the human race was nothing more than a tool for the Sea Clan and the Demon Clan to feed and reproduce. The Endless Sea belongs to the Sea Clan. The 100,000 mountains are ruled by the Demon Clan, and the human race occupies the center of the continent, becoming the tenacious force surviving in the cracks. But the human race was never willing to be enslaved forever. After thousands of years of struggle, dozens of generations of sacrifice and hard work, they finally mastered their own power. Countless mountains and rivers have been dyed red with blood, and the cruelty and conflicts of the war have not dissipated to this day. After years of competition, humans rose from the bloody rule of the Sea Clan and the Demon Clan, and struggled to gain a foothold in this cruel world. During this thousand-year war, the human race gradually split into 5 countries, forming a situation of internal separatism. They are Xia, Lu, Chu, Qin and Zhao. 5 days ago, I traveled to this strange and dangerous world. The country I traveled through was Daqin, the westernmost part of the human territory, and where I was Xianyang, the capital of Daqin. Now, I have gradually accepted my new identity as an awakener and joined the studies in the Awakener School. Just yesterday, I completed the awakening ceremony at school and officially became a combat puppeteer. What's even more surprising is that at the moment of awakening, my superpowers also emerged. This superpower comes from the strange fruit and golden light ball in my hands. All of this makes me feel extremely mysterious and expectant. At first, I really couldn't imagine that my superpower was actually a devil fruit. What ability does this fruit have? And what is this golden ball of light? I stared at the strange fruit and the mysterious golden ball of light in my hand and couldn't help muttering to myself. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to try the effect of the fruit first. Whatever, let's eat it first. I gritted my teeth and put the devil fruit into my mouth. An extremely disgusting taste instantly came to the tip of my tongue. It was like eating a mouthful of moldy feces. I tried hard to suppress the urge to vomit and swallowed the fruit. I resisted the churning feeling in my stomach. I wiped my mouth and muttered to myself, "Who said psychic fruits are delicious? They're all liars." However, before the nausea wore off, I noticed a subtle change in the spiritual energy in my body. That familiar flow of spiritual energy seemed to have a hint of strange power surging in it. I frowned and thought, is this the effect of the fruit? With anticipation, I stretched out my right hand. The next second, my pupils suddenly contracted. In the palm of my hand, countless white lines as thin as hair appeared, as if I could control these lines at any time. Line? I was stunned. It took me 2 seconds to react and I shouted excitedly, "This is the power of the super fruit." For some reason, a strange image suddenly appeared in my mind. A blond man wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, and a cruel smile on his face. That's right, that's Ming Gu, a man who conquers the world with the help of super fruits. I stared at the string in my hand, feeling excited. A puppeteer and a super fruit. This is a perfect match. The corners of my mouth rose unconsciously, and I almost couldn't help but want to try the power of these white lines immediately. But on second thought, I smiled bitterly and laughed at myself. Now that we have the super fruit, who would still play with puppets? Who among us would still play with puppets? Having said that, I couldn't suppress my excitement. Let's give it a try. I made a claw gesture, aimed at the corner of the table, and swung it lightly. 5 almost transparent white lines shot out from my fingertips and instantly crossed the table. But when I looked down, I saw only a few shallow scratches on the corner of the table, and it didn't have the effect of cutting it in two as I had imagined. Huh. I was stunned. My eyes widened, and I muttered in a low voice, "What's going on? Can't the super fruit cut through even metal? How come it can't even fix a broken table corner?" The confusion lasted only a moment, and then memories of my past life emerged in my mind. I suddenly realized, sure enough, it's not the fruit that's strong, but Ming Gu. It was he who developed the super fruit to the extreme. As long as I work hard to develop, one day I can become as strong as him. I took a deep breath and felt much more at ease. My eyes turned to the golden ball of light floating in my hand, and a bold guess suddenly came to my mind. Since this devil fruit is so powerful, could this golden ball of light be domineering? With some anticipation, I pressed the ball of golden light toward my forehead. At the moment when the ball of light merged into my forehead, a large amount of information flooded into my mind like a tide, as if countless fragments were being pieced together into a complete picture. It's really a way to cultivate Haki. I couldn't help but chuckle. With a devil fruit, how can I be without Haki? Although it's a pity that I don't have Conqueror Haki, but Observation Haki and Armament Haki are enough to make me stronger. After digesting all the information, I decided to start practicing Haki immediately. As my practice deepened, I could feel the power surging in my body and even sensed a strange aura emanating from my body, with black spots appearing and disappearing from time to time. However, just as I was immersed in it, a rapid knock on the door pulled me back from my practice. Fortunately, my domineering training is not like the internal energy in martial arts novels. Otherwise, this interruption might have led me to go astray. Master, the commander is back. Uncle Fu's voice came from outside the door. Got it. I'll be down right away. I adjusted my breathing and stopped practicing. Walking downstairs, a muscular middle-aged man was already sitting in the dining room. He was wearing a home vest and black shorts, and his muscles made the vest taut, as if he could burst out with amazing strength at any time. He is my father, the head of the Bai family, one of the two great war gods of the Qin Empire, Bai Sheng, nicknamed General Blood River. At this time, he was sitting in the main seat with a newspaper in his hand. Seeing me come in, he raised his head, glanced at me calmly, and then put the newspaper down. How was the awakening ceremony today? He asked calmly, but with a hint of majesty. I nodded and replied calmly. Awakening was successful. The conversation between us father and son was short and simple, and the atmosphere was silent. Bai Sheng continued to flip through the newspaper in his hand, while I stared blankly at the food on the table. The original owner's memory told me that his father was not at home all year round, and our relationship was not close. We met only a few times a year, and this way of conversation had become the norm. Soon, the table was filled with sumptuous dishes. My mother, Wang Yajing, came out of the kitchen, wiped her hands, and said to my father and me with a smile, "It's time to eat." Soon, the table was filled with sumptuous meals, and Mother Wang Yajing came out from the kitchen, wiping her hands. She is the eldest daughter of the Wang family, one of the four major families in the Qin dynasty. She is a third-rank ice elementalist and a teacher at the Qin Holy Spirit Academy. She is nicknamed Ice Queen. Seeing the awkward silence between my father and me, she smiled helplessly. I know that my mother had actually noticed my father's thoughts a long time ago. Although he looked serious, the fluctuations in his aura couldn't fool me. He obviously wanted to know about my awakening, but in order to maintain his image as a strict father, he refused to ask. My father even secretly glanced at my mother several times, hoping that she would break the deadlock. My mother received his gaze, glanced at him calmly, then sat opposite me and said with a smile, "Eat first, don't be hungry." Hearing what my mother said, I nodded and started to eat. But I knew that my mother would ask sooner or later. Awakening in this world is a major event in life, affecting a person's future destiny. There is no way a mother would just let it go. Sure enough, halfway through the meal, my mother put a piece of food into my bowl and asked gently, "Son, what did you realize at school today?" I put down my chopsticks, looked up at my parents, and said calmly, "Puppet Master." "Puppet Master," the mother nodded and smiled. "Not bad. Although it is a relatively expensive profession, but our Bai family can afford to support you." At this time, my father quickly agreed, "Yes, puppeteer is a profession that consumes resources, but our Bai family is not short of money, so it is more than enough to train a puppeteer." I nodded. Indeed, they were right. The profession of puppeteer requires a large amount of resources. Not only do rare materials are needed to make puppets, but the subsequent maintenance and upgrades are also very expensive. Even so, my current power is not entirely dependent on puppets, but awakening the puppeteer can at least serve as a cover for me. "What do you think of your first puppet?" my father suddenly asked, apparently already preparing the materials for the puppet. I thought for a while and replied, "I want a beast-shaped puppet. Although I have the ability of a superfruit, as an awakened puppeteer, puppets can still help me cover up some things, or serve as a means of transportation." My father nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, let's do as you say. Once the puppet is made, I will ask a formation master to engrave a few formations for you to make the puppet stronger." The mother also added with a smile, "Thank you, Mom." I smiled and felt a little warm in my heart. "Okay, let's eat." Mother patted my hands gently and said softly. The next day, my parents went out early in the morning, probably to prepare materials for me to make a puppet. I took advantage of the quiet time at home and went to my father's practice room, deciding to get more familiar with my superpowers. "Let's try the super fruit first," I said to myself. After I finished speaking, a few hair-thin threads instantly appeared in my hands. As time went by, I gradually mastered how to control these threads. Feeling the improvement in my abilities, I couldn't help but sigh that the spiritual energy manipulation skills brought by the awakening of the puppeteer are indeed not simple. The ability I was able to master this new ability so quickly is entirely due to these memories after awakening. 5 colored threads. I whispered the name of the skill, and my right hand made a beast claw gesture. Several transparent silk threads suddenly shot out, instantly cutting the wooden man in front of me into several pieces. I looked at the sawdust on the ground, feeling delighted. This is the power of a super fruit. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. As long as it is developed well, the potential of the fruit is simply endless. Afterwards, I tried all the skills I could think of, whether it was the 5-color line, the foot shaving line, or the elastic line. Each skill showed a very powerful effect. Seeing the power of these skills filled me with excitement, and I felt as if I had already mastered this power. Oh, and there's also hockey. I suddenly remembered and said to myself excitedly, in the anime of my previous life, Minggu attached hockey to the line to attack, and the power was terrifying. If I can do this, wouldn't it be even stronger? Thinking of this, I sat down cross-legged and began my domineering practice. As the spiritual energy circulated in my body, I felt a force gathering and black spots appeared faintly on my skin. I was so immersed in it that time flew by unknowingly. When I woke up from my practice, it was already dark. I felt the changes in my body and was suddenly overjoyed. I have actually been promoted to the 9th rank. In this world, the strength of the awakened ones ranges from grade 9 to grade 1, with grade 9 being the weakest and grade 1 being the strongest. When I awakened, the awakening stone helped me to circulate 9 cycles, which meant that my talent was of the upper grade, which could only be considered upper middle, but now it has been directly promoted to the 9th grade, which surprised me very much. After investigation, I found that the domineering practice method was actually integrated with the awakened one's practice method. Originally, the practice after awakening is to improve strength through the circulation of qi, and domineering practice can also accelerate this process. This saves me a lot of effort. I can cultivate my domineering aura and improve my strength at the same time. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I didn't expect that I could integrate the 2 practices. It seems that when I practice domineering aura in the future, my strength will also be improved. I chuckled, my heart full of anticipation. When I came out of the practice room, I found that my mother Wang Yajing had returned and was busy in the kitchen. In fact, there were servants in the house, but as long as my mother was at home, she would do almost all the kitchen work herself. She always said with a smile, "The food I cook tastes better." Seeing me, my mother smiled and said, "Go wash your hands first. There is still some soup and you can eat soon." "Dad isn't back yet?" I glanced at the living room and didn't see my father, so I asked casually, "Your dad will be back a little late, so let's eat first and don't have to wait for him." Mother poked her head out of the kitchen with a relaxed tone. "Okay." I nodded, washed my hands, and sat down to eat. Halfway through my dinner, my father finally came back. As soon as he entered the room, he threw a space ring to me. I reached out and caught it. I heard him say calmly, "Here are the puppet materials you want, and a book about puppet making. I spent a lot of money to get this. It should be helpful to you. Remember, the puppeteer must make the puppet himself to match his own spiritual power. We can't help you with this. The rest is up to you." I smiled, feeling grateful in my heart. "Don't worry, Dad." The mother also added, "I have already contacted the formation master. As long as you finish making the puppet, you can start engraving the formation." "Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible." I responded solemnly. My father nodded, seemed to think for a while, and then said to me, "In the next few days, you should stay in the training room and concentrate on making puppets. Try to finish it before the college entrance examination. If time permits, you can also go to the hunting grounds to accumulate some practical experience." I responded, then took the materials in the ring and returned to the training room. Seeing the piles of rare materials in front of me, I couldn't help but sigh, "Wow, a complete tiger bone, a white tiger skin, purple iron and dragon bloodwood, and even beast pills. It seems that my father has high hopes for me. These materials are ridiculously extravagant." I checked each piece of material and, based on the remaining aura, deduced that the owner of the white tiger skin was of high rank in his lifetime. After thinking for a moment, I decided, let's just make a white tiger puppet. Opening the books my father gave me, I studied while combining some theories of mechanics and engineering from my previous life with the puppet-making techniques of this world. I murmured to myself curiously, if I can incorporate these theories into production, maybe I can create a brand new puppet? With full enthusiasm and sufficient materials, I plunged into the production. Anyway, I have 3 sets of materials, which are enough for me to try several times, and I am not afraid of failure. For 3 days, I hardly stepped out of the practice room. My parents would hear my voice from time to time, sometimes excited, sometimes annoyed, and occasionally mixed with some doubts. Although they were very curious, they finally restrained themselves from disturbing me. Another day passed, and there were only 2 days left until the college entrance examination. At this moment, I was standing in the training room, admiring the white tiger puppet that I had spent a lot of effort to create. The white tiger puppet is 2 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long, including its tail. Its huge body makes it look full of power and majesty. Looking at it, I couldn't help but smile with pride. I made this myself. It gives me a great sense of accomplishment. If I can let the formation master engrave a formation of the desired size, it will be even more perfect. I stretched out my hand, and the power of the superfruit allowed a transparent thread to instantly connect to the white tiger's head. In an instant, the white tiger puppet, which was originally like a dead object, suddenly opened its eyes, and a fierce aura instantly filled the entire training room. Father and mother noticed this aura almost at the same time. They immediately turned their heads to look in the direction of the training room. After a moment, they relaxed their vigilance and dissipated the spiritual power in their hands. It seems that this kid has succeeded. A relieved smile appeared on the father's face. The mother smiled and said, "You are worthy of being my son." I controlled the white tiger and tried to take a few steps. The movements were smooth and without any awkwardness, as easy as controlling my own arms. Next, I have to engrave the formation and test its combat effectiveness, but the training room is a mess now. If I test it here, I will probably be severely scolded by my parents. Thinking of this, I waved my hand, put the white tiger into the space ring, and then walked out of the training room. "How is it? Was it successful?" my mother asked impatiently when she saw me. "Success," I responded with a smile. "Let us see it soon." Father's face was full of anticipation. I nodded, walked into the yard, and summoned the white tiger. When the huge white tiger appeared in front of them, Father's brows frowned slightly. As a third-rank martial arts practitioner, he saw the problem at a glance. The larger the puppet, the more spiritual energy it consumed, the worse its mobility and agility, and the easier it was for the enemy to get close to it. As a puppeteer, once the enemy gets close to you, it often means death. Seeing my father frowning, I couldn't help but smile and ask, "Dad, how about you try out the strength of this white tiger?" My father nodded with a smile on his face. "Okay, let me see its strength." It is much better to have a father personally test the shortcomings of the puppet than to have the enemy catch the weakness on the battlefield. I got my father's consent, reached out and connected the white tiger with the thread of the superfruit, then quickly stepped back and jumped onto the roof. As a puppeteer, I must maintain a safe distance from the enemy. Although I have the ability of the superfruit, I don't want to expose it too early now. Standing on the roof, I shouted loudly, "Puppet white tiger, come on, Dad, I'm going to attack." My father stood in the middle of the yard, his hands behind his back, and said with a smile, "Come on, let me see how powerful your white tiger is." He didn't even mobilize his spiritual energy. With his third-grade martial arts body training, he could crush most 7th-grade awakeners with his physical strength alone. I was a little nervous about letting him test it himself, but I was more excited. When I heard what my father said, I moved my fingers slightly, and the white tiger suddenly let out a low roar, kicked the ground with all 4 limbs, and pounced on my father at lightning speed. It happened so fast that even my father was stunned for a moment and had no time to react. But my father was a third-rank warrior after all, and despite being in a hurry, he still firmly blocked the white tiger's claws without even taking a step back. As I looked at this situation, I admired my father's strength. Seeing that the white tiger's claw attack was ineffective, I immediately controlled the white tiger to open its bloody mouth and bite towards my father's head, attempting to attack again. With just a slight effort, my father grabbed the white tiger's big mouth and flipped it to the ground. I manipulated the white tiger's silk thread to keep its body steady while letting it whip its tail at my father. But my father reacted very quickly and easily grabbed the white tiger's tail, leaving me no chance at all. I jumped off the roof helplessly, smiled bitterly, and said, forget it, I can't beat you." The father let go of the white tiger and clapped his hands with a smile. "Your puppet is much stronger than I expected. After the formation is engraved, it should be even more powerful." Mother came over and said with a smile, "Indeed, such a big puppet would be difficult to control and consume a lot of spiritual energy. I didn't expect you to be able to control it so flexibly. It really surprises me." The father also smiled, nodded, and said, You are worthy of being my son, Bai Shang. My mother then looked at me and said with a smile, pack up and follow me to the Sea Chamber of Commerce to engrave the formation. Okay. I nodded excitedly and quickly ran back to my room to take a shower and pack up, full of anticipation. As a puppeteer, I know that the puppet's strength will experience a qualitative leap after the formation is engraved on it. After I have packed everything, I will go to the Sea Chamber of Commerce with my mother. 10 minutes later, we arrived at our destination. This was my first time entering the Sea Chamber of Commerce. When I walked into the door of the Chamber of Commerce, I was immediately shocked by its scale. This is not a store selling daily necessities, but a treasure trove of all kinds of natural treasures, weapons, minerals, and rare resources. I know that the Sea Chamber of Commerce has an extraordinary foundation. As soon as we entered the Chamber of Commerce, the receptionist came up to us and said, "Welcome. What can you do for us?" The mother calmly took out a black gold card and said calmly, "Call your manager over." When the waiter saw the black gold card, his expression changed instantly and he said respectfully, "Please go upstairs. I'll call the manager right away." We sat down in the VIP room on the second floor, and soon the door was pushed open. A woman wearing a white shirt, black jacket, short skirt, and black stockings walked in with a professional smile on her face. "Sister Jing, why didn't you let me know in advance that you were coming so I could come pick you up in person?" "Don't be so joking," the mother smiled. "I made an appointment with your formation master a few days ago. I'm going to bring my son here today to engrave the formation. Do they have time now?" "It's ready. It's from our Chamber of Commerce's chief formation master, Mr. Yin," Zhao Qian replied. Led by Zhao Qian, we came to a quiet courtyard. This is Mr. Yan's residence. The yard is filled with a tranquil atmosphere. Seeing us, Elder Yin came out with a smile and said, "So it's Lord Ice Emperor. What can I do for you? What kind of formation do you want to engrave, and where should it be engraved?" The mother smiled and said, "Old Yin, it's not me, but my son. He awakened and became a puppeteer. He created a puppet and would like you to help engrave the formation." Old Yin looked at me with a bit of curiosity in his eyes and said with a smile, "Young man, take out your puppet and let me see it." I nodded and reached out to take the white tiger out of the space ring. As the huge body of the white tiger appeared, Old Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. "Such a big puppet. It seems that you want me to engrave the light body formation, right?" Obviously, Mr. Yin doubted whether I could control such a huge puppet. In order to dispel his doubts, I reached out and controlled the white tiger to walk a few steps in the yard. Although it was just a simple action, it was enough to shock Mr. Yin and Zhao Qian. The two were surprised to see me controlling such a huge puppet with ease. "You are indeed worthy of being the child of General Shueha and the Ice Emperor," Elder Yin exclaimed. "Young man, what kind of formation do you want to engrave?" I thought for a while and said, "Clouds come from dragons, and winds come from tigers. I want to engrave a wind-controlling formation on the white tiger first, so that it can fly." Old Yin smiled and nodded, then continued to ask, "Anything else?" I continued, "Then there are formations of different sizes, plus an energy shield-type formation. After all, there will be many dangers during flight. In addition, I would like to have another spirit-gathering array, and I will explain why later. Next is a formation to enhance the speed, strength, agility, and defense of my white tiger puppet, and finally an energy attack formation, preferably on the mouth. If there is a smelting formation, that would be even better, so that it can be easily upgraded in the future." Old Yin laughed loudly. "I haven't met such an interesting guy in a long time. You are right, I can understand the other formations, but this spirit-gathering formation, if you can give me a reason that will make my eyes light up, I will only charge you the cost price. How about it?" I smiled confidently. "Then I will show you in person." After saying that, I gently patted the white tiger's head. The originally dead white tiger suddenly opened its scarlet eyes and instantly exuded a terrifying murderous aura. That kind of fierce aura made everyone present instantly enter a state of alert. My mother and Zhao Qian were obviously a little surprised, and even Mr. Yan's expression became nervous. They all turned their eyes to me, their eyes full of confusion and vigilance. "Don't worry, it won't hurt anyone," I explained with a smile. I then continued, "Master Yin, you can see that this puppet is different from ordinary dead objects. It has its own spirituality. I want to use the spirit gathering array to allow it to better absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhance its own strength, and allow it to last longer in battle." After hearing this, Old Yin was silent for a moment, and then a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. "I really didn't expect that you, a young man, are really different. Okay, I promise you, I will only charge you the cost price." My mother and Zhao Qian both smiled, and I felt relieved. It seemed that my idea successfully impressed Mr. Yan. After my white tiger puppet was upgraded, my father took me straight to the hunting ground. The appearance of this hunting ground reminds me of the zoo in my previous life, but to ordinary people, it is indeed a place similar to a zoo. Some monsters, sea beasts, as well as low-level demons and sea creatures are imprisoned here for humans to watch. But for the awakened ones, this is a venue for practical training and an important place for all schools to conduct on-site teaching. Following the staff, we passed through the viewing area for ordinary people and entered the hunting area reserved for awakened people. This is a training ground for newly awakened people like me, helping us adapt to our abilities after awakening and accumulate some practical experience. Outside the hunting ground, my father patted my shoulder and said gently, "Go ahead. I'll wait for you outside. Go home tonight and ask your mother to make you something delicious. I'll take you to the college entrance examination tomorrow." I nodded, took a deep breath, and walked towards the hunting ground. The interior of the hunting ground felt familiar to me. The high gray-white walls on all sides surrounded the ground tightly and were estimated to be several dozen meters high. There is also a transparent dome on the top of the hunting ground, which should be used to prevent flying monsters from escaping. There are many black protrusions on the wall, which are obviously energy cannons, to prevent the awakeners from losing control. There are 4 gates on the wall directly opposite, and the monsters or sea beasts that I am about to face should be imprisoned behind the gates. "Signal me when you're ready," came a voice from the radio above my head. I raised my hand to show that I was ready. As soon as I put my hand down, the gate on the far left slowly rose up, and then a black shadow rushed out quickly. Rotten Rat, a low-grade monster. I instantly recalled its information and shook my head, feeling a little disappointed. Although this rotten rat carries corrosive toxins, it is obviously not a big threat to me. After the rotten rat jumped out, it did not attack immediately. Instead, it looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no danger, it turned its greedy and bloodthirsty eyes towards me. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind, and it was so fast that I just reacted and dodged sideways when a black shadow passed in front of me. This guy actually tried to attack me directly. After failing to hit me, the rotten rat adjusted its body shape again and quickly pounced on me. But this time, I was ready. I stretched out my hand and made a pistol gesture. The next second, a hair-thin bullet shot out from my fingertips and flew towards the rotten rat in the air like a bullet. The rotten rat tried to dodge in midair, but it had nowhere to gain leverage and could only twist its body with difficulty. My elastic line hit it quickly, and the thin line exploded the moment it touched it, tearing it into pieces. Looking at the blood and flesh on the ground, I shook my head gently. The low-grade monster is too weak after all. At this moment, a monitoring device above my head flashed, and then the second gate slowly rose. This time, a strange creature about 1.5 meters long came out. It looked very strange, with a black, barbed turtle shell on its back, but its limbs and head were as thick as a crocodile, and its tail was also a crocodile's tail. At first glance, it looked like a crocodile had crawled into the turtle shell. Alligator turtle. I gave it a name in my mind. It was still a monster that had not yet entered the rank, but it was much stronger than the rotten rat. Its aura indicated that it was only one step away from entering the rank. I raised my hands and made the pistol gesture again, the springs at my fingertips ready to go. Seeing this, the alligator snapping turtle used all its limbs to rush towards me. Although it is bulky, its speed and explosive power are amazing. Its claws leave deep claw marks on the ground. Without hesitation, I moved both hands and shot the string at the alligator's snapping turtle like raindrops. However, the alligator's snapping turtle suddenly retracted its body into its hard shell, and the elastic line hit its shell, making a crisp metallic collision sound. Despite the impact of the explosion, it only left a few white marks on the turtle shell. I grinned and said, "It seems that the string won't work against you, so let's try another method." I stomped my feet and rushed towards the alligator's snapping turtle. The alligator's snapping turtle poked its head out of its shell, and when it saw me approaching, the bloodthirstiness in its eyes became even stronger. 5 colored lines. I waved my hand, and 5 thin lines shot out and fiercely streaked across the neck of the alligator turtle. The thin wire I sent out cut its skin in an instant, leaving 5 deep wounds. Blood spurted out. The alligator's snapping turtle let out an unpleasant roar and immediately retracted its body into its shell again. But this time, it controlled its shell and slammed into me, trying to defeat me with the shell's defensive power. Other Awakened might find such defenses difficult to come by, but I'm not worried. I noticed that although the snapping turtle closed its shell tightly, there were still some gaps between the shells. These gaps were its weak points. I nimbly dodged several attacks, waited for the right moment, and quickly inserted a thin wire into the gap in the turtle shell. The thin wire stirred wildly in the gap, the alligator's snapping turtle twisted in pain, and the gap in its shell opened slightly. Seizing this opportunity, I shot a bullet without hesitation, straight into the gap, and then quickly pulled back. There was only a loud bang, and the alligator's snapping turtle let out a final scream of pain. Its shell exploded instantly, and it fell to the ground, dead. I stood in the middle of the field, took a deep breath, and sighed in my heart. It seems that in actual combat, flexible response is the kingly way. After the snapping turtle shell cracked, I seized the opportunity and accurately shot a bullet into its defense gap, then quickly retreated. A moment later, a dull explosion sounded from the shell, and blood and minced meat gushed out of the shell. The snapping turtle lost its life instantly. Seeing this scene, a smug smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. I won another game. Soon, the third gate slowly rose, and out came a silver moon wolf, a high-grade demon beast. Although it had not yet opened its spiritual intelligence and could not be considered a demon, its strength, speed, and attack power had all been qualitatively improved. At the beginning, I suffered some losses in the fight with the silver moon wolf. High-grade demon beasts can use spiritual power to attack, which added a lot of challenges to the battle. However, after 30 or 50 rounds, I gradually figured out its attack method, and finally used the 5-color line and the elastic line to successfully kill it. Then, a more difficult opponent appeared in the fourth gate, the powerful ape. This was also a demon beast that had entered the realm of the highest grade, but had not yet awakened its spiritual intelligence. It held a huge, unknown wooden stick in its hand, and its defense and strength were more terrifying than the silver moon wolf. When fighting with the powerful ape, I clearly felt that it was difficult. Its defense was too strong, and although the attack of the super fruit could cause deep wounds, it could not kill it with one blow. Just when I was stuck, I suddenly realized the characteristics of the wire. My super fruit ability is not only sharp, but also thin enough. I quickly passed the thin wire through the ear of the powerful ape, along the ear canal into its brain, and finally successfully killed this powerful monster. After killing the powerful ape, the gate of the hunting ground opened. I took a deep breath and walked out of the hunting ground with a sense of fatigue and satisfaction. My father had been waiting for me outside the door. When he saw me come out, he patted my shoulder and asked with a smile, "How is it?" I chuckled and replied, "It's okay. The last one was a bit tough, but the others are fine." My father asked with concern, "Is the white tiger puppet damaged? If so, let's go to the Seahai Chamber of Commerce to repair it." I shook my head. "No damage. I didn't use the puppet today." My father nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go home. Your mother must be waiting anxiously." After we left the hunting ground, the person in charge of the hunting ground came to the monitoring room and carefully watched the video of my battle in the hunting ground. After he finished reading, his face was filled with surprise and complex expressions, and he muttered to himself, "As expected of a descendant of General Shueha, he can actually play the puppeteer profession in such a way. In time, perhaps the puppeteer profession will usher in a huge change." After saying that, he was silent for a moment, and then deleted the video of my battle in the hunting ground without hesitation, as if out of some instinct or idea, he felt that this information should not be disclosed. After returning home, my mother Wang Yajing asked me with concern about what I had gained that day. I briefly described the types of monsters in the hunting grounds and omitted the specific details of the battle. After I finished my meal, I went back to the training room. Seeing this, my father smiled and said, "This kid is almost using my training room exclusively." His mother rolled her eyes at him and said jokingly, "Why? You're not happy?" The father quickly shook his head and laughed. "How could that be possible? I'm just feeling emotional." In the blink of an eye, our son is already 18 years old and will take the college entrance examination tomorrow. I'm curious about which university he will choose. The mother said casually, "I hope he can come to our Holy Spirit College so that I can still take care of him." The father thought for a moment and touched his chin. "I don't think he will choose Holy Spirit College. Although your college is very strong, it is mainly based on elementalists. I think he is more likely to choose Emoli College. After all, the most ideal school for puppeteers is Emoli College." The mother smiled and said softly, "It doesn't matter. As long as it's a school he likes, we support it." The next day, I woke up late because I had practiced in the gym for too long the night before. I hurriedly followed my father to the school. He sent me to the school gate and said to me, "Go in, do well in the exam, and do your best." As for which university you choose, we won't ask you. It's up to you to decide. I nodded, grateful in my heart, and walked towards the classroom. At this time, there were less than half of the students left in the classroom. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Just as I was lost in thought, the head teacher came in and led us and students from other classes to the school's mysterious auditorium. This auditorium has never been open to the public, and there are always guards around it, which makes people curious. Standing in front of the auditorium, the principal smiled and said to us, "I think you have been curious about this auditorium for a long time. Today, you are about to take the college entrance examination, and it is time to reveal the secrets of the auditorium." Following the principal's instructions, the guard took out 2 energy blocks from his arms and inserted them into the grooves on the gate. The door instantly emitted a pale golden light, and the principal immediately took out a metal ball from his arms and put it into the hole in the center of the door. With the roar of machinery, the long sealed door slowly opened. The students couldn't help but look inside, wanting to get a glimpse of the truth behind this mysterious place. When the door was fully opened, the scene that came into view disappointed everyone. There was no special decoration inside the auditorium. It was just a long and narrow corridor with densely packed red pillars on both sides. The distance between the pillars was very short, and some objects that looked like futons were scattered on the ground. At the end was a white wall with nothing on it. There was a door on each side and a strange red stake in front of the white wall. We all couldn't help but look disappointed. Such a mysterious auditorium had only these strange layouts. The principal seemed to see everyone's disappointment and said with a smile, "This is the secret of the auditorium. At the same time, this is also the place where you will take the college entrance examination." Hearing this, all the students widened their eyes in surprise, and even I was stunned. Who would have thought that the once mysterious auditorium would actually be our college entrance examination venue? When the principal saw the surprise on our faces, he smiled even more happily. Apparently, last year's students had the same reaction as us when they learned that this was an examination room. While we were still in a daze, the interior of the auditorium suddenly lit up, and the red pillars emitted dazzling light one after another. At this moment, the auditorium has been completely renovated. From its previous dilapidated and gloomy state, it has become magnificent and full of mystery and solemnity. Class teachers, please start organizing the students now. The auditorium can accommodate 30 people at a time. Classes with less than 30 people can merge with other classes. The remaining students, please wait outside and go in when it is your turn. The principal's voice brought us back from our shock. The guards began to guide the first group of students into the auditorium, and when all the students were in, the doors slowly closed. At the same time, the principal went around to the back of the auditorium and walked in through a wall. It seemed that there was a hidden passage there. When the principal entered, there were already several people standing inside. They were all admissions teachers from several famous colleges in Dachin. The walls showed scenes from inside the auditorium, and apparently, they were able to watch the students' performance in real time, but the students had no idea that they were being watched. "Are there any good seedlings this year?" asked the teacher from Holy Spirit College. The principal nodded, "Yes." "Who is it?" the teacher from Moly College also asked. "Don't be impatient. Wait until they enter the illusion, and then we'll see if we can guess it." The teacher from the School of Natural Sciences smiled and interrupted the principal. The teacher of Zhanwu Academy rolled his eyes. "I won't guess, just tell me directly." The principal smiled and said, "This year, the children of the 4 major families have all awakened, and they are very talented. In addition, there are several good seedlings among the common people. When they appear, I will introduce them to you one by one." At the same time, in the auditorium, the first group of students sat on the cushions under the guidance of the guards. The guards said to them, "Wait a moment. I will activate the examination formation, and you will be brought into an illusion. Your performance in the illusion will determine which university you will attend in the future, so do your best." A student raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, what would happen if I got hurt or died in the illusion?" The guard smiled and replied, "Don't worry, you won't be hurt or die in reality. However, the pain in the illusion will be transmitted to you in reality. Believe me, you don't want to experience that feeling. If you can't bear it, remember to shout 'Give up' in the illusion, and the formation will pull you out. But remember, don't be stubborn." The students seemed a little nervous after hearing this. Before they could react, the guard walked to the red stake and placed an energy crystal into the groove. In an instant, the entire auditorium was lit up with formation patterns, and the next second, all the students' bodies shook slightly, and they had been pulled into an illusion. Red light shot out from the ground stakes and projected onto the white wall of the auditorium, showing 30 pictures, which were exactly what these students experienced in the illusion. The admissions teachers watched the students' performance through the pictures on the wall. Each student's fantasy scene is different. Some students face monsters and sea creatures alone, some fight with a team, and some are even captured by monsters and sea creatures. These scenes are varied and test the students' reactions and abilities in various predicaments. But disappointingly, the performance of the first batch of students was not outstanding, and the admissions teachers lost interest after one look. Although the pictures on the wall showed the students' names, ages, occupations, and talents in detail, this information did not attract their attention. An hour later, the formation was closed and the students woke up from the illusion. Most of them immediately let out terrible screams, and some even fainted. Even the students who did not faint showed pain on their faces, and it was obvious that the experience in the illusion had brought them great pain. The guards looked on with a smile. Then the door of the auditorium opened and some teachers came in, carrying the fainted student out, while the conscious students were helped out. At this time, the second group of students was brought into the auditorium, and I happened to be among them. After entering the auditorium, I was arranged on the first cushion on the left. The guard simply repeated his previous words and then activated the formation without delay. I just felt a shake in front of my eyes, and then I found myself on a tall city wall. I looked down and saw that I was wearing a familiar Blood River Army uniform. I recognized this uniform because my father was the commander of the Blood River Army, and his guards also wore this uniform. Blood River Army uniform? This should be Human Pass, right? I wonder what my college entrance examination content will be. I whispered to myself and began to look around. At this moment, spots of light began to flash on the city wall. After the lights dissipated, dozens of soldiers appeared around me. They were also wearing the uniforms of the Blood River Army. One of them, who looked like a deputy general, hurriedly came to my side and said, "Commander, the supplies have not arrived. Our brothers have suffered heavy casualties, and there is no news of reinforcements. The next wave of attacks from the demon tribe may be coming soon. What should we do now?" I frowned and looked at the 100,000 mountains in the distance. Although there was silence in front of me, I could clearly feel the endless malice emanating from the mountains. Is this what my college entrance exam is about? I thought to myself as my heartbeat began to speed up. Then, I said decisively to my deputy general, "Fight." Human Pass is the first barrier between the human race and the demon race. If Human Pass is lost, the millions of families behind us will not be safe. Remember, there are only Qin men who die in battle, and there are no Qin men who abandon the city and flee. Although I don't know how to formulate a detailed strategy, I understand one thing. I must fight to the end no matter what. After hearing what I said, the deputy general and the soldiers' eyes flashed with murderous intent and determination. Everyone's morale instantly increased, and the military morale was obviously boosted. Just as the soldiers and I were preparing for the battle, outside, the admissions teachers were watching my performance in the illusion. Baitu? This is Teacher Wang's child. The teacher from Holy Spirit College recognized me, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. A teacher sighed. I didn't expect that his awakened profession would be a puppeteer. The future is not very good. The teacher at the Holy Spirit Academy smiled and explained. The profession of puppeteer is indeed polarized. The lower limit is low, and it may be difficult for ordinary families to train puppeteers. But don't forget that the Bai family is one of the 4 major families in Daqin. The upper limit of puppeteers is also very high, and Baitu's future is really hard to say. After hearing this, the teacher from Moli Academy looked at the picture in my illusion and was obviously very interested in Baitu's performance. Moli Academy has a long history of weapons manufacturing, and later they opened a special puppet department to study how to create more powerful puppets. If they could recruit Baitu into the academy, they might be able to train a top puppeteer in the future. At the same time, the principal mentioned a student named Zhao Xiaoming, who came from a common family. The divine appearance, profession, and superb talent shown in the picture shocked all the admissions teachers. The teacher of Holy Spirit College said without hesitation, "We want this student." Although the teachers from the Zhanwu Academy and other teachers were somewhat dissatisfied, they could do nothing about it. After all, the Holy Spirit Academy possessed abundant resources, especially those related to the divine profession, and it was difficult for other academies to compete with it. The teacher of the Nature Academy snatched away another civilian student, Qi Tian, who had awakened to the druid profession. His first form was the rare ice ape royal form, which made the teacher of the Nature Academy very happy. Amidst the discussion, everyone's attention turned to my fantasy scene again. When I boosted their morale, the soldiers' eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit. I stood on the city wall, waiting for the arrival of the demon army, thinking about the upcoming battle in my mind. Soon, the ground at Human Pass began to shake, as if a huge army was approaching. I looked intently at the 10,000 mountains in the distance, where billowing smoke and dust were rolling in like a sandstorm. "It's a beast tide," the deputy general beside him whispered. I looked at Yanshin calmly and said in a deep voice, "Prepare for battle." The soldiers immediately clenched their weapons, their aura gradually becoming violent. Determination was written on everyone's face, and there was no sign of retreat. The teachers outside were also watching my performance in the face of the beast tide. The teacher from Moli Academy whispered, "Do you think Baitu can defend Human Pass?" Someone answered, "It's hard to say." The battle was extremely brutal. Although Human Pass was finally defended, the Shuaha army was almost wiped out. Only less than 3,000 people survived out of 100,000. The teacher of the War Academy analyzed. Although this beast tide is a weakened version, it is still difficult for a newcomer who has just awakened to survive. The teacher of Moli Academy smiled and said, "As long as he can hold on for one day, we at Moli Academy will accept him." At this moment, figures gradually emerged from the smoke and dust, and thousands of monsters swarmed in, the number of which was so large that it made people feel suffocated. The beast tide's usual strategy is to use these low-level monsters to exhaust the enemy's spiritual power. After all these monsters are dead, we will send out 9th grade and 8th grade monsters, and finally maybe even 7th grade monsters with intelligence. I stared at the monsters rushing towards me with cold eyes. There was no fear in my heart. Instead, I was filled with endless fighting spirit. "Himph!" I snorted coldly, raised my hand, and the power of the superfruit was instantly activated. Countless thin threads gushed out from my hands, condensing into a thread whip as thick as a thumb. I waved my hand, and the thread whip swept out like lightning. The monsters in the front row were cut in half by the whip before they could react. Their bodies were cut in half, and blood was spilled all over the ground. Wire whip, scattering flowers from the sky. I waved the wire whip again and threw it into the air. The wire whip split into countless thin lines in the air and stabbed towards the beast tide like a sharp blade. The thin wire I shot out exploded instantly after it entered the monster's body, cutting the monster's body into countless pieces, and the ground was suddenly covered with broken limbs. It seems that this child has developed his ability as a puppeteer very well. He can use thin strings so skillfully. The teacher at Moli Academy nodded with satisfaction. He remained quite calm and composed. Although the monster he faced was not of high level, it was not easy for him to remain calm in such a situation. The teacher at the War Academy also made a positive comment. On the battlefield of Human Pass, I still stood on the city wall, overlooking the corpses of the monsters below. Let's see how long I can hold on. I thought silently and clenched the whip in my hand again. Chapter 10: The Shock Brought by the Superfruit. The wire whip scatters flowers like a fairy. After sweeping across, Baitu raised his hand and the wire whip flew into the sky. Then it dispersed into countless thin wires in the sky and pierced directly into the tide of beasts. When these thin wires were inserted into the bodies of the monsters, they exploded instantly. Those monsters were directly cut into countless pieces after the wire whip exploded. This move, scattering flowers from the Heavenly Maiden, was created by Baitu by referring to the release method of the birdcage and the attack method of the rogue line, adding some of his own understanding. Judging from the damage it has caused so far, this move, scattering flowers from the Heavenly Maiden, is very powerful and extremely suitable for group battles. With just 2 moves, he killed nearly 1/3 of the inferior monsters at the front of the beast tide, and Baitu didn't even move. His performance made the admissions teacher's eyes widen, with expressions of surprise and disbelief on their faces. "What's going on?" The teacher of the War Academy pointed at Baitu's picture and asked, "Isn't he a puppeteer? Where are his puppets? Also, what's the matter with his method of attack?" The teacher of the School of Natural Sciences was also a little confused. "It seems that our Emoli Academy is going to produce a genius," the teacher of Emoli Academy said with a smile. "Gongshu Run, do you know what's going on?" asked the teacher from Holy Spirit Academy. "It's a line." "Line? What line?" asked the teacher of the War Academy. After the teacher from the Zhanwu Academy finished asking the question, Gongshu Ren looked at the teacher from the Zhanwu Academy as if he was a fool. "You are admissions teachers at various universities, but you don't have such good eyesight?" Gongshu Ren rolled his eyes at them. "It's the puppet line," said the teacher from the School of Natural Sciences at this time. "Puppet line? How is that possible? It's not like we don't have puppeteers in our academy. A puppeteer's puppet line is essentially aura line. Although it has some lethality under special circumstances, it will definitely not be this high. The teacher from the Holy Spirit Academy said with a frown. As much as I don't want to admit it, this is indeed a puppet line. Gong Shuren shrugged. In fact, he didn't believe it after he found out that Bai Tu was using puppet strings, but after careful observation, he couldn't help but believe it. When the teachers were surprised, Bai Tu made a new move. Although the two moves just now killed a lot of monsters, they only slowed down their speed slightly. They had arrived outside Yumen Pass under Bai Tu's attack and were less than 500 meters away from the city gate. You can hunt freely. I have only one request, and that is to keep these beasts out of Yumen Pass. Bai Tu said coldly to the people behind him. After saying this, Bai Tu released the puppet white tiger. Then he rode on the white tiger and flew directly out of the city wall. This scene stunned everyone. After flying out of the city wall, Bai Tu made strokes with his hands into the shape of a pistol. The next second, countless bullets shot out from his hands and headed straight for the beast's hide. The elastic line would explode when it hit the monster, thus affecting the surrounding monsters. Because of the fast attack speed, strong attack power, and considerable damage range of the elastic line, Bai Tu was able to slow down the advance of the monster tide by himself for a while. Kill! The soldiers on the city wall roared after seeing Bai Tu's attack, and then all kinds of attacks fell on the damp. Because Bai Tu's attack delayed the beast tide's attack, under the cover of Bai Tu and his comrades with long-range attack capabilities, the martial arts awakeners on the city wall jumped directly off the city wall and rushed into the beast tide. They had no fancy attacks, nor any means of long-range attack. They only had their own bodies and the weapons in their hands, as well as the courage to move forward and win. Bai Tu was influenced by these soldiers, and his blood boiled in his heart. Then he put away the puppet white tiger, dropped directly from the sky, and smashed into the tide of beasts. Fortunately, he was protected by wired armor, otherwise the impact would have been enough to kill him. What is he doing? What does he want to do? Does he think he is a martial arts awakener? After seeing Bai Tu's actions, Gong Shuren stood up excitedly and said. But Bai Tu couldn't hear Gong Shuren's words at all. When he fell into the beast tide, he crossed his hands and swung out the 5 colored threads in his hands instantly, cutting the monsters in front of him into several pieces. Then he supported himself on the ground with his hands and did a Thomas turn. The thread on his feet popped out instantly, clearing the area of several meters around him. When Bai Tu finished doing all this, with his old strength gone and new strength not yet generated, a ghost-faced wolf, 2 rotten rats and 2 three-headed dogs suddenly pounced on him from the front, back, left and right. Upon seeing this, Bai Tu immediately had spikes made of thin wires appear on his palms, elbows, shoulders, knees, toes, etc. The tips of these spikes were shining with a pitch-black luster. It was obvious that this was the armament Haki. Then he sneered, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward towards the ghost-faced wolf. After dodging the ghost-faced wolf's bite by turning sideways, he pierced the ghost-faced wolf's chin with the wire in his hand. The next second, he turned sideways and used the spikes on his elbow to pierce the head of a 3-headed dog. Then he pressed his elbow downward to pin the 3-headed dog to the ground. He turned over and placed his hands on the heads of the other 2 dogs, killing them. At this time, the remaining 2 rotten rats and another 3-headed dog had come in front of him. Bai Tu took advantage of the situation and kicked the 3 monsters away with a roundhouse kick. One of the rotten rats was pierced in the neck by the wire and died on the spot. The remaining 2 were knocked away. Looking at the 2 monsters that fell to the ground, Bai Tu had an idea, and 2 thin wires shot out from his shoulders and directly pierced their heads. Sure enough, it's still a bit of a stretch. I thought that the domineering aura in the superfruit would allow me to kill these 5 monsters at close range. It seems that I have to practice hard when I get back. After getting up, Bai Tu muttered to himself. After saying that, Bai Tu stretched out his hand and shot out a thin thread that tied up the clouds in the sky, and then flew directly up. While in the air, he released the puppet white tiger again and sat on it. In the following time, Bai Tu used the elastic line with one hand and the line whip scattering flowers with the other hand, alternating between them. Bai Tu became more and more adept at using the scattering flowers. At this time, the heavenly flowers scattering is not limited to falling from a high altitude. It can shoot horizontally, explode at the moment the whip is swung, scattering monsters, or it can be shot down from a high altitude in a fan shape to cut monsters, etc. After about 20 minutes of fighting, most of the low-grade monsters in the front row had been killed by Bai Tu and the warriors at Yumen Pass, and the ones behind were the 9th-grade monsters. Bai Tu had already seen the tail of the beast tide in the sky. There were no 8th-grade monsters in the tide. In his opinion, As long as he could withstand the impact of the ninth grade beast tide, the test should be over. Baitu's performance had already shocked the admissions teachers. They stared with their eyes wide open, not knowing what to say for a moment. Puppeteer, can you still play like this? The strange silence lasted for a long time, and the teacher of the War Academy suddenly spoke softly. Ha ha ha, okay. Okay. Mayamoli College wants this by Tuesday. If anyone tries to snatch him from me, don't blame me for being rude to him. Gong Shuren laughed and said after seeing Baitu's operation. The other teachers didn't say anything, but if you look closely, it's not difficult to see some subtle expressions on their faces. Baitu is Teacher Wang's child. If Teacher Wang were to step in, perhaps he could be recruited to Holy Spirit College. The teacher at Holy Spirit College said in his mind. Chapter 11 Exam Difficulty Increase. Baitu is Teacher Wang's child. If Teacher Wang were to step in, perhaps he could be recruited to Holy Spirit College. The teacher at Holy Spirit College said in his mind. Although this kid is not a martial arts awakener, his martial arts foundation is not bad. Coupled with his alternative fighting style, if he becomes a student of my Zhanwu Academy, perhaps he can help martial arts awakeners take another path. The teacher of Zhanwu Academy also said in his heart. The teacher at the School of Natural Sciences had no idea about Baitu, because Baitu did not meet the admission requirements of their school at all, but this did not prevent him from admiring Baitu. If possible, he also wanted to invite Baitu to visit their school and let him dampen the arrogance of those geniuses in their school and let them see what a true genius is. The principal looked at the teachers who had their own thoughts, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Don't always focus on Baitu alone. Zhao Xiaoming and Qi Tian are also very good. You should also pay attention to them. The principal complained in his heart. The sight returns to Human Pass in the illusion array again. After repelling those inferior monsters, the beast tide was affected and temporarily stopped advancing, but they did not retreat. It was obvious that those monsters were not going to give up this place. The beast tide paused its attack, and Baitu and the others got a brief rest. Although Baitu had been so fierce just now, he had actually consumed a lot of energy. After obtaining the super fruit, Baitu's spiritual power consumption is much smaller than that of ordinary puppeteers or other awakened people, but he is facing a tide of beasts at this time. Even if the consumption is smaller, he can't withstand such consumption. Now he can take advantage of this gap to recover a little. While the soldiers at Human Pass were taking the time to practice and recover, the beast tide was not idle either. The surviving monsters that were not of the highest quality directly devoured the corpses of their companions, while those monsters that were of the highest quality were also devouring the corpses of their companions. They did this in order to quickly recover their strength so that they could perform better in the next battle. Time passed quickly, and about an hour passed. The dead monsters had been devoured, and after devouring the flesh and blood of their companions, the monsters instantly became energetic. When Baitu saw this scene, he knew that the decisive battle was about to begin. Get ready. If we can repel this wave, we will win, Baitu said as he looked at the dozen or so people left on the city wall. We swear to defend Human Pass to the death. As long as people are inside, the pass will not be breached. The remaining dozen or so people raised their weapons and roared. After they finished roaring, the monsters outside the pass also began to roar, and then the surviving inferior monsters continued to charge forward to complete their unfinished tasks, while the superior monsters now interspersed among the inferior monsters and began to attack Human Pass. Seeing this, Baitu still flew into the air at the lead and began to provide fire suppression for the soldiers. Under his suppression, the speed of the beast tide slowed down a lot, but it was still approaching the city gate quickly. A few minutes later, the beast tide had arrived at the foot of the city wall. Some huge monsters that were somewhat similar to elephants had begun to attack the city gate, and monsters that were good at climbing and flying also began to surge towards the city wall. When Baitu saw this scene, he knew that if he didn't make adjustments, he would not be able to win the battle. Everyone, gather on the city wall to fight the monsters. Leave the city gate to me, Baitu shouted. After saying that, he jumped directly off the puppet white tiger. The moment he landed, the impact force formed a vacuum zone around him. The next second, 8 spider leg-like wire thorns extended from Baitu's back. The wire thorns on his body were no longer limited to his palms, elbows, shoulders, knees, and toes, but appeared all over his body. In addition to these, countless thin lines shot out from his body and floated in the air, waiting for an opportunity to move. With the blessing of his observation haki, all monsters could not escape Baitu's perception. All those that entered his attack range were killed by him. These monsters could not get close to the city gate at all. It is no exaggeration to describe his current situation as one man blocking the pass from 10,000. In this way, Baitu guarded the city gate alone, and the Blood River Army soldiers on the city wall did not disappoint by Tuesday. They tried their best to block the tide of beasts. Under the defense of Baitu and the Blood River Army soldiers, the number of the beasts became smaller and smaller. Finally, when there were less than 1,000 monsters left, these monsters finally became frightened. They began to retreat and then turned around and fled back in the direction of the 10,000 mountains. "It's over," Baitu muttered to himself as he watched the fleeing monster. After that, he collapsed to the ground and began to gasp for breath. Baitu felt that it was over, but now there were people who didn't want Baitu to end so early. Outside, behind the auditorium, the teacher of the War Academy saw Baitu blocking the tide of beasts by himself, and an idea immediately came to his mind. He wanted to see where Baitu's limit was. Increase the difficulty for by Tuesday. I want to see where his limit is. After thinking about this, the teacher of Zhanwu Academy said to the principal, "Old Long, are you serious?" The teacher from the School of Natural Sciences looked at Long Zhan and asked, "Don't you want to see where Baitu's limits are?" Long Zhan looked at the teachers present and said slowly, "Principal Yi, increase the difficulty for Baitu." The teacher from Holy Spirit College said to the principal. He also wanted to see where Baitu's limit was. "Okay." Principal Yi finally nodded. In fact, after seeing Baitu's fighting style, he also wanted to see where Baitu's limit was. After saying that, he contacted the guards in the auditorium to increase the difficulty for by Tuesday. After the guards in the auditorium received the news from the principal, they came to the formation where Baitu was. Looking at the frowning student in front of them, they smiled bitterly, then tapped the crimson pillar a few times and placed an energy crystal in an inconspicuous groove under the pillar. After doing all this, they took a step back and silently stared at Baitu in front of them. In the illusion, Baitu, who thought the exam was over, suddenly frowned, because he found that he had not left the illusion for such a long time. According to the normal process, as long as he passed the exam, he would exit the illusion, but he did not exit now, which made him have some bad thoughts in his heart. What's going on? Is the beast tide not over yet? Baitu muttered to himself. After saying that, he flew onto the city wall. After arriving on the wall, Baitu found that there were only 9 soldiers left of the Blood River Army. These 9 soldiers were regulating their breathing at this time and did not disappear. It seems that this beast tide is not over yet, Baitu muttered to himself, and then he began to regulate his breathing on the city wall. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the illusion. At noon that day, Baitu, who was regulating his breathing, suddenly opened his eyes, and then the yellow sand appeared in his sight again. Obviously, this was caused by the beast tide, but I don't know what the scale of this beast tide is. Now Baitu is only at the 9th level, and his observation haki can only extend 100 meters. Otherwise, he would have known the scale of this beast tide in advance. Chapter 12 Baitu's Choice. Obviously, this was caused by the beast tide, but I don't know what the scale of this beast tide is. Now Baitu is only at the 9th level, and his observation haki can only extend 100 meters. Otherwise, he would have known the scale of this beast tide in advance. In the evening, the vanguard of the beast tide appeared in Baitu's eyes. After seeing the leading monster, his pupil shrank to the size of a pinhole. This time, the beast tide was led by all 9th grade monsters, and behind them were 8th grade monsters. Behind the 8th grade monsters, Baitu also vaguely saw quite a few 7th grade monsters that had already awakened their spiritual intelligence. Commander. The deputy general came to Baitu at this time. To be honest, I'm not sure I can stop the beast tide this time. After all, there are only 10 of us including myself. But I can assure you one thing. I will die in front of you, and on the way to charge. Baitu said to the deputy general and the soldiers in front of him. Although he knew that this was an illusion, he still said such words. At this moment, no matter whether it was an illusion or reality, he had been infected, and now he just wanted to stop the next tide of beasts. We will follow the commander till death and defend Yumen Pass till death. The deputy general took the lead in shouting, and the other soldiers also shouted loudly. When he heard their words, there was no expression on Baitu's face. He stared in the direction of the Shirwan Mountains, and no one knew what he was thinking. The next morning, as soon as the sun jumped out of the horizon, the beast tide began to stir. A few minutes later, the beast tide moved and they rushed towards Yumen Pass. The Blood River Army soldiers on the city gate swallowed their saliva and then tightened their weapons. Although they were a little scared in their hearts, they did not take a step back, and their eyes were full of murderous intent and determination. When the beast tide attacked, Bai Tu still started with the whip to disrupt the monsters in the front row of the beast tide, and then followed up with a move of scattering flowers to eliminate some of the monsters. However, the monsters that have entered the realm of quality are harder to kill than those that have not. With these two moves, he can kill at least 1/3 of the monsters that have not entered the realm of quality. But this time, most of the monsters avoided the attack of heavenly flower scattering. Although some were killed, the number was not as many as before. The demon beasts that have reached a certain level are indeed different. Bai Tu muttered to himself. After saying that, he rode the white tiger directly to the sky above the beast tide. The next second, the elastic line shot into the beast tide without caring about its life. A large number of ninth-grade monsters were killed, and at the same time, bursts of blood mist exploded. But this did not seem to slow down the speed of the beast tide much. The monsters approached the city gate despite the attacks of Bai Tu and the soldiers on the city wall. The city wall is left to you. I will let Bai Hu help you. Just do your best. Bai Tu said to the soldiers of the Shuaha army on the city wall, and then he jumped off the wall directly. The moment he jumped down, a large number of spikes appeared on Bai Tu's body, and a large number of thin lines also floated around him. Before he landed on the ground, the thin lines on his body had already begun to attack the monster below. After Bai Tu landed, all the monsters within a 10-meter radius around him had been cleared out. When the monsters saw Bai Tu, they roared in unison and rushed over desperately. Beasts are beasts. Seeing the monsters rushing over, Bai Tu snorted coldly. Instead of retreating, he rushed directly into the group of monsters. Those monsters that wanted to get close to him were all chopped into pieces by the super fruit. The monsters that were lucky enough to break through to him would be killed by the wire thorns on his body. However, this state was extremely exhausting of physical and spiritual energy. With Bai Tu's current strength, he could only hold on for more than an hour at most. If there were only the wire thorns on the joints, he estimated that he could only hold on for more than 3 hours. An hour and a half passed quickly in the illusion. At this time, Bai Tu's movements became sluggish. Although he had no wounds on his body, judging from the sweat on his face, this should be his limit. Sure enough, there's a reason why the beast tide is called the beast tide. With these endless monsters like a tide, anyone would despair, right? Even a first-rank strong man might be exhausted to death by them. Bai Tu wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled bitterly. Forget it, I probably won't be able to pass the college entrance examination. I'll just try my best. At worst, I can go to the military, Bai Tu said in his heart. After saying this, he burst out all the spiritual power in his body and rushed directly into the beast tide. The group of monsters immediately became agitated, and countless corpses of monsters were thrown into the sky. But this scene only lasted for 3 to 5 minutes before gradually returning to calm. At this time, Bai Tu was lying among the group of monsters. The reason why he was not dead yet was because the wire armor blocked the attacks of the monsters, but at this time the wire armor was also damaged, and death was only a matter of time. What does death feel like? This sentence suddenly appeared in Bai Tu's mind when he was thrown into the air by the monster. After saying this, Bai Tu mobilized the little spiritual power in his body and exploded himself in the beast tide. When he blew himself up, his screen instantly went black, which scared the admissions teachers. As expected of him being the descendant of General Shueha, he's full of blood. Long Zhan from the War Academy sighed when he saw this scene. Yes. The teacher from Holy Spirit College also nodded. Ha ha ha, no one can compete with us for Bai Tuesday. He is from my Moli Academy, Gongshu Ren said with a big laugh. You can't teach him. Long Zhan directly interrupted Gongshu Ren's laughter. What did you say? Do you want to snatch people from us? After hearing what Long Zhan said, Gongshu Ren glared at him. Do you think Bai Tu is suitable for your Moli Academy? Long Zhan looked directly at Gongshu Ren and asked. Why not? In the entire Qin Empire, is there any academy with a puppet department that can compare to our schools? You also said that your academy teaches puppeteers, but is this Bai Tu a puppeteer? Long Zhan grinned. Why not? If he's not a puppeteer, then what is he? Gongshu Ren asked disdainfully when he heard Long Zhan say that. Is he really a puppeteer? Long Zhan asked again. When Gongshu Ren heard Long Zhan asking again, he was about to speak, but finally held back. Bai Tu has only awakened the profession of puppeteer, but he is not a puppeteer. Comparatively speaking, Bai Tu is more like a warrior. What do you think? Long Zhan looked around and said to everyone. After hearing Long Zhan's words, no one spoke. At this time, they already knew Long Zhan's purpose. He wanted Bai Tu to go to their Zhanwu Academy. It's pointless for us to argue here now. Let's ask Bai Tu for his opinion when we meet him. The teacher from Holy Spirit College spoke up at this time. About 10 minutes after Bai Tu's death, the second exam was over. After waking up from the illusion, a pain that penetrated deep into his soul immediately came over him. Bai Tu clenched his teeth and said nothing, but his eyes rolled back and he fainted. "He's a ruthless guy," the guard said when he saw this, and then had Bai Tu and the others taken away. It was unknown how long it had passed before Bai Tu slowly woke up. He looked around and found himself in a place similar to a dormitory, but the conditions here were much better than those in the school dormitory. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the teacher's dormitory. Chapter 13 Enrollment, Bai Tu's Decision. It was unknown how long it had passed before Bai Tu slowly woke up. He looked around and found himself in a place similar to a dormitory, but the conditions here were much better than those in the school dormitory. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the teacher's dormitory. "Classmate, are you awake? Then come with us." Just when Bai Tu was stunned, two middle-aged men whom he didn't know at all appeared in the room. After hearing their words, Bai Tu frowned. "Where are you going? What are you doing?" "Go to the admissions office. The teachers there are waiting for you." One of the younger teachers saw Bai Tu frowning and said with a smile, "Wait for me? Why? I must have failed the college entrance examination?" Bai Tu was puzzled. "We don't know about that." Another teacher shook his head. "Oh well." They didn't talk much along the way, and soon they arrived at the admissions office. As soon as he entered, everyone's eyes were focused on Bai Tu, which made him very uncomfortable. At this time, in addition to Principal Yi and the admissions teachers, there was a man and a woman in the room. They were Zhao Xiaoming and Qi Tian. "Student Bai Tu, I'm a teacher at the Daqin Martial Arts Academy. My name is Long Zhan. I would like to invite you to our academy. Are you willing to come to our academy?" After seeing Bai Tu, Long Zhan was the first to rush up and shook his hand. When Zhao Xiaoming and Qi Tian saw Long Zhan like this, their eyes immediately widened, their eyes full of surprise and curiosity. You know, they didn't receive such treatment when they came in, but when they thought that this man was Bai Tu, a member of the four major families, they felt relieved. "Long Zhan, do you want to fight me?" Gong Shuren jumped out immediately when he saw Long Zhan like this. "Come on, who's afraid of who? I just don't know if your Lightning Martin puppet can break my defense." Long Zhan straightened up and looked at Gong Shuren with disdain. Normally, they can be friends and brothers, but when it comes to dealing with Bai Tu, I'm sorry, even if his own brothers come, it won't work. Your quarrel is actually meaningless. Why don't you ask classmate Bai Tu for his opinion? Seeing that Long Zhan and Gong Shuren were about to fight, the teacher of the School of Natural Sciences said lightly, "Student Bai Tu, my name is Gong Shuren, and I'm a teacher at Moli Academy. Our academy is a holy place for all puppeteers, because not only can we teach puppeteers how to fight, our school is also responsible for helping puppeteers create powerful puppets. The puppets of our school are very famous throughout Daqin." After hearing the words of the teacher from the Academy of Natural Sciences, Gong Shuren hurriedly introduced his academy to Bai Tu. "By the way, I see that your puppet is a white tiger. Do you know the Azure Dragon and the Black Tortoise?" Gong Shuren saw that Long Zhan wanted to say something, and quickly said another sentence. "Not very clear." Bai Tu shook his head honestly. He really wasn't very clear. Qinglong and Xuanwu are also puppets. Their master is Mo Yu, who is also the first-class puppeteer in the history of our human race. Qinglong and Xuanwu have made indelible contributions to his becoming a first-class puppeteer. These two puppets were made by our academy. Stop. If I remember correctly, Qinglong and Xuanwu appeared first, and then Moli College, right? Long Zhan said quickly. Moli Academy was founded by Lord Mo Yu. Since the academy was founded by Lord Mo Yu, then I say that Qinglong and Xuanwu were created by Moli Academy. Is there a problem with that? Gong Shuren looked at Long Zhan and said with his head raised, "Student Bai Tu, I wonder what your choice is?" Long Zhan knew that their Zhanwu Academy could not compete with Moli Academy in terms of history, so he simply asked Bai Tu for his opinion. After hearing what Long Zhan said, Bai Tu began to think. Logically speaking, his awakened profession is puppeteer, and he should go to Moli Academy, but his fighting style has nothing to do with a puppeteer. His fighting style should be more like a warrior. So he feels that if he goes to Zhanwu Academy, he may be able to learn more fighting skills. Teacher Gong Shu. Thinking of this, Bai Tu looked at Gong Shuren. When Gong Shuren heard him calling him, an excited look immediately appeared on his face. Then he glanced at Long Zhan with a smug look on his face. When Long Zhan saw this, he sighed slightly. It seemed that Bai Tu had finally chosen the puppeteer. Teacher Gong Shu, thank you for your invitation. I think you should have also read the content of my exam, right? Bai Tu asked Gongshu Ren. Well, I've read your test content. It's very exciting. You're worthy of being the descendant of General Shueha. You have that kind of bloodiness. Few people of your age can do what you do. Gongshu Ren nodded. You have read my exam content, so you should understand that although I am a puppeteer, my fighting style is very different from that of a puppeteer. I feel that Moli Academy is not suitable for me, Bai Tu said with a polite smile. What? Upon hearing Bai Tu's words, the smile on Gongshu Ren's face froze. I'm very sorry. I choose the Zhanwu Academy. Bai Tu bowed to Gongshu Ren. Teacher Long, can I go to the Zhanwu Academy? After speaking to Gongshu Ren, Bai Tu said another sentence to Long Zhan. Yes, absolutely, ha ha ha, welcome. Hearing Bai Tu's words, Long Zhan was stunned for a second. Then he quickly said, laughing as he spoke, and then he looked at Gongshu Ren with a proud look. I knew it. The teacher of the Holy Spirit College said in his heart when he saw Bai Tu went to the War College. In fact, when the difficulty of the exam had not been increased and Bai Tu was blocking the city gate alone, he had a vague guess in his mind that Bai Tu would definitely not choose Amoli Academy. In the end, after he rushed into the Beast Tide and blew himself up, this further strengthened the idea of the teacher from the Holy Spirit Academy. Someone like him must prefer the kind of flesh-and-flesh fighting, because although he obviously has the means of long-range attack, he likes close combat. For this reason, he will definitely go to the War Academy. Gongshu Ren came back to his senses after hearing Long Zhan's laughter. Looking at Long Zhan's smug look, Gongshu Ren felt very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. Since Bai Tu had gone to their Zhanwu Academy, he could only accept it. Around noon, the college entrance examination of Xianying No. 1 Middle School where Bai Tu was studying was completed, but the admissions teacher did not like many of the students. Among the people from the 4 major families this year, besides Bai Tu, there was only one girl named Mingyu who was okay, and the rest of the people from the Li family and the Wang family were not very good. In addition to Bai Tu and Mingyu, there are Zhao Xiaoming and Qi Tian. These 4 are the only ones who could be specially recruited by the admissions teacher this year. Bai Tu joined the War and Martial Arts Academy, Mingyu and Zhao Xiaoming joined the Holy Spirit Academy, and Qi Tian joined the Natural Science Academy. You go back and have a day's rest. We will come to pick you up and take you back to the academy tomorrow. Before leaving, Long Zhan said to Bai Tu and the others. Yeah. Everyone nodded and then left the school. After returning home, Bai Sheng and Wang Yajing were not at home. Uncle Fu told Bai Tu that Master and Madam left after he went to school in the morning, and he also took out the note that Bai Sheng and Wang Yajing left for Bai Tu. The note said that Bai Sheng had already returned to Yumen Pass. There were unusual movements among the demons in the Shirwanda Mountains, so he had to rush back to take charge. Wang Yajing returned to school as new students were about to enroll. As a teacher at Holy Spirit College and the famous Ice Emperor, she had to be present. Okay, I still want to share it with you. Never mind, let's wait until next time we meet. I have to leave tomorrow anyway. Bai Tu shrugged after seeing the message and went straight to the practice room. Chapter 14. Enrollment, the Arrogant Class. Okay, I still want to share it with you. Never mind, let's wait until next time we meet. I have to leave tomorrow anyway. Bai Tu shrugged after seeing the message and went straight to the practice room. The next day, when Bai Tu was having breakfast, a car with the emblem of the Zhanwu Academy stopped at the door of Bai Tu's house. Then a man in his 30s, wearing a well-fitting suit and a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, got out of the car. He looked very gentle. Excuse me, is this classmate Bai Tu's home? The man asked after getting off the car. Yes, are you here to pick up our young master? Uncle Fu asked. Yes. Please come in. The young master is having breakfast. Please wait a moment. Uncle Fu said. 10 minutes later, Bai Tu came to the living room and met the man. Hello, classmate Bai Tu. My name is Zhou Zizai, and I'm a teacher at the Zhanwu Academy. Can we set off now? Zhou Zizai said with a smile while looking at Bai Tu. Looking at Zhou Zizai in front of him, Bai Tu immediately felt a very dangerous feeling in his heart. This dangerous feeling came from Zhou Zizai in front of him. Okay, thank you teacher Zhou. Bai Tu took a deep breath and suppressed the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Uncle Fu, I'll leave the household to you. Bai Tu said to Uncle Fu, and then left with Zhou Zi. No conversation along the way. 2 hours later, Bai Tu arrived at the Zhanwu Academy. The Zhanwu Academy is very remote. It is not located in Xianyang City, but in a small village outside Xianyang City. This makes Bai Tu very curious. As one of the top academies in Daqin, why is the Zhanwu Academy located in such a place? Let's go. I'll go and complete your admission procedures first, and then take you to see your dormitory. Zhou Zizai said with a smile. Please stop laughing. You're making my hair stand up. Seeing Zhou Zizai smile, Baitu couldn't help but complain in his heart. More than 10 minutes later, Baitu finished the relevant admission procedures, and then he was taken to the dormitory by Zhou Zizai. It was a single dormitory with a very good environment. It also had a kitchen and a separate bathroom, which made Baitu very satisfied. Your class is Class 1. Remember to report to Class 1 tomorrow. Before leaving, Zhou Zizai said to Baitu. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Baitu said politely. This boy is really interesting. He is actually on guard against me. This is the first time. With my disguise, even a third-rank strongman may not be able to see through it. But this boy named Baitu is not simple either. He actually gives me a vague feeling of being extremely dangerous. On the way back to his residence, Zhou Zizai muttered to himself with his head down. Find an opportunity to test this boy's strength. Such an interesting boy. If we don't fight with him, wouldn't it be a waste of such good resources? After a few seconds, Zhou Zizai licked his lips and said. After saying this, a strong murderous aura flashed across his body. It was obvious that Zhou Zizai was not an ordinary person. What he showed now was probably what he wanted everyone to see. The next morning, Baitu got up early. After packing up, he went straight to the teaching building. There was only one teaching building in Zhanwu Academy, so it was easy to find. Zhou Zizai had told Baitu yesterday that there were only 3 classes for freshmen in Zhanwu Academy this year. Class 3 was on the first floor, Class 2 was on the second floor, and Class 1 was on the third floor. The classes on the third floor and above were for sophomores and above. After arriving at the classroom, Baitu found that he was not the first one. There were already more than a dozen students sitting in the classroom. When Baitu came in, they immediately looked at him. Their eyes showed curiosity, surprise, and disdain. After feeling the gazes of the crowd, Baitu ignored them and found a corner to sit down. Boy, where are you from? Baitu had just sat down when a fat man, who was estimated to be only about 1.6 meters tall and had a bumpy face, walked up to Baitu with a stony step. Is there anything wrong? Baitu looked up and asked calmly. Oh, you have quite a temper. After hearing Baitu's words, the little fat boy smiled and said something in an extremely arrogant tone. Ha ha ha, Fatty Yin, this kid doesn't seem to take you seriously. After Yin Bao finished speaking, another classmate spoke up. What a unique little brother. I like him, but I don't know how strong he is. A tall, wheat-skinned, average-looking female classmate said with squinted eyes. Strength? Isn't Fatty Yin testing it? Said the classmate who spoke just now. Kid, it's not easy to get into our class. After hearing the slightly sarcastic voices of his classmates, Yin Bao looked at Baitu and said coldly, If you want to join Class 1, first you have to have the strength to convince us, do you understand? This is the rule of our class. Seeing that Baitu still had no reaction, Yin Bao said another sentence. Stop talking so much, Yin Bao. How come I didn't know you were talking so much nonsense? Why don't you just get on with it? Why do you have to say so much? As soon as Yin Bao finished speaking, a burly man, about 2 meters tall and with a strong build, suddenly spoke. After he finished speaking, he jumped up and rushed towards Baitu's day. From the way he attacked, it seemed that he did not hold back at all. After feeling the strong wind coming from the side, Baitu stood up directly. His right fist instantly turned pitch black, and then he punched forward. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the nearly 2-meter-tall burly man was knocked away by Baitu's punch, knocking over many tables, chairs, and benches. This scene made everyone unable to react. They just stood there in a daze. They were stunned, but Baitu was not stunned. While they were stunned, Baitu grabbed Yin Bao's head and slammed it hard on the table. The huge sound instantly brought the students back to reality. Why don't you take action now? The sturdy man who was knocked away earlier shouted to the students around him. Then he stood up, roared, and pounced on Baitu again. Damn it! You dare to fight us, come on. If he dares to act wild in Class 1, beat him up. Hit him. When the students around heard the strong man's voice, they also roared and rushed towards Baitu. Looking at the people rushing over, he snorted coldly and kicked a chair away. Then he followed closely and appeared directly next to the first student. When the first student dodged the chair, he kicked the student in the neck with a whip kick, and the student fell asleep on the spot. Of course, Baitu did have a grasp of the strength. He had been practicing with Bai Sheng since he was a child, before he awakened, and he was very confident in his control of the strength. After kicking this classmate unconscious, he acted like a wolf entering a flock of sheep and directly knocked over all the classmates in the class. After those students who were knocked over stood up, their eyes were dyed red with anger. At this time, They had gradually lost their minds. "Get him!" one of the students shouted, and after he shouted, a light red mist appeared on his body. This light red mist is the power of Qi and blood, which is a phenomenon that occurs when a martial arts body awakener uses his own abilities. After seeing someone use the awakened power, other students followed suit. Some of them also had blood and energy appearing on their bodies, while others had weapons, armor, and other equipment appearing. Stretch the line. Seeing that these people used their awakened power, Baitu did not indulge them and directly used the elastic line. However, he did not exert the full power of the elastic line, otherwise, these students would die here. You know, his elastic line can easily kill even a 9th grade monster. Chapter 15, Dealing with Fame. Seeing that these people used their awakened power, Baitu did not indulge them and directly used the elastic line. However, he did not exert the full power of the elastic line, otherwise, these students would die here. You know, his elastic line can easily kill even a 9th grade monster. Baitu did not hit their vital points, but chose to hit their fleshy thighs. In just a moment, the students fell to the ground, followed by screams that could even be heard upstairs and downstairs. The people upstairs were no longer old enough to watch the excitement, but the people on the first and second floors were very curious after hearing the screams. So they ran up immediately and saw a group of classmates lying on the ground screaming and Baitu sitting next to them. They knew without thinking that this group of people had hit a wall. As expected, there is a price to pay for being arrogant. Although we can't beat you, there will always be someone who can beat you. You deserve it. Some people who had been bullied by a group of classmates saw this scene and said hatefully, "What are you all doing here? Aren't you going to have class?" Suddenly, a cold voice appeared behind everyone. The students turned their heads and saw a tall, well-proportioned teacher with long hair, wearing a simple white shirt on the upper body, a black knee-length skirt on the lower body, and a pair of black pointed high heels. She was standing behind them holding a few books. It was obvious that the words just now were said by her. "Hello, Teacher Ling Wei." The students shouted in unison after seeing Ling Wei. After shouting, they ran downstairs. After the classmates dispersed, Ling Wei walked into Class 1. When she saw the scene in Class 1, she was stunned for a moment. Then she left the classroom and looked at the class sign above her head. Yes, this was indeed Class 1. What's going on? After re-entering the classroom, Ling Wei asked Baitu, the only person still sitting. "They want to kill me," Baitu said to Ling Wei. "Kill you? What's going on?" When Ling Wei heard Baitu say this, her tone instantly turned cold, and a faint murderous aura appeared on her body. "It's them," Baitu said lightly, pointing at the students lying on the ground. "Teacher, he is talking nonsense. We don't want to kill him at all. Instead, he wants to kill us. Teacher, you have to make the decision for us." The strong man who was knocked away by Baitu at the beginning shouted at this time. "Then tell me, what's going on with the remaining energy and blood in your bodies?" Ling Wei asked the sturdy man. After hearing Ling Wei's words, all the students felt nervous. Their teacher had told them on the first day of school that outside the duel arena, no matter what the reason, they were not allowed to use awakening abilities on their companions, but now they seemed to have violated the school's rules. "Why don't you say anything?" Ling Wei asked when she saw that no one was talking. "You are so brave that you actually use your awakened ability in school and in class. You really deserve to be the top students in the class," Ling Wei said again, full of sarcasm. Hearing Ling Wei's ridicule, all the students buried their heads in their chests. "I will report this matter to the school. Now, go to the infirmary by yourself," Ling Wei said to everyone, then looked at Baitu deeply, turned around and left the classroom. "My name is Taiching. We admit defeat for what happened today, but this matter is not over yet," Taiching said bitterly before leaving. Although Yanbao didn't say anything, his eyes showed his dissatisfaction with Baitu, and the other students' eyes were the same as Yanbao's. "Oh." Baitu glanced at them, then stood up and left the classroom. If they left the classroom without saying a word, Baitu would still look at them with admiration. But now, Baitu doesn't take them seriously at all. As an awakened person, they can't even control their own emotions. They are not worthy of being his opponents. Soon, the school found out about what happened in Class 1, which made the principal and the dean very angry. They knew that the students in Class 1 were arrogant and had strong personalities. After all, they were all geniuses from various schools, so this was normal. But they didn't expect that they would actually use awakened powers on their classmates in the classroom. This was extremely bad. Hold a meeting of the entire college. This matter must have a result. The principal looked at Ling Wei and the dean of studies and said, "When will it be decided?" asked the dean. "Tomorrow morning." Considering that the students in Class 1 are still injured, the principal set the time to tomorrow. Principal, is it possible that the student named by 2 was the first to awaken his power? Ling Wei suddenly thought of something and said, "Do you think it's possible?" The principal looked at Ling Wei and asked. Ling Wei thought about her classmates' performance and facial expressions, and she understood what was going on. Then she shook her head at the principal. "Then go and prepare. This matter must attract the attention of the entire hospital." "Okay." The dean and Ling Wei nodded. The next morning, all the freshmen and old students were gathered in the square by the college. They had actually heard some rumors, so they were not surprised at all about today's gathering. These freshmen are so capable that they actually dare to use their awakening power on their companions. Are they preparing to become hunting dogs of the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan? Some angry young people said to the classmates around them. "It's not that bad, but they did go a bit too far." A classmate said, "That's right. If we don't warn them this time, once this incident gets serious and they graduate, I guess no one will want to be their teammates. Anyway, I won't trust them with my back." "Isn't it the same for us in the beginning?" an old student suddenly said. "That's different. We were indeed a little arrogant at the time, but we didn't use our awakened abilities outside of the duel arena." The seniors were discussing what happened yesterday, and the freshmen were also discussing it, but all they were discussing were how they deserved it, how they finally got humiliated, how they got revenge, etc. It seemed like these freshmen had been bullied by Class 1 a lot. I asked everyone to gather here. I'm sure you must have heard some news, so I won't keep you in suspense. An extremely bad thing happened in our college yesterday. After seeing that everyone had gathered, the principal didn't say anything more and went straight to the point. The principal then told the students what happened between Class 1 and by Tuesday. The students only knew that Class 1 used their awakened abilities when fighting with their classmates, but they did not know the details. Now that the details have been revealed, their eyes widened and their faces were filled with disbelief. Who is this Bai Tu? Is he so fierce? He actually took on the entire class by himself and forced them to use their awakened abilities. This person is not simple. He may become a strong opponent in the future. An opponent? On the contrary, I think he will be a very reliable teammate or even a life in the future. What a great guy. From now on, Bai Tu will be my idol. I just don't know if our idol will teach us if we ask him for advice. Listening to the principal's words, the discussions of their classmates, and feeling the gazes around them, the students in Class 1 all lowered their heads. Everyone in Class 1 must write a self-examination and hand it in. Also, your trial tasks this year will be doubled. Finally, the principal announced the punishment for Class 1. After saying that, the principal asked everyone to disperse. Then he asked someone to call Bai Tu to his office. Now he and the people in Class 1 were at loggerheads, and he probably couldn't stay in this class any longer. Chapter 16. Skipping a grade, Grade 2, Class 1. After saying that, the principal asked everyone to disperse. Then he asked someone to call Bai Tu to his office. Now he and the people in Class 1 were at loggerheads, and he probably couldn't stay in this class any longer. Student Bai Tu, I think you can't stay in this class anymore. I'll assign you to another class. The principal looked at Bai Tu and said, "Thank you, principal." Bai Tu bowed to the principal and said, "Long Zhan has already told me your strength. Combined with what happened yesterday, I plan to let you directly enter Class 1, Grade 2. The principal said at this time, "I will obey the arrangements of the college." After hearing the principal's words, Bai Tu was obviously stunned for a moment, but then he came back to his senses. "That's all. A teacher will take you to Class 1, Grade 2 tomorrow." "Yes, headmaster." After coming out of the principal's office, a smile appeared on Bai Tu's face. "I never thought that I would have the opportunity to skip a grade. In my previous life, skipping a grade was a privilege only for the top students." Bai Tu muttered to himself as he looked at the azure blue sky in the distance. After Bai Tu left, the principal called Ling Wei and the Dean of Studies to his office. Ling Wei is the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 2. She was called here to inform her, and the Dean of Studies was called here to ask him to revise some procedural documents for Bai Tu. The next day, just a few minutes after Bai Tu had finished packing, Ling Wei came to him. "Student Bai Tu, come on, follow me to the classroom," Ling Wei said with a smile after seeing Bai Tu. Bai Tu looked at Ling Wei in front of him and was stunned for a moment. "Isn't she the teacher of Class 1, Grade 1? Is it strange? I am the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 2. Ling Wei said when she saw the confusion on Bai Tu's face. After hearing Ling Wei's explanation, Bai Tu smiled awkwardly and followed her. After entering Class 1, Grade 2, Ling Wei introduced Bai Tu to everyone. "Classmates, this is Bai Tu's day. He will be your classmate from now on." I hope you will get along well with each other. Do you understand? Ling Wei said to her classmates. Yes, the students said in unison. Who is Bai Tu? He is now a famous figure in the entire Zhanwu Academy. He can challenge the entire freshman class by himself. They dare not provoke him because they are not sure that they can challenge the students of the freshman class alone, and those students have also used their awakened powers. After the introduction, Bai Tu found a corner by the window and sat down. During class, classmates would look at Bai Tu from time to time, which made him feel very uncomfortable, especially the female classmates. Their gazes made Bai Tu feel like he was stripped naked. The get out of class was finally over, and Bai Tu wanted to go out for some fresh air, but he was blocked in a corner by his classmates. Student Bai Tu, can you tell us how you practice? Yes. Do you have any tricks? Student Bai Tu, I'm not as superficial as them. I know my own abilities. I just want to ask you one question. Do you have a girlfriend? What type of girls do you like? A girl asked in a delicate voice. Get lost, it's not spring yet. Why are you being so naughty? Well, Bai Tu didn't know what to say for a moment. The students in the freshman class were so crazy, and the students in the sophomore class were all crazy about them. He was very worried about his future 4 years. I'm actually a puppeteer. My training method is a little different from yours, so I'm afraid I won't be of much help to you. Seeing that everyone still refused to give up, Bai Tu had to tell them his profession. After he finished speaking, everyone froze in place, their eyes wide open with a look of disbelief on their faces. Puppeteer? You just said you were a puppeteer? Yes. Seeing that the classmates still had questions, Bai Tu nodded. Then he stretched out his hand and released the puppet string directly. When everyone saw the puppet string, for some reason, they suddenly heard the sound of something shattering in their ears. That was their young hearts. If you are a puppeteer, why are you in our Zhanwu Academy? This doesn't make sense. Suddenly, a classmate discovered the key point. I was specially recruited by teacher Long Zhan, Bai Tu said with a smile. No, my brother is a puppeteer. No matter how powerful a 9th grade puppeteer is, he can't beat a dozen awakened ones. I am a little special. As for how I am special, you will see it during the practical class. Bai Tu didn't want to explain too much on this matter, so he said with a smile. Let's go. After hearing Bai Tu say this, most of the students dispersed, but there were still some crazy girls surrounding him. In their words, Bai Tu must have something extraordinary to be able to enter the War Academy as a puppeteer. Coupled with his handsome appearance like that of all the readers, he is exactly the perfect boyfriend candidate in the hearts of these girls. Because they knew Bai Tu's profession, the male classmates rarely disturbed Bai Tu in the following days. However, the female classmates still took the trouble to get close to him, which made Bai Tu very troubled. In this way, 3 months passed. During the first month, the girls in the class came to him every day, but after he rejected them several times, they stopped coming to him. This allowed Bai Tu to finally enjoy a rare leisure time. We will have a 3-day practical class in 3 days. Everyone should adjust themselves in these 2 days. This time we will take the practical class together with Class 2 and Class 3. I hope you will not embarrass our Class 1. Ling Wei said to her classmates before the get out of class ended that day. Teacher, don't worry. We are not afraid of anyone except Luoying from Class 2. A classmate said with a smile. Who is this Luoying? Bai Tu asked his deskmate curiously. This Luoying is the monitor of Class 2, and also the strongest person in Class 2. He is even stronger than everyone in Class 1. He wields the Viper Sword to perfection. The deskmate said to Bai Tu. Then why didn't she get into Class 1? Isn't our Class 1 the top class? Bai Tu was a little confused. I'm not too sure about that. I heard that she volunteered. She seemed to complain that Class 1 didn't have enough free time, said a classmate. All right. Time flies, and it is the day of the practical class. Bai Tu and his classmates' practical class was set up in the dueling arena. On the one hand, the arena was large enough, and on the other hand, it was also for students from other grades to watch and learn something from it. The practical classes in the War Academy are not a matter within one grade or one class. It is a matter for the entire academy. When a class is taking the practical class, other classes can go and observe. Everyone come up and draw lots. Those who draw the same number will be opponents. Ling Wei said to everyone after the 3 second-grade classes gathered in the duel arena. 10 minutes later, the draw was over. Bai Tu looked at number 16 in his hand and felt speechless. It seemed that he couldn't win the competition today. He would probably have to wait until tomorrow to get number 16. Brother Bai, what's your number? When Bai Tu was feeling helpless, his classmate Wang Yu came over. I'm 16. How about you? Bai Tu asked. My date is the 28th. So I guess it will be the day after tomorrow if I'm any later. Wang Yu said helplessly. It's okay. We can watch other students fight first. Bai Tu comforted his deskmate. By the way, the one wearing gray and white casual clothes over there is Luoing. Wang Yu said to Bai Tu at this time and pointed to him. Chapter 17 Practical Lesson, Luoing versus Bai Tu. By the way, the one wearing gray and white casual clothes over there is Luoing. Wang Yu said to Bai Tu at this time and pointed to him. Looking in the direction of Wang Yu's finger, a woman with fair skin, a high ponytail, long bangs on her forehead, and a gray-white hooded navel-bearing casual top that was propped up to a slightly exaggerated degree, gray-white casual trousers, and a pair of white sneakers was sitting in the rest area of Class 2 and chatting with the classmates next to her, referred to Tang Zichen's dress and appearance in Dragon Snake Romance. As if she felt Bai Tu's gaze, she suddenly turned her head and then met Bai Tu's eyes. Seeing this, Bai Tu smiled at her. Luoing also smiled symbolically at Bai Tu and continued to talk to the person next to her the next second. How is it? Isn't it amazing? Let me tell you, many people pursued Luoing at the beginning. Why at that time? Bai Tu was a little curious. Because they were all beaten by Luoing. Luoing once said that she would be the girlfriend of whoever could beat her, but so far no one has been able to beat her. Even in our class, Luo Ying's strength can be ranked among the top 3. Wang Yu explained. No, I think there should be someone in the 3rd or 4th grade who can beat her. Only those of the same grade will do. Luoing is only at the 9th grade. And those in the 3rd and 4th grades are basically at the 8th grade, and some are even at the 7th grade. Isn't it unfair for the 9th grade to be against the 8th grade or the 7th grade? So her words are not valid for those in the 3rd grade and above, only for those of the same grade. You've inquired so carefully, you wouldn't be attracted to her, right? That's right, with your strength, you should be able to beat her. I feel you can win. Come on, I'm rooting for you. Wang Yu suddenly came close to Bai Tu, looked him up and down, then said while stroking his chin. What are you thinking about? I'm just curious and want to ask. Bai Tu rolled his eyes at Wang Yu. Really? I don't believe it. Wang Yu said with narrowed eyes. Believe it or not. Bai Tu said, and then he lay down on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. The other side. Xiaoying, do you know Bai Tu? Luo Ying's classmate asked after she greeted Bai Tu. Is he Bai Tu? I don't know him. Luoing shook his head. Then you just greeted him? I just saw him smiling at me, and then I smiled back out of politeness. Luoing said. After hearing what Luoing said, the students who felt there was nothing gossip to talk about immediately changed the subject. Is he Bai Tu? He looks quite handsome. Luoing said in his heart. While everyone was chatting, the first match had already begun. After the first match started, the chatter became much quieter, and everyone stared at the fight on the ring, wanting to learn some experience from their fight. Bai Tu also watched with great interest. Although Bai Tu was stronger than them, their fight still had its merits for Bai Tuesday. After absorbing their strengths, they would all be his own. But after watching a few shows, Bai Tu lost interest because he found that he could no longer learn anything from these classmates. In the end, he simply lay down on the chair and fell asleep. Wang Yu, who was standing by, showed a helpless expression when he saw this. Is this the difference between a top student and a poor student? When he was still studying hard, they just started sleeping. It's true that if you compare yourself to others, you will die. If you compare goods to others, you will throw them away. After the sun set, today's practical class finally ended. Brother Bai, it's over. Wang Yu shook Bai Tu. Is it over? Let's go back to the dormitory. This chair is still a little uncomfortable to sleep on. Bai Tu rubbed his sleepy eyes and stood up. When Wang Yu heard Bai Tu's words, he rolled his eyes and said, Did you listen to what people said? By the way, what number did you fight against today? Bai Tu asked. Number 9. Why is it only number 9? Didn't the previous few people finish the battle in 5 or 6 minutes? Bai Tu was a little confused. My brother, you really fell asleep. The lack of strength in the first few people doesn't mean the ones behind them are not strong. In our class alone, there were several people fighting in the Civil War, and the battle situation was very tense, so we can only go to number 9 today. Wang Yu rolled his eyes at Bai Tu. Okay, I'll go back first and have a good rest. It will probably be my turn tomorrow. Bai Tu stretched and said to Wang Yu. The next day, the sky is clear and the wind is gentle, which is good weather for actual combat. The students arrived at the duel arena early. The practical class had not started yet, but the auditorium was already full of people. They were whispering about yesterday's practical situation and speculating on the outcome of today's competition. When Bai Tu arrived at the duel arena, Wang Yu had already arrived. After seeing Bai Tu, he handed him a breakfast. Eat something? Eat something. Bai Tu nodded. Half an hour later, the practical class officially began. Baitu still went asleep after watching a few groups of people fighting, but today he told Wang Yu before going to bed to call him when it was almost his turn. They slept until noon, and after eating a quick meal in the cafeteria, they rushed back to the duel arena. Time quickly came to the afternoon. The student who got number 15 had already stood on the duel field. The next one among them was Baitu, so Baitu was watching the battle on the field intently. At this time, one of the people fighting on the field was called Wei Qieying, and the other was called Do Ho. They were both in the same group, and their strength was similar. After Wei Qieying's martial arts awakened, his life weapon was a ring-handled broadsword, while Do Ho practiced martial arts to cultivate his body. After the match started, Do Ho attacked first. The energy and blood gathered in his fist. The next second, he stomped his feet and rushed towards Wei Qieying. Seeing this, Wei Qieying raised his knife to block. Do Ho's fist hit the ring-handled sword hard, making a sound of metal collision. At the moment when the fist and the sword collided, Wei Qieying kicked out and kicked Do Ho away. Then he dragged the sword and ran for a few meters, then directly used the Huashan splitting technique, but was avoided by Do Ho. For the next half hour, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle in the duel arena, with the sounds of metal colliding and fists hitting flesh audible from time to time. The fight between the two of them is still worth watching, because they both have rich experience and can learn a lot from them. Baitu said in his heart when he saw this. 40 minutes later, Do Ho exposed a flaw, but Wei Qieying did not notice that it was intentional and rushed forward directly. In the end, he lost to Do Ho by half a move, which made the audience sigh with emotion. It was such a pity. You know, since the practical class battle yesterday, martial arts weapons have been stronger than martial arts body training, but today martial arts body training actually defeated martial arts weapons, which surprised them all. Next group, number 16. After the battle between Wei Qieying and Do Ho ended, the teacher shouted. Hearing number 16, Baitu stood up and walked towards the ring. On the other side, Luoying also walked towards the ring. When Baitu saw Luoying on the ring, he was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect you to be number 16 as well, Luoying said after seeing Baitu. Are you surprised? Indeed, after all, you are a celebrity in our college. I think most of the students don't want to meet you in the duel arena, Luoying said with a smile. Chapter 18. Viper Sword vs. Wire Whip. Indeed, after all, you are a celebrity in our college. I think most of the students don't want to meet you in the duel arena, Luoying said with a smile. Hearing Luoying's words, Baitu rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Since the whole school assembly, the students in the freshman class couldn't hold their heads up anymore, but at the same time, Baitu was also a little embarrassed. The students in the freshman class couldn't hold their heads up mainly because it was embarrassing, but Baitu was just shy. So are you ready to give up? Baitu said again. I'm not going to admit defeat. In fact, I'm still skeptical about your performance. Now that we meet today, let me see your strength. Luoying shook his head. The next second, she stretched out her hand and a red light appeared in her hand. When the red light faded away, a sword of exaggerated length appeared in her hand. The sword is about 6 feet long and looks extremely strange. It is not a single piece, but is composed of multiple triangular blades with red cores and white edges. It is estimated to have about 30 sections. Red soft sword? Baitu said in a low voice after seeing the long sword in Luoying's hand. This sword is called Viper. It is my natal weapon. Please teach me. Luoying pointed at Baitu while holding the Viper sword. Okay. Baitu nodded and then took an attacking stance. Seeing Baitu like this, Luoying frowned slightly because she saw neither the energy and blood power nor the natal weapon from Baitu. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Luoying asked. No. Baitu was a little surprised. Humph. Luoying snorted coldly. As the teacher finished his words, Luoying rushed over and stabbed Baitu's chest with the Viper sword in his hand. Seeing this, Baitu kicked his legs and retreated quickly, but he soon retreated to the edge of the ring. Glancing back, Baitu immediately raised his leg and kicked Luoying's Viper sword, then supported himself with one hand and moved to the side. Luoying had no intention of subduing Baitu with one move, so after he dodged, he swung the sword. The Viper sword suddenly stretched and swept directly towards Baitu. I knew it. The weirder they look, the faster they die. The ancients were right. Baitu said in his heart when he saw the Viper sword suddenly stretch. Before Baitu stood up, the Viper sword had already arrived in front of him, so he raised his leg and kicked the Viper sword directly. At the moment of kicking, a wire spike immediately shot out from the tip of the toe, and the next second, a sound of metal collision occurred on the field. After kicking the viper sword away, Baitu quickly stood up. Thorns appeared from all the joints of his body. His current appearance looked quite impactful. What's this? Is this Baitu's ability after awakening? That's not right. Didn't Baitu say he was a puppeteer? What's going on now? I don't know, but he looks so cool like this. In the scene, Luo Ying was also stunned when he saw Baitu's look. What are you doing? I'm not a martial arts awakener. I'm a puppeteer, Baitu said with a smile. Puppeteer? Do you think I will believe it? Luo Ying rolled his eyes at Baitu. Then he shook the viper sword, and it returned to its original shape. After hearing Luo Ying's words, Baitu took a look at his current appearance and grinned. This indeed did not seem to have anything to do with a puppeteer. Tangle. At the moment when Baitu was stunned, the viper sword in Luo Ying's hand suddenly stretched out and coiled towards Baitu like a red-chained snake. Seeing the flying viper sword, it was too late to dodge, so Baitu crossed his hands and let the viper sword wrap around him. After seeing Baitu being entangled, Luo Ying wanted to throw him out of the duel arena, but how could Baitu let her do as she wished? When Luo Ying was trying hard, Baitu used both hands, and with the power of the super fruit, he easily broke free from the viper sword. After breaking free from the viper sword, Baitu immediately rushed towards Luo Ying at an extremely fast speed, but Luo Ying was not a pushover either. The moment Baitu rushed over, the viper sword instantly retracted, protecting her in the middle. Bang! With a dull thud, Baitu's fist hit the viper sword. The powerful force caused Luo Ying to retreat 3 steps. Want close combat? It's not that I can't do that. Seeing that Baitu wanted to fight in close combat, Luo Ying snorted coldly. Then the 6-foot-long viper sword turned into a short sword more than 1 foot long, and then she fought with Baitu, but she soon found that Baitu's close combat was very strong, and the spikes made of unknown material were hard to defend against. In close combat, she was no match for him at all. After thinking about this, Luo Ying kicked Baitu's attacking fist and used the recoil force to fly backwards, creating some distance between him and him. Then he shook his hand, and the viper sword became longer again. It was still more advantageous for him to attack from a distance. Since you want to play remotely, then I will play with you, Baitu said with a smile when he saw Luo Ying like this. After saying this, he put away the wire thorns on his body, then stretched out his hand and a whip made up of countless thin wires appeared in his hand. Seeing the whip in Baitu's hand, Luo Ying snorted coldly and stabbed Baitu directly with the viper sword. Baitu also faced the viper sword with a straight stab. After the two sides collided, Baitu's wire whip was instantly pierced by the viper sword. After piercing the wire whip, the viper sword was unstoppable and went straight to Baitu's chest. But there was no panic on Baitu's face, and there was even a smile at the corner of his mouth. No. Seeing Baitu like this, Luo Ying felt a sense of danger in his heart. The next second, she decisively gave up the attack and wanted to take back the viper sword for defense, but Baitu would not give her this opportunity at all. When the viper sword was returning to defend, Baitu shook his hand and the viper sword immediately stopped in midair. The next second, dense white lines appeared on the viper sword, wrapping the entire viper sword. Hiss! What is this? It's a puppet line. Puppet string? You may not be awake yet. Can puppet string be so strong? Although it's hard to believe, this is most likely the puppet line, because Baitu once said that he is the puppeteer. When Luo Ying's viper sword was entangled by the white line, the students below the duel field began to talk about it. The main reason was that Baitu's fighting style was so special. Whether it was the white bone spur-like thing before or the puppet line now, they all made their eyes light up. Still fighting? Baitu said with a smile as he looked at the viper sword that was entangled by him. Why not fight? Luo Ying said with a smile. After he finished speaking, a red light suddenly appeared on the viper sword. When the red light appeared, Baitu's puppet strings were melted directly by the red light like ice and snow. When Baitu saw this scene, his eyes widened. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. This was not a simple puppet string, but it was dissolved just like that. Baitu was not surprised for long and immediately withdrew. However, Luo Ying did not attack, but raised his hand to indicate that he admitted defeat. Why? Didn't you just say you were going to fight? Baitu didn't quite understand. This is my trump card, but I can feel that you still have some strength left. Your trump card has not been exposed. And although I have exposed some things, I have not shown them. So, admitting defeat now is the wisest choice, isn't it? Luo Ying retracted the viper sword and said with a smile. Okay. Hearing Luo Ying's words, Baitu shrugged. After Luo Ying admitted defeat, the teacher announced that Baitu had won the competition. Then the two of them smiled at each other and walked out of the duel arena together. Chapter 19, Luoying and Bai Tu. After Luoying admitted defeat, the teacher announced that Bai Tu had won the competition. Then the two of them smiled at each other and walked out of the duel arena together. After walking out of the duel arena, Luoying stopped Bai Tu, who wanted to return to the rest area. Are you really a puppeteer? Luoying asked. A genuine puppeteer. Then what's the matter with your fighting style? Luoying was a little confused. Bai Tu smiled and said, does a puppeteer have to control the puppets? If a puppeteer doesn't control the puppet, can he still be called a puppeteer? Luoying said again. I have a puppet, but I don't like to use it. I will use it when I need it. Bai Tu grinned. When I can use parasitic threads, I will definitely change my fighting style and make myself look more like a puppeteer. After all, a human puppet is also a puppet. Bai Tu said in his heart at the same time. Can we add each other's contact information? Luoying asked after listening to Bai Tu. Contact information? Sure. Bai Tu nodded after hearing Luoying's words. Can I ask you for advice on combat skills and experience in the future? After adding the contact information, Luoying asked again. Combat skills and experience? But I'm a puppeteer. I'm afraid my experience and skills are not suitable for you. Bai Tu said doubtfully. Just tell me whether you want to teach me or not. Luoying looked at Bai Tu with some anger. Teach, of course. Since a beautiful lady invites me, I must teach her. Seeing Luoying like this, Bai Tu said quickly. How come I didn't realize you were so glib? I never realized that the ice goddess recognized by our college would have such a shy and angry side. Hearing Luoying's words, Bai Tu replied with a smile. I'll contact you after the practical class is over. We can also form a team to go to the wilderness hunting ground for training. Ignoring Bai Tu's teasing, Luoying continued. No problem. Then wait for my call. Luoying said, then waved and left. Back in the rest area, Wang Yu came up to him immediately and said, tell me what happened just now. What's going on? Bai Tu was a little confused. You and Luoying? Me and Luoying? What could happen between us? This is the first time we meet each other today. Bai Tu rolled his eyes at Wang Yu. Luoying once said that she would be the girlfriend of whoever could defeat her. Hiss. After saying this, Wang Yu took a breath of cold air, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Bai Tu changed. Bai Tu ignored Wang Yu and turned his gaze towards the duel arena. Since Bai Tu, the fights between classmates have become more intense, and each one has more combat experience than the other, which has allowed Bai Tu to learn a lot. Soon, the practical class of the next day ended. Before returning to the dormitory, Bai Tu received a message from Luoying, asking him to have breakfast together the next morning. Bai Tu agreed without thinking much. The next morning, when Bai Tu and Luoying appeared in the cafeteria, they instantly caused a commotion. You have to know that both Luoying and Bai Tu were celebrities in the school. Luoying was known as the most beautiful girl in Zhangwu College. At that time, those who pursued her could line up from the cafeteria to the school gate. Bai Tu picked out an entire top class of talented students on the first day of school, and it was a top class that used the power of awakening. So when the two of them appeared together, everyone's gossip fire could not be suppressed. I suddenly realized that having dinner with you was a wrong choice. Feeling the strange looks around him, Bai Tu touched his nose awkwardly. Do you still care about these? Luoying asked. Ahem, I actually do care. Why didn't I see that? If you cared about these looks, you wouldn't have taken on the entire class alone. Luoying rolled her eyes at Bai Tu. Forget it. Eat quickly and leave quickly after eating. Bai Tu looked around and urged. After dinner, when they arrived at the duel arena, Bai Tu and Luoying separated. When he arrived at the rest area, Bai Tu saw Wang Yu staring at him with a strange look. He actually saw a hint of resentment in his eyes, which scared Bai Tu. Why are you looking at me like that? Bai Tu asked. You value women over friendship? Wang Yu said to Bai Tu. Love over friendship? Who? You. Me what? Bai Tu looked at Wang Yu in confusion. He had no idea what Wang Yu was getting at. I value women over friends. Wang Yu said with certainty. I value color? Right. Still a light friend? Yes. What are you talking about? Bai Tu held his forehead helplessly. What the hell was going on? Every time I eat breakfast, I will bring you a portion. Now that you have Luoying, you have completely forgotten about me. Don't you value women over friendship? Wang Yu stared at Bai Tu and asked. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Bai Tu was instantly embarrassed. It seemed that he had indeed forgotten about Wang Yu, but he assured that he definitely did not mean it. Next time I will definitely bring you whatever you want to eat. Bai Tu laughed dryly. While they were chatting, The duel on the field had already begun. The battles in the last 2 days were still very interesting to watch. The students were very knowledgeable in both combat skills and experience. Baitu learned a lot from their battles and by comparing himself with them. When the sun sets, the 3-day practical course also comes to an end. The 3-day practical class has come to an end. During these 3 days, the students have performed very well. The winners should not be proud, and the losers should not be discouraged, because it does not mean anything. Being able to move freely in and out of the wilderness hunting ground is the real skill. Okay, each class should take it back and then summarize the experience during self-study in the evening. The person in charge of the duel field said to everyone, "How about it? My performance is pretty good, right?" Wang Yu touched Baitu's shoulder. "Truthfully, that's a must. To be honest, it's not that good." Baitu looked at Wang Yu and said very seriously, "Well, you're a top student. Why would I come here to bother you?" Hearing Baitu's words, Wang Yu immediately reacted and rolled his eyes. During evening self-study, Ling Wei emphasized on praising Baitu and the top students in the class, especially by Tuesday. His fighting style made Ling Wei feel a little enlightened. "I didn't expect that the puppeteer could become like this in Baitu's hands." This really refreshed Ling Wei's understanding of puppeteers. "Student Baitu, if there is a chance, would you be willing to teach your fighting style to other puppeteers?" Ling Wei suddenly looked at Baitu and asked, "Teacher, I don't know if this method is suitable for others, but if I have the chance, I will teach them." Baitu said after thinking for a while. "Yeah." Ling Wei smiled when she heard Baitu's answer. "After the practical class, you will have 3 days to rest. During these 3 days, you can digest what you have gained from the practical class." Ling Wei then said to everyone, "What are you going to do after 3 days of rest?" Wang Yu asked at this time. "I don't know. He is probably practicing in the dormitory. I have gained a lot from this practical class. I am going to digest it," Baitu said after thinking for a while. "Okay then. I plan to team up with my classmates to go to the wilderness hunting ground for some training. I will bring you some good stuff then," Wang Yu said with a smile. Chapter 20 Guiding Luo Ying. "Okay then. I plan to team up with my classmates to go to the wilderness hunting ground for some training. I will bring you some good stuff then," Wang Yu said with a smile. "Okay." Baitu nodded. On the way back to the dormitory, Baitu heard many classmates discussing the 3-day holiday. He found that most people would choose to go to the wilderness hunting ground for training because real combat experience is gained in the wilderness, and combat experience and combat skills cannot be honed in the duel field. After returning to the dormitory, Baitu received a message from Luo Ying, asking him how he planned to spend the 3-day holiday. "I have gained something from the actual combat these days, and I plan to digest it during these few days," Baitu replied. "Then I'll come to see you tomorrow." After seeing Baitu's message, Luo Ying quickly replied. Baitu thought about it and said okay. He would be bored alone anyway, and it would be nice to have a beautiful woman to accompany him. The next day, as soon as Baitu arrived at the duel arena at school, he saw Luo Ying who had been waiting there. The dueling arena of the War Academy has several functions, and providing students with daily dueling competitions and practical classes is just one of them. The duel arena also has a quiet room, which is used for retreat and training. In addition, there is also a training ground, which is used to practice new martial arts. "Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time," Baitu said after seeing Luo Ying. "It's okay, I've just been here not long." Luo Ying smiled. After entering the duel arena, Baitu and Luo Ying checked into a quiet room. Baitu had learned a lot during the practical class, and he needed to digest it first before going to the martial arts arena to practice. Luo Ying did the same. Baitu used half a day to digest what he had learned from the practical classes in the past few days. He felt that his practical skills had improved a lot. Let's go to the martial arts field to practice." After coming out of practice, Baitu said to Luo Ying. "Okay." Luo Ying nodded. In the martial arts arena, Baitu asked Luo Ying to be his sparring partner. He practiced all he had learned in the past few days and found it went very smoothly. His fighting ability also improved a lot. "Remember to make your fighting style more flexible and varied," Luo Ying said during the break. "It's okay, there is a little gain," said Baitu. "By the way, how do you want me to teach you skills and experience?" Baitu asked Luo Ying. "You have seen my Viper sword. It is different from traditional weapons, so I have been practicing it alone since I awakened. I have no experience from my predecessors to learn from. But after fighting with you, I found that you have a lot of combat experience and superb combat skills, especially your whip is very good. So I want you to guide me and see if I can learn something from it." Luo Ying looked at Baitu with a serious face. "How about this? You demonstrate to me your existing martial arts, or the techniques you can use in battle, etc." Baitu said after thinking for a while. The reason why he wanted Luoying to practice was that he wanted to see her current control over the Viper Sword. When they fought for the first time before, he mentioned the Red Snake Sword. This was because there was a sword in an animation in Baitu's previous life, and that sword was the Red Snake Sword. If possible, Baitu could tell Luoying some of the ideas about the Red Snake Sword from his previous life. Although he didn't understand the sword moves of the Red Snake Sword, he had watched the anime. Even if what he said based on the anime was not quite right, it should be able to give Luoying some inspiration. When Luoying heard Baitu say this, he started practicing directly in the training ground. 10 minutes later, she stood with a sword in her hand and looked at Baitu, signaling him to express his opinion. Are you telling the truth or a lie? After seeing Luoying's gaze, Baitu pondered for a few seconds and then asked, Of course it's true. The truth is, you probably haven't encountered a power-type awakener. The power type I'm talking about is the ultimate bodybuilding expert, right? Baitu asked, Is there any explanation for this? Luoying was a little puzzled. There are still too many shadows of traditional weapons in your sword moves. You have not brought out the advantages of the Viper Sword at all. If you encounter an awakened person with a pure body, your Viper Sword will most likely be broken. I don't need to tell you the result then, right? Baitu said to Luoying. When Luoying heard Baitu's words, her face turned pale instantly. There are two types of martial arts awakeners, body training and weapons. All weapon awakeners have their own natal weapon. If the natal weapon is damaged, the whole person will be useless, and at most will be slightly stronger than an ordinary person. That's why Luoying had this expression after hearing Baitu's words. Then what do I need to improve? Luoying asked quickly. The advantages of your Viper Sword lie in its extreme flexibility and its unexpected weirdness. As long as you grasp these 2 points, there should be no problem, Baitu said. Then he told Luoying some of the settings about the Red Snake Sword in the anime in his previous life, and also told Luoying some of his personal speculations about the Red Snake Sword. In the final analysis, you have to change your current fighting style. If you want to fully unleash the power of the Viper Sword, you must first have a full-level body movement and use your body movement advantage to drive the Viper Sword to attack. Remember, it is the person who controls the weapon, not the weapon that controls the person. By the way, are you afraid of snakes? After thinking for a while, Baitu asked again. Don't be afraid. Then you should observe snakes more and observe their hunting scenes. This should be of great help to you, Baitu said. Student Baitu, I understand what you said, but can you demonstrate it to me? Luoying suddenly said. Well, it should be okay. Let me think about it for a while. Baitu thought about it and did not refuse. After saying that, he closed his eyes and began to demonstrate. About half an hour later, Baitu opened his eyes. The next second, countless white threads stretched out from Baitu's hands and quickly weaved into a Viper Sword that was exactly the same as the one in Luoying's hand, but his was white in color. This may not be correct, but it should give you some inspiration, Baitu said to Luoying while holding the Viper Sword. After saying that, he began to practice. When Baitu used the Viper Sword, he basically did not use it as a sword, but rather as a whip. With his superb body skills, the length of the Viper Sword was basically maintained at around 4 or 5 meters. When attacking, the Viper Sword was like the breath of a spirit snake, making it impossible for people to grasp its direction. When Luoying saw this scene, her eyes widened with surprise and disbelief. It turned out that the Viper Sword could be used in this way. It seemed that she had indeed gone astray. When he felt it was about time, Baitu stopped, then turned the Viper Sword back into a white line and put it back into his body. How is it? Have you got any inspiration? Baitu asked. Yeah. Luoying nodded continuously with a serious look on her face, looking extremely cute. When you are just starting out, I suggest you not use your natal Viper Sword, but instead find someone to make a Viper Sword specifically for you. Why? Luoying was a little confused. Because your natal weapon is like an extension of your arm, it is very easy to learn at first, but this will make you dependent and greatly limit your later growth. But if you use a forged sword to practice, it will be very difficult in the early stage, but this will not limit your growth. Once you use the forged sword to create sword moves belonging to the Viper Sword and practice it to an extremely high level, when you use your natal weapon again, your strength will have a qualitative leap. Baitu explained. Chapter 21. Sparring, Luoying's transformation. Because your natal weapon is like an extension of your arm, it is very easy to learn at first, but this will make you dependent and greatly limit your later growth. But if you use a forged sword to practice, it will be very difficult in the early stage, but this will not limit your growth. Once you use the forged sword to create sword moves belonging to the Viper Sword and practice it to an extremely high level, when you use your natal weapon again, your strength will have a qualitative leap. Baitu explained. Okay, I'll send a message to my family later and ask them to help me make an identical Viper Sword. Hearing Baitu's words, Luoying nodded. Then let's stop here for today. Starting tomorrow, I will be your sparring partner. I will try to make you forget your previous fighting style in these few days and adapt to the new fighting style. Baitu said after looking at the sky. Okay. Luoying nodded. At this moment, even she herself did not realize that she had a different feeling towards Baitu. This time when they went to the cafeteria together, they didn't cause much commotion because most of the students had gone to the wasteland and the remaining students were freshmen. The freshmen are not very familiar with Luoying yet, so they don't gossip about her. See you tomorrow? After dinner, Luoying said to Baitu at the entrance of the cafeteria. See you tomorrow? After separating from Luoying, Baitu did not return to the dormitory, but came to the duel arena. There were still people in the duel arena at night, because the quiet room of the duel arena had a soul gathering formation and a mind concentration formation. So some students who were about to graduate would stay here until graduation. After arriving at the duel arena, Baitu went straight to the martial arts training ground, where he weaved the Viper Sword and began practicing. Baitu felt that Luoying's Viper Sword was quite suitable for him. He thought he could use it in future battles. As for group battles, the linear thorn sword would be more suitable. With repeated practice, Baitu became more and more proficient in controlling the Viper Sword, and he even had vague sword moves in his mind. It was not until the second half of the night that Baitu stopped. Then he practiced in the quiet room until morning. When Luoying came over, he saw Baitu practicing in the martial arts field. Didn't you go back to the dormitory yesterday? Luoying asked. I couldn't sleep, so I came here. Baitu smiled. This is the breakfast I bought for you. Luoying didn't say anything, but handed over the breakfast. You eat first, I'll think about it myself. Luoying said to Baitu while he was having breakfast, and then he started training in the martial arts field. Looking at the Viper Sword in Luoying's hand, Baitu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. She seemed to have just told her family about it yesterday, but she didn't expect to get the forged Viper Sword early this morning. It seems that her family background is not ordinary. After breakfast, Baitu sat aside and watched Luoying quietly. He found that Luoying's comprehension was still very strong. Yesterday, he told Luoying about the advantages of the Viper Sword and the future direction, and demonstrated it to her briefly. She was able to practice it today. It wasn't very coherent, but changes were made, and the rest depended on her creativity and imagination. Soon, half an hour passed, and Luoying stopped. How is it? Luoying asked when he saw Baitu looking at him. It's very good. Although it's still a little raw, it's already very good. Baitu nodded. Let's go eat first. After dinner, I'll be your sparring partner in the afternoon. Okay. Luoying nodded after hearing Baitu say this. In the afternoon, Baitu and Luoying were in the martial arts training ground, and Baitu was serving as a sparring partner for Luoying, so that she could get familiar with the new fighting style as quickly as possible. Since he was the one who proposed it, he has the obligation to help Luoying master it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if anything happens to Luoying in the next wilderness hunting mission, Baitu will bear the main responsibility. Baitu and Luoying still spent the last day of the 3-day holiday in the training ground. Luoying really managed to familiarize himself with the new fighting method in 2 days. Although he was not yet proficient in it, he still had no major problems fighting against the enemy normally. Hey, our academic master is here. When Wang Yu saw Baitu during class, he said with a smile, but there was some sarcasm in his words. Speak nicely, Baitu said after putting breakfast on Wang Yu's table. Oh, it's breakfast. Our classmate Bai actually has time to bring me breakfast. I guess Goddess Luoying isn't waiting anxiously. Wang Yu said exaggeratedly. If you continue to be so sarcastic, I will apply to go to the duel arena to help you loosen up your muscles. No, brother Bai, I'm just kidding. Hearing Baitu say this, Wang Yu quickly admitted his mistake and started eating breakfast. By the way, brother Bai, how is the relationship between you and Luoying going? Wang Yu suddenly asked while they were eating. What level? Is it about the relationship between you two? I heard that you have been hanging out in the martial arts arena for the past 3 days, just the two of you. When Wang Yu said this, his eyes narrowed, and combined with his round face, he looked as disgusting as possible. You're talking about this. I'm guiding her in her training. Other than that, there's nothing else. I don't believe it. Wang Yu shook his head very seriously. Believe it or not. Baitu curled his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, the communicator rang. It was a message from Luoying, asking him to have lunch together at noon. Seeing the message sent by Luoying, Baitu smiled unconsciously. He didn't even notice this smile himself, but Wang Yu next to him saw it clearly. but he didn't say anything. At this time, Wang Yu realized that his deskmate, Bai Tu, a prominent figure in the college, seemed to be a little slow in love. It would be best to let him discover this kind of thing himself. As Bai Tu's deskmate and brother, all Wang Yu can do is to support him spiritually and bring him breakfast or dinner when necessary. Time flies. Bai Tu has been in the War Academy for 3 months. One day, as soon as the get out of class was over, Ling Wei called Bai Tu to the office. Student Bai Tu, we have a tradition in our Zhangwu Academy. All new students who have been enrolled for 3 months must undergo a wilderness trial. This trial has task targets. You should prepare for it in the next 2 days. Ling Wei said to Bai Tu. Hearing Ling Wei's words, Bai Tu was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately remembered that the principal's punishment on Grade 1 Class 1 included doubling the trial task. So this was the trial task. Teacher Ling Wei, can we form a team for the Wasteland trial? Bai Tu asked. We can form a team, but the tasks will also be doubled. Ling Wei nodded. Then can I find classmates from the 2nd grade? Bai Tu asked again. The reason why he asked this was that he wanted to bring Luoying along. Luoying had not experienced actual combat since he changed his fighting style. If a team could be formed for this trial mission, he wanted to bring Luoying along and test Luoying's actual combat ability. There has never been such a precedent, but your situation is special. I can ask for you, but you have to be prepared. If you team up with 2nd-year students, your task targets will be very heavy. Ling Wei looked at Bai Tu and said, Chapter 22 Wasteland Trial. There has never been such a precedent, but your situation is special. I can ask for you, but you have to be prepared. If you team up with 2nd-year students, your task targets will be very heavy. Ling Wei looked at Bai Tu and said, Teacher, don't worry. No matter how heavy the task is, I will definitely complete it. Bai Tu looked at Ling Wei seriously. You go back first, I will inform you when there is news. Ling Wei said. After returning to the classroom, Wang Yu came over. When he learned that Bai Tu was going to participate in the wilderness trial, he remembered that Bai Tu was actually a freshman. Fatty, what exactly is this wasteland trial? Bai Tu asked. The wasteland trial is actually about hunting monsters in the wasteland and collecting materials. This is also a lesson that freshmen must take. Pay attention. There is no one to protect you in the wasteland trial. No one to protect? What if something really happens? Bai Tu frowned. Everyone who participates in the trial will have a flare in their hands. If you encounter life-threatening danger, you can send out a flare, but it will take some time for the rescue teacher to arrive. If you don't protect yourself during this period, you can only wait to die. Wang Yu shrugged. How many people die in the wasteland trial every year? Bai Tu asked. It's okay. You can form a team for the trial. In fact, those who die in the wasteland trial every year are usually those who are extremely confident in their own strength. They usually act alone during the trial, and you can imagine the final result. Okay, I understand. Bai Tu nodded. But I feel that this wilderness trial should not be a problem for you. I am not worried about you even if you act alone. Wang Yu said with a smile. Bai Tu did not speak, but smiled. Although he was quite confident in his own strength, he did not dare to say that he could walk sideways in the wilderness. Most of the time, the danger in the wilderness did not come from those monsters, but from those places that might be casually ignored, such as a weed on the side of the road, an inconspicuous stone under your feet, and so on. After class in the afternoon, Ling Wei found Bai Tu. The school agrees with your opinion, but there is one thing. You must hunt down an 8th grade monster and bring it back. Ling Wei said to Bai Tu. Okay. After hearing Ling Wei's words, Bai Tu nodded without any hesitation. After getting Ling Wei's definite answer, Bai Tu immediately sent a message to Luoying. Luoying was stunned for a moment after receiving the message, and then immediately replied that he could team up with him. 5 days later, Bai Tu and Luoying appeared together in the square of the academy, because today was the day for freshmen to participate in the wasteland trial. When Bai Tu and Luoying appeared in the square, everyone's eyes immediately turned to them. It was not because everyone was gossiping about him and Luoying, but mainly because Bai Tu was very famous among the freshmen. The way they looked at Bai Tu was not with gossip at all, but with resentment. However, this resentment was not mixed with malice. It was just pure resentment and dissatisfaction. Okay, I won't say anything more. I believe your class teacher has already told everyone. Start firing the signal gun now. The teacher in charge of the team said after seeing that all the students were gathered. Simple and clear. I like it. Bai Tu said with a smile in his heart when he saw this scene. Remember, the signal gun is only for us to find you, not to save you. I hope you remember this well, and don't blame us for not saving you when you die. After firing the signal gun, the trial teacher said another sentence. Okay, let's go. At this time, another teacher stepped forward and said, "When you first came to our college, did you also wonder about the location of our college?" Luoing asked Bai Tu on the way to the wasteland. "Indeed, because other colleges are in the city and our college is here, I was indeed a little curious when I first came here." Bai Tu nodded. "If students of our war academy want to improve their strength and combat effectiveness, they must fight a lot. Only when we are on the brink of life and death can we stimulate our potential, so we built the school here." Bai Tu didn't say anything because he didn't know what to say. In his opinion, the location of the school seems to have no direct relationship with the students' trials. Even if the school is not here, they can still come here for the trials. "Haven't you noticed that there are no human habitation around our academy? And our academy doesn't have any defensive formation at all, which means we are directly exposed in the wilderness," Luoing said with a smile. "In fact, except for the city, all places are the territory of monsters, but their base camp is in the 10,000 mountains." Luoing then said another sentence. "So that's how it is. This is to cultivate their sense of danger." Bai Tu immediately understood it in his mind. The school was built here to send a signal to the students that it is very dangerous here. If you don't work hard, and if you are not vigilant, you are likely to die. The trial in our academy has the highest mortality rate among all the academies, but the people in our academy also have the strongest combat effectiveness among the younger generation of all the academies. Luoing tried her best to explain to Bai Tu. Not long after, about 20 minutes, Bai Tu and his companions arrived at a forest. "This is the monster forest. We don't know how big it is. Legend has it that there are third-grade monsters deep in the forest. We won't tell you which area you should stay in. If you are confident in your own strength, we won't say anything even if you go to the core of the forest. Okay, go in now and gather here in 7 days." After the trial teacher finished speaking when they arrived in front of the forest, he and several other teachers disappeared in front of everyone. It is indeed a war academy full of martial ethics. Bai Tu smiled bitterly when he saw this scene. Let's go in too." While the other students were still in a daze, Bai Tu said to Luoing with a smile. After saying that, the two of them took the lead and walked into the so-called monster forest. Another reason why the War Academy was established here should be to defend against the monsters in the monster forest, right? Bai Tu said after entering the monster forest. "Yes, it is said that this monster forest is the remnant of the 10,000 mountains, but it has not been confirmed so far." Luoing nodded. "Okay, it seems we have to be more careful." Bai Tu nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his observation haki to detect a low-quality unicorn python on the tree in front of him. He looked at Luoing beside him and finally chose not to remind her. He wanted to see what Luoying's subconscious reaction would be when danger came. Besides, a low-quality unicorn python shouldn't be able to hurt her. "Be careful." After walking for about 2 minutes, Luoing suddenly spoke and pulled Bai Tu behind her. The next second, the viper sword in her hand was swung out and collided with the unicorn python that was rushing towards her. At the moment of collision with the unicorn python, Luoing used the recoil force, shook his hand, and the viper sword instantly wrapped around the unicorn python's body. The next second, the viper sword shrank, and the triangular blade easily cut the unicorn python into pieces. Chapter 23, Wasteland Trial, Part 2. At the moment of collision with the unicorn python, Luoing used the recoil force, shook his hand, and the viper sword instantly wrapped around the unicorn python's body. The next second, the viper sword shrank, and the triangular blade easily cut the unicorn python into pieces. When Bai Tu saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Luoing had completely adapted to the new way of fighting. After this trial, she should be reborn. "How is it? Are you okay? You must stay absolutely vigilant in the wilderness, otherwise, something bad may happen easily." After getting rid of the unicorn python, Luoing said to Bai Tu. "Yeah." Bai Tu nodded. "The only valuable thing on this unicorn python is its horn, but it is a low-grade monster, so the horn is worthless. Let's go." Luoing glanced at the pieces of the unicorn python on the ground and said to Bai Tu, "By the way, what is your mission this time?" After getting back on the road, Luoing asked Bai Tu, "If you are alone, you only need to hunt 2 ninth-grade monsters, no limit to the type. If you form a team, based on the number of people, 2 people will be 3, 3 people will be 4, and so on. As for me, I have 2 ninth-grade monsters and 1 8th-grade monster." Bai Tu said with a smile. "8th grade? Why do you want to hunt 8th-grade monsters?" Luoing frowned when he heard Bai Tu's words. "Because you are a sophomore, if I want to team up with you, you must bring back an 8th-grade monster. This is the Academy's condition. Don't worry, with our strength, Hunting an 8th grade monster is easy. Seeing that Luoing wanted to say something, Baitu interrupted her directly. Also, I actually noticed the unicorn python a long time ago. I just wanted to see what your subconscious reaction would be, so I didn't remind you. In order to reassure Luoing, Baitu said again. Hearing Baitu say this, Luo Ying's frown relaxed a little. Then she changed her mind and felt that what Baitu said made sense. Although the two of them only had 9th grade cultivation, with their combat power, it would not be a problem for them to hunt down an 8th grade monster. There is a 9th grade quilled pig in the bushes ahead. Let's go over and take a look. Be careful not to get pricked by the quills on its body. Half an hour later, Baitu suddenly said to Luoing. Hearing Baitu's words, Luoing tightened the viper sword in his hand. Since they came in, this arrow-haired pig was the first 9th grade monster they had encountered. They carefully pulled aside the grass, and what appeared before them was a quagmire with a diameter of more than 10 meters. There was a porcupine rolling in the mud. Do you want to go up? Luoing asked. I think the teacher should have seen it when he was in school. The quill-like pig is a social monster. Baitu said to Luoing. Sorry, I forgot. Hearing Baitu's words, Luoing stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Let's wait a little longer. There is no precedent for this quilled pig to act alone. There must be companions around it. Baitu said as he looked at the quilled pig that looked like a combination of a porcupine and a wild boar and was rolling in the mud. Yeah. Luoing nodded. About 10 minutes later, the bushes opposite Baitu and the others began to shake, and then 4 quilled pigs emerged from them, followed by a dozen cubs. That's about it. That should be all. Seeing the remaining quilled pigs, Baitu nodded. Do you want to take action? Luoing asked. We can start now. Baitu nodded. After saying that, he jumped out from the bushes. Seeing Baitu jumping out of the bushes, the quill pigs were frightened by Baitu's sudden appearance. The sharp spikes on their bodies, like sharp arrows, shot out in an instant and flew towards Baitu. Seeing this, Luoing also flew out quickly, and then the viper sword quickly turned to block the spikes that were shooting towards him. Baitu took advantage of the moment when the sharp tip was shot out, raised his hand and used the move of scattering flowers. The whip in his hand instantly broke into several thin lines and pierced directly into the head of the quill. When the thin wire in the hand pierced into the porcupine's head, it instinctively struggled a few times and then became motionless. Solved. Looking at the dead quill, a smile appeared on Baitu's face. Sure enough, no matter how many times I see it, your attack is still so amazing. Luoing sighed as he looked at the dead quill in front of him. Let's go. We have completed the mission of the 9th grade monster beast. Next we have to look for the 8th grade monster beast. Baitu said to Luoing. The low-grade monsters and the 9th grade monsters are all on the edge of the monster forest, while the 8th grade monsters are on the outskirts of the forest. If you want to find the 8th grade monsters, you have to go to the outskirts of the forest, but this is not a big problem for Baitu and the others. Half a day later, before the sun set, they arrived at the outskirts of the forest. Let's rest here tonight and go into the outer areas tomorrow to look for 8th grade monsters. Baitu patted the thick tree trunk in front of him and said, Yeah. Luoing nodded. Their dinner was the porcupine they had at noon. After eating, the two of them found a place on a tree branch and began to practice. In the second half of the night, Baitu suddenly felt a very dangerous feeling in his heart. The feeling of danger made it impossible for him to open his eyes. He could only rely on instinct to shoot countless thin lines towards the direction where the danger was coming. When the thin line shot out, he quickly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a red-scaled python. This red-scaled python looked very similar to the unicorn python, but the red-scaled python did not have a horn on its head. This was the most obvious point. However, the red-scaled python had been entangled by Baitu's thin wire at this time. Looking at the struggling red-scaled python, Baitu stretched out his hand and grasped it, and the red-scaled python instantly turned into minced meat on the ground. We can't stay here. The smell of blood will definitely attract other monsters. Baitu said to Luoing, who had already woken up. Okay. Luoing nodded. After saying that, the two of them went straight into the outskirts of the monster forest. After entering the outer forest, Baitu's hair stood up instantly, and at the same time, he involuntarily released his observation haki. Is this the threat brought by an 8th grade monster? Baitu said in his heart as he looked at the hairs standing up on his arms. Soon, the two found an abandoned cave with a big rock in front of the cave. It seems like this is a good place for us to spend the night. Looking at the big rock at the entrance of the cave, Baitu said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and a wire whip flew into the cave, stirring it for a while. After finding nothing unusual, Baitu took Luo Ying into the cave. After entering the cave, they blocked the entrance with a large rock so that no monsters could come in. The next day, what fresh air! After walking out of the cave, Luo Ying stretched and said, "The air here is indeed fresh, but it doesn't belong to us for the time being," Baitu said with a smile. After eating some porcupine meat, the two began to search the woods. "After we find the monster, I will take the lead in the attack and you will help me to scout the enemy lines," Luo Ying said to Baitu. "Okay." After thinking about it, Baitu nodded. He knew that Luo Ying did this to hone her martial arts, so Baitu agreed to her suggestion. Chapter 24, 8th Rank Shadow Leopard. He knew that Luo Ying did this to hone her martial arts, so Baitu agreed to her suggestion. Half an hour later, they still found nothing, which made Baitu doubt whether this was the outskirts of the monster forest. In the marginal areas, they could occasionally encounter some low-grade monsters and 9th-grade monsters, but after entering the outer areas, they have not encountered any monsters until now. It's really strange. We often encounter low-grade monsters and 9th-grade monsters in the marginal areas, but after arriving here, there is not a single one. Luo Ying looked around and complained, "Don't talk nonsense, or we might run into a group of them. By then, we won't be able to escape even if we want to." Baitu quickly stopped Luo Ying. "With our strength, escape should not be a problem." Seeing Baitu say this, Luo Ying said with a smile, "You seem to be very confident in my strength." Baitu smiled bitterly. While they were talking, none of them noticed the unusual movement in the tree behind them. Even Baitu's observation haki did not detect anything unusual. In this way, Baitu and Luo Ying walked and talked. They seemed very casual, but in fact they never let their guard down. "There's movement." Suddenly, the smile on Baitu's face faded, and he looked seriously towards somewhere in front of him on the right. Hearing Baitu's words, Luo Ying immediately took a defensive stance. After spending a day together yesterday, she now had great trust in Baitu's perception ability. Luo Ying had just taken a defensive stance when a black shadow shot out from their right front. The shadow was extremely fast and arrived next to Baitu and the others in almost the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Luo Ying instantly stretched out his viper sword and rotated it in front of him, forming a sword and shield. Sizzle! There was a very harsh sound of metal friction, and Baitu and Luo Ying got goosebumps all over their bodies. After the attack missed, the black shadow immediately flashed into the woods nearby and disappeared. "Did you see it clearly?" Luo Ying asked. "No, but judging from the noise, it should be a small monster," Baitu said. After saying that, he took another look at the scratches on the viper sword, which made him even more certain that it was a small monster. "Are you sure what kind of monster it is?" Luo Ying asked as he looked at the scratches on the viper sword. "Lightning Marten, Shadow Cat, Ghost Rat, and a small ghost-faced monkey. All of these qualify, but I don't know which one it is. I hope it's not a ghost-faced monkey." Baitu stared at the scratches on the viper sword and said lightly, "It shouldn't be the ghost-faced monkey. I remember that where there are ghost-faced monkeys, there must be red flame peach forest. So the one that attacked us just now shouldn't be the ghost-faced monkey," Luo Ying said after thinking for a while. "That's right. I actually forgot about that." Baitu smiled. "Since it's not the ghost-faced monkey, then as for the remaining monsters, as long as we are careful, nothing should happen." After thinking about it, Baitu said again, "Yeah." Luo Ying nodded. After she finished speaking, she swung the viper sword, and the sword body instantly stretched out and then swam around them. Seeing this, Baitu's super fruit also overflowed from his body and swam around to be on guard. Less than 2 minutes after walking, Baitu stopped again. "Left rear, pay attention." After hearing Baitu's words, Luo Ying didn't move on the surface, but the moving viper sword suddenly stopped and then began to move to the left rear intentionally or unintentionally. "Here it comes," Baitu said suddenly. The moment the words fell, the viper sword in Luo Ying's hand shot out and collided directly with the black shadow. After a muffled sound, the black shadow fell to the ground, and they could see the full picture of the black shadow clearly. It turns out to be the Shadow Cat, but it's only of the 9th grade. If it was of the 8th grade, our mission would be accomplished. After seeing the Shadow Cat, Baitu sighed. "If it's an 8th grade Shadow Cat, do you think we can still stand here?" Luo Ying rolled her eyes at Baitu. An 8th grade Shadow Cat can already blend into the shadows and is silent when launching an attack. People can usually only discover a Shadow Cat when they are attacked. 8th grade Shadow Cats and above are also called killers of the same level, because at the same level, 90% of people cannot escape the hunting of Shadow Cats. Shadow Cats and a monster called Shadow Leopard are known as the largest and top killers in the dark. This is actually a cub. I want to take it back. Luoying came to the seriously injured and unconscious shadow cat and said after checking it out, "Do you think I can control it?" Baitu asked. "Have." "Okay then." Baitu nodded. After Baitu nodded, Luoying treated the shadow cat, then sealed its spiritual power, and finally put it into a sachet. This is a beast bag that can keep things alive. Seeing Baitu looking over, Luoying generously handed over the beast bag in his hand. Baitu observed it for a while, but found nothing to show for it, so he stopped studying it. "Let's go and try to find an 8th grade demon beast today. That way, we will have an easier time in the next few days," Baitu said after Luoying put away the shadow cat. But just as they were about to set out to continue searching for the monster, a sense of danger of death appeared in Baitu's heart. Without thinking, he pounced directly on Luoying. The next second, dense white lines appeared on his body, almost instantly wrapping him and Luoying up. All this happened in an instant. Before Luoying could react, she was pinned down by Baitu's day. Just as she was about to say something, a strong force suddenly hit her. They flew out in an instant and hit the tree hard. Fortunately, Baitu had wrapped them up with thin wire in advance, so they were not injured. After landing, Baitu opened the thin rope that wrapped them, and a black leopard with a body length of 3 meters, a height of about 1.5 meters, a pitch black body, a tuft of dark purple hair on the forehead, and cold eyes flashing in front of them was staring at the two of them coldly. "Shadow leopard, 8th grade," Baitu said in a deep voice after seeing the leopard in front of him. Shadow leopards are born at the 9th grade and become the 8th grade when they grow up. They are good at assassination and lurking, and are natural hunters. Like shadow cats, they can perfectly blend with the shadows, but their attack power is stronger. Shadow cats, when launching attacks, are silent and extremely fast. There are neurotoxins in their claws, which are not lethal, but can paralyze the nerves. Because shadow leopards like to eat live food, they enjoy the process of their prey struggling. "What should we do?" Luoying asked in a deep voice. "The shadow leopard is much faster than us, and its attacks are silent. If we run now, we won't be able to escape at all. It is better to fight. We may be able to kill it. The shadow leopard's advantage is in the dark. When it appears in the light, it will not have much advantage left." Baitu analyzed calmly. Just as Baitu was analyzing the shadow leopard seemed to be analyzing the two of them. After confirming that the two of them should not pose a fatal danger to itself, the shadow leopard instantly turned into a black shadow and rushed over. The moment the shadow leopard rushed over, Baitu immediately counterattacked. He raised his hands and countless bullets shot out from his hands. Although the shadow leopard dodged a large number of the bullets, a few of them still hit it, and blood trails were left on its body in an instant. This was exactly the effect Baitu wanted. He didn't expect that all the bullets would hit the shadow leopard. As long as one hit it, he would have some confidence in the next battle. Chapter 25. Baitu at full fire, Luoying is shocked. This was exactly the effect Baitu wanted. He didn't expect that all the bullets would hit the shadow leopard. As long as one hit it, he would have some confidence in the next battle. The shadow leopard hit by the bullet immediately rolled to the ground and roared in pain. Although the injury was not fatal, it also affected its speed. What kind of method is this? Luoying came back to his senses at this time. "Elastic line, some little tricks," Baitu said without turning his head. After he finished speaking, a viper sword woven from white threads immediately appeared in his hand. "I have summarized a set of immature sword techniques. You can take a look and see if it can help you." After Baitu finished speaking, he rushed towards the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard is worthy of being an 8th grade monster. Although it was injured, it still did not affect its movements. Looking at Baitu rushing over, a strong murderous intent appeared in its eyes. The shadow leopard roared angrily and disappeared on the spot, but Baitu was not panicked at all. The reason why he wanted to injure the shadow leopard was to determine its direction. The shadow of the shadow leopard was very tricky to lurk in, and Baitu couldn't detect it at all with his current observation haki, so he injured the shadow leopard in order to sense the smell of blood and determine its direction. "Watch out," Baitu suddenly said at this time, then turned his body and swung the sword to the left rear. The next second, the viper sword collided with the sharp claws of the shadow leopard. At the moment of collision, the viper sword was bounced away, but Baitu used the force of inertia to make the tip of the viper sword return again and directly pierce the back of the shadow leopard. However, this attack did not achieve the desired effect. When the viper sword was stabbing at the shadow leopard, a black light suddenly appeared on its body, blocking the attack of the viper sword. As expected, the 8th grade monster was not so easy to deal with. The previous bullet line was probably because the shadow leopard was careless and was able to injure it. Seeing that this attack did not achieve the desired effect, Baitu wrapped the viper sword around the shadow leopard's body and then began to retract it rapidly. Feeling the force of the viper sword's contraction, the shadow leopard roared, and the black light on its body became stronger, and it actually broke the viper sword in Baitu's hand. This was the second time, besides Luoying, that someone had broken his superfruit. After breaking the viper sword, the shadow leopard did not choose to attack directly, but retreated instantly and disappeared into the shadows in the blink of an eye. After the shadow leopard disappeared, Baitu immediately came to Luoying. Don't just stand there in a daze. The danger is not over yet. Next, we need to attack together. You will be responsible for harassment, and I will be responsible for the main attack. Baitu and Luoying said back to back. After saying that, Baitu waved his hand, and a viper sword appeared in his hand again. He then stabbed it straight at the tree in front of him. The next second, a shadow on the branch twisted, and then the figure of the shadow leopard appeared again. Why can you always find the hiding place of the shadow leopard so accurately? Luoying asked curiously. Isn't it said that the shadow leopard has a very strong ability to hide? Why doesn't it seem to work in front of Baitu? The smell of blood, Baitu said. After saying this, the viper's sword in his hand shot out again, bypassing the big tree in front of him and stabbing straight towards the shadow behind the tree. This time the shadow failed to dodge the attack of the viper sword and was stabbed by it, but this time it still did not cause any substantial damage to the shadow leopard. Damn it! After hitting the shadow leopard several times, but failing to cause any substantial damage to the shadow leopard, Baitu instantly burst into swearing. After swearing, Baitu simply flicked his hand, and the viper's sword disappeared. Then, spikes appeared in his palm, and then on his elbows, knees, toes, shoulders, etc. After these spikes appeared, they turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye in the next second. Seeing this, Luoying's eyes flashed with surprise. This was another move she had never seen before. How many tricks did Baitu have left? When the black color spread to the spikes, Luoying immediately felt a very dangerous feeling. After doing all this, Baitu told Luoying to be careful, and the next second he rushed out and headed straight for the big tree in front of him on the right. Bang! With a dull thud, the shadow leopard was kicked away in an instant. After landing, before it could get into position, Baitu's kick followed closely behind. The shadow leopard wanted to dodge, but Baitu's speed was also very fast. It had no time to adjust its body shape and was knocked down by Baitu again. This time, the shadow leopard finally had a new wound on its body. There was a bloody hole on its shoulder blade, and blood was oozing out. The shadow leopard screamed and tried to hide in the shadows, but Baitu would never let it do that. After several failures, the shadow leopard seemed to know Baitu's intention. The next second, it roared angrily and knocked Baitu away fiercely. Then a large amount of black light enveloped its body. Baitu did not attack rashly, but took a defensive posture. More than 10 seconds later, the shadow leopard disappeared, and a monster more than 5 meters tall appeared in front of Baitu's day. The reason why it was called a monster was that it was now standing upright. Its head was still a leopard's head, but its limbs were like human hands. There was also a row of black hair on its back that looked very hard, and a tail nearly 2 meters long was dragging behind it. A fake 7th grade demon clan, Baitu said lightly when he saw the shadow leopard like this. The most important thing for an 8th grade demon beast to be promoted to the 7th grade is intelligence. Only demon beasts with intelligent intelligence can be called demons. In addition to intelligence, another point is transformation. Demons with intelligence will choose to transform, but they will more or less retain some characteristics of their original body, such as hair, teeth, eyes, horns, etc. Only those demons who need to lurk among the human race together with the monsters will choose to completely transform, but they will still leave the characteristics of the demon race in some places that are not easily noticed. If you don't look carefully, you can't find them at all. The shadow leopard in front of him looked a bit like a 7th grade demon in the process of transformation. Although Baitu had never seen a 7th grade demon in transformation, it would definitely not look like the shadow leopard now, so he called it a fake 7th grade demon. Is it a big deal just because it's big? Baitu snorted coldly as he looked at the monster in front of him. Then, he released the puppet white tiger and directly turned on the puppet white tiger's free mode. After the free mode was turned on, a red light flashed in the puppet white tiger's eyes, and it pounced directly at the transformed shadow leopard. In an instant, the puppet white tiger started fighting with the shadow leopard. Baitu took advantage of this opportunity to go around behind the shadow leopard and prepare to launch a sneak attack on it. The shadow leopard also discovered Baitu's purpose. It wanted to turn around and deal with Baitu, but was stopped by the puppet white tiger and was unable to move its hands or feet. Baitu walked around the branch of the big tree and looked at the shadow leopard fighting with the puppet white tiger below. He took a deep breath. Afterwards, 8 spider spears nearly 3 meters long appeared behind him. He then jumped down and pounced towards the shadow leopard. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind, the shadow leopard instinctively wanted to dodge, but was entangled by the puppet white tiger. But a puppet is a puppet after all, and its flexibility is never as high as that of a living creature. Driven by the instinct of survival, the shadow leopard burst out with powerful potential and actually overturned the puppet white tiger. But just as it was about to avoid Baitu's attack, Luo Ying's viper sword was wrapped around his body at some point. Luo Ying's idea was very simple, which was to help Baitu trap it for a few seconds. As long as Baitu's attack could hit it, his mission would be accomplished. Chapter 26 Kill the Shadow Leopard and advance to the 8th rank. Luo Ying's idea was very simple, which was to help Baitu trap it for a few seconds. As long as Baitu's attack could hit it, his mission would be accomplished. When Baitu saw the shadow leopard was entangled by Luo Ying's viper sword, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next second, he lay on the shadow leopard's back. The black glowing wire in his hand instantly pierced into the shadow leopard's shoulder blade, and the wire thorns on the knees and toes also pierced into the shadow leopard's body. The spider spears behind him also pierced into the shadow leopard's ribs one after another. Roar! The shadow leopard let out a heart-wrenching scream, and then its huge body fell to the ground. Baitu, in line with the principle of taking advantage of your weakness, had several thin lines appear on his shoulders, which went through the shadow leopard's wounds and entered its body. These thin threads began to destroy the shadow leopard's body as soon as they entered it. The shadow leopard's body began to twitch after these thin threads invaded it, but he was worthy of being a pseudo-7th-grade demon. He struggled for nearly 10 minutes before he died. After seeing the shadow leopard under him die, Baitu put away the wire thorns and spider spear, and then collapsed directly on its back. Baitu, how are you? Are you okay? Seeing this, Luo Ying hurried to Baitu's side. It's okay. I just feel a little exhausted. Let me rest for a while. Baitu said with a smile. This wire armor is really useful. If it weren't for it, I would probably be dead now. Baitu said in his heart while resting on the back of the shadow leopard. Even though the shadow leopard is lying under him now, the battle with it just now was still very dangerous. Baitu is, after all, just a 9th-grade awakener. He has no advantage in terms of spiritual energy reserves or physical fitness. His only advantage is his superpower, super fruit, and domineering aura. But even so, when fighting with the shadow leopard, his defense was still broken by the shadow leopard. If he had not been protected by the wired armor, he would have been dead by now. Thinking of this, Baitu touched his waist unconsciously. Before the shadow leopard transformed, he had several collisions with the shadow leopard. It seemed that Baitu had the upper hand, but the actual situation was that the shadow leopard's 2 attacks landed on him, right on the waist. These 2 attacks even directly broke through the defense of the wire armor. If Baitu had not forced himself to dodge at the last moment, the consequences would have been disastrous. When he had almost rested, Baitu sat up directly, but he did not get down from the body of the shadow leopard. Instead, he started practicing directly on it. Luo Ying, please protect the Dharma for me. I am going to recover, Baitu said to Luo Ying. Okay. Luo Ying nodded. Luo Ying did not find it strange that Baitu practiced directly on the corpse of the shadow leopard. The aura emitted by the shadow leopard could effectively deter other monsters and prevent them from approaching. So not only would she feel more relaxed, but Baitu would also be safer. What is this? Is he about to break through? Half an hour later, Luo Ying felt a large fluctuation in Baitu's aura, and she said in surprise. He has only been in school for 3 months, plus the few days from awakening to the college entrance examination. It has only been 3.5 months, less than 4 months. Now he is actually preparing to break through to the 8th level. I have been in school for more than a year, but I am still at the 9th level. It is really true that if you compare yourself to others, you will die, and if you compare goods to others, you will throw them away. Is this the gap between a genius and everyone else? Luo Ying muttered to himself as he watched Baitu, who was making a breakthrough. Luo Ying, who was sighing, suddenly discovered that there were changes in Baitu's day. Black spots suddenly appeared on his skin, and these black spots were gradually expanding over time, which made her widen her eyes. This seems to be the method that can make the wire thorns more dangerous, she muttered to herself. When the black color appeared, Baitu's aura began to stabilize, which meant that he was about to break through. I'm really curious about how many tricks you have yet to use. It turned out that giving up was the right choice. Looking at Baitu, Luo Ying couldn't help but smile. After about another 20 minutes, the black color on Baitu's body disappeared, and then he slowly opened his eyes. I didn't expect that I would break through to the 8th level this time. This should be considered a blessing in disguise. Feeling the spiritual power in his body, Baitu muttered to himself. After his cultivation level was raised to the 8th level, his observation haki could extend 300 meters, and his armament haki was also stronger. At the same time, the parasitic line he had been dreaming of could now be used, but he could only use one of the abilities. After crossing over, his super fruit also underwent some changes. The most obvious place is the parasitic thread. In the anime of his previous life, the parasitic thread was used to control the human body, but Baitu's parasitic thread now has two modes. One is the string mode, and the other is the will mode. The string mode is no different from the parasitic thread in his previous life. It just controls people like puppets. Although they have consciousness, they cannot control their own behavior. The will mode is to directly use parasitic threads to invade the enemy's soul and directly control the soul, so that they obey Baitu's orders. Under the will mode, the enemy has no consciousness. The moment the parasitic threads invade the soul, they become Baitu's human puppets and can still retain all their abilities and strengths 100%. However, there are strength requirements for using parasitic threads. In the thread pulling mode, the enemy's strength cannot exceed that of the user, otherwise the puppet thread will be broken free by the opponent. Of course, there is no strength limit for corpses, but if you control corpses, you can only exert half of your strength before birth. In the will mode, the enemy's strength cannot exceed that of the user by 2 levels, otherwise it will fail. I didn't expect that this parasitic thread would turn out like this. This is most likely an effect produced by the fusion of the superfruit and the profession of puppeteer. After digesting the information about the parasitic thread, Baitu said in his heart, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let's go. At this time Baitu jumped off the body of the shadow leopard and then put it away. We have only been here for 2 days, and there are still 5 days left until the end of the trial. Should we go back now, or continue the trial? Luo Ying asked. Of course we will continue the trial. There are 5 days left. Stay here for 2 days, and then we will go back to the marginal area in the remaining 3 days. I will use these 2 days to consolidate your realm, and the remaining 3 days will mainly help you quickly adapt to the new way of fighting. Baitu said after thinking for a while. Okay. Luo Ying nodded after hearing Baitu say this. In the next 2 days, Baitu and Luo Ying stayed on the outskirts of the monster forest, and they encountered many 8th grade monsters, but they were all dealt with by Baitu's day. Even though some of them were more difficult to deal with, they were still killed with Luo Ying's cooperation. During these 2 days, Baitu also became familiar with the parasitic line. It must be said that this parasitic line is really perverted. It can control the enemy silently and break down the enemy's psychological defenses. This is because the enemies in the line-pulling mode have a clear consciousness, but they can't resist Baitu's day. They can only watch themselves do things they don't want to do. This kind of shock to the mind will make them collapse directly. Even the unintelligent monsters in the monster forest will collapse under the parasitic line and let out bursts of howls, let alone humans. It's about time. Let's retreat back to the marginal area, Baitu said to Luo in the next afternoon. After dinner, the two of them retreated from the outer area to the edge area and set up camp in a relatively safe place. The next 3 days were for Luo Ying to adapt to the Viper Sword. Chapter 27. Suspected Traces of Demons. After dinner, the two of them retreated from the outer area to the edge area and set up camp in a relatively safe place. The next 3 days were for Luo Ying to adapt to the Viper Sword. Do you remember the sword moves I used when dealing with the Shadow Leopard 2 days ago? Baitu asked in the camp. Yeah. Luo Ying nodded. If you have an idea, you can use the sword moves I use as a reference. If you still don't have any ideas in your mind, you can use my sword moves as a framework and then fill it with your own ideas. Okay. Luo Ying nodded. The next morning, Baitu and the others were awakened by a loud noise. When he looked towards the place where the noise came from, he saw that the puppet white tiger was stepping on a 9th grade silver fox the size of a kitten, and the noise just now was made by this silver fox. 9th grade silver fox, a rare species, Baitu said with a smile when he saw the silver fox in front of him. No, there shouldn't be a silver fox here, and this is a cub. Luo Ying looked a little serious after seeing the silver fox in front of him. After hearing Luo Ying's words, Baitu remembered that the silver fox is one of the 10 royal families of the Demon Clan, and the Silver Fox Clan has always been the military advisory group of the Demon Clan, known as the think tank and brain of the Demon Clan, because the Silver Fox clan is the only race that can awaken spiritual intelligence at the 8th level, and even some outstanding descendants of the Silver Fox clan can awaken their spiritual intelligence at the 9th level. It seems that the saying that this monster mountain range is connected to the 100,000 mountains is very likely to be true. Baitu said, looking at the Silver Fox under the White Tiger's feet. No matter what, we have to report this matter. I will take the beast bag of this little guy first and deal with it when I return to school, Luoying said to the Silver Fox. Okay. Baitu nodded. But as soon as the puppet White Tiger raised its claws, the Silver Fox turned into a beam of silver light and flew towards Baitu's day. The speed was so fast that Baitu could not react at all. By the time he reacted, the Silver Fox had already crawled into his arms and looked at him with a pair of watery and innocent big eyes. This was also the first time that Baitu encountered such a situation. He turned to look at Luoying with a confused look in his eyes. What should he do in this situation? Well, I haven't encountered such a situation either, but it is still a monster after all, so let's put it in the beast bag first, Luoying said after thinking about it. As soon as she finished speaking, the Silver Fox seemed to understand and struggled to get into Baitu's arms, fearing that Luoying would take it away. How about I take it with me? Baitu asked when he saw Silver Fox like this. The main reason was that the Silver Fox was really cute, so he couldn't bear to let it enter the beast bag. What if it suddenly attacks you? Luoying asked the Silver Fox. Since it is a member of the Silver Fox clan, its IQ should be quite high. I think it should know what to do and what not to do, right? Baitu smiled and looked at the Silver Fox in his arms, scratching its chin with his hand. Hearing Baitu's words, the little Silver Fox was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Then it seemed to have realized something and quickly shook its head, but found that this was not right. In the end, it simply showed an expression of enjoyment and lay in Baitu's arms. When Luoying saw this scene, a smile appeared on her face. It seemed that her worries were unnecessary. Let's go. There are only 3 days left. The next time we go out will be for the annual wilderness hunting. Let's try to restore your strength to its peak within these 3 days. Baitu touched the Silver Fox's little head. Not long after Baitu and his friends left, four people wearing black windbreakers and masks appeared in the camp where Baitu and his friends had been. There is human scent here. Her scent is mixed with those human scents. A dwarf about 1 meter tall in the team said after sniffing the air. Human? Is she dead? Asked a man who looked like the team leader. I'm not sure, but I don't think she will survive, said the dwarf. Reason? Another person asked in a very blunt tone. These days are the days for the freshman trials at the Zhanwu Academy. I think you should know what the freshman trials at the Zhanwu Academy are like, the dwarf said with a smile. How to report? The fourth person spoke up. Report truthfully. Just say that you were hunted by the freshmen of the War Academy. The team leader said in a deep voice at this time. Go back? Or defend? Asked the person next to the captain. Hunting. Since you are here, bring some prey back. The captain said after hesitating for a few seconds. As he said this, a red light flashed in his eyes. Even though his face was covered, one could still feel the cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his face. I haven't eaten tofu pudding for a long time. It's a good opportunity to eat some meat, the dwarf said with a smile. After saying that, the four of them smiled at each other, then turned and walked into the shadow of the forest and disappeared. Just as they turned around, a branch hanging from a tree brushed the dwarf's head, revealing his ear hidden under his hair. That was actually the first ear that was different from that of humans. This ear was similar to a mouse's ear, semicircular in shape, and covered with thick gray fur, which was very strange. On the other side, Baitu and Luoying encountered a group of rotten rats not long after leaving the camp. It was a small group of rotten rats, with only more than 30 of them. Except for the Rat King, which was a 9th grade monster, the rest were lower grade monsters. I leave it to you. I'll help you with the battle, Baitu said to Luoying. Okay. Luoying nodded, then rushed into the swarm of rotten rats with the viper sword in hand. After rushing into the swarm of rotten rats, Luoying made full use of his physical advantage, and then used his physical advantage to drive the viper sword to attack the rotten rats. Although he was still a little unfamiliar with the transition of moves, it was already very good. Baitu believed that in 3 days, Luoying's strength would return to its peak and she would even be stronger than before. Luoying also noticed the weaknesses in her own moves. While ensuring her own safety, she began to adjust them bit by bit. When all the 30 or so rotten rats were killed, her understanding of the new sword moves deepened a lot. It seems that we have to look for those monsters that live in groups, so that you can grow quickly, Baitu said after seeing Luoying's performance. No problem. When the sun was about to set in the afternoon, they found another group of rotten rats. There were quite a lot of rotten rats in this group, nearly 70 in number, and nearly 6 of them were of the ninth grade. Are you sure? Baitu asked. It's a bit difficult, but I will try my best. You just need to help me, Luoying said. After saying that, she swung her viper sword and rushed directly towards the swarm of rotten rats. When the rotten rats saw that Luoying dared to attack their tribe alone, they all made clanging sounds with their front teeth. The next second, the inferior rotten rats took the lead and rushed directly towards Luoying. When the two sides were about to come into contact, Luoying turned around, used the power of his body to sweep the viper's sword out fiercely, and directly killed the first row of rotten rats. After the sweep, the viper's sword quickly retracted and returned to her side in a few seconds. Looking at the remaining rotten rats, Luoying smiled. The next second, she directly inserted the viper sword into the ground, and in an instant it was more than half inserted into the ground. Chapter 28. The Demon Appears. Looking at the remaining rotten rats, Luoying smiled. The next second, she directly inserted the viper sword into the ground, and in an instant it was more than half inserted into the ground. Baitu saw this and showed a puzzled look on his face. What was she going to do? But a few seconds later, Baitu knew why Luoying did this. Seeing this scene, he had to admire Luoying's imagination and ideas. After Luoying inserted the viper sword into the ground, within a few seconds, the viper sword actually drilled out directly from the rotten rat group. 3 viper sword blades appeared directly on the ground. 2 of the sword blades bounced off instantly after they drilled out, directly killing the surrounding rotten rats, which caused chaos among the rotten rat group. While the rats were in turmoil, the viper sword was taken back again, and when it was taken back, some more were killed. In the end, there were only a dozen rats left in the group, and among them, the 9th grade rotten rats were not dead. Hurricane. Looking at the dozen or so rotten rats left in front of her, a cold light flashed in Luoying's eyes, and then she shouted softly. The next second, the viper sword spun at high speed, forming a cone and heading straight for the remaining rotten rats. She has a lot of ideas, and has already walked out of her own path. Her ideas have become a system, and all that's left is to keep improving them. After seeing this hurricane move, Baitu knew that Luoying had completely abandoned her previous way of fighting, and now she has completed her transformation. With the help of spiritual power, the wind created by the high-speed rotating viper sword had considerable lethality. After Luoying used this move, his breathing became rapid and a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It seemed that this move consumed a lot of spiritual power. How about it? This is a trick I came up with these days. Luoying turned around and looked at Baitu. Baitu didn't say anything, but raised his hand. The next second, 2 bullet lines shot out from Luoying. Seeing this, Luoying quickly turned around and just saw the scene of 2 rotten rats being shot in the head. I was careless, Luoying said somewhat embarrassedly. It's okay, but don't be so careless next time. Make sure all the enemies are dead before you relax your vigilance, Baitu said with a smile. How about that move just now? This is a move I have been simulating in my mind for several days, and I finally used it. Luoying looked at Baitu like a little girl who was eager to be praised, with anticipation flashing in her eyes. Very good, very creative. And that move of stabbing into the ground is also very novel. It can achieve unexpected results in team battles, Baitu said very affirmatively. I knew it, Luoying said with a smile after hearing Baitu say that. But I feel that there is room for improvement in your last move, Hurricane. That move consumes too much energy. If after you use this move, not all the enemies die, like what happened just now, wouldn't you be embarrassed? Although Baitu highly recognized Luoying's moves, he also pointed out the shortcomings of them without mercy. Oh. Hearing Baitu's words, Luoying nodded embarrassedly. This move of hers does consume a lot of energy. In fact, she was not planning to use this move today. She was going to perfect it before showing it to Baitu, but in the end, she didn't know why she used this move. You've consumed a lot of energy just now. Let's stop here today and find a place to set up camp first, Baitu said as he saw the sun starting to move westward through the shadows of the trees. In the evening, Baitu and Luoying were eating barbecue and chatting about random things, while the silver fox, named Xiaoxue by Baitu, was holding a beast leg and eating it happily. While eating, Xiaoxue suddenly raised her head, and then a look of vigilance and fear appeared in her eyes. The next second, she threw away the beast leg and whooshed into Baitu's arms, her whole body trembling slightly. Seeing Xiaoxue like this, Baitu and Luoying frowned slightly. Baitu immediately extended his observation haki, but there was no monster within a radius of 300 meters. Have you found anything? Luoing asked after waiting for a while. No, but Xiao Xue's behavior is enough to prove that there is danger around. We should be careful. Yeah. Luoing nodded. After finishing talking, the two of them stopped chatting and went into the tent to rest. Although they said they were resting, they actually kept their attention on their surroundings, wanting to see what kind of danger there was. Soon, Baitu discovered four figures in his perception. After sensing these four figures, Baitu's brows instantly frowned, because he didn't remember there being a four-man team when they set out. When the trial mission started, almost 90% of the people acted alone. Those who acted in pairs, including Baitu and his group, were only a handful. There were basically no teams of more than two people, but now he perceived a four-man team. Are they trying to break the rules? Baitu muttered to himself. Have you discovered any danger? Seeing Baitu muttering to himself, Luoing quickly asked. Yes, a group of four people are approaching us. Baitu nodded. Four people? What's going on? Are they trying to cheat in the trial mission? Hearing Baitu's words, Luoing frowned, because in her memory, there was no team of four when the trial mission started. I don't know. Let's not act rashly. If they are just passing by, let's not worry about whether they are cheating or not. We just need to do our best. If they are coming straight towards us, we would be embarrassed. At the end, Baitu showed a cold smile on his face. A few minutes later, the four figures arrived outside Baitu's camp. A familiar smell. She is here too, said the dwarf man. Then let's solve it all at once. The captain said with a smile, which was extremely unpleasant. It seems they are coming for us. In Baitu's perception, they stopped after arriving at the camp. It was obvious that they were plotting something. Get ready for battle. Luoing nodded after hearing Baitu's words. Do you want to kill him? Baitu asked. In fact, his idea is inclined to kill. This is a wilderness. The so-called laws are only valid in the city. In the wilderness, the law of the jungle is the unchanging iron law. Do you want to know why the Zhanwu Academy has the highest death rate in freshman trials among all the academies? Luoing suddenly turned around and said, Yes, it's the reason you thought. In the wilderness, as long as you attack your own kind, you can kill them. This is the reason why the death rate in our combat academy trials is high, but at the same time, this is also the reason why our combat power has always been stronger than others. Luoing said again after seeing Baitu's surprised eyes. I understand. Baitu nodded. While Baitian and Luoing were talking, four figures appeared in the camp, only about 10 meters away from their tent. His breathing is steady. It looks like he is resting. At this time, a dull voice appeared in the ears of Baitu and Luoing. Since they are already resting, I will be kind and let them sleep forever. This is better and will not be so painful. Another voice sounded. Let's take action. Remember, protect my tofu pudding, the dwarf said at this time. After he finished speaking, there was no more sound outside, but the footsteps were getting closer and closer to the tent. It was obvious that they were preparing to launch an attack. Chapter 29. Fighting the Demonic Barbarians. After he finished speaking, there was no more sound outside, but the footsteps were getting closer and closer to the tent. It was obvious that they were preparing to launch an attack. Baitu and Luoing looked at each other. Then Baitu stretched out 3 fingers and pointed outside. Seeing this, Luoing nodded. When Baitu's finger reached 3, Luoing stabbed at the smallest shadow on the tent without hesitation. Luoing was extremely fast. After she stabbed the figure, the people outside finally reacted. They grabbed the dwarf and quickly retreated dozens of meters. After the 4 men retreated, Baitu and Luoing also jumped out of the tent. They are not from our college, Baitu said to Luoing after seeing these 4 people. Because the people from the War Academy would never dress like them, with black windbreakers and masks on, as if they were acting like the Matrix. Kill. When the 4 men saw Baitu and Luoing appear, they rushed over without saying a word. Even the dwarf who was stabbed by Luoing rushed over. Seeing these people rushing over, Baitu instantly entered into combat state, with spikes emerging from his joints. Luoing jumped back, creating some distance between him and the 4 people again, and then harassed them with the Viper sword in his hand. This is the tacit understanding developed between Baitu and Luoing. Luoing is responsible for interference and assistance, while Baitu is responsible for attack. Baitu also rushed over at this time. His target was the dwarf who was injured by Luoing before. Because in Baitu's perception, this dwarf was the weakest among the 4 of them. The 4 people also discovered Baitu's intention, but they were not worried. Although rat number 4 was weak, he was extremely agile. Even for them, it would take some effort to catch rat number 4, let alone the kid in front of them. Besides, even if this guy is powerful enough, they are not vegetarians. With their help, if rat number 4 is killed, the three of them will just find a place to hang themselves. Shu Laozi also discovered that Bai Tu's target was him. Although he was a little angry in his heart, a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Come on. Seeing Bai Tu rushing to his side, Shu Laozi stretched out his hand, and several cold rays appeared in his hand. Looking closely, they turned out to be his fingernails. After Bai Tu collided with Shu Laozi, he used the recoil force to instantly fly towards the largest and strongest man among the four. As he flew over, a smile of success appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not good. This kid's target is not Shu Laozi. Seeing the smile on Bai Tu's face, the captain of the four shouted, and then went straight to the sturdy man. Although this sturdy man is stronger than Rat Laozi, he does not have many means of attack. His greatest advantage lies in defense. However, the black thorns on this human boy look difficult to deal with. If Niu Lauer can't block him, then they will lose a teammate, and a defensive teammate at that. Seeing this, monkey number 3 hurried to the side of Niu number 2, and it was at this time that Luo Ying took action. The timing of her action was very good, as it was when fox number 1 and monkey number 3 were approaching Niu number 2. Her action made fox number 1 even more certain that Bai Tu's target was Niu number 2. But just when they had just swung away Luo Ying's viper sword and reached Niu Lauer, Bai Tu stretched out his hand and a thin thread instantly wrapped around Shu Laozi's leg. Feeling the force on his legs, Shu Laozi resisted instinctively, but Bai Tu did not resist at all. Instead, he followed the force and came directly in front of Shu Laozi. Idiot, you have always been my target, Bai Tu said coldly as he looked at the horrified look in Shu Laozi's eyes. After saying this, the wire in his hand pierced directly into his neck. After killing Rat Laozi, the mask on his face finally fell off, and Bai Tu also saw that Rat Laozi's ears were obviously not human. Monster. When he saw the pair of ears, these two words instantly appeared in Bai Tu's mind, which made him a little dazed. It was this slight daze that gave Monkey Lao San the opportunity. He instantly flashed behind Bai Tu and hit Bai Tu's back hard with the stick in his hand. Bai Tu was caught off guard and was knocked flying by Monkey Lao San. After landing on the ground, he groaned and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Are you okay? Seeing this, Luo Ying hurried forward and helped Bai Tu up. They are monsters, and the dwarf's ears are not human ears, Bai Tu said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You barbarian. Upon hearing Bai Tu's words, Luo Ying's face instantly showed an expression of surprise. Before they awakened, they had heard that in addition to the demon race and the sea race, the enemies of the human race also included a species called the demon barbarians and the sea barbarians. They were the product of the combination of the human race, the demon race, and the sea race thousands of years ago, but they had never seen them before. They didn't expect to see them today. I will kill you. When the fox boss saw the rat boss number 4 being killed by Bai Tu, his eyes immediately turned red. He was not saying that he was sad for Rat Laozi. Among the monsters, there was no such thing as brotherhood or comradeship. Among the monsters, there was no other emotion except racial friendship. The reason why the fox boss was angry was because rat number 4 was the eyes of their team and the only perceptual member of their team. Without rat number 4's exploration, they would never have been able to pass through the monster forest and come here. Now that rat number 4 is dead, it will be even more difficult for them to return to the 10,000 mountains, and they may even die in the monster forest. That's why the fox boss was so angry. After the fox boss finished roaring, an emerald green light appeared on his hand. Seeing this, the second Yo didn't care about anything else. He immediately exploded and transformed into a 4-meter-tall monster with a bull's head and a human body. But he did not rush over, but came to the side of Fox Boss. After seeing Niu Lauer, Fox Boss jumped directly onto his shoulder. At this time, Monkey Lao Sen also transformed into an ape-man covered with black hair, and the stick in his hand turned into a stick as thick as a human waist. After the transformation, he roared and rushed directly towards Bai Tu and others. Quick battle and quick decision. It will be troublesome if we are discovered, said the Fox Boss coldly. In response, he was greeted by Monkey 3's excited roar. We're in trouble. I didn't expect they were so strong. A solemn look appeared on Bai Tu's face. Although the strength of the monsters in front of them is only at the 8th level, their strength after transformation has not reached the 7th level, but it should be almost the same. Luo Ying, find an opportunity to fire the signal gun, then escape and tell the academy about the situation here. Then he rushed out without waiting for Luo Ying's answer, because the third monkey had already rushed over. Bang! With a loud bang, Bai Tu flew backwards, while Monkey Lao San just shook his body. However, at the moment of flying backwards, Baitu shot out a thin wire and wrapped it around Monkey Lao San's body. Then he pulled it and flew back from the air. The moment he flew back, Baitu twisted his body in the air and flew directly to the back of Monkey Lao San. The wire thorns in his hands and on his body directly pierced into Monkey Lao San's body. The third monkey roared in pain, then began to twist his body, trying to throw Baitu off him. But Baitu was not someone who could be thrown off so easily. When the fox boss saw this, the emerald green in his hand immediately turned into countless points of light and flew out. Then, several vines suddenly flew out from the woods and headed straight for Baitu. Fortunately, Baitu has always been wary of Fox Boss and the others. When Fox Boss combined with Ox Boss 2, he knew that Fox Boss's methods were not simple. Although he has been fighting with Monkey Boss 3, some of his attention is still on the other two. Chapter 30. Seriously Injured. Escape. Fortunately, Baitu has always been wary of Fox Boss and the others. When Fox Boss combined with Ox Boss 2, he knew that Fox Boss's methods were not simple. Although he has been fighting with Monkey Boss 3, some of his attention is still on the other two. After seeing the vines flying out of the forest, Baitu shouted loudly and used the spider spear to control Monkey Lao San to turn around and block the vines flying out of the forest. Don't underestimate me. Do you really think I don't have any help? Baitu snorted coldly. The next second, the puppet white tiger appeared on the field. The moment the white tiger appeared, it pounced on Fox Boss and the others without saying a word. But there was no panic in the eyes of the Fox Boss. At the moment when the white tiger pounced on him, Niu Lao Air took action and blocked the white tiger's attack. Although the white tiger did not cause any harm to the Fox Boss, it did interfere with him and prevented him from concentrating on dealing with himself. When Luoying saw this scene, she knew it was her time to act. Although she wanted to help, she also knew that if she rushed forward, not only would she be unable to help, she might even become a burden to Baitu's day. So she chose to listen to Baitu, fired a signal gun, and then rushed out of the forest as quickly as possible to report the situation here to the academy. Thinking of this, Luoying took out the signal gun without hesitation and fired it directly into the sky. No. Stop her. When Boss Fox saw the signal gun, his heart tightened. If those crazy people from the War Academy knew their whereabouts, they would have only one ending, and that was death. But Luoying didn't give Boss Fox and the others any chance at all. After firing the signal gun, she ran away without looking back. Monkey Old Third wanted to chase after him, but Baitu would not let him succeed. He roared angrily and forcibly stopped Monkey Old Third from rushing forward. In addition, countless dense thin lines emerged from his body and drilled into Monkey Old Third's wounds, as well as his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and other parts. Damn it. Kill him first, then let's leave quickly. Boss Fox knew that if they dragged on like this, the strong men of the human race would definitely come, so he gave the order. After hearing this, Monkey Boss number 3 revealed a violent aura. He knew that he would probably not survive, but as long as Fox Boss and the others could leave safely, he would have done a great job. Thinking of this, he started to hurt himself. The purpose of his self-harm was actually very simple, which was to get Baitu off his back. The effect was very significant. When Monkey Third committed self-harm, Baitu had no choice but to jump off his back in order to avoid being affected. When he jumped down, countless vines and branches flew over from all directions. In addition to these vines and branches, the third monkey also rushed over with red eyes and a violent aura all over his body. I'm not even afraid of the beast tied at Yumen Pass. Do you think you, a few monsters, can kill me? Baitu spat a mouthful of blood and said viciously. After he finished speaking, thorns began to appear all over his body. In addition, spider spears also emerged from his back. Afterwards, countless thin threads also wandered around his body. When the vines were about to reach him, Baitu spun on the spot and crushed all the vines and branches, while he dodged the attack from Monkey Lao San. After dodging Monkey Lao San's attack, Baitu ran directly into his arms, and the threads on his body pierced countless bloody holes on his body. Let's die together. Monkey Lao San felt his life breath getting weaker and weaker. He roared angrily and hugged Baitu in his arms. Not good. Baitu's heart sank after he hugged the third white monkey in his arms. The next second, countless thin threads surged out of his body. After those thin threads appeared, they directly wrapped Baitu in them. Before being wrapped up by these thin threads, he also diverted a trace of his mind to collect the puppet white tiger as well. Retreat. Seeing this, the Fox Boss said to the second Niu Lao slammed his fists on the ground, and a wall of earth instantly appeared in front of him. Then he and Fox Boss quickly retreated. 5 seconds later, an explosion that echoed throughout the forest made the already lively forest even more lively. In the forest, the teachers from the War Academy who were rushing towards this side with signal guns stopped immediately after hearing the explosion. That's the direction the signal gun was fired from. Everyone, hurry over and take a look, one of the teachers said with a serious expression. After that, the teachers spoke a lot faster. Luo Ying was also stunned for a moment when the explosion was heard, but then she gritted her teeth and increased her speed a little again. As long as she could get the message out earlier, Bai Tu could be rescued 1 second earlier. A few minutes later, Luo Ying saw the teachers rushing over here, and a happy smile appeared on her face. "Teacher," she shouted loudly. After the teachers came to Luo Ying anxiously told them about Bai Tu's situation, including Yao Man's situation. "Teacher, go and save Bai Tu quickly, it may be too late," Luo Ying said. "Teacher Li, please send Luo Ying out first. We will go over to provide support now," the teacher in charge said to a teacher namely beside him, and then disappeared into the woods with the rest of the people. As for Bai Tu, although he was protected by the super fruit, he was at the core point of the self-destruction. After the third monkey self-destructed, the powerful spiritual power directly blew Bai Tu away. Even the thin wire wrapped around him was torn apart by the impact of the spiritual power, and even the wire armor was torn apart. After landing, Bai Tu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale instantly. There were some fragments mixed in the blood, which were fragments of internal organs. If they were not effectively treated, death would be only a matter of time. After feeling the situation inside his body, Bai Tu pulled up a bitter smile. Then he pressed his hand directly on the wound on his chest. Countless thin threads extended from his hand and entered his body along the wound. Then, using the perception ability of his observation haki, he began to use the superfruit to repair his damaged internal organs. The fourth brother was killed by him, and the third brother is dead now too. After seeing the seriously injured Bai Tu, Niu Lauer said in a muffled voice, "Kill this guy and let's leave quickly." The fox boss just said lightly, "Can I torture him?" Niu Lauer asked. "Quick battle, quick decision." The fox boss looked at Niu Lauer and said, "Now is not the time to waste time." But just as Niu Lauer walked towards Bai Tu, Fox Boss suddenly turned his head to look to the right, and his expression suddenly became solemn. "Hurry up," he said to Niu Lauer, and then flew directly into the woods on the left. Upon seeing this, Niu Lauer looked deeply at Bai Tu, then immediately untransformed and followed Fox Boss into the nearby woods. Although he didn't know what was happening, he knew it was right to follow the boss. The moment Boss Fox and his men flashed into the woods, the teachers from the War Academy arrived here, and then they saw the seriously injured and dying Bai Tu. "Leave 2 people to take care of Bai Tu, and the rest of you follow me," said the teacher in charge, and then flew into the woods that Boss Fox and his group had just entered. The teachers who stayed behind immediately came to Bai Tu, but just as they were about to move Bai Tu's weak voice rang out. "Don't touch me yet." After hearing Bai Tu's voice, they were a little confused. He was injured so badly, why weren't they allowed to touch him? Bai Tu didn't say anything. In fact, he was almost unable to hold on any longer, but some of his internal organs had not been repaired yet, so he could only grit his teeth and hold on. Chapter 31 The Trial Ends. Bai Tu didn't say anything. In fact, he was almost unable to hold on any longer, but some of his internal organs had not been repaired yet, so he could only grit his teeth and hold on. The 2 teachers saw this, and they didn't know whether to move or not. Almost 3 minutes passed like this. Bai Tu's face became paler and paler, and his breath became unstable. The 2 teachers gritted their teeth and decided not to wait any longer. If they waited any longer, Bai Tu would probably die here. Just as the 2 teachers were about to pick up Bai Tu let out a long breath, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Upon seeing this, the 2 teachers quickly stabilized Bai Tu's injuries and then took him directly out of the forest. More than 10 minutes later, the 2 teachers rushed out of the forest with Bai Tuesday Luo Ying and another teacher who were guarding outside the forest rushed over immediately after seeing Bai Tu. "How is Bai Tu's injury?" Teacher Li asked quickly when he saw Bai Tu covered in blood. "It's not very optimistic. I have to send him back to the college immediately." "It may be too late if it's too late," said the teacher who was holding Bai Tu. "Go quickly. Take Luo Ying with you," Teacher Li said after looking at Luo Ying, who was extremely anxious. "Good. Where are the captain and the others?" Teacher Li asked again. "When we went there were still 2 monsters alive. After seeing the captain and his men, they ran away. The captain and his men are chasing them now," said the teacher who was holding Bai Tu. After saying that, he ran directly towards the school. Seeing this, Luo Ying hurriedly followed the teacher. As for the other teacher, he stayed here with Teacher Li to guide the rest of the people. Fortunately, the Zhanwu Academy was not far from here. With the teacher's fast walking speed, they returned to the school in just over 10 minutes, and then they went straight to the medical room. When Luo Ying and the others returned to school, Ling Wei, the principal and others were the first to learn that Bai Tu was seriously injured. Call Luo Ying over and ask what's going on, the principal said to Ling Wei.
Yes.
Ling Wei nodded. On the other side, Luo Ying originally wanted to go to the medical room with Bai Tu, but she met Ling Wei halfway, and then she was called to the principal's office. After arriving at the principal's office, she found that in addition to the principal, there was another teacher. She had an impression of this teacher but could not remember his name. If Bai Tu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this person. He was Long Zhan, who recruited Bai Tu to the Zhanwu Academy. Tell us in detail about your itinerary over the past few days and how Bai Tu got injured, the principal asked after seeing Luo Ying. Yeah. Luo Ying nodded. Then she told Luo Ying what happened between her and Bai Tu in the monster forest, but after listening for a while, Long Zhan interrupted her. Forget it, just tell me how Bai Tu got injured. Long Zhan was a little impatient. On the second night after Bai Tu and I retreated to the edge of the monster forest, we encountered 4 men in black. At first we thought they were cheating students, but we finally found out that they were not. While fighting with them, Bai Tu killed a dwarf among them and found characteristics of a monster in him. Only then did we conclude that the 4 people in front of us were monsters. Luo Ying said quickly. Then, without anyone urging her, she recounted the scene of Bai Tu's battle with the 4 monsters, and also told them how he asked her to fire the signal gun and go to report the news. Not long after I escaped, I heard an explosion that echoed throughout the forest. The explosion came from where Bai Tu was fighting. I didn't dare to stop and could only run forward desperately. Then I met the teachers of the academy. When I saw Bai Tu again, he was seriously injured. Luo Ying said to the principal and others. We understand. Luo Ying, you should go down and have a rest first. The principal nodded after hearing what happened. What do you think about this matter? After Luo Ying left, the principal looked at Long Zhan and Ling Wei and said, what else can we see? What I mean is to take the law enforcement team to the monster forest for a sweep, kill their arrogance, and let them know who has the final say there. Long Zhan stood up and said, we must go. What I mean is, what do you think of those monsters? You should know that although monsters have a low status in the monster clan, they are still very important to the monster clan because they can perfectly lurk among the human race. Have you ever seen monsters in the wilderness? Asked the principal. No. Long Zhan and Ling Wei shook their heads. That's right. No matter it is the demon clan or the sea clan, although they look down on the demon barbarians and sea barbarians, it has to be said that they still attach great importance to the demon barbarians and sea barbarians because they need someone to lurk in the human race for a long time and provide them with intelligence. The demon clan will not send such talents to the wilderness casually, unless there is something special. The principal looked at Long Zhan and Ling Wei and said, Long Zhan, if those 2 monsters are not brought back today, you will take people to search for them tomorrow morning. It would be best if you can catch them. If not, just do as you said and sweep the monster forest to let them know who has the final say here. When he said the last sentence, a murderous aura appeared on the principal's body. It was obvious that anyone who could become the principal of Zhanwu Academy was not a simple person. Don't worry. Long Zhan nodded. Ling Wei, your task is to take good care of by Tuesday. After he wakes up, ask him about the specific situation at that time. If you can get more information about Yao Man, it will be more helpful to Long Zhan and others' search. The principal said to Ling Wei again. Okay. Ling Wei nodded. In the hospital, the doctor who was treating Bai Tu exclaimed after examining his injuries. What's wrong? What's wrong? How is Bai Tu? Ling Wei and Luo Ying heard the doctor's exclamation and asked while lying outside the door. Logically speaking, with such serious injuries, this child would not be able to survive until returning to the academy. However, he found another way and used puppet threads to repair his internal organs and wounds on his body. This is truly a genius idea, the doctor said, with a look of shock on his face. Luo Ying and Ling Wei didn't hear the rest of the doctor's words at all. They only heard the first half, which was that Bai Tu's internal organs were ruptured. Doctor, you must save Bai Tuesday. As long as Bai Tu can be saved, just tell me what kind of herbs you want, and I can find them for you. Luo Ying grabbed the doctor's hand and said anxiously, Don't worry, Bai Tu's injuries have stabilized. He is now full of vitality and will probably wake up within 3 days. Seeing Luo Ying so nervous, the doctor said with a smile, That's good. That's good. After hearing the doctor say this, Luo Ying's heart finally settled down. On the second day after Baitu was hospitalized, the freshman trial ended. The school did not announce Baitu's results, mainly because he had not woken up yet. And here in Luoying, besides Xiaoxue and Shadowcat, there were only a few ninth-grade monsters. But some students still found out about Baitu's situation. After all, what happened in the monster forest could not be concealed, and the school had no intention of hiding it. Just like that, Baitu fought against 4 barbarians and killed 2 of them. Now the news that he was seriously injured spread throughout the academy in an instant. Although they had never seen the monsters, their teacher had told them that the monsters were born with an 8th grade cultivation base. Baitu was able to fight 4 monsters and kill 2 of them, so one can imagine his fighting power. So, even if he did not complete the trial task, he would still be the first among everyone. This is the view of all freshmen, even those in Class 1, Grade 1. Chapter 32: The Purpose of the Demonic Man. So, even if he did not complete the trial task, he would still be the first among everyone. This is the view of all freshmen, even those in Class 1, Grade 1. On the third day, Baitu woke up as expected. Luoying informed Lingwei immediately. After hearing the news that Baitu woke up, Lingwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. During these 2 days, she finally found out Baitu's identity, which made her already nervous even more nervous. If Baitu hadn't woken up, would the Ice Emperor come to attack the academy? Would General Xuehe also come to demand an explanation? Although such a thing was almost impossible to happen, Lingwei couldn't help but think about it. Fortunately, Baitu has finally woken up now and everything is over. How are you? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? If you're feeling unwell, just tell me so that the doctor can check you out. Luoying asked while standing in front of Baitu's window. I'm not feeling unwell, just a little hungry. Seeing Luoying's haggard face, Baitu was still very moved, but he felt more distressed. Wait a minute, I don't know what you should eat now. I'll go ask the doctor. Hearing Baitu say that he was a little hungry, Luoying did not rashly give him food, but prepared to ask the doctor. Actually, I don't think anything serious is wrong with me. You don't need to worry so much, Baitu said with a smile. You just woke up, so you should ask the doctor, Luoying said, and then walked out of the ward. Soon, she came to the ward with the doctor. Student is awake. Come, let me check you. The doctor's eyes lit up immediately when he saw Baitu. Okay. Baitu nodded. Although he knew his own body, he still wanted to reassure Luoying, so he cooperated and completed the doctor's examination. Well, your body has recovered well, but you should not eat greasy and spicy food in the next few days. Drink some porridge to nourish your stomach first. According to your condition, you can basically be discharged from the hospital to recuperate the day after tomorrow, the doctor said after thinking for a while. In fact, in Baitu's current condition, he could be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, but thinking of his miraculous organ suturing skills, the doctor decided to keep him for 2 more days. Today or tomorrow, the academy should come to inquire about the matter of Yao Man. After the people from the academy leave, he must discuss with Baitu about the concept of his suturing technique, which may allow him to improve his strength to another level. Doctor, I feel I can be discharged from the hospital now. I know my body, Baitu said immediately when he heard that he would have to stay here for 2 days. Baitu, let's listen to the doctor. The trial is over anyway. You were badly injured before, so you should rest for 2 more days. Luoying also said at this time. Okay then. Seeing Luoying said so, in order not to let her worry, Baitu could only nod. Not long after the doctor left, Lingwei came in with a fruit basket. How is your recovery going? She asked when she saw Baitu chatting with Luoying. Actually, I feel like I can be discharged from the hospital, but the doctor insisted that I stay for 2 more days. Baitu smiled bitterly. Then stay for 2 days. You were injured so badly before, you still have to follow the doctor's advice. Lingwei smiled. After she put down the fruit basket, she began to ask about the situation of those monsters. I don't know what happened. They came straight to our camp, Baitu said after thinking for a while. Then did you hear what those monsters said? Lingwei asked again. It seems so, Baitu said after thinking about it. He remembered that those monsters seemed to have communicated outside the camp, but Baitu didn't pay attention to those words at the time. But now thinking about it, something seemed to be wrong. The 4 monsters stayed outside the camp for a few minutes. They had a conversation. Let me think about it, Baitu said with a frown. Outside the camp? Can you hear them talking? Luoying said in surprise. How fresh. Baitu smiled. His observation hockey could now extend at least 300 meters. It was not surprising that he could sense the content of their conversation. They were talking about something familiar outside the camp, and that she was here too, and then another demon said something like, That's just right, we can solve it together. It seemed like that was all. Bai Tu said while looking at Ling Wei. She? Who is this she? Ling Wei asked, and then turned her gaze to Luo Ying. Luo Ying saw Ling Wei looking at her, and she was also confused. Teacher, you don't think that the one they are talking about is me, right? There were only 2 of you in the camp at that time. Maybe they came for Bai Tu, or maybe they came for you. It's hard to say. Ling Wei said to Luo Ying. At me? Bai Tu and Luo Ying said in unison. You two don't know each other's identities yet, right? Ling Wei said with a smile when she saw how surprised they were. Yeah. They both nodded in unison. Let's talk about Bai Tu first. He is the child of Blood River General Bai Sheng and Ice Emperor Yijing, and the eldest son of the Bai family of the 4 great families of Daqin. After Ling Wei finished speaking, Bai Tu smiled awkwardly, and Luo Ying's face also showed a look of surprise. She didn't expect that Bai Tu had such an identity. And Luo Ying's identity is even more complicated. She is from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be the daughter of Vice President Luo Tian. The main reason is that the affairs of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce are very secretive, and this is all we know. Ling Wei looked at Luo Ying and said another sentence. Luo Ying also lowered her head in embarrassment. No wonder. Bai Tu said at this time. Do you know? Ling Wei and Luo Ying asked. I don't know, but I have some guesses about this. When I was guiding Luo Ying in her practice, I told her to forge a viper sword for practice. I didn't expect that she got it the next day. There are not many families in the entire Qin dynasty that have this ability. It just so happens that the Sihai Chamber of Commerce has this ability. Bai Tu said with a smile. I'm getting off topic. I'm saying all this because I want to ask you. Do you think those monsters are here to find one of you? Ling Wei asked. It's hard to say. Bai Tu shook his head after hearing Ling Wei's explanation. My father has been stationed at Yumen Pass for many years, and he has repelled several attacks from the Demon Clan, so it is understandable that they hate my father. Luo Ying's family's Sihai Chamber of Commerce is known for being a place in the world that they cannot miss, so they must have offended quite a few. But there is one thing. When he said this, Bai Tu's eyes immediately turned cold. What? Ling Wei asked. If they really came to look for me or Luo Ying, then how did they know about us? I don't know the situation at Luo Ying's home, but my family and I have never left Xianying since I was born. Even at school, few people know my true identity. Teacher Ling, do you know what this means? There are hounds in the academy? Ling Wei's eyes turned cold instantly. The so-called hunting dogs refer to those who betrayed the human race. They regard the Sea Clan and the Demon Clan as their masters and are proud of the Sea Barbarians and the Demon Barbarians. They believe that the Sea Barbarians and the Demon Barbarians are the new humans, and the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan are the masters of the world. Because they are willing to be running dogs for alien races, they are called hunting dogs by humans. Bai Tu didn't say anything, but his silence was enough to explain everything. Take good care of your injuries. I'll go tell the principal right away. Ling Wei stood up and said, Teacher Ling, have those 2 monsters been caught? Bai Tu asked before leaving. No, their concealment methods are very sophisticated. However, Teacher Long Zhan and the Academy's law enforcement team set out early yesterday morning. With the law enforcement team here, I think there should be some gains. Ling Wei said. By the way, where is Monkey Number 3's weapon? Bai Tu seemed to have thought of something and asked quickly. I have it here. The teacher gave it to me at that time. Luo Ying said at this time. That's good. Bai Tu nodded. It was a great treasure. You rest first. I'm leaving first. Ling Wei said to Bai Tu with a smile, and then left the ward. Chapter 33. Chatting in the medical room. You rest first. I'm leaving first. Ling Wei said to Bai Tu with a smile, and then left the ward. After walking out of the ward, her face instantly turned gloomy. If Bai Tu's guess was correct, then this matter was a serious matter, because only the top leaders of the academy knew the identities of Bai Tu and Luo Ying. Even she only found out about it in the 2 days after Bai Tu was seriously injured. If there really is a hound in the academy, it is very likely that it is a senior leader or several senior leaders. Thinking of this, Ling Wei couldn't help but tremble all over. She thought it was just an accident, but she didn't expect it to be like this in the end. What a turbulent time. Ling Wei sighed and went straight to the principal's office. After arriving at the principal's office, Ling Wei directly locked the office door and even set up isolation and detection spiritual power shields on the door and windows. What's wrong? When the principal saw Ling Wei like this, he frowned and had a bad guess in his mind. Bai Tu is awake. After Ling Wei finished doing all this, she looked at the principal and said. The principal didn't say anything, but motioned for her to continue. Ling Wei then told the principal about her conversation with Bai Tu, and also expressed her own guess. Who knows about this now? After hearing Ling Wei's words, the principal's face instantly turned gloomy. At present, only Bai Tu, Luoying, and I know about it. They are the victims of the whole incident, and they will not tell anyone about it. If it is really as you said, then our college will not be safe. From today on, you will be responsible for the safety of Bai Tu and Luoying. You can take action when necessary, and I will bear all the consequences. The principal said after thinking for a while.
Yes.
Ling Wei nodded. What about the hounds hiding in the academy? Ling Wei asked. I'll find a way to deal with this. Just like you said, the people who know Bai Tu and Luo Ying's identities are basically the senior members of the academy. If we act rashly, it is likely to arouse their suspicion. Once they take the risk, the consequences will be disastrous. So we have to take a long-term view on this matter, said the principal. Who do you think it will be, principal? I don't know. The principal shook his head. Then who do you think it could be? Ling Wei asked again. First of all, Long Zhan is impossible. We are brothers who grew up together, and we both served in the first pioneer regiment of the Qin dynasty. And Li Zhe, he is the child of my old comrade in arms. I watched him grow up. As for the rest, I can't guarantee it. The principal said the names of the two without thinking. In that case, we should let them know about this matter. One more person means more strength. Ling Wei looked at the principal and said, Okay. The principal thought about it and felt it was feasible. Then I'll leave first. Just let me know if you have anything. Ling Wei said, Okay, your main task now is to ensure the safety of Bai Tu and Luoying. The principal said while rubbing his eyebrows. After coming out of the principal's office, Ling Wei did not go to find Bai Tu immediately. This would seem deliberate. After all, no one knows whether the enemy hidden in the dark is monitoring Bai Tu and Luoying. After Bai Tu woke up, he asked Luoying to go back and rest, but Luoying was unwilling to go back. I think it's best for us to stay together now. Luoying looked at Bai Tu and said, Why? If your guess is true, then this academy is no longer safe, so it is safest for us to stay together for now. After hearing Luoying's words, Bai Tu also felt that it made sense. If there really was a hound in the War Academy, then they had probably been under someone's surveillance from the moment they returned to the academy alive. Then you can set up a bed here. After I am discharged from the hospital, you can go to my dormitory. My dormitory has a separate door, and it will be more convenient this way. Bai Tu said after thinking about it. Okay. Luoying nodded. Just as they were chatting, the doctor who had been there during the day came in. After a routine checkup, he did not leave in a hurry, but sat directly beside Bai Tu's bed. Bai Tu and Luoying looked at each other, and they both felt a hint of tension in each other's eyes. Hello, classmate Bai Tu. My name is Zhang Jing, and I'm your attending physician. I have something I want to discuss with you. After sitting down, Zhang Jing rubbed his hands and said, Discuss? Bai Tu was a little confused when he heard Zhang Jing say that. Yes, I want to discuss with you your organ suturing technique and wound treatment technique. Is that possible? Zhang Jing said excitedly. Those are the basic common sense of battlefield first aid. Except for the difficulty in suturing organs, the rest are common sense of first aid. Dr. Zhang, don't you know? Bai Tu was also surprised when he heard Zhang Jing's words. As a doctor, how is it possible that he doesn't even know the most basic battlefield first aid? But a few seconds later, an expression of sudden enlightenment appeared on Bai Tu's face. Well, he might really not know. Because this world is a world of universal awakening, there is a category among the awakened people in this world called the auxiliary system. In the auxiliary system, there are professions such as doctors and auxiliary elementalists. With their means, it seems that they do not need to use common sense such as battlefield first aid. I really don't know about this. It feels very magical. Can you explain it in detail? Zhang Jing asked Bai Tu. Yeah. Bai Tu nodded. Anyway, I have nothing to do right now, so I might as well talk to him. Maybe I can give him some inspiration. If these common sense can be integrated with their abilities, perhaps there will be fewer deaths on the battlefield in the future. Luoying was also curious about the conversation between Bai Tu and Zhang Jing, so he sat aside with his head propped up and listened carefully. In the next hour, Bai Tu told Zhang Jing about wound suturing techniques, disinfection techniques, and some other common sense of first aid. Of course, when he spoke, he added a premise, that is, when your spiritual power is exhausted, after all, the rules and systems of this world are different from those in the previous life. According to Bai Tu's explanation, if in a prolonged war, when their spiritual power is exhausted, this battlefield first aid method can allow many people to survive. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up when he heard Bai Tu's words. Bai Tu was right. What would they do if their spiritual power was exhausted in a large-scale war? Would they just watch those people die? As doctors, they would never allow such a thing to happen. At this time, the first aid technique mentioned by Baitu would come in handy. Even without the premise of exhaustion of spiritual power, this technique is very practical in daily life. Thank you, Baitu. Thank you so much. I feel that with this first aid technique, my ability may be able to be improved to a higher level. Zhang Jing said excitedly while holding Baitu's hand. I'm glad it helps you. Baitu nodded. Oh, I have one last question. Does this suturing technique require puppetry? The essence of puppet lines is actually spiritual power lines. It's just that after awakening as a puppeteer, one is given the ability to control puppets, isn't it? Baitu said to Zhang Jing. Yes. The essence of the puppet line is actually the spiritual power line, but it can control the puppet only after it is mixed with professional characteristics. Zhang Jing said, slapping his forehead. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, and a ball of spiritual power immediately appeared in his hand. 10 minutes later, a spiritual power thread about the same thickness as normal sewing thread appeared in Zhang Jing's hand. After seeing this thread of spiritual power, Zhang Jing cut his arm without any hesitation, and blood flowed out instantly. Seeing this, Baitu and Luoying gasped. Wow, the wound is quite deep. That faintly visible white color, is it bone? Looking at Zhang Jing's calm expression, Baitu and Luoying gave Zhang Jing a thumbs up in their hearts, thinking that he was a ruthless person. After seeing the wound on the arm, Zhang Jing used the thin thread in his hand to start suturing the wound. 2 minutes later, the wound on the arm had been sutured. Although it looked a bit ugly, it was sutured after all. After the wound was sutured, a faint green light appeared on Zhang Jing's hand. He then covered the wound with the glowing hand. In just about a minute, the hideous wound healed. Hiss! So strong. This old guy is really good. Baitu said in his heart when he saw the healed wound. Sure enough, the spiritual energy consumed when using healing magic to treat the wound after it has been sutured is much less than when it has not been sutured. After feeling the changes in himself, Zhang Jing smiled and nodded. That. Baitu was about to speak when Zhang Jing raised his hand again and cut another line on his arm. Baitu and Luoying closed their eyes involuntarily when they saw this. Wasn't this old guy too cruel to them? Did all of them as doctors have such a weird habit? Looking at the wound on his arm, the spiritual power thread appeared in Zhang Jing's hand again. But this time, the spiritual power thread was different. The previous spiritual power thread was colorless, but this time the thread was light green. Obviously, he added his own ability to it. The next second, when he was suturing the wound, Baitu and Luoying saw a very magical scene. When the green spiritual thread was suturing the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the wound was completely sutured, the sutured area was also completely healed, but a faint scar was left. Ha ha ha, so it is. Using the spiritual power thread in conjunction with healing techniques, the consumption of spiritual power can be almost negligible. Ha ha ha, great. Looking at the faint scar on his hand, Zhang Jing laughed loudly. The sound could probably be heard throughout the medical room. Classmate Baitu, thank you very much. I am going to go into seclusion now. I will thank you again after I make a breakthrough. By the way, you can be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Remember to go through the formalities then, Zhang Jing said excitedly while holding Baitu's hand, and then he walked out of the ward quickly. Chapter 34 Discharge from Hospital, Living Together. Classmate Baitu, thank you very much. I am going to go into seclusion now. I will thank you again after I make a breakthrough. By the way, you can be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Remember to go through the formalities then, Zhang Jing said excitedly while holding Baitu's hand, and then he walked out of the ward quickly. I knew it. Baitu rolled his eyes as he watched Zhang Jing leave. He knew very well about his body's recovery condition. Zhang Jing didn't let him leave the hospital that morning, probably because of this suturing technique. This old guy is not honest. He said this morning that I needed to stay in the hospital for 2 more days, but now he says I can be discharged tomorrow, Baitu said again. When Luoying heard Baitu's complaints, she didn't say anything, but just covered her mouth and laughed. Go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow to handle the formalities, Baitu said to Luoying. After saying that, he turned over and prepared to go to sleep. He knew that he would be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, so he planned to have a good sleep in this medical room tonight. It must be said that the bed in this medical room was indeed comfortable. The next morning, Baitu and Luoying got up early, packed their bags, and completed the discharge procedures. When they walked out of the medical room, they happened to meet Ling Wei, who came to visit them. You're being discharged already? Didn't Dr. Zhang say you need to stay for 2 more days? Did you sneak out? Ling Wei looked Baitu up and down. Here. Discharge procedures. We are being discharged according to normal procedures. Baitu quickly took out the discharge documents. Well, since you're discharged, I'll treat you to a good meal to celebrate your discharge. Ling Wei said with a smile after seeing the discharge documents in Baitu's hand. Okay. Baitu nodded without hesitation. He had been drinking porridge every day for the past 2 days, and his mouth was dry. Now he urgently needed big fish and meat to satisfy his stomach. In the cafeteria, Luo Ying and Ling Wei couldn't help but laugh when they saw Baitu eating voraciously. At the same time, they felt relieved. If he could eat, it meant that there was nothing wrong with his body. It seemed that he was really well. After dinner, Ling Wei took Baitu and Luo Ying to her office and told them about her conversation with the principal. We are not sure about the situation in the academy now. The principal said that he, Teacher Longzhan, and Teacher Li Zhe are definitely not enemies. So, before things become clear, you can tell me directly if you have any questions. If I am not here, you can go find Teachers Longzhan and Li Zhe. Teacher Li Zhe was the team leader of the freshman trial. Ling Wei and the others said, Okay. Baitu nodded. Teacher Ling, Baitu and I have discussed it, and I plan to move in with him. His place is a single-family dormitory, and we should be safer if we live together. Luo Ying said after thinking for a while. Okay. Ling Wei thought about it and nodded. Then she looked at Luo Ying with a rather strange look, which made Luo Ying feel a little embarrassed. It's good this way. There aren't many confirmed security personnel right now, so living together can save some manpower. Ling Wei said after thinking about it. Do I need to tell my family about this? Luo Ying suddenly asked at this time. Don't do that yet. Baitu quickly interrupted Luo Ying. Let's not talk about the fact that this is just our guess. Even if it is true, have you ever thought about the impact it will have after telling your family about it? Baitu said to Luo Ying. My father is General Xuehe, and your father is the vice president of the Sea Chamber of Commerce. If we tell our family, first of all, they will definitely be worried. Secondly, they will most likely come, or send someone to protect us. Is that okay? Baitu said to Luo Ying. In this case, their emotions will be affected no matter what. Have you ever thought that this is actually a smokescreen of the enemy? Or is our survival also part of the enemy's plan? Maybe they are not targeting us, but the people behind us. Baitu said to Luo Ying and Ling Wei. That makes sense. Ling Wei said after thinking about it. So, let's not talk about this matter for now. Let's wait until it is confirmed. Baitu said. After saying that, Baitu and Luo Ying walked out of Ling Wei's office and prepared to return to the dormitory. Xiao Xue also stood on Baitu's shoulders again at this time, but no one noticed that a gleam of joy flashed in Xiao Xue's eyes. In fact, when they were in Ling Wei's office, Xiao Xue and Shadowcat lay quietly on the sofa listening to their conversation. After hearing Baitu's analysis, Xiao Xue's fox face showed obvious surprise and joy, but no one noticed it. After returning to the dormitory, Baitu obediently moved to the second bedroom and left the master bedroom to Luo Ying. Although his dormitory was a single room, there were 2 rooms, so the 2 of them did not have to squeeze into one bedroom. The day after Luo Ying moved into Baitu's dormitory, the people in the academy were shocked. Their goddess was actually living with Baitu. Draw your sword, I want to duel with you. When Baitu returned to the classroom, Wang Yu rushed over immediately. What are you crazy about? Baitu rolled his eyes at Wang Yu. You really have feelings for my goddess Luo Ying. Alas, it's also my fault. I shouldn't have introduced goddess Luo Ying to you in the first place. I regret it so much. Wang Yu slumped in his seat, looking extremely regretful. TSK, what? I can't get the information I want without you. Baitu sat down next to Wang Yu. Look, you said at the beginning that you were just curious, but what about now? It turns out that men's words are deceiving. Wang Yu's face showed a look of heartache again. Tisk. Looking at Wang Yu who was showing off, Baitu ignored him. Soon, the teacher came, but Baitu had no intention of attending the class. He quietly took out his communicator and opened the conversation interface with Luo Ying. I'll pick you up after class, and then we'll go eat together. I don't have any classes this afternoon, so I want to go to the martial arts arena to practice. How about you? After waiting for a few minutes, Luo Ying's message came back. Sure. I'll ask the teacher for leave this afternoon. Okay. Baitu nodded. TSK. This sour smell of love. It's really disgusting. Wang Yu glanced at it and said with an exaggerated expression. Oh, I originally wanted to tell Luo Ying that I have a very good relationship with a brother and ask her to help see if she can introduce me to a girlfriend or something. It seems that this is not necessary now. After seeing Wang Yu's exaggerated expression, Baitu showed a look of regret on his face, but this expression of regret was a little exaggerated. When Wang Yu heard Bai Tu's words, his eyes lit up instantly. Anyone who could play with Luoying was a school beauty. Brother Bai, I was wrong. Please don't bear grudges. Just help your brother. Wang Yu admitted his mistake decisively. It's not shameful to find a partner. Cough, cough, cough. When Wang Yu was trying to curry favor with Bai Tu, the teacher who was giving the lecture suddenly coughed. Wang Yu was so scared that he quickly sat up straight. Don't be fooled by the fact that the teacher on the podium is a frail old man. But you have to know that this is the War Academy. If you don't listen carefully, this old man might show you a clothes-bursting show in the next second, and then you are likely to see a strong old man with muscular body but white hair. Brother, I don't know what you said in class. After class, Wang Yu came over again. It depends on your performance, Bai Tu said with a smile. After saying that, he went straight to class 2 and took Luoying away under the murderous gazes of the boys in class 2. After dinner, Wang Yu was tactful enough not to act as a light bulb, but went back to the dormitory obediently, while Bai Tu and Luoying went directly to the martial arts field. I plan to practice in the illusion array of the martial arts arena first. What about you? Bai Tu asked after arriving at the martial arts arena. Let me practice as well. I forgot that there was an illusion array in the martial arts arena. Otherwise, I would have mastered the Viper Sword long ago, Luoying said with a smile. They did forget that there was an illusion array in the martial arts arena before, but maybe they didn't forget it, but someone deliberately didn't mention it. Who can say for sure? Chapter 35, The Academy's Countermeasures. They did forget that there was an illusion array in the martial arts arena before, but maybe they didn't forget it, but someone deliberately didn't mention it. Who can say for sure? After saying that, the two of them headed towards the Magic Array Quiet Room. After a brief registration, they entered the Quiet Room. The furnishings in the Magic Quiet Room were very simple. There was only a futon and a skylight above the futon. Apart from that, there was nothing else. After sitting on the cushion, light golden lines instantly lit up on the ground beneath the cushion. Then the light golden lines spread all the way to the walls of the Quiet Room. Soon, the entire Quiet Room was filled with light golden lines. After a moment of distraction, Bai Tu appeared on the wall of Human Pass again. The illusion array he chose this time was still Human Pass. He failed at Human Pass during the college entrance examination. This time, he wanted to use the Beast Tide of Human Pass to test the results of his cultivation. Looking at the familiar environment and those familiar faces around him, Bai Tu showed a nostalgic smile on his face. Although these were all fake, he still missed them. Everyone, get ready to fight. Looking at the Beast Tide in the distance, Bai Tu took a deep breath and shouted loudly.
Yes.
The Blood River army soldiers on the city wall shouted in unison. When the Beast Tide arrived at the foot of the city, Bai Tu fired the bullets in his hand without hesitation. Then he felt unsatisfied, so he jumped off the city wall directly. This first wave of beasts were basically low-grade and 9th-grade monsters. This time he did not use any thread thorns at all, but instead used 5 colored threads and foot-shaving threads. During these few months at the War Academy, Bai Tu's progress was very obvious. The first is his fighting skills. If Bai Tu's previous victories were based on his strong physical fitness and the power of the superfruit, now it is more about skills and coordination between each move. During the college entrance examination, he blocked the city gate alone using wire spikes and spider spears. This time, he still blocked the city gate alone, but this time he only used 5-colored wire and foot-shaving wire. The gap between the two is obvious. After feeling dissatisfied with the 5-color thread and the foot-shaving thread, he used the Viper Sword again. Bai Tu wielded the Viper Sword so tightly that it was impenetrable. The Viper Sword was also famous for its body movements and agility. But in Luoying's hands, the Viper Sword was agile, strange, and unpredictable. But in Bai Tu's case, this Viper Sword inexplicably had a sense of dominance. If Luoying's was a weird red-bellied snake, then Bai Tu's was a domineering giant python. The gap between the two is quite obvious. After using the Viper Sword, Bai Tu tried other moves. Finally, he used the Parasitic Line. With the help of the Parasitic Line, 9 monsters soon gathered around him. This was the limit of what Bai Tu could control. He could not control anymore. With the help of the Parasitic Thread and his own combat power, Bai Tu repelled the Beast Tide outside Human Pass in just 2 days. It took me 3 days to complete the college entrance exam, and it took me 2 days this time. It's quite an improvement. Looking at the fleeing Beast Tide, Bai Tu showed a smile on his face. After returning to the city wall, there were a lot more soldiers alive this time than before, which made Bai Tu smile even more. Next is the Beast Tide that I failed at last. I lasted for more than an hour last time, and I don't know how long I can last this time. Bai Tu muttered to himself as he looked at the 10,000 mountains at the end of his sight. One day later, a tide of beasts, led by ninth-grade monsters and with eighth-grade monsters as the backbone, arrived outside Yumen Pass again. I miss it so much. I fell outside Yumen Pass and here. This time, I want to see where my limit is. Baitu muttered to himself as he looked at the approaching beast tide. After that, he jumped directly from the city wall. While Baitu and Luoying were practicing in the illusion array, the principal's office was also brewing a plan against all the senior leaders of the Zhanwu Academy. Have you noticed anything unusual in the past few days? In the office, the principal looked at Long Zhan and others and said, I don't have any here. I'm surrounded by teachers, and their level is probably not enough to access the information of Baitu and Luoying. Ling Wei said first. There is no unusual movement in the law enforcement team at the moment, but I feel that the deputy captain of the law enforcement team, Huang Lang, is a major suspect. Long Zhan said to the principal. Huang Lang? With his level, he should not be able to access Baitu and Luoying's information, right? The principal frowned. It's mainly because his recent behavior is a little strange. I secretly checked the entire law enforcement team and found out that Huang Lang has been asking for leave frequently since he entered school as freshman. This is very abnormal. Long Zhan said. Well, let's keep an eye on him first. After hearing Long Zhan's words, the principal nodded. Ace, how about you? Asked the principal. I don't have any problems for the time being. Li Zhe shook his head. I haven't found anything unusual here for the time being. The principal also said. How can you get by if you can easily find them? Do you think they are monsters? Even if they are monsters, not all monsters will retain the characteristics of the monster clan. Long Zhan rolled his eyes at the principal. You're going to die if you don't confront me. The principal glared at Long Zhan. Tisk. Long Zhan made a sound and said no more. Ling Wei and Li Zhe were no longer surprised by this scene. This was the way the two brothers got along with each other. Although it was strange, it did not affect their relationship at all. There is only Huang Lang now, which is not enough to explain the problem. There is at least one person above him. After all, with his identity, it is impossible for him to access that information. Li Zhe said at this time. The wasteland hunting will begin in 2 months. This is our annual tradition of the War Academy. Baitu and Luoying will also participate. So we must find all the hunting dogs and monsters in the academy within these 2 months. If we can solve the problem secretly, we will do so secretly. If we can't solve the problem, we will monitor it first and deal with it after the wasteland hunting is over. The principal said to the crowd, mainly looking at Long Zhan. I will keep a close eye on Huang Lang. Anyone who has had secret contact with him will be under my control until I find someone from the Demon Clan. Long Zhan said very solemnly. Well, you go first. Let's not hold any meetings in the near future to prevent people from discovering any clues. I will also try my best to screen the senior management. Once I confirm who it is, I will inform you as soon as possible. The principal nodded. After coming out of the principal's office, Long Zhan and others immediately became busy. Since there are not many people they can trust now, they have to do these things themselves. Another point is that the fewer people who know about such things, the better. Once the news leaks out, it will be very troublesome. In the evening, the fiery red sunset illuminated the entire sky, and Baitu and Luoying walked out of the martial arts field. How is it? Baitu looked at Luoying and asked. I have been in the illusion array for a year. I have become completely familiar with the Viper Sword and have created my own sword moves. The Hurricane move has also been perfected by me. Now I am much stronger than before, and I feel that I am about to break through. Luoying showed an extremely confident smile. Congratulations. Baitu said with a smile after hearing Luoying's words. Chapter 36, Upgrading the Puppet White Tiger. Congratulations. Baitu said with a smile after hearing Luoying's words. What about you? What did you gain? Luoying asked. I did gain something, but not as much as you did. When saying this, the smile on Baitu's face faded a little, and he looked a little embarrassed. When he entered the illusion array, he thought he could repel the beast tide, but in fact it was impossible. During the college entrance examination, Baitu persisted for an hour and a half under the attack of the 8th grade beast tide. This time, when his strength also broke through to the 8th grade, he thought that with his strength plus the ability of the superfruit, there should be no problem, but the fact slapped him hard in the face. This time, with his 8th grade strength, he persisted in the beast tide for 3 hours and killed almost a quarter of the monsters. Of course, this quarter was a bit exaggerated. After all, there were soldiers on the city wall, and they also killed quite a few. The final result was that he was torn to pieces by the beast tide again. Although Baitu was torn into pieces by the beast tide, He roughly knew the limit of his own strength. With his current strength, under the extreme condition of using all his means, he could fight against 100 monsters of the same level. He would be seriously injured, but able to run away. He could not defeat 30 or 50 monsters of the same level, but could run away. He could defeat a dozen monsters of the same level. In addition, during this beast tide, Baitu also honed his various methods to become more proficient, so it was not a complete failure. Will you come tomorrow? Luoying asked. I won't come tomorrow. Let's go find teacher Lingwei tomorrow. The shadow leopard in my space ring is the trophy of my trial mission. I have to hand it over to the school. Okay. Luoying nodded. Then asked teacher Lingwei to help find a formation master. It's time to upgrade my white tiger. Baitu said again. Upgrade white tiger? Luoying was a little confused, but then she remembered that Baitu was still a puppeteer. Yes. I took a look at the weapon I got from that demon barbarian before. It's a very good quality. When I melted into the white tiger's body, it might increase his combat power a lot. Okay. Hearing Baitu's words, Luoying nodded. The next day. Why are you here? Is there something wrong? Lingwei asked after seeing Baitu and Luoying. Teacher Lingwei, I'm here to hand in the monster corpse for the trial mission. Baitu said to Lingwei. I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. Come with me. Lingwei said with a smile. Although Baitu fought hard against the 4 barbarians, he still had to complete his mission. The school didn't tell him about it before because Baitu was still in the hospital at that time. Soon, they came to a warehouse, which was the place where the corpses of monsters were dealt with. Everything useful would be kept, including the meat, and the useless things would be destroyed. What is this? Lingwei asked after seeing the corpse of the shadow leopard. This is the corpse of a pseudo 7th grade monster, the shadow leopard. Baitu said. No, this is not the corpse of a 7th grade demon, nor is it a fake 7th grade one. It should still be an 8th grade demon beast. Lingwei took a look and then said, I read an introduction about the pseudo 7th rank in a book, and this is almost the same as what is written in the book. Baitu said, That's exactly what the book says, but it doesn't say they can become monsters like this, and so big. This should be the result of its lack of strength and forcible breakthrough to the 7th rank and then the backlash. TSK, 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 TSK. How strong are you that you were forced to break through? Forget it. I'll count you as a 7th rank. After all, you killed 2 demon barbarians. Thank you very much, teacher. Baitu smiled when he heard Lingwei's words. By the way, Mr. Ling, I want to find a formation master. I wonder if you can help me? Formation master? What do you want a formation master for? Lingwei was a little confused. I got a high-quality weapon from that demon barbarian. I plan to smelt it with my puppet white tiger to enhance its strength. Then why do you have to go far away? The girl next to you is the daughter of the Sea High Chamber of Commerce. Lingwei said jokingly. Hearing Lingwei's words, Baitu was stunned for a moment, and then a somewhat embarrassed expression appeared on his face. He really forgot that there was an eldest lady of the Sea High Chamber of Commerce following him. Then he turned to look at Luoying. Luoying, can you help me find a formation master? Sure, I'll send a message home later and I think I'll be there tomorrow. Luoying nodded with a smile. In fact, when Baitu mentioned it before, she wanted to offer to help, but she was afraid that Baitu would misunderstand, so she didn't say it in the end. Now that teacher Lingwei brought it up, she readily agreed. Grateful. Okay, if you have nothing else, just go. We have already started the action here. You should be careful recently. If you feel like you are being spied on, tell me immediately. Lingwei glanced around, and when she found that there was no one around, she whispered to them. Yeah. Baitu and Luoying nodded and left. The next morning, just as Baitu got up, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Let's pack up and go to the reception room. The formation master has arrived. Luoying said to Baitu, who was still a little sleepy. So fast? Baitu asked subconsciously. But then he remembered the viper sword in Luoying's hand. He said, wait a minute, and went straight into the bathroom. 5 minutes later, the two of them came to the reception room after washing up. A man in his 50s, wearing a gray gown, was sitting in the reception room. After Baitu and Luoying came in, he stood up and walked to Luoying and the others. Miss, the man said to Luoying after seeing her. Uncle Gu, thank you for your help. Luoying said to the man in front of her with a smile. No trouble. Uncle Gu said with a smile. Baitu, this is Master Gu Ming, the formation master of our Sea High Chamber of Commerce. You can just call him Uncle Gu. Luoying introduced Uncle Gu's name to Baitu. Is this the guy who wants to upgrade his puppet? Take out your puppet and let me see it. Uncle Gu looked at Baitu again. Uncle Gu, how about we go to the martial arts arena? The place over there is bigger. Baitu said after hearing this. Let's go. Guming nodded. After arriving at the martial arts arena, Baitu released the puppet white tiger. After seeing the puppet white tiger, Guming immediately came to its side and observed it. Hey, is this Mr. Yan's work? After observing for a while, Guming suddenly said, This is indeed the work of Mr. Yin. At the beginning, Mr. Yin said that if there are any problems, I can go directly to him. But I have some special circumstances now and cannot go out casually, so I asked Luoying for help. Baitu said to Guming with a smile. Since it is the work of Master Yin, I will not charge you for this puppet, but I need to study it first. Are you willing? Guming stroked the puppet white tiger and said without turning his head, Master Gu, are you suspected of stealing my skills? After hearing what Guming said, Baitu couldn't help but ask, and even the address had become Master Gu. Are you doubting my character? Guming frowned and asked immediately when he heard Baitu say that. I have never doubted your character, but what you said before is bound to make people think wrongly. Baitu looked directly at Guming in front of him without fear. Haha, good. Great. Miss, your friend is indeed interesting. I will take care of the white tiger. Give me the weapon in your hand and open a quiet room for me. Come and get your puppet in 2 days. Guming looked at Baitu and said, Uncle Gu is Mr. Yan's good friend. Seeing Baitu's puzzled face, Luoying explained in a low voice. Chapter 37, Xiaoshue's Abnormality. Uncle Gu is Mr. Yan's good friend. Seeing Baitu's puzzled face, Luoying said in a low voice. Mr. Yan's friend? What about just now? Baitu asked with a frown. I'm just kidding. Luoying said with a smile. Well, let's go. Uncle Gu's ability ranks among the top 5 in our Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that Baitu wanted to say something, Luoying quickly said something. A few minutes later, Baitu registered a quiet room for Guming and gave Monkey Lao San's weapon to Guming. Yes, yellow-level weapons are just right for upgrading your white tiger, Guming said, and then drove them out of the quiet room. This world not only has martial arts weapon awakeners, but also life-type weapon refiner awakeners, because in addition to martial arts weapon awakeners, other awakeners will also use various weapons and magical weapons such as staffs. Even those who have awakened martial arts weapons will still use the weapons of weapon refiners, just like Luoying. Therefore, the weapons in this world are also divided into levels. The lowest is ordinary products, followed by spiritual products, and then there are yellow, black, earth, sky, and god levels. Let's go. Now that we are here, let's go play in the illusion array. You know what? This illusion array is really a good thing. After coming out of the quiet room, Baitu said with a smile. Hearing Baitu say this, Luoying rolled her eyes at him, because when Baitu said this, she remembered the scene when she had practiced the Viper Sword hard before. If she had used the illusion array at that time, would she have suffered so much? When they came out of the illusion again, the sun had already set. After returning to the dormitory, Shadow Cat Xiao He and Silver Fox Xiao Shui immediately rushed into the arms of the 2 men and rubbed their faces affectionately. Okay, I know you are hungry, let's eat now. Baitu comforted Xiao Shui. After saying that, he put it on the table, then took out 2 pieces of 9th-grade monster meat from the space ring and placed them in its and Xiao He's food bowls. Looking at the 2 little guys eating with relish, Baitu also walked into the kitchen to prepare some food. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll cook for you myself. You can cook too? Luoying asked in surprise when she heard Baitu say that. During the few days that Luoying had moved in, they had been eating in the cafeteria, and Baitu had never been to the kitchen, so she was so surprised to see this scene. How new? Is this thing difficult? Baitu looked back. Hearing Baitu's words, Luoying smiled awkwardly. She didn't know whether it was difficult or not. Anyway, she couldn't cook. Besides, there was a cook at home, so she wouldn't have the chance to cook even if she wanted to, right? It didn't take long before 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles appeared on the dining table. This was mainly because these were the only ingredients in the refrigerator. Otherwise, Baitu would have prepared 2 side dishes for Luoying. These are all the ingredients in the dormitory, so I made 2 bowls of noodles. Just have a bite first. When I have time in a couple of days, I'll prepare a table for you. Baitu said with a smile when he invited Luoying to come over for dinner. Yeah. Luoying nodded and responded. In her opinion, even if Baitu could cook, the food would not be very delicious. But soon, Luoying put this idea behind him, because the ordinary egg noodles in front of him were surprisingly delicious. Baitu, let's not wait 2 days, let's do it tomorrow, Luoying said while eating noodles. Okay. Baitu thought about it and nodded. It takes 2 days to upgrade the puppet white tiger, which means that the white tiger can only be obtained the day after tomorrow. There is nothing to do during these 2 days anyway, except for classes. When I was in the hospital, Luoying took care of me for a long time, so it is only right that I cook a big meal for her to thank her. After getting Bai Tu's reply, Luoying showed a happy smile. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. A flash of white fluorescence suddenly appeared on the body of the silver fox that was sleeping on the sofa. Then the white light became brighter and brighter, and finally wrapped up the silver fox. When the white light enveloped the silver fox, the entire living room was illuminated by the white light. Xiao He, the shadow cat who was curled up in a corner of the sofa, had shrank under the sofa, trembling all over. Bai Tu, who was sleeping, felt the unusual movement in the living room, but he did not sense any dangerous aura, so he did not go to the living room to check. In his opinion, the noise in the living room must be made by Xiao He and Xiao Shui, so there was no need to pay any attention to it. The fluorescence that enveloped Xiao Shui lasted for almost half an hour before gradually dissipating. After the fluorescence disappeared, Xiao Shui's body had grown a lot larger. Before, Xiao Shui was about the same size as Xiao He, but now she was the size of an adult wolf dog. Moreover, 2 tails appeared behind Xiao Shui. The 2 furry tails were swaying freely, which was very beautiful. Xiao Shui turned her head to look at her tail behind her, with a very human expression of joy on her face. She then admired it for a long time before lying back on the sofa. When Xiao Shui lay back on the sofa, its body size began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the tail behind it was directly hidden by it. After more than 10 seconds, Xiao Shui returned to its previous state. It raised its front paws and looked around, then looked behind it. Finally, it nodded with satisfaction and fell asleep on the sofa. 10 minutes later, the shadow cat Xiao He, who had been hiding under the sofa, crawled out tremblingly. After taking a look at the sleeping Xiao Shui, it nestled obediently in a corner of the sofa. After dawn, Bai Tian opened the door and saw Xiao Shui and Xiao He sleeping soundly. He shook his head and walked into the bathroom. After coming out of the bathroom, Bai Tu went to the kitchen. After he cooked the millet porridge, Luoying came out of the room. "Hurry up and wash up and get ready for dinner," Bai Tu said to her. "Yeah." Luoying nodded. "Did you hear any noise last night?" Luoying asked while eating. "Look, they're still sleeping. Who do you think did this?" Bai Tu pointed with his mouth at the 2 little guys who were still sleeping on the sofa. Luoying looked back and saw the 2 little guys sleeping soundly with a helpless expression on his face. They weren't like this before. They are monsters, not real pets. Even if they are war pets. So it is normal to have some noise. Eat quickly. If you didn't sleep well, it's the same if you sleep in class, Bai Tu said with a smile. After hearing Bai Tu's words, Xiao Shui, who was sleeping, moved her ears. Then she opened her eyes and looked at Bai Tu with a smile in her eyes, then closed her eyes and went back to sleep. After class at noon, Bai Tu bought some ingredients from the school supermarket and prepared to prepare a meal for Luoying in the evening. "Let's not go to class in the afternoon. If you didn't get enough rest last night, you can make up for it during lunch break. I'll prepare the ingredients, and it will be more convenient to cook in the evening." After returning to the dormitory, Bai Tu said to Luoying. Luoying nodded and went straight back to her room. She didn't know how to cook and couldn't help Bai Tu in any way, so she went back to the dormitory and went asleep. After Bai Tu prepared the ingredients, he went back to his room to sleep. He didn't have classes in the afternoon anyway, so he might as well take a good rest at noon. Chapter 38 Daily Life of Bai Tu and Luoying. After Bai Tu prepared the ingredients, he went back to his room to sleep. He didn't have classes in the afternoon anyway, so he might as well take a good rest at noon. Bai Tu slept until the sun set, and then he woke up slowly. When he woke up, he saw Xiao Shui lying beside his pillow. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He rubbed Xiao Shui's little head, tidied up a little, and then went to the kitchen to busy himself. After Bai Tu left, Xiao Shui opened her eyes and a smile appeared on her cute fox face. A few minutes later, the sound of clinking vegetables could be heard from the kitchen, along with Bai Tu humming a little tune. Perhaps the noise was a little too loud. Luoying walked out of the bedroom in her pajamas, rubbing her eyes. When she saw the busy figures in the kitchen, a very strange emotion arose in her heart. This emotion was like that of a newlywed wife looking at her husband. It was very strange and weird. She shook her head, drove the thoughts out of her mind, and went into the bathroom to clean up. When she came out of the bathroom, there were already 2 dishes on the table. Then she went to the kitchen door and looked inside. "Please sit down for a moment. We have 2 dishes and a soup, and then we can eat," Bai Tu said with a smile after seeing Luoying. "Yeah." Luoying nodded, and after returning to the living room, she hugged Xiao He in her arms. At this time, Xiao Xue also smelled the fragrance and walked out of Bai Tu's bedroom. It looked at Bai Tu in the kitchen, then looked at Luoying who was teasing Xiao He on the sofa, and finally it chose to curl up in a corner of the sofa. When Luoying saw Xiao Xue hiding from her, a helpless expression appeared on her face. In fact, she liked Xiao Xue quite a bit, but for some reason, Xiao Xue and her were not very close. The only time she was close to Xiao Xue was when Bai Tu was hospitalized. After Bai Tu was discharged, she never touched Xiao Xue again. When Luoying was thinking about how to hold Xiao Xue in his arms and stroke her, Bai Tu walked out of the kitchen. Luoying, take the bowl and prepare to eat. Okay. After hearing Bai Tu's voice, Luoying stood up and said, Delicious. I didn't expect your cooking skills are so good. While eating, Luoying kept praising Bai Tu. It's okay. They are just some home-cooked dishes. Bai Tu said with a smile. This is very good. I feel that the food you cook is better than that cooked by our cook. Luoying said vaguely while eating. At this time, she had long forgotten the rules of not talking while eating or sleeping. When Bai Tu heard Luoying say this, he just smiled and didn't say anything. I feel so full. I don't want to move. After dinner, Luoying collapsed directly on the sofa, and the pajamas pressed down on her instantly outlined her graceful figure. Let's go. Let's go out for a walk to help digest the food. Seeing Luoying like this, Bai Tu said with a vague look. It's all your fault. The food you cooked is so delicious that I don't want to move now. Luoying said. You really don't want to move? Be careful not to gain weight. Bai Tu said to her while looking at her. Gain weight? When Luoying heard Bai Tu say he wanted to gain weight, he instantly jumped up from the sofa. I think taking a walk after dinner is a good idea. Wait for me a moment. I'll go change my clothes. Luoying said seriously, and then went straight into the bedroom. Why didn't I realize before that she has such a lovely side? Bai Tu said with a smile as he looked at the closed door. More than 10 minutes later, Luoying changed into casual clothes and walked out. She was wearing a white t-shirt on the upper body, jeans on the lower body, a pair of white sneakers on her feet, and a high ponytail. She looked very beautiful. Don't you want to change your clothes? Luoying asked. Is there anything wrong with me? Bai Tu looked at his black short-sleeved shirt and black pants. Okay. Luoying took a look and felt it was okay, so he said something. Walking on the campus, the two of them frequently attracted the attention of their classmates, but they had long been accustomed to such attentions. As long as those people did not disturb them, they would not say anything. This is my first time to go out for a walk at night. The scenery of our college at night is quite nice. Luoying said as he looked at the brightly lit campus. Yeah. Bai Tu nodded. This was actually his first time going out for a walk at night, and it felt pretty good. There's a chair over there. Let's go sit down. Bai Tu said, looking at the chair in front. Do you think the school can find the person? After sitting down, Luoying looked around and said in a low voice after finding that there was no one around. I don't know. This is not something we should worry about. Bai Tu said as he looked at his classmates playing in the distance. This is not the time for us to worry about it. This is related to our safety. Luoying said with a pout. Our mission is to stay here honestly. What? You still want to join them? Teacher Ling Wei said before that the people who know our identity information are basically the high-ranking officials of the school. You don't think it's easy to be a high-ranking official of the school, do you? Bai Tu said to Luoying beside him. So, to be able to sit in that position, they must have put in more than 10 years or even dozens of years of hard work. If they were found out so easily, will they still be able to make it? Bai Tu said another sentence. That's right. Then let's just stay in school honestly. If it doesn't work out, we can ask our family to send a few people to protect us. Luoying said. After saying that, she leaned on Bai Tu's shoulder. Bai Tu's body stiffened for a moment and then returned to normal. Luoying's face was also flushed at this time. She didn't know what happened just now, and she suddenly leaned on Bai Tu's shoulder. She wanted to get up quickly, but then she thought, if she got up immediately, would it be more embarrassing? While she was thinking about it, Bai Tu's stiff body returned to normal, so she didn't care and let it go for now. In this way, time passed by little, and the two of them did not speak, just sitting there quietly. When the number of people on campus gradually dwindled, Bai Tu coughed softly and said, It's getting late. Let's go back and rest. Luoying hummed softly, then stood up and walked towards the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Luoying rushed straight into his bedroom and threw himself hard on the bed. Luoying, what's wrong with you? Where's your willpower? Where's your moral integrity? Luoying covered herself with the quilt, muttering to herself. She didn't come out from under the quilt until she couldn't hold it anymore. Then she just lay on the bed staring at the ceiling stupidly. After a while, A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth that she didn't even notice. The situation on Baitu's side was slightly better, but he was also staring at the ceiling stupidly. Am I no longer single now? I guess so, right? Baitu muttered to himself. Even if this doesn't count as being single, at least one thing can be proved. That is, Luoying should have a good impression of me. In this case, we can't let her take the initiative, so let me do it. After saying this, Baitu's eyes showed a determined look. Chapter 39, Upgraded White Tiger. Even if this doesn't count as being single, at least one thing can be proved. That is, Luoying should have a good impression of me. In this case, we can't let her take the initiative, so let me do it. After saying this, Baitu's eyes showed a determined look. But we have to find a better time and opportunity for this kind of thing. Otherwise, it will seem too insincere. After thinking about it, Baitu said again. As he was thinking, he felt sleepy and fell asleep. The same thing happened to Luoying. As he was thinking about random things, he felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep as well. The next day, Baitu got up very early because his puppet White Tiger should be able to be upgraded today. He was now impatient to see his upgraded puppet White Tiger. Why are you up so early? Do you have classes today? When Luoying got up, Baitu was already sitting on the sofa and stroking Xiaoxue. I don't have classes, but according to the time, today should be the day when the puppet White Tiger is upgraded. Of course I have to go and take a look. Baitu said with a smile. Do you still need a puppet? Luoying woke up from her sleepiness when she heard Baitu say that, and then rolled her eyes at him. I'm a puppeteer. Of course I need puppets to assist me in combat. Baitu said with a smile while stroking Xiaoxue. Well, go ask the school who treats you as a puppeteer. Can puppeteers come to our Zhanwu Academy? Luoying rolled her eyes at Baitu again. Ha ha ha, maybe my status as a puppeteer is not very serious, but I am indeed a puppeteer. When the time comes, I will let you see my skills in controlling puppets. Baitu said very confidently. After all, a human puppet is also a puppet. Baitu said in his heart. Half an hour later, Luoying also finished packing, and then they came to the martial arts field. When they arrived at the martial arts field, Gu Ming's quiet room had not yet opened, which meant that he had not finished yet. Baitu and Luoying were not in a hurry either. They just sat outside the quiet room and chatted idly, but they didn't mention anything about what happened last night, as if it had never happened. Near noon, the quiet room where Gu Ming was finally opened, and then Gu Ming walked out, looking a little tired. Boy Bai, is the operating mode of your puppet your own idea or Master Yan's idea? Gu Ming asked after he walked out of the quiet room and saw Baitu. This is the kid's own idea. Baitu said. It's a very good idea, and it's very practical. I've gained a lot from your puppet, so I'll help you replace the operating core. The level of your core beast pill is still too low. Thank you, Uncle Gu. After hearing this, Baitu showed a happy smile on his face. You have to know that the beast core in his puppet White Tiger was found by his father, and it should be at least 4th grade or 3rd grade. Gu Ming said that the grade was too low, so he replaced it with a 2nd grade or 1st grade. It is probably not possible to get a 1st grade beast pill, as it is too precious. The most likely possibility is a 2nd grade beast pill. I have an idea. Do you want to hear it? Gu Ming suddenly said. I'd like to hear more about it. Through your puppet, I suddenly have some ideas. Your puppet relies on the beast pill and the spirit gathering array to complete some simple commands. If you put the beast soul into the beast pill and let the beast soul control the puppet, will this puppet be more flexible? Uncle Gu, actually I have thought about it before, but it is not very feasible because no one except the summoner can contract the beast soul. Once the beast soul takes over the puppet, it is no longer my puppet, Baitu said with a smile. In fact, he had thought about this idea a long time ago and had understood it, but in the end he gave up because it didn't work. Why do we need to use a complete beast soul? Gu Ming asked. If you regard the beast pill as the soul and the spirit gathering array as the sea of consciousness, then what you need to do now is to inject a trace of spirituality into this empty soul, and then cultivate it carefully so that it can grow into what you want. Do you understand? Gu Ming said. Hiss. After hearing Gu Ming's words, a gleam of light flashed in Baitu's eyes. This idea seemed feasible. Thank you, Uncle Gu. I will give it a try recently. If it works, I will come to your house to thank you. Baitu said excitedly. Okay, I found a lot of inspiration from your puppet and learned a lot. I've already got what I wanted, so I don't need your thanks. Go in and take a look at your puppet. I'll leave first. Seeing Baitu like this, Gu Ming waved his hand. Then he said something to Luoying, and then left the War Academy directly. After Gu Ming left, Baitu and Luoying walked into the quiet room. In the quiet room stood Baitu's puppet White Tiger. Its appearance had not changed much, but the black lines on its body had become deeper. The most obvious change was the Wang line on its forehead, which was black before but now had turned dark purple, giving people a weird and dangerous feeling. Baitu, give it a try. Luoying said to Baitu when he saw the upgraded white tiger. Okay. Baitu nodded. After he finished speaking, a puppet string drilled into the white tiger's body. The next second, the white tiger opened its scarlet eyes. As its eyes opened, a powerful aura emanated from the white tiger. 7th grade. Luoying exclaimed after feeling the aura of the white tiger. No, this is not a 7th grade puppet at the moment. It is still an 8th grade puppet. Baitu, the owner of the puppet, shook his head and said, but the aura on it is clearly that of a 7th grade aura. This aura is similar to the aura of a 7th grade awakener that I have seen. The reason I say it's still an 8th grade puppet is based on its free mode. If I were to control it myself, this puppet would indeed have the combat power of a 7th grade puppet. But you know, I can't control it all the time. It's still in free mode most of the time, so it can only be considered a 7th grade puppet. Hearing Baitu's words, Luoying couldn't help but roll her eyes. Listen, is this human language? If other puppeteers hear it, will they still be alive? According to Uncle Gu's idea, if I complete the spirituality of this puppet, perhaps it can really reach the 7th level. I don't want a complete beast soul, and I don't want a beast soul with intelligence. This is the first time I've heard of such a strange request. I don't know if you can find such a beast soul. After all, such a soul is worthless in the eyes of the public. Luoying curled her lips. If my puppet white tiger successfully possesses spirituality, I think all beast souls will be valuable in the future, because I will spread this technology and let everyone benefit from it. In the future, puppeteers may be able to replace summoners. After all, the probability of backlash from summoners is too high. Baitu said with a smile. He didn't expect that such a joke would actually come true later, but it was not a replacement, but a fusion. Try it quickly. Luoying was already impatient. After controlling the puppet white tiger to arrive at the martial arts arena, Luoying jumped directly on it. Let me give it a try. As he spoke, Luoying swung the viper sword and stabbed directly at the white tiger. Seeing this, Baitu smiled. Since it was an upgraded white tiger, he wanted to see how strong the white tiger's defense was, so he did not dodge and let the viper sword pierce him. Chapter 40. Zhang Jing comes out of confinement. Surprises come one after another. Seeing this, Baitu smiled. Since it was an upgraded white tiger, he wanted to see how strong the white tiger's defense was, so he did not dodge and let the viper sword pierce him. Clang. A sound of metal collision was heard. A white mark appeared on the body of the puppet white tiger, and the viper sword was also bounced away. What a strong defense. My viper sword is also a yellow grade weapon, but I didn't expect it could only leave a white mark on the white tiger. Luoying said upon seeing this. Miss, listen to what you were saying. After all, my white tiger was upgraded with a yellow level weapon, which is the same grade as your viper sword. If I let you break through the defense easily, where will Uncle Gu put his face? Baitu said helplessly. Sorry, I forgot. After hearing Baitu's complaints, Luoying stuck out her tongue. Come on, continue. Baitu said with a smile. Luoying didn't say anything and rushed forward directly. The viper sword in Luoying's hand was like a flexible and insidious red snake. You could never guess from which direction her next move would come. Baitu controlled the puppet to dodge and resist at the same time. And at the same time, he was impressed in his heart that Luoying's comprehension ability was still very strong, and she had mastered the viper sword to perfection. Entangle. Suddenly, Luoying shouted loudly, and the viper sword wrapped around the white tiger like a python. But the white tiger was a dead creature, and was not afraid of the viper sword's entanglement at all. Luoying also discovered this at this time. She shook her hand, and the tip of the viper sword directly rose up and stabbed towards the word king on the white tiger's forehead. This is the core of the white tiger. Once it is destroyed, the white tiger will lose its power, but Baitu will not just sit there and watch. After discovering Luoying's purpose, a large amount of black light instantly appeared on Baihu's body, instantly deflecting the viper sword. After deflecting the viper sword, the white tiger pounced directly to Luoying's side. Luoying was not panicked. The viper sword instantly retracted and formed a shield in front of her, but she still underestimated the white tiger's power. The white tiger struck with its claws, and Luoying flew backwards instantly. Seeing this, Baitu quickly moved behind Luoying and caught her. Are you okay? Baitu asked after catching Luoying. It's okay, Luoying said with a red face. I'm sorry, I couldn't control my strength for a moment, Let's not compete anymore. Baitu continued. Can you please put me down first? Luo Ying said in a low voice with a red face. Oh. Hearing Luo Ying's words, Baitu quickly put her down. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire martial arts arena suddenly became strange. It took Luo Ying a while to calm down, but when she looked at Baitu, she still couldn't help blushing slightly. Student Baitu. At this awkward moment, a voice came from outside. Hearing this voice, Baitu and Luo Ying breathed a sigh of relief, then said something to Luo Ying and walked out of the training ground. Student Baitu, Dr. Zhang Jing from the medical room is looking for you. When he left, he told you to go directly to the medical room to find him. The student in charge of guarding the martial arts field said to Baitu. Okay, thank you, senior. Baitu nodded. After returning to the martial arts arena, Baitu told Luo Ying about this matter, then put away the white tiger and prepared to go to the medical room with her. What do you think Dr. Zhang Jing wants to talk to you about? Luo Ying asked on the way. I don't know. Maybe it's about the suturing technique back then, Baitu said after thinking about it. Soon, they arrived at the medical room and met him in the office on the second floor. However, he was surrounded by several doctors of similar age. Baitu and the others did not want to disturb them, so they sat down on the chairs at the door. In the office, Zhang Jing, who was dealing with other doctors, glanced and found that Baitu and Luo Ying had arrived, which made a smile appear on his face. Next time, we'll talk about it in detail next time. Someone is coming. You guys can leave first. We'll talk about it in 2 days. Zhang Jing said to the doctors, then asked them to leave the office, and then invited Baitu and Luo Ying into the office. In the office, Dr. Zhang, is there anything you want me to do for you? Baitu asked curiously. I have already broken through to the 4th level. If it weren't for your magical suturing technique, it would have taken me a long time to break through. That's why I specially invited you to come and thank you. Logically, I should have come to your house to thank you, but I didn't find you in the dormitory. After I arrived at the martial arts field, I discovered that you were busy again, so I had no choice but to choose here as the meeting place. Zhang Jing explained. 4th grade? You are now a 4th grade doctor? Luo Ying said in surprise. You know, doctors are a very popular profession. They are more popular than formation masters, alchemists, and weapon refiners, but correspondingly, it is relatively difficult for them to improve their strength. I heard that a doctor needs the assistance of pathogenic energy to achieve a breakthrough, but I don't know what this pathogenic energy is. Well, I was lucky enough to break through to the 4th level, Zhang Jing said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he took out 2 black-green beads and said, These are 2 poison beads. They contain a poison mist mixed with more than 100 kinds of toxins. Anyone below the 3rd rank will die if they touch it. This is my way of thanking you. Poisonous bead? Medicine and poison have been inseparable since ancient times. What's so strange about this? A good poisoner is not necessarily a good doctor, but a good doctor must be a better poisoner. Seeing Baitu's surprised look, Zhang Jing explained. Oh, this is the detoxification pill. It can detoxify the poison beads and 80% of the poisons in the world. It is much stronger than the pills made by alchemists. Then, Zhang Jing handed out 2 more bottles and said, Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Baitu said with a smile after taking it. By the way, Dr. Zhang, I have something I want to consult you about. Suddenly, Baitu seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Zhang Jing and said something. You say, I want to ask you, do you know where I can buy beast souls? I want a defective beast soul, an incomplete beast soul without intelligence. Ah. When Zhang Jing heard Baitu's words, he was stunned. He thought he had heard it wrong. You heard me right. I do need that kind of broken, incomplete, and unintelligent beast soul, Baitu said again. Well, if you want to talk about other things, I may not have them, but I actually have the kind you mentioned. Zhang Jing looked at Baitu with a strange expression and said, Ah, Dr. Zhang, you have it? This thing has no value at all. What are you buying it for? Luo Ying asked curiously. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. The beast soul in my hand was bought from a black market auction. The people at the auction said that this beast soul was at least at the 3rd grade, so I bought it. But after buying it, I found out that it is indeed the 3rd grade, but it is not complete, and its spiritual intelligence has also been erased. But the money has been spent, so I can only keep it. Just think of it as a lesson learned, Zhang Jing said awkwardly. After he finished speaking, he took out a black and white bead the size of an adult's fist from his space ring. I don't know what kind of beast soul this is. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Then I'd be honored to refuse it. Baitu didn't act pretentiously and took it directly. Actually, I'm very curious about how the beast soul is used, Baitu asked after putting away the beast soul. He only knew that there was such a thing as Beast Soul, but until now he was not quite sure about its specific use. Chapter 41. Transforming White Tiger and Confessing Love to Luo Ying. Actually, I'm very curious about how the Beast Soul is used. Bai Tu asked after putting away the Beast Soul. He only knew that there was such a thing as Beast Soul, but until now he was not quite sure about its specific use. In fact, these Beast Souls and Sea Souls are mainly for the service of summoners. Other professions also use them, but not many. For example, formation masters, equipment refiners, and alchemists. However, alchemists who use Beast Souls or Sea Souls to make pills are not good people. They are basically hounds. Zhang Jing said to Bai Tu and Luo Ying. Summoners use Beast Souls and Sea Souls mainly to be able to summon the battle pets they want while avoiding backlash, and Beast Souls can do both of the above. Zhang Jing said again. Dr. Zhang, can you be more specific? Luo Ying asked curiously. To put it simply, if a summoner wants a Tiger-type battle pet, he will go find a Tiger-type Beast Soul. The level is not very important. Of course, a high level is still beneficial. After getting the Beast Soul, he will first contract the Beast Soul, and then use his spiritual power to cleanse the Beast Soul and fill it with his own aura. After that, they will start using the Beast Soul to summon. After the summoned beast appears, there is a contract time of about 5 minutes. During this period, the summoned beast is unconscious. At this time, the summoner will merge the Beast Soul with the summoned beast. The purpose of doing this is to transfer his own spiritual power and breath to the soul of the summoned beast and reduce the probability of backlash. Zhang Jing patiently explained to Bai Tu and Luo Ying. So that's how it is. After hearing Zhang Jing's words, the two nodded. As for formation masters, they use Beast Souls mainly to arrange more powerful formations. However, this has a big disadvantage. That is, the formations made with Beast Souls are disposable and cannot be moved. Over time, not many people use formations made with Beast Souls. Zhang Jing once again explained the relationship between formation masters and Beast Souls. Weapon refiners use Beast Souls mainly to refine spiritual weapons. Alchemists use Beast Souls to make pills mainly for the purpose of transformation. Another purpose is to gain powerful strength. I won't go into details about this because there are no alchemists who use Beast Souls to make pills. Zhang Jing said. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that a small Beast Soul could have such profound knowledge. Bai Tu sighed. No wonder Gu Ming told him to use Beast Souls to upgrade the White Tiger. His way of upgrading the White Tiger should be similar to the way a weapon refiner refines spiritual weapons. Thank you. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. At this time, Bai Tu stood up and said, Okay. Zhang Jing nodded. By the way, classmate Bai Tu, can I teach your battlefield first aid techniques to others? Zhang Jing suddenly asked when Bai Tu and the others walked to the door. Dr. Zhang, since this thing can save lives, let's spread it out. Besides, it's not a secret. Bai Tu said with a smile. Okay. Hearing Bai Tu say this, a smile from the heart appeared on Zhang Jing's face. Now that I have obtained the Beast Soul, I plan to go directly to the martial arts field to open a quiet room, and then embed the Beast Soul into the White Tiger. After coming out of the medical room, Bai Tu said to Luo Ying. Yeah. Luo Ying nodded. After arriving at the martial arts arena, Luo Ying went to the magic array, while Bai Tu came to the quiet room where Gu Ming had upgraded the White Tiger before. After entering the quiet room, Bai Tu took out the White Tiger, and then he took out the incomplete Beast Soul. I hope what Master Gu Ming said can come true. Bai Tu looked at the Beast Soul in his hand and muttered to himself. After saying this, he attached the Beast Soul to the White Tiger's forehead, and then used his spiritual power to integrate the incomplete Beast Soul bit by bit into the Beast Pill at the core of the White Tiger. With the infusion of the Beast Soul, a trace of soul breath emanated from the White Tiger. At this time, the White Tiger no longer gave Bai Tu the feeling of a cold puppet. At this time, the White Tiger was more like a living creature. Of course, this was just Bai Tu's illusion, because it was the soul aura from the Beast Soul that was leaking out. Half an hour later, the Beast Soul was completely injected into the White Tiger's body. Bai Tu quickly stretched out a puppet line to connect himself to the White Tiger, and then injected the spiritual power in his body into the Beast Pill as if it were free. With the infusion of spiritual power, the ball of soul energy gradually became more lively. After Bai Tu felt it, he quickly shaped it into the image of a tiger with drooping eyes and a white forehead. About another hour passed, when Bai Tu's spiritual power was running out. This ball of soul energy finally maintained the tiger's form. Bai Tu injected a little of his consciousness into this soul energy, and then it began to transform into a soul. The rest was just nurturing it slowly. It's finally done. After feeling Bai Hu's situation, Bai Tu breathed a sigh of relief. After coming out of the quiet room, Luo Ying was still in the illusion array. Bai Tu suddenly thought of what happened last night, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he took out his communicator and called his desk mate Wang Yu. Brother Bai, you finally remembered me, your brother. I thought you had forgotten about me after falling in love with the gentle ladies. After the call was connected, Wang Yu started talking. Fatty, help me prepare some things and put them in my dormitory. The key is under the doormat. Bai Tu said nothing to Wang Yu. Ah, brother, my future happy life and your future happy life all depend on you. You can do whatever you want. Seeing that Wang Yu didn't react, Bai Tu said another sentence. Brother, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. You can rest assured. When you return to the dormitory, everything will be ready. After hearing Bai Tu's words, Wang Yu was stunned for only 3 seconds, then shouted on the communicator, accompanied by hurried footsteps. After waiting in the martial arts arena for another half an hour, Luo Ying still didn't come out. Bai Tu thought about it and decided to go back to the dormitory to prepare. The training ground is not very far from the dormitory, so there shouldn't be any big problems, right? I'll ask the seniors to send Luo Ying there, and it shouldn't be a big problem, Bai Tu said after thinking for a while. After saying this, he left the training ground directly. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Yu had already prepared what Bai Tu needed, which made him nod with satisfaction. Bai Tu then took out his communicator and sent a message to Wang Yu. Wait for me for a few days, 3 days at the fastest, 7 days at the slowest, and I will introduce you to some female classmates. Wang Yu's message was replied almost instantly. After seeing it, Bai Tu smiled and went straight into the kitchen. Soon, the sun set. When the sun completely set and the sky began to darken, Luo Ying came out of the illusion. When she came to find Bai Tu, she found that he had already left. You didn't even wait for me? Just wait and see what I'm going to say to you later. On the way back to the dormitory, Luo Ying muttered to herself angrily. When he returned to the dormitory, it was already completely dark, but there was no light on, which made Luo Ying a little confused. Huh? Not coming back? Luo Ying said puzzledly. After saying that, she turned on the light in the dormitory living room. When the light was turned on, she covered her mouth. The scene in front of her stunned her, and there was a hint of confusion and joy in her eyes. Chapter 42. Confession to Luo Ying, Abnormality in the Academy. After saying that, she turned on the light in the dormitory living room. When the light was turned on, she covered her mouth. The scene in front of her stunned her, and there was a hint of confusion and joy in her eyes. At this time, there were a large number of roses placed on the floor of the living room. These roses were arranged into a heart shape. The surrounding walls were also covered with balloons and roses. Bai Tu was standing in the middle of the roses, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. Luo Ying, I have something to tell you. After seeing Luo Ying's surprised expression, Bai Tu pulled her to the middle of the roses. The next part is the time for Bai Tu to confess his love. I won't go into details here, mainly because I have never confessed my love to Xiao Xian, so I don't know what the process is. It's probably similar to the format shown on TV. Luo Ying, will you be my girlfriend? After saying a lot of cheesy words, Bai Tu looked at Luo Ying and asked very seriously. Yeah. Luo Ying covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with tears of emotion. After hearing Bai Tu's words, she nodded excitedly. In fact, Luo Ying also liked Bai Tu's day. She didn't know exactly when it started. Maybe it was from their practical class, or when they teamed up together to participate in the freshman trial, or when Bai Tu asked her to escape and was seriously injured. She couldn't remember clearly, but she knew that Bai Tu was in her heart, and that Bai Tu held a very important position in her heart. When Bai Tu saw that Luo Ying agreed to him, he handed the flowers in his hand to Luo Ying, then bent down and kissed her. Although Luo Ying was very nervous, she did not avoid it, but closed her eyes tightly. It was very soft and tender, and it was a very comfortable feeling. This was the first time that Bai Tu, who had lived 2 lives, experienced this feeling. After being affectionate for nearly 5 minutes, Bai Tu and Luo Ying finally separated. Are you hungry? Let's eat. Bai Tu looked at the shy Luo Ying in his arms and said with a smile. Luo Ying lowered his head and hummed softly. Wow, such a rich meal. When Luo Ying saw the dishes brought out by Bai Tu, an expression of surprise and joy appeared on her face. Bai Tu smiled in his heart when he saw Luo Ying like this. This little Ying is really a little foodie, but I like her. Eat and see if my cooking skills have deteriorated. Bai Tu sat opposite Luo Ying. I like to eat anything as long as it's made by you. Luo Ying said with a smile, completely different from the shy look just now. In fact, Luo Ying's personality is not as cold as rumored by the outside world. In front of the person she likes, she is actually a lively and cute little foodie. Ever since they confessed their love to Luo Ying, they cared less and less about the opinions of their classmates. At the same time, they skipped classes more and more often. Who gave them the privileges given by Ling Wei? When they are not in class, they either stay in the dormitory or hang out in the martial arts field. Their days are fulfilling and interesting. That day, Bai Tu and Luo Ying had just returned from the martial arts arena when Ling Wei came over. You guys better pay attention these 2 days. We already have a target, Ling Wei said to Bai Tu and Luo Ying. Found it? Bai Tu asked. Yes, it is basically confirmed. We will take action in the next 2 days. In order to avoid other accidents, my suggestion is that you stay in the martial arts field these days. The defense of the quiet room is the highest level in the entire academy. Even for the 3rd or 4th level awakeners, it will be impossible to break into the quiet room in a short time. Ling Wei said to Bai Tu and Luo Ying. Okay. Bai Tu nodded without any hesitation. On the sofa nearby, Shadow Cat was trying to please Xiao Xue and giving her a massage, but when Xiao Xue heard Ling Wei's words, she stood up instantly and went straight into Bai Tu's arms. Seeing this, Bai Tu took it in his arms and started petting it. Seeing this, Luo Ying also picked up the Shadow Cat. Then how long do we need to stay in the training ground? Luo Ying asked. At least 1 or 2 days, at most 3 to 5 days. Ling Wei said after thinking about it. Okay. Luo Ying thought about it and nodded. After hearing Ling Wei's words, Xiao Xue in Bai Tu's arms smiled. At the same time, she found a comfortable position and lay in Bai Tu's arms, enjoying Bai Tu's caress. Tomorrow morning, you should go directly to the martial arts arena. At this time, Ling Wei stood up and said something, and then left Bai Tu's dormitory. I always feel that there is something fishy about this matter, Bai Tu said after Ling Wei left. Strange? What's strange? Luo Ying leaned over and lay in his arms. Bai Tu put Xiao Xue aside and then hugged Luo Ying in his arms. Xiao Xue's face immediately showed a look of human contempt, and then she ran back to her nest. It went smoothly. It went extremely smoothly and in a very short time, Bai Tu said while stroking Luo Ying's hair. Isn't this a good thing? Maybe, but it's just weird, Bai Tu said with a smile. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Just sit for a moment, I'll get you something to eat. Starting tomorrow, we can only eat school meals. After a few seconds, Bai Tu put aside all the random thoughts in his mind. I want to eat sweet and sour spare ribs, sweet and sour pork, and more. Luo Ying listed 7 or 8 dishes in a row. Ha ha ha, all of them, all of them. You really are a little foodie. Bai Tu smiled dotingly. They have been notified. They will go to the training ground early tomorrow morning, Ling Wei said to everyone in Long Zhan's dormitory. Yes. The principal nodded. How's the situation with Huang Lang? The principal asked again. We have been monitoring him all the time, and all those who have had secret contact with him are under our surveillance. Long Zhan said. When the time comes to arrest, it will depend on the people in your trial team. The principal turned and said to Li Zhe. Don't worry, I am 100% confident in the people in the trial team. Li Zhe nodded. Then let's get ready and start taking action early tomorrow morning to minimize the impact. The principal stood up and said, Don't follow us tomorrow. The school still needs you to be in charge. Long Zhan said after thinking for a while. Uncle Amo, after we take action tomorrow, there will definitely be riots or some other situations in the school, so your task tomorrow will be very heavy. Li Zhe also said at this time. Yeah. After hearing what Li Zhe said, the principal finally nodded. The next morning, after having breakfast, Bai Tu and Luo Ying went straight to the martial arts field, registered for a quiet room and went straight in. I will have to spend the next 2 or 3 days here. Looking at the empty quiet room, Bai Tu sighed. There's nothing we can do, but when we get out, it should be safe. Then I'll treat you to a delicious meal in Xianyang City, Luo Ying said, holding Bai Tu's arm. Okay. Bai Tu nodded. Then let's practice first, otherwise it will be really hard to kill time, Bai Tu said after lying in the quiet room for a while. Yeah. Luo Ying nodded, then sat on the mat next to Bai Tu. Although there are telephones in this world, the telephones in this world are called communicators. Their functions are only to make calls, send text messages, and make video calls. Apart from these, they have no other functions, so they are called communicators. There is no other way. I can't play with my phone, and I can't just lie down, so I can only practice to kill time. Chapter 43. Finding the Hound, Unexpected Events. There is no other way. I can't play with my phone, and I can't just lie down, so I can only practice to kill time. As Bai Tu and Luo Ying began to practice one after another, Ling Wei also began to take action. First of all, in order to prevent the hounds and demon dogs lurking in the academy from harming the students, Ling Wei gathered all the students in the duel arena for practical lessons. The arena of the War Academy is very large and can accommodate 1,000 people without any problem. When all the students gathered at the duel arena, Long Zhan was the first to take action. Because Huang Lang had been under surveillance before, and those who had contact with Huang Lang had also been under surveillance, the arrest was very quick and convenient. Long Zhan is responsible for Huang Lang and related personnel, while Li Zhe is responsible for the senior leaders of the War Academy. Soon, the battle on Long Zhan's side was over, and no one escaped, but some problems occurred on Li Zhe's side. The person they arrested this time was named Qiyu, who was the former captain of the law enforcement team of the Zhanwu Academy, which is Long Zhan's current position. So his strength is still very strong, with the strength of the 4th rank. Li Zhe only has the 5th grade cultivation, and the trial team under his command are generally around the 6th grade strength. It is somewhat difficult to capture Qiyu, who is at the 4th grade, but it is only a little difficult. After all, the trial team has about 20 people. Although their strength is not enough, their number is enough. After paying the price of several people being seriously injured, Akabane was finally captured by Li Zhe. Soon, the hounds led by Akabane were taken to the dungeon of the War Academy. But soon, Long Zhan and Li Zhe were confused, because they did not get any information from Baitu and Luoying at all. These people did not even know who Luoying and Baitu were. What's going on? Did we catch the wrong person? Li Zhe asked Long Zhan. It's definitely wrong. There may be some misunderstanding. Let's continue the investigation. I don't believe that we can't find out what we want. Long Zhan said coldly while looking at Qiyu and the others. Soon Ling Wei also found out what was happening with Long Zhan and Li Zhe, which surprised her a little. She thought it would be a fierce battle, but she didn't expect it to be resolved so easily. It seems that Baitu and Luoying are finally safe. Ling Wei murmured to herself. After she finished speaking, she asked someone to call Baitu and Luoying out of the quiet room. So fast? Were there no casualties? Baitu asked. It is said that some people in the trial team were seriously injured, but no one died. Ling Wei said. Something's not right. Baitu said to Ling Wei. Why? Isn't this a good thing? Ling Wei and Luoying were both puzzled. I've said before that this matter went too smoothly. The degree of success exceeded our expectations. Is this normal? Baitu asked. Let me put it this way. If you were a hound, or a demon, and you had spent several years, or even more than 10 years lurking among the human race, and had worked your way up step by step to a senior leadership position in one of the 4 major academies, how much foundation do you think you have? How many backup plans do you think you have? I don't believe that the person sitting in this position would not have a backup plan. If he doesn't have a backup plan, then it would seem that our human race is too incompetent. Baitu said, looking at Ling Wei and Luoying. Are you saying that this arrest is intended to confuse us? Not necessarily, but there's something weird and awkward about this whole thing. I can't put my finger on it, but I just feel that way. I will tell the principal your guess. You can go back to the dormitory first. Ling Wei nodded and left. When Ling Wei arrived at the principal's office, Li Zhe and Long Zhan had also arrived. Their faces looked extremely heavy. Seeing this, Ling Wei immediately realized that things might have exceeded their expectations. Could Baitu's guess be correct? Ling Wei said in her heart after seeing the expressions on the faces of the principal and others. Principal, Baitu and Luoying have returned to the dormitory. I have some speculations about Baitu's opinion on this matter. Seeing that everyone was silent, Ling Wei spoke first. Tell me about it. The principal motioned Ling Wei to speak out. Afterwards, Ling Wei told Baitu about his guess. After that, she kept paying attention to everyone's expressions, but she finally found that no one seemed to have any expression on their faces. Baitu's guess does make some sense. This matter actually has nothing to do with Baitu and Luoying. That's why he feels strange. Long Zhan said to Ling Wei. Ah. This time it was Ling Wei's turn to be surprised. After interrogation, we found that Qiyu and his men had never targeted Baitu and Luoying. Although he knew the identities of Baitu and Luoying, he was not interested in them at all. Li Zhe said. Then, Ling Wei looked at everyone in confusion. They are lurking in our college for another purpose. Li Zhe looked at Long Zhan and motioned him to speak. Do you remember the Beast Tide at Yumen Pass 10 years ago? It was the battle in which General Xuehe was named the god of war of the Qin dynasty? Long Zhan said to Ling Wei and the principal. Yeah. They nodded. The reason why there was a sudden tide of beasts outside Yumen Pass that year was because a secret realm appeared in a valley 100 miles away from Yumen Pass. It is said that the secret realm was left over from the war between humans and demons thousands of years ago. It contains the heritage of the ancestors of the human race and the ancestors of the demon race. In addition to these, there are also countless treasures and magical weapons. Having said that, Long Zhan stopped and took a sip of water. The reason why the demons launched the Beast Tide was to cover up the fluctuations caused by the opening of the secret realm. The main purpose of their lurking among the human race is to prepare to instigate the awakened people of the human race to help them open the secret realm and obtain the treasures inside. Wait, to incite the human race to rebel and open the secret realm, how did they open it 10 years ago? Ling Wei noticed the key point. I don't know, but this time the secret realm needs the presence of humans to open it, otherwise it cannot be opened at all. No matter whether it is the hound or the monster, they have been contaminated with the breath of the monster race. The secret realm does not recognize their human identity at all, so the monster race is lurking among the human race, preparing to instigate a part of the human race to serve as the key to open the secret realm. Li Zhe shook his head and said, "In that case, are there hounds in other colleges as well?" asked the principal. "I don't know. After we got the results of the interrogation, we immediately informed other colleges. I think there will be news in the next 2 days." Li Zhe said to the principal. "When will the secret realm open?" asked the principal. "Less than 3 months, almost at the end of the year." Long Zhan said. "That's about the same time as our hunting in the wilderness," the principal said after thinking for a moment. Well, Lao Long, you continue to interrogate them and see which students they have contacted, and whether there is a list of students who have been instigated to defect. As for A's, you keep an eye on the students in secret, mainly those who are about to graduate. I think students in grades 1, 2, and 3 are not even worth the attention of the Demon Clan's hounds. The principal looked at Long Zhan and Li Zhe and said, "Yes." They both nodded. "What about me?" Ling Wei asked. "You can continue with your classes, but from now on, you will no longer teach first-grade classes. Just focus on teaching your second-grade class. I will arrange other teachers for the first-grade classes." "Okay." Ling Wei nodded. "Although I don't know why the principal made such arrangements, there must be a reason for it. I just need to follow the principal's arrangements." Chapter 44. Meeting of the 4 major colleges. Although I don't know why the principal made such arrangements, there must be a reason for it. I just need to follow the principal's arrangements. By the way, although the final outcome of this incident did not involve Bai Tu and Luoying, we cannot take it lightly. After all, Bai Tu and the others did encounter monsters, and he was indeed seriously injured. This matter still needs to be investigated further. The principal then looked at everyone and said another sentence. "Ling Wei, I asked you to concentrate on teaching class 2 so that you can have enough time. You still have to continue to be responsible for the safety of Bai Tu and Luoying. I will move your dormitory next to Bai Tu's dormitory so that it will be easier for you to protect them secretly." The principal continued. "Yeah." Ling Wei nodded. "That's it for now. You all go and get busy. I'm going to go to Holy Spirit College to take a look. It's not a good idea to just wait here." The principal stood up and said. After walking out of the principal's office, Ling Wei glanced in the direction of Bai Tu's dormitory. This kid's intuition is really accurate. This matter is indeed strange, but now there is something I have to ask him. Ling Wei showed a smile. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on Bai Tu's dormitory door. "Xiaoying, someone is knocking on the door. Look who is coming." Bai Tu, who was in the kitchen, shouted to the living room. Luoying opened the door holding Xiao He and found that it was Ling Wei. "Teacher Ling, why are you here? Please come in," Luoying said in surprise. Shouldn't she be discussing something in the principal's office right now? "The principal's work is over, so I came over to take a look at my new dormitory," Ling Wei said with a smile. "New dormitory? Teacher Ling is going to move here?" After sitting down, Luoying asked curiously. "Yes. The school has arranged a new dormitory for me, right next to you." Ling Wei nodded. Hearing Ling Wei's words, a thoughtful look flashed across Luoying's eyes. "Teacher Ling is here. Let's have lunch here at noon." At this time, Bai Tu walked out of the kitchen with a plate of food in his hand. "Hey, you can actually cook?" Ling Wei said in surprise when she saw the dish in Bai Tu's hand. "Yes, the food cooked by Tong Tong is delicious, Teacher Ling. You will know after you eat it." Before Bai Tu spoke, Luoying started talking. "Then I will shamelessly try Bai Tu's cooking." Hearing Luoying say this, Ling Wei also became curious about Bai Tu's cooking skills. "You guys go to the table first. We only have 2 more dishes before we can eat." Bai Tu placed the dish in his hand on the table. Not long after, Bai Tu came out of the kitchen, wiping his hands, took off his apron and put it on a chair beside him. "Let's eat." It will get cold if you don't eat now. After saying that, Bai Tu sat next to Luoying and started to serve food to everyone. As expected, your cooking skills are really good. Luoying will be blessed in the future. After taking a bite, Ling Wei's eyes lit up, and then she looked at Luoying with a smile. Teacher Ling, you are flattering me. This is just an ordinary home-cooked dish. With your strength and knowledge, you must have eaten the food cooked by Chef Ling, right? Mine cannot compare with Chef Ling's. Bai Tu said with a smile. No, in fact, the food cooked by a spiritual chef is just... I have a spiritual chef at home, but the food he cooks is essentially based on cultivation, and the taste is not as good as yours. Luoying said immediately. Eat, eat. Bai Tu smiled and said nothing. In any case, he had never eaten food cooked by a spiritual chef. Maybe he had eaten it, but he had no memory of it. The reason why he said maybe he had eaten it was because the children of those big families had been eating food cooked by spiritual chefs since they were young to regulate their bodies. Anyway, as far as Bai Tu could remember, it was basically his mother who cooked for his family, and the cook rarely cooked. The meal was a joyful one for both hosts and guests. After the meal, they sat on the sofa and chatted. Ling Wei told Bai Tu the results of the interrogation of Long Zhan and others, and asked Bai Tu about some of her own doubts. Just like you said before, Akabane spent nearly 20 years climbing to his current position. It's impossible for him to not have a backup plan. But now he has been caught so easily, and none of those so-called backup plans have appeared. What's going on? Does he have other intentions? Ling Wei asked. Not likely. Bai Tu shook his head. I have the following guesses. First, Qi Yu should have distributed all his backup plans. As for why, maybe he wanted to incite the human race to rebel, or maybe it was for the secret realm. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to catch him so easily. Second, he never thought that he would be caught. I can guarantee that he must have known about your secret actions, but your goal at the time was to find the person who betrayed Xiaoying and me. So there is an information asymmetry problem here. Bai Tu looked at Ling Wei and said. Listening to Bai Tu's explanation, Ling Wei nodded continuously. At this time, she did not regard Bai Tu as a student who had just reached adulthood. Luoying, who was standing beside him, was looking at Bai Tu with happiness in her eyes. Is this the man she chose? Sure enough, my vision is the best. While Ling Wei and Bai Tu were chatting, Imo Lin, the principal of the War Academy, came to the Holy Spirit Academy. Old Gao, you should know about our college, right? Imo Lin asked Gao Chong, the principal of Holy Spirit College, when he saw him. Well, Long Zhan and the others have already sent us a message, and we are now conducting a secret self-investigation. Gao Chong nodded. What do you think? Imo Lin looked at Gao Chong and asked. Old Imo, do you have any ideas? Gao Chong narrowed his eyes and looked at Imo Lin. Let's call the principals of the School of Nature and Moli College over, and let's discuss it together. Imo Lin said. Okay. Gao Chong nodded. Then he took out the communicator and contacted the principals of the remaining 2 colleges. As for the other small colleges, they were not qualified to participate in this incident at all. 2 hours later, Enzi, the principal of the College of Nature, and Tang Long, the dean of the Moli College, also arrived at the Holy Spirit College. You should have received the message sent by Long Zhan, right? Imo Lin asked after seeing them. Yes, we are also conducting self-inspection now. Tang Long and Enzi nodded. Do you have any ideas? Morin asked the 3 of them. Ideas? What ideas? My current idea is to quickly find out if there are any hounds and monsters lurking in the academy. What other ideas can I have? Enzi said. Secret realm. Don't you have any ideas? Morin narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone. Hearing Imo Lin's words, the 3 people's eyes changed instantly. They had never thought about it in this regard before. All they wanted to do before was to quickly check the academy to avoid unnecessary losses and troubles. But now after hearing what Morin said, they instantly became curious about the secret realm. What do you mean? Gao Chong asked. The secret realm is in Yumen Pass, which is the territory of General Shua. Our Zhanwu Academy has a tradition of wilderness hunting at the end of every year, and the time when the secret realm opens coincides with the time for our academy's wilderness hunting. I think, this time, our 4 major academies can unite. What do you think? Imo Lin asked. How do we unite? How do we ensure safety? Tang Long, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Chapter 45. Planning a Secret Realm, Special Training. How do we unite? How do we ensure safety? Tang Long, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Of course, we should join forces to organize a large-scale wilderness hunt. At that time, we will set the rewards higher, so as to increase the enthusiasm of the students. Morin said quickly. As for the safety issue you mentioned, there is no need to worry. What kind of place is Yumen Pass? It is no exaggeration to say that the protection there is even stronger than that of Xianying Palace. How could the students be in danger? Mo Lin looked at Tang Long and said, "You want to use wilderness hunting as a cover, and then send people into the secret realm to compete with the demon clan for opportunities?" Gao Chang asked. "No, wilderness hunting has never been a cover. This wilderness hunting is indeed going to be held, and it will be held on a large scale. It's just that some students don't participate." Morin smiled. "Qi Tian from our college can represent our School of Natural Sciences to enter the secret realm." And Zi suddenly said at this time, "Gong Shu Lin and Li Chao from our Moli Academy are the best in the academy, and they can also enter the secret realm." Tang Long also said after listening to Mo Lin's words, "We have 4 people from Holy Spirit Academy, Zhao Xiaoming, Ming Yu, Wang Pengju, Gao Lei, etc. who can enter the secret realm." Gao Chang also said at this time, "Bai Tu and Luoing from our academy can enter the secret realm, but my suggestion is that each academy form a team of 4 so that they can take care of each other in the secret realm." After Mo Lin finished speaking, he looked at everyone. "Okay." Gao Chang was the first to nod. After all, he had just mentioned 4 names. "Okay." And Zi thought about it and nodded. "Then let's go back and prepare. There are still 2 months before the secret realm opens. During these 2 months, I think you should be able to check the academy yourself, right?" Mo Lin asked everyone. By the way, I think this matter should be reported to the military. What do you think?" Gao Chang said at this time. "Yes, we don't know how many people there are in the demon tribe yet. The more people we have on our side, the safer we will be in the secret realm." And Zi nodded. But after hearing Zi's words, everyone's eyes immediately became a little strange. The more humans there are, the safer it is? I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. But it is right to tell the military. After all, the more humans there are, the more benefits you will gain. Then I'll go back first. During these 2 months, everyone should give special training to the people you like, so that they don't die in the secret realm. After Mo Lin finished speaking, he got up and left. "Okay, I'll leave first. I still have a lot of things to do in the college," Mo Lin said last, and Tang Long and Nzi also stood up and said something, and then left. After returning to the academy, Mo Lin found Long Zhan and told him about the plan for the secret realm. "So now, I need you to give special training to Bai Tu and Luoing. I don't want them to die in the secret realm," Mo Lin said to Long Zhan. "Leave it to me." Long Zhan nodded. "What about the remaining 2 people?" Long Zhan asked again. "I will find someone else to take care of the remaining 2 people. Just take care of Bai Tu and Luoing. Since you have a plan, I won't ask any more questions. Leave Bai Tu and Luoing to me." Long Zhan nodded and left. At the same time, other colleges assigned the few people they had proposed to the best teachers in the college in order to allow them to grow in a short period of time. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Bai Tu and Luoing prepared to go to class. Now that the hounds lurking in the academy have been found out, and it has been confirmed that these hounds have nothing to do with the 2 of them, they have no reason not to go to class. However, not long after they went out, they met Long Zhan, who came to find them. "Hey, long time no see, by Tuesday." When Long Zhan saw Bai Tu, he greeted him with a smile. "Teacher Long." Bai Tu greeted Long Zhan with a smile after seeing him. Thinking back, he was the one who recruited me to the Zhanwu Academy, but they had only met once during the enrollment period. This was the first time they met since he came to the Zhanwu Academy. "Let's go." After saying hello, Long Zhan said to Bai Tu, "Classmate Luoing, you should come with me." Lastly, Long Zhan said to Luoing again. "Ah." Bai Tu and Luoing were a little confused. They didn't react for a moment. "From today on, you 2 will be under my care, which means I will be your teacher from now on." Seeing that they were a little confused, Long Zhan explained with a smile. "Teacher Long, do you mean that we don't have to go to class anymore?" Luoing asked cautiously. "You can say that, but don't be happy too soon." Seeing a smile on Luo Ying's face, Long Zhan said mercilessly, "Although you don't have to go to class, you have to accept my special training." A half smile appeared on Long Zhan's face. "Special training? Special training for what?" Bai Tu was a little curious. "You will know when the time comes. Go back and pack your things first, put on some comfortable clothes, and set off for the monster forest in half an hour. I'll be waiting for you at the school gate." After saying this, Long Zhan left. "This?" Bai Tu and Luoing looked at each other, full of confusion and puzzlement. "Let's go first," Bai Tu said after thinking for a while. 20 minutes later, Bai Tu and Luoing arrived at the school gate. Long Zhan was standing at the school gate, looking at them with a smile on his face. "Good, very energetic. Let's set off. After seeing Baitu and Luo Ying, Long Zhan nodded. More than 10 minutes later, they entered the monster forest. After entering the monster forest, Long Zhan asked Baitu and Luo Ying to stretch out their hands. The next second, under their puzzled gazes, Long Zhan buckled two pitch-black iron rings with light golden patterns directly on their wrists. After the iron rings were buckled on their wrists, the spiritual power in their bodies instantly stagnated, which made the two of them widen their eyes. This is a soul-forbidden ring. Its purpose is to limit your spiritual power. As a qualified warrior, whether you have spiritual power or not, you are the strongest existence. You will have to survive in this forest for half a month. After half a month, I will adjust the special training content for you according to your situation. Okay, try your best to survive here. Long Zhan patted Baitu's shoulder and then left. Is this what he calls special training? Isn't this just free range? Baitu muttered to himself as he watched Long Zhan's back as he left. Tong Tong, what should we do next? Luo Ying came back to his senses and asked. Baitu felt it and found that his spiritual power was indeed unusable, but the super fruit seemed to be still usable. Then he stretched out his hand and several thin threads came out of his hand. Hey, isn't your spiritual power sealed? Luo Ying asked in surprise after seeing the thin thread in Baitu's hand. It's sealed, but fortunately some of it can still be used. Baitu said, because he found that he could only use the 5-colored thread, the foot-shaving thread, and the parasitic thread at present. The others could not be used at all because there was no spiritual power to support them. Fortunately, I still have the Viper Sword, so I haven't completely lost my combat power. Luo Ying took out the Viper Sword and said, let's go and see how much we can grow in the next half-month, Baitu said after smiling. After saying that, the two of them walked into the monster forest. After they left, Long Zhan suddenly walked out from behind a big tree. He looked at Baitu and the others with surprise and disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 46 Special Training, Two People Growing Rapidly. After saying that, the two of them walked into the monster forest. After they left, Long Zhan suddenly walked out from behind a big tree. He looked at Baitu and the others with surprise and disbelief in his eyes. Even after putting on the Soul Forbidden Ring, he can actually use the awakened power. This Baitu is really extraordinary. I am becoming more and more curious about you. Long Zhan murmured to himself. After saying that, Long Zhan followed Baitu and the others and walked into the forest. He said that he would let Baitu and the other two survive in the forest for half a month, but he couldn't really just ignore them, so he secretly followed them. Although Baitu and the others' spiritual power was sealed, fortunately their observation haki could still be used, which allowed them to avoid many dangers in the monster forest. In the front left, there is a 9th-grade red phosphorus python. Do you want to get on it? At the edge of the monster forest, Baitu looked at Luo Ying and asked, 9th grade. You can go up? Luo Ying said without hesitation. Then you take the lead and I'll assist. This is a good opportunity to get familiar with the Viper Sword, Baitu said in a deep voice. Okay. Luo Ying thought about it and nodded. The next second, she rushed out with the Viper Sword in hand. TSK. What an impulsive little girl. In secret, Long Zhan saw Luo Ying's figure and said with a smile. After Luo Ying rushed out, Baitu also smiled bitterly. He was still wanting to arrange some tactics, but he didn't expect that the little girl would rush out like this. There was no way. He could only rush out as well. The giant red phosphorus python was resting on a big tree at this time. When Luo Ying rushed out, it was directly frightened. While the red phosphorus python was stunned, Luo Ying swung the Viper Sword and stabbed it directly on the python's head. Clang! A metallic sound was heard, and the red phosphorus python's head shook. It became unstable and fell directly from the tree. Baitu found the right opportunity and shot out. The 5-colored thread in his hand directly cut the giant python. Then he used the razor thread to kick it into the sky again. These two attacks instantly cut several deep wounds on the giant python's body. Luo Ying saw the giant python flying into the sky, and with a shake of his hand, the Viper Sword immediately wrapped around the python. The next second, it tightened instantly, and the triangular blade cut directly into the wound along the wound cut by Baitu. The giant python screamed in pain. Luo Ying waved his hand and threw it to the ground. Stowing, I will help you to clear the formation from now on. Don't kill it first. Fight with it, and observe the fighting style of the red phosphorus python. This will be of great help to you in understanding the Viper Sword. Baitu said to her after seeing that the red phosphorus python was injured. Yeah. Luo Ying nodded. After saying that, Luo Ying let go of the red phosphorus python. After the giant python was released, It immediately coiled up its body and then raised its head. Seeing this, Luoying did not rush to attack, but waited for the red phosphorus python to attack first. After about 3 minutes of confrontation, the red phosphorus python roared and rushed towards Luoying. Seeing this, Luoying raised his hand to block, but the next second, a thick tail suddenly attacked from the side. In a hurry, Luoying defended himself quickly, but was still hit hard by the tail. This tail made Luoying retreat 5 steps directly, and the huge force made her sword-holding hand tremble continuously. Baitu had actually noticed this scene a long time ago. He instinctively wanted to help, but in the end he forced himself to hold back. Although he also felt sorry for Luoying, he hoped that Luoying could grow in battle rather than under his protection. Luoying is actually quite strong, but after being with Baitu, she gradually became dependent on Baitu, which caused her strength to decline slightly. But after today, Baitu believes that Luoying will definitely find his former self again. After more than 10 seconds, Luoying let out a long breath, and the restless blood in her body finally calmed down. The next moment, Luoying stepped forward, ready to engage in close combat with the red phosphorus python. When the giant red phosphorus python saw Luoying rushing towards it, its tail began to swing left and right, and its raised head also began to shake irregularly, ready to give Luoying a heavy blow at any time. When Luoying got close, the red phosphorus python raised its head and slammed into Luoying fiercely, while its tail swept over again. "I won't fall in the same place twice." Luoying snorted coldly. The viper sword in his hand was directly wrapped around the giant python's neck, and then he pulled it hard. With the help of this force, Luoying flew directly over the head of the red phosphorus giant python and avoided its tail. In the next 200 rounds, Luoying had several opportunities to kill the red phosphorus python, but she did not take action. Instead, she continued to fight with it, learning combat skills from it and perfecting the viper sword. After 500 rounds, Luoying found that she could no longer learn anything from the red phosphorus python in front of her. She knew that the battle was over. The next second, the viper sword pierced the red phosphorus python's vital point, but was blocked by the red phosphorus python's head. But the viper sword bent and wrapped around the body of the red phosphorus python. "It's over." Luoying sneered, and the viper sword shrank instantly. The giant red phosphorus python in front of him was cut into countless pieces. "Xiaoying, how do you feel?" Baitu asked after killing the red phosphorus python. "Very good. Better than ever," Luoying said with a smile. "Then let's move on." Baitu nodded. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Baitu and Luoying had grown greatly. From the murderous aura and cold eyes that emanated from them from time to time, as well as their conscious movements when walking, it could be seen that they must have experienced quite a few battles in this half-month. At this time, they were resting in a camp. Their clothes had become beggars' clothes, and they exuded a pungent odor. "Tong Tong, I want to take a shower. I stink so much." Luoying scratched her tangled hair and looked at Baitu with an aggrieved look on her face. "Then let's go out tomorrow. Half a month is up," Baitu said. Then he scratched his neck and found black mud in the cracks between his nails, which made him smile bitterly. Half a month. He didn't know how he had spent the past half-month. "Haha, not bad. Half a month has passed, and you are still energetic. You didn't let me down." Baitu and Luoying were chatting when Long Zhan's voice appeared behind them. Hearing Long Zhan's voice, Baitu and Luoying's eyes turned cold instantly, and their bodies subconsciously assumed defensive and offensive postures. But after hearing Long Zhan's voice, they relaxed their vigilance again. The next second, Long Zhan walked out of the woods. "Let's go. Don't wait until tomorrow. You have been here for half a month. It's not enough. Go back and have a good rest today," Long Zhan said to them. Hearing Long Zhan's words, Baitu and Luoying rolled their eyes at him. "Who made them stay here for half a month?" "It was you." When they returned to the academy, it was already late at night. After saying goodbye to Long Zhan, they returned to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, the two went straight to the bathroom. If Luoying was a little shy before, she was used to it now. In the monster forest for half a month, they ate, drank, defecated, urinated, and slept together, so they had already gotten used to each other. 2 hours later, they finally came out of the bathroom with wet hair. "It's more comfortable after washing." Luoying smelled the smell on his body and said. Baitu didn't say anything, but picked up Princess Luoying and ran straight to the bedroom. Luoying exclaimed at first, then looked at Baitu with a reproachful look and lay directly in his arms. Chapter 47. Arena, Bloodshed. Baitu didn't say anything, but picked up Princess Luoying and ran straight to the bedroom. Luoying exclaimed at first, then looked at Baitu with a reproachful look and lay directly in his arms. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Baitu and Luoying rubbed their sleepy eyes and walked out of the bedroom. After arriving at the bathroom, they looked at each other and a smile called happiness appeared on their faces. After washing up, Luoying collapsed on the sofa and petted the cat, while Baitu went straight into the kitchen. It didn't take long before a few side dishes and a pot of porridge were ready. After inviting Luoying to finish her meal, Baitu and Luoying collapsed on the sofa together. Baitu stroked Xiaoxue, while Luoying stroked Xiaohe. "What are we going to do today?" Luoying asked. "I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to go out today. As long as Teacher Long doesn't come, I will lie in the dormitory all day," Baitu said lazily while stroking Xiaoxue, and Xiaoxue also made snoring sounds with a look of enjoyment. "Well, I don't want to go out either, so let's just rest in the dormitory." Luoying giggled and leaned directly on Baitu's shoulder. "What? Are you free today?" In the principal's office, Imo Lin looked at Long Zhan and said, "It's a good idea to combine work and rest. They've been in that haunted forest for half a month. When I went to find them, their eyes were really fierce. So I plan to let them take a break and adjust," Long Zhan said while sitting on the sofa without any image. "Okay, as long as you know what's going on." The principal nodded. A day passed quietly like this. Baitu and Luoying stayed in the dormitory all day. There was no other way. They had been nervous for half a month in the monster forest. Now that they had relaxed, they had to have a good rest. 2 days later, Long Zhan found Baitu and Luoying again. "Let's go. I'll continue to give you special training. Teacher Long, can you tell me what it is in advance? I don't want to go to the monster forest again," Baitu asked quickly. "Let's go to the arena and let you see some blood." Long Zhan grinned. "See blood? We have been in the monster forest for more than half a month. We have seen all kinds of blood." Luoying curled his lips. But when Baitu heard Long Zhan's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then his brows immediately frowned. He had the same idea as Luoying at first. They had already spent half a month in the monster forest. What kind of blood had they not seen? Besides, Zhanwu Academy had a freshman entrance test. Didn't that count as seeing blood? But soon, he realized what Long Zhan meant by seeing blood. What he meant by seeing blood was seeing the blood of one's own kind. Even though he asked Luoying if he could kill people before fighting with the 4 monsters, if they were not monsters, if they were really classmates, he would take action, but he would definitely not kill anyone, because he simply couldn't do it. "Just follow me," Long Zhan said with a smile. After saying that, he took them out of the academy. 2 hours later, Long Zhan brought them to the west city of Xianyang City, where the largest fighting arena in the entire Daqin was located. "Register the 2 of them. No more than that will be allowed. Each person will fight 3 rounds, a fight to the death." After entering the arena, Long Zhan said to the people who were registering, "Okay." The person in charge of registration looked at Baitu and Luoying and nodded. He then asked about Baitu and Luoying's age and strength, and finally asked them to give themselves a code name. After doing all this, they were brought into the arena through another passage. "When I first saw you in the monster forest, your eyes were cold and murderous, but you lacked a bit of charm and deterrence. Today, I will help you to complete this bit of charm and deterrence," Long Zhan said without looking back as he walked in front. Baitu and Luoying looked at each other. There was uneasiness and a hint of panic in Luoying's eyes, but Baitu's eyes were calm, because he knew that this was the only way for them to grow. If they couldn't pass this level, no matter how strong they were in the future, it would all be in vain, because after leaving the campus, they would not only have to face the monsters, but also hounds, barbarians, and even humans. This is a stage that you must go through on the road to growth, and you cannot avoid it. If you're not ready yet, I will tell Teacher Long and you can talk to him again after a while. After seeing the uneasiness and panic in Luoying's eyes, Baitu held her hand. "No." Luoying shook his head firmly. "Then just treat them as monsters. That should be better." Seeing Luoying say this, Baitu said to her, "Yeah." Luoying nodded. Soon, they and Long Zhan came to their rest area, a very simple place with a small amount of blood on the surrounding walls and the ground. "It will be your turn soon. Are you ready for the transformation?" Long Zhan looked at Baitu and Luoying very seriously. "Well, we are ready." Baitu and Luoying took a deep breath and nodded very seriously. "Okay." Long Zhan nodded, then walked out of the rest area and came to the audience area. "Today, we have 2 new friends here. I wonder if you are interested?" Soon, the host's voice appeared in the arena. When the audience heard that there was a newcomer, they cheered like a tsunami. They like to watch the newcomers' games the most. Because all kinds of accidents may happen to newcomers, such as being defeated, struggling, going crazy, being calm, begging for mercy, etc. It is precisely because of all kinds of accidents that the audience is given very stimulating sensory effects, so they are so excited. I can already feel your enthusiasm. So next we would like to invite the Bloody Butcher, who has won 9 consecutive championships in the arena, and our newcomer Mingo. Feeling the enthusiasm in the audience, the host shouted. The next second, the doors on the north and south sides of the arena opened, and the first person to come out was a man who was over 2 meters tall, shirtless, muscular, with gloomy eyes, and a body covered with scars. This man was the 9-time champion of the arena, the Bloody Butcher. After the Bloody Butcher came out, the White Butcher on the other side also appeared in the arena. Yes, his codename is Mingo, the Mingo of Delanfu Mingo. Compared with the Bloody Butcher, Baitu had no chance of winning in any way, but when he walked out, the audience burst into cheers even louder than when the Bloody Butcher walked out. Because this is exactly what they want to see. There aren't many opportunities to slaughter newbies, so they're looking forward to how Baitu will die next. When Baitu heard the cheers from the audience, a sneer appeared on his face. "Are you two ready?" The host said with a smile when the two walked to the host. "Boy, I will crush your bones inch by inch in a moment." The Bloody Butcher laughed grimly. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Baitu nodded. "In that case, I declare that the competition begins now." The host shouted, and then flew directly into the sky and landed on a suspended stand in the arena. Chapter 48. Arena, Transformation. "In that case, I declare that the competition begins." The host shouted, and then flew directly into the sky and landed on a suspended stand in the arena. As the host flew away, Baitu dodged instantly and distanced himself from the Bloody Butcher. At the same time, he flicked his hands and inch-long pitch-black claws appeared on his 10 fingers. "Himph!" The Bloody Butcher snorted coldly. The next second, a lot of golden hair appeared on his face, and in addition to his face, a lot of hair also appeared on his body. 10 seconds later, the Bloody Butcher in front of him turned into an orc with a lion's head and a human body. It was obvious that his profession was a druid. "Kill him! Kill him!" After seeing the Bloody Butcher's transformation, the audience burst into even louder cheers. Some female audience members even pulled out their underwear and threw them onto the field with flushed faces. After the transformation, the Bloody Butcher grinned grimly and rushed directly towards Baitu's day. When he launched the charge, an astonishing murderous aura emanated from his body. There is a substantial difference between the murderous aura on the Bloody Butcher and the murderous aura on the White Butcher. This should be the charm that Long Zhan mentioned. Looking at the Bloody Butcher rushing towards him, Baitu did not dodge at all. Instead, he crossed his hands. When the Bloody Butcher was approaching, he swung his hands, and the pitch-black claws in his hands popped out instantly. This was the improved 5-color line. The Bloody Butcher was not careful enough, and the 5-colored thread left several scars on his arms and chest that were deep enough to see the bones. "Roar! I will kill you!" The Bloody Butcher roared in pain, and his speed increased a little again. Bang! Baitu and the Bloody Butcher exchanged punches, and with the help of the recoil force, Baitu retreated instantly. But at the moment Baitu retreated, he kicked him with a whip kick. After seeing Baitu's action, the Bloody Butcher and the people in the audience laughed in disdain. In their opinion, Baitu was like being knocked away and then kicked again unwillingly. However, this kick was several meters away from the Bloody Butcher, so how could it possibly hurt him? But the next second, everyone's eyes widened, because they clearly saw a large amount of blood spurting out of the Bloody Butcher's neck, and the Bloody Butcher stood there in a daze. The next second, he covered his neck with his hand, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Roar! A roar that was not like a human voice was heard, and a few seconds later, the Bloody Butcher completely turned into a lion more than 3 meters tall. When he turned into a lion, the wound on his neck healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the wound healed, blazing flames appeared on the lion's neck. The flames were on the mane on his neck, which looked very domineering. The Fiery Lion, it's actually the Fiery Lion. This is the complete form of the Bloody Butcher. This guy named Minga actually forced out the complete form of the Bloody Butcher. Ha ha ha, it's worth it. It's worth coming here today. Some people in the audience laughed and said. After transforming into his complete form, the Bloody Butcher roared angrily, and countless tiny fireballs immediately shot out from the flaming mane on his neck and flew towards Butcher. Baitu was not afraid either. He used elastic wire to intercept the fireballs one by one. "I don't want to play anymore," Baitu said suddenly. After he finished speaking, Pitch-black spikes immediately appeared on his joints. Then he did not retreat, but instead rushed forward and pounced directly at the bloody butcher. Brother Ming, kill him, and I will be yours tonight. The people in the audience became even more excited after seeing Baitu's look. Looking at Baitu rushing over, a hint of disdain flashed in the bloody butcher's eyes. In this arena, he had never been afraid of anyone in close combat, not to mention that he was in his complete form now. When Baitu was about to die, the bloody butcher's body shape changed drastically. A few seconds later, an emerald green mantis more than 1 meter tall appeared in front of Baitu's day. Before Baitu could react, the sharp blade chopped on Baitu's body, and Baitu flew backwards instantly. What is this? The bloody butcher actually has a trump card, and we didn't even know about it. Ha ha ha, good. The audience once again erupted in thunderous screams and roars. Even the host on the sky stand showed a look of surprise. To be honest, even he had never seen the bloody butcher in this form. This man called Minggu was able to force him into this form. He was really strong. Baitu, who was flying backwards, adjusted his body in the air and shot out a thin line from his hand, which wrapped around the body of the black jade mantis in front of him. When the black jade mantis saw the thin thread, it swung its sword to cut it, but failed to cut it. Baitu used the power of the black jade mantis to fly back again. It's over, Baitu muttered to himself after flying back. After he finished speaking, countless thin threads appeared in his hands again. These threads wrapped around the knife-like feet of the black jade mantis at lightning speed, restricting his movements. Immediately afterwards, countless thin threads popped out from Baitu's shoulders again, and these thin threads directly wrapped around the neck of the black jade mantis. The bloody butcher discovered Baitu's intention and changed his body shape again, trying to break free from the thin wires, but Baitu did not give him any chance. Almost in an instant, the thin wires cut off the head of the black jade mantis. After the neck of the black jade mantis was cut off, it fell directly to the ground. Then the corpse on the ground began to wriggle, and after more than 10 seconds, it turned back into the appearance of a bloody butcher. Looking at the headless corpse lying in front of him, Baitu's brows frowned instantly because he felt a little uncomfortable, but he quickly suppressed the discomfort. Wow, did everyone see that? Brother Ming actually ended the bloody butcher's 9-game winning streak. Now please tell me, who was the champion? After the bloody butcher died, the host fell directly from the sky and landed next to Baitu. Brother Ming, Brother Ming, Brother Ming. Everyone in the audience stood up and started shouting Brother Ming's name. Baitu ignored them and looked at the host. Can I go down now? Go ahead, the host said with a smile. After hearing what the host said, Baitu turned around and left the stadium and returned to the rest area. Long Zhan, who was in the audience, looked at Baitu's departing back and shook his head slightly, not sure whether he was dissatisfied or what. Baitu returned to the rest area and took a few deep breaths. The uncomfortable feeling in his heart finally felt better. How is it? Luoying looked at Baitu and asked. It's a little bit difficult to adapt, but it's okay. Baitu looked at her and said, yeah. Luoying nodded, then hugged Baitu's arm and leaned on his shoulder. Half an hour later, the battle in the arena ended and the host appeared on the field again. No more nonsense, let's invite Tulong and Qilian to the stage next. Hearing the host's words, Luoying trembled all over, then stood up instantly, because Qilian was her code name. Xiaoying, remember, if you don't kill him, he will kill you. Only by killing him can you get out of there safely. Don't have any psychological burden. Just treat him as a monster. Seeing Luoying's tense body, Baitu comforted her. Okay, I remember. Treat him as a monster. Luoying nodded heavily, then turned and walked towards the arena. Looking at Luoying's back, Baitu's eyes instantly became determined. If Luoying encountered fatal danger sometime, he would definitely rescue her, even if this would violate the rules of the arena. Chapter 49. Arena, Transformation, Part 2. Looking at Luoying's back, Baitu's eyes instantly became firm. If Luoying encountered fatal danger sometime, he would definitely rescue her, even if this would violate the rules of the arena. But Baitu didn't care at all. Although the background of this arena was very powerful, with the background of his family and Luoying's family, nothing should happen. On the other side, after Luoying arrived at the arena, he saw his opponent, the man named Tulong. The first one, this guy called Tulong, was a fat man who looked to be only in his 20s or 30s. He looked a bit silly, and at this moment he was looking at Luoying, who was walking out with a harmless smile on his face. Seeing the fat man in front of her, Luoying's heart immediately became nervous. Even though she was able to decisively kill the monsters in the monster forest, She was still a little nervous when facing humans. "My beautiful young lady, please go easy on me later." As if noticing Luo Ying's nervousness, the fat man chuckled and said, "Ah, oh, okay." Hearing Tulong say this, Luo Ying was stunned for a moment and then subconsciously replied, "Okay." Looking for death. When Bai Tu saw this scene, his eyes narrowed immediately and he spat out these two words coldly. "Since you two are ready, let's start." The host said with a smile and then flew away again. After the host flew away, the fat man named Tulong instantly did a backflip and retreated. With such flexibility, it is really hard to imagine that he is a fat man. After the host left, Luo Ying subconsciously distanced herself from Tulong. Although she had never killed anyone, she still made the correct response thanks to her experience in the monster forest. The next moment, Tulong pressed his hands on the ground, and with him as the center, the ground within a 2-meter radius instantly rose up, lifting him up and forming a platform. It was obvious that this was an earth elementalist. "Okay, now it's time for my performance." After doing all this, Tulong said with a smile, "But why did that laugh sound so obscene?" Roar, roar, roar. The people in the audience started cheering when they heard Tulong's words. It was obvious that they knew this fat guy named Tulong and knew Tulong's methods of attack. Just as the audience was cheering, Tulong waved his hand, and countless bulges appeared on the earth pillars below the platform. Then, a large number of earth balls flew towards Luo Ying. Seeing these earth balls, Luo Ying waved his hand, and the Viper Sword immediately formed a sword shield to block the attacks of these earth balls. When Tulong saw this, a smile appeared on his face. Then, a large number of spikes made of mud began to appear on the ground, and they quickly attacked Luo Ying. At this time, Luo Ying also adjusted her mentality. She leaped and avoided the spikes, but she did not fall to the ground. Instead, she wrapped the Viper Sword around the spikes and flew directly towards the Earth Dragon on the platform. "I didn't expect this young lady to be so strong." Tulong was not panicked at all. When Luo Ying was approaching, an earth wall suddenly appeared between him and Luo Ying, blocking Luo Ying's attack, and countless dense spikes appeared on the wall. Seeing this, Luo Ying could only step back and avoid the attack of these spikes. "Want to get close? How could I give you this chance?" Tulong said coldly. After he finished speaking, he punched the platform. A wave was transmitted from the platform to the ground, and soon the ground began to shake violently. Then, a giant more than 5 meters tall, made of stones and mud, appeared on the field. "Tulong, kill her. Kill her and I will be yours tonight, and you can do whatever you want with me." In the audience, a woman with heavy makeup and ordinary looks shouted at Tulong with a flushed face. As she said that, she threw her underwear directly at Tulong. Tulong turned around and stretched out his hand. An arm made of mud appeared on the mud pillar of the platform and caught the underwear. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Tulong grinned. When Luo Ying saw this scene, she just felt disgusted. "Do you really think I can't beat you?" Luo Ying said coldly. After he finished speaking, the Viper Sword in his hand emitted a faint red light, and the next second, the Viper Sword was seen directly wrapped around the giant's feet. Then, with a pull, the giant fell directly to the ground. Looking closely, it turned out that the giant's calf had disappeared. "Chaos," Luo Ying said coldly, waving the Viper Sword in her hand forward. Dense sword shadows appeared in the fan-shaped area 50 meters in front of her. Even the Earth Dragon on the platform was affected and had to jump down from the platform. When the Earth Dragon jumped down from the platform, another Earth Dragon instantly broke out of the ground and caught him. "Miss, you promised before that you would show mercy. This is not good." The fat man standing on the Earth Dragon said with a smile. The tone of his voice combined with the smile on his face was extremely obscene. "Tangle." Luo Ying ignored the fat man's words and swung the Viper Sword in her hand directly towards him, while she quickly approached the fat man. "Breath." The fat man restrained his smile and stomped on the Earth Dragon under his feet. A shit yellow energy instantly spurted out of the Earth Dragon's mouth. However, he was stopped by Luo Ying midway. Stab. Luo Ying flipped over in the air and stabbed the Viper Sword towards the ground. The fat man on the Earth Dragon was stunned for a moment when he saw this, and then he showed a mocking smile. "Miss, are you performing acrobatics for me?" But as soon as he finished saying this, his face changed drastically, and then he jumped directly off the Earth Dragon. The next second, the Viper Sword broke out of the ground and dismembered the Earth Dragon under him on the spot. The fat man failed to dodge in time, and one of his arms was chopped off by the Viper Sword on the spot. Seeing the blood gushing out, a wave of cheers instantly erupted from the audience. Those people roared and vented with red eyes. Kill you. I'm going to kill you. The fat man looked at his broken arm with bloodshot eyes. After he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently again. Then, four earth dragons broke out of the ground and rushed directly towards Luo Ying. Behind the earth dragons was a giant that was exactly the same as the previous giant, and the fat man was now embedded in the giant's chest. Kill you! Kill you! The fat man was covered in blood and roared with red eyes. Hurricane! Luo Ying did a backflip and distanced himself from the four earth dragons. The next second, the viper's sword curled into a cone shape and stabbed directly forward. When this move was used, it brought up a large amount of hurricanes that attacked the fat man directly, but the fat man had lost his mind at this time. He did not dodge or evade, but controlled the four earth dragons to rush towards the hurricane. In just a moment, the four earth dragons were crushed, and their remains were blown towards the fat man by the hurricane created by the viper's sword. Ah! I can't lose. The fat man roared, controlling the giant to stretch out his hands to try to clamp the conical hurricane. When the giant's huge hand collided with the hurricane, it brought up countless mud and dust. The host on the podium saw this scene, waved his hand, and a protective shield appeared in the field to block the flying mud. Soon, the situation calmed down. When the smoke and dust cleared, only Luo Ying was left standing there with a pale face, and the earth dragon had disappeared. No, it should not be said that he disappeared. It should be said that the whole field was filled with Tulong's figure, because he was directly beaten into meat paste by Luo Ying's hurricane, and then scattered all over the field. The blood spots on the ground were the best proof. Chapter 50 Departure, Yumen Pass. No, it should not be said that he disappeared. It should be said that the whole field was filled with Tulong's figure, because he was directly beaten into meat paste by Luo Ying's hurricane, and then scattered all over the field. The blood spots on the ground were the best proof. Ha ha ha, what a violent Qilian. Do you like her? Just when Luo Ying was stunned, the host fell from the sky and landed beside her. Qilian, Qilian, Qilian. There were shouts from the audience, as if they were tireless. I can already feel your enthusiasm, so let Miss Qilian take a break. We will have even more exciting games coming up. The host shouted, and then let Luo Ying go down. A smile appeared on Long Zhan's face in the audience. He then stood up from his seat and walked towards the rest area. When they arrived at the rest area, Luo Ying was lying in Bai Tu's arms and trembling. It was obvious that she had not yet adapted to the situation. I saw your performance just now. Generally speaking, Bai Tu's performance was weaker than Luo Ying's. You clearly had several chances to kill him with one blow. Why didn't you do it? Long Zhan said to Bai Tu. When Bai Tu heard Long Zhan's words, he lowered his head and remained silent. There are 2 more games. I hope you can surprise me, Long Zhan said to Bai Tu and Luo Ying. Yeah. Bai Tu nodded. Luo Ying's whole body trembled and his face turned pale immediately. Although their current performance is better than most people, it does not mean that they can adapt to this process quickly. You guys take a rest first. I'm leaving first, Long Zhan said to Luo Ying. Tong Tong, do we still want to compete? Luo Ying looked up at Bai Tu with an ugly expression. As much as we hate to admit it, we still have 2 games to go. Let's make some adjustments. As I said before, this is something we must go through on our road to growth. But there's no but. This is a cannibalistic world. If you want to survive in this world, this is the way to go. You can't let your family protect you forever, right? Seeing that Luo Ying was still hesitant, Bai Tu interrupted her directly. It is necessary to take drastic measures at this time. Otherwise, with Luo Ying's temperament, he will not be able to withstand the next 2 games. Since we have become awakened, our future is destined to be filled with blood and killing. If you don't adapt now, you won't have time to adapt when you go to the battlefield, Bai Tu said to Luo Ying. After saying that, I ignored her regardless of whether she listened or not. This kind of thing needed her to figure it out on her own. 10 minutes later, Luo Ying suddenly raised her head and looked at Bai Tu with a determined face. She didn't say anything, but Bai Tu knew that Luo Ying had thought it through, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, the host called Luo Ying's name. She stood up and walked calmly into the competition venue. 10 minutes later, Luo Ying ended the battle and returned to the rest area. After returning to the rest area, she began to practice. Soon her aura began to fluctuate and finally stayed at the 8th level. Obviously, Luo Ying took this opportunity to break through to the realm of an 8th level awakener. Congratulations. Bai Tu gave Luo Ying a big hug. In the afternoon, Bai Tu fought 2 rounds in a row. He killed the enemy cleanly within 20 rounds each time. Because he had overcome the hurdle in his heart, he became reckless in his attacks. Anyway, if I didn't kill him, he would kill me. So I had no choice but to kill him. When the sun began to sink into the horizon, Baitu and Luo Ying walked out of the arena. Looking at the sunset in the sky, they suddenly felt as if they were in another world. Go back and have a rest, Long Zhan said with a smile. He was very satisfied with the next 2 games. Time flies and 2 months have passed. During these 2 months, Baitu and Luo Ying would be taken to the arena by Long Zhan every now and then. After coming out of the arena, they would be taken to the monster forest. Sometimes he would even personally go down to fight against Baitu and Luo Ying in the duel arena and point out their shortcomings in battle. Their combat effectiveness was also rapidly improving. Pack up and come with me to Yumen Pass tomorrow. That day, Long Zhan found Baitu and Luo Ying. Yumen Pass? But Teacher Long, the academy will be launching wilderness hunting in a few days. Wouldn't it be a bad idea for us to leave now? Baitu asked quickly. Just follow me. This year's wilderness hunting event is jointly organized by the 4 major colleges and will be held at Yumen Pass. Oh. After hearing Long Zhan's words, they were stunned for a moment and then nodded. 10 minutes later, Long Zhan and his team gathered at the school gate. In addition to Baitu and Luo Ying, there were 2 more men who looked very similar in the team. Hello, my name is Lu Ranjia, and this is my younger brother, Lu Rini. The 2 men took the initiative to greet Baitu and Luo Ying after seeing them. Let's go. This place is not close to Yumen Pass. Long Zhan said to everyone. Teacher, how do we get there? On foot? Luo Ying asked at this time. Yes, but this is not just a simple journey. I need you to allocate your spiritual power as reasonably as possible. This is also the last special training for you. Long Zhan nodded. After hearing Long Zhan's words, Bai Tian summoned out the puppet white tiger without saying a word. Teacher, I am a puppeteer. This shouldn't be considered a foul, right? Baitu, who was sitting on the puppet white tiger, smiled at Long Zhan. When Long Zhan saw Baitu's puppet white tiger, his eyes widened instantly. He was about to speak, but Baitu interrupted him first. Teacher Long, you know, my profession is a puppeteer. There should be nothing wrong with a puppeteer controlling puppets, right? After all, I need to consume spiritual energy to control puppets. Baitu looked at Long Zhan and said with a smile. Lu Renjia and Lu Rini, standing by, widened their eyes. The rumor that Baitu was a puppeteer had been spread in the academy for a long time, but no one had ever seen Baitu's puppets, so everyone just thought he was joking. At least that's what everyone except Class 1, Grade 2 thought. I didn't expect that this guy is really a puppeteer. You, a puppeteer, are more like a warrior than us warriors. How can we survive? Teacher, I apply to supervise by Tuesday. I know his puppet has a free mode. Teacher, I will definitely supervise him in using spiritual power to control the puppet. Luo Ying raised his hand and said. After she finished speaking, she jumped onto the white tiger without waiting for Long Zhan to speak, and then sat next to Bai Tuesday. If it weren't for the look of enjoyment on her face, Long Zhan would have really believed what Luo Ying said. Let's go. Long Zhan finally waved his hand helplessly. What else can I do? There is no other way. I can only let them go. Fortunately, Baitu and Luo Ying grew up under Long Zhan's watch, and Long Zhan knows their strengths. Otherwise, they would have to walk on foot to get on with their lives. 10 days later, Long Zhan and Baitu and others finally arrived at Yumen Pass. After entering the city, Baitu had a sense of familiar strangeness because the content of his college entrance examination was here, and later in the Academy's illusion array, he also chose this place as the battlefield several times. Although he had not been around the city, he was able to see the layout of the city, so when he came in this time, that familiar sense of strangeness instantly surged into his heart. Teacher, I want to go to the city wall and take a look. Thinking of this, Baitu said to Long Zhan. Let's go to the gathering place first and talk about it after we're settled. Long Zhan said in a deep voice. After saying that, he took them to the location of the War Academy in Yumen Pass, which was the place that the Blood River Army had prepared for them 2 months ago. Chapter 51 Secret Realm. After saying that, he took them to the location of the War Academy in Yumen Pass, which was the place that the Blood River Army had prepared for them 2 months ago. More than 2 months ago, when the Zhanwu Academy learned about the Secret Realm, it discussed it with the other 3 academies. Afterwards, the Holy Spirit College informed the military department of the incident, and the military department informed Yumen Pass of the incident, so Yumen Pass cleared out the bases of the 4 major colleges 2 months ago. Not far from them were the residences of other colleges. At this moment, there were people coming in and out of those residences. It seemed that they had arrived early as well. You can move freely, but remember, you must not leave the city. After settling down, Long Zhan said to everyone. Yeah. Everyone nodded. After going out, the Lu Runjia brothers went shopping. It is difficult to come to Yumen Pass, so they plan to experience the local customs and culture. As for Bai Tu and Luoying, they plan to go up to the city wall to take a look. After arriving on the city wall, the familiar feeling became even stronger. Amid the puzzled eyes of the surrounding soldiers, Bai Tu touched the mottled city wall, looked at the yellow sand outside the pass, and the lush greenery at the end of the yellow sand, and had an indescribable feeling in his heart. This may be my future destination. For some reason, Bai Tu had such a feeling in his heart. But soon, he put this emotion behind him, and then he and Luoying began to appreciate the yellow sand outside the pass. It must be said that standing on the city wall and looking at the yellow sand outside the pass is quite a unique experience. The green at the end of the yellow sand should be the 10,000 mountains. Luoying asked. Yeah. Bai Tu nodded. After looking at the city wall for a while, they went down and then walked around the city. Most of the common people in Yumen Pass are actually the families of the Blood River Army soldiers and some traveling merchants, and there is no one else. Soon, the sun set. When they returned to the base, they found that Long Zhan was not there. Lu Renjia and the others didn't know where Long Zhan had gone. When they came back, Long Zhan was gone. I guess he went to visit other colleges. Let's ignore him, Bai Tu said with a smile. After that they went to rest. On the other side, in the city lord's mansion of Yumen Pass, General Bai Sheng, the leader of the 4 major academies, and General Jiaxui Sui, was discussing matters here at this time. The secret realm will be opened in 7 days. The demon clan has already started to take action, so we have to make preparations as well, Bai Sheng said to Long Zhan and others. People from the 4 major academies who entered the secret realm have already arrived at Yumen Pass. The rest of the large group of people will basically arrive in 3 days. After the large group arrives, we will start to act, Long Zhan said to Bai Sheng. Okay, I'll let the Blood River Army cooperate with you then. Bai Sheng nodded. We feel relieved with the general's words. Gong Run, the teacher in charge of Moli Academy, said with a smile. That's right. The teacher leading the team this time is the original admissions teacher Gong Ren. Since you have already made preparations, I will not say anything more. Everyone go down and prepare, and try to make it foolproof. These are the geniuses of my human race, and I don't want them all to die in the secret realm, Bai Shengzhe said. Teacher Long Zhan, please stay for a moment. I want to talk to you about something. When everyone got up to leave, Bai Sheng stopped Long Zhan. Tell me honestly, is there any danger in the secret realm? After everyone left, Bai Sheng stared at Long Zhan and asked, General, I can't say for sure. This is all we have learned from the interrogation. They know nothing about the situation in the secret realm. Long Zhan smiled bitterly. He knew why Bai Sheng asked this, because his son Bai Tu was in the secret realm team this time. How could he not care about his son? Hearing what Long Zhan said, Bai Sheng frowned. In fact, he really wanted to tell Long Zhan to cross Bai Tu's name off the list of secret realm personnel, but in the end he held back. If Bai Tu knew about this, he would definitely blame him. I have 3 thunder beads here. I asked a 2nd-grade thunder elementalist to make them. Give them to my son, so that he can have more means of protecting himself, Bai Sheng said as he handed 3 dark purple grape-sized beads to Long Zhan. Okay. Long Zhan nodded. Go ahead. I will pay attention to the situation in the secret realm in the next 2 days. I will tell you as soon as there is any change, Bai Sheng said to Long Zhan. Goodbye, Long Zhan said, and then left the city lord's mansion. Not long after Long Zhan left, a figure walked out from the back hall. This person was Bai Sheng's wife, Wang Yajing, who was the team leader of the Holy Spirit Academy this time. What did Long Zhan say? Wang Yajing asked after coming to Bai Sheng. They don't know the situation in the secret realm. Bai Sheng shook his head. Then should we remove Tong Tong's name? Wang Yajing asked. It's better not to. If he finds out later, he will definitely blame us. Bai Sheng quickly shook his head. I believe him. I have also heard about his deeds in the War Academy. He has actually carved out a path of his own as a puppeteer. A smile appeared on Bai Sheng's face. Okay. After hearing Bai Sheng's words, Wang Yajing also showed a smile on her face. 3 days later, people from the 4 major academies of the human race arrived, and the human race also began to take action. The human race is preparing for the secret realm, and the demon race is also discussing the secret realm. Akayo hasn't sent us any news for a long time. Hu Li, the chief of the Wing Tiger clan, said to the people sitting below. Has the human race discovered it? Asked Tang Tian, the patriarch of the Tiangang Mantis tribe. It's very likely. Sure Hao, the leader of the 9-headed lion clan, said. Then what should we do now? My king has prepared the tribesmen, and they can enter the secret realm at any time to find the inheritance of their ancestors," said the representative of the gold-eating ant clan. "What should we do? We have to do whatever we have to do. We can never give up the secret realm," Yuan Ming, the patriarch of the Ice Ape clan, said. "In that case, let's get ready. This time the secret realm will no longer be our home ground. Everyone go back and carefully select your tribesmen." "That's it." Huli stood up and said to the tribe leaders.
Yes.
All the clan leaders nodded. Soon, the demon clan began to take action. As soon as the demon clan took action, the human clan immediately knew their movements. Don't think that the human race has spies from the demon race. The demon race also has spies from the human race, so the human race will know their movements at the first time. The demon tribe has started to take action. Bai Sheng found Wang Yajing and told her about the demon tribe's movements. "It seems that we have to take action, otherwise it would not be good if they seize the initiative," Wang Yajing said. Soon, the teachers leading the 4 major academies also learned about the movements of the demon clan, and they gathered the seeded players together as soon as possible. "Let's go, let's set off now," Long Zhan said to Bai Tu, Luo Ying and others. Bai Tu and the others did not say anything, but followed Long Zhan obediently. After a while, they came out and walked towards the direction of the secret realm. "Where are we going?" Luo Ying couldn't help but asked on the way. "Go to the secret realm," Long Zhan said without turning his head. When they heard the word secret realm, Bai Tu and Luo Ying immediately thought of what happened in the Zhanwu Academy before. It seems that the human race finally intervened. But this makes sense. This secret realm was left behind by the Great War between demons and humans thousands of years ago. There are not only things from the demons, but also things from humans. If demons can go there, humans can go there as well. Chapter 52. First encounter with the demon tribe. But this makes sense. This secret realm was left behind by the Great War between demons and humans thousands of years ago. There are not only things from the demons, but also things from humans. If demons can go there, humans can go there as well. Not long after, Long Zhan and his companions arrived at a valley, but they did not rush in. Instead, they stopped in front of the valley. 10 minutes later, people from the other 3 academies also arrived here. When Bai Tu saw the leader of the Holy Spirit Academy, a smile appeared on his face. Wang Yajing also saw Bai Tu at this time. She smiled at Bai Tu, but did not come up to say hello. After all, the current scene was not suitable for reminiscing about the past. After the people from the 4 major academies arrived, they did not enter the valley. 10 minutes later, dozens of figures flew over from the direction of Yumen Pass. Yes, they flew over. Bai Tu and the others walked here, but these people flew over. After landing, Bai Tu discovered that these people were all military personnel in uniform. "My name is Zhu Zhu, and I'm the instructor leading the military team this time." A middle-aged man with a stern face came out and said, his voice low and hoarse. There is a scar on his face that runs through the entire face. This scar, combined with the uniform he is wearing, gives people an indescribable sense of oppression. "Zhu Zhu, this name doesn't match your identity at all," Bai Tu complained in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud. "Since everyone is here, let's go in. I guess the people from the demon tribe have already arrived." Wang Yajing spoke at this time. The Holy Spirit College is the leader among the 4 major colleges, and Wang Yajing also has the title of Ice Emperor, so no one said anything, but walked into the valley together. There is a large open space deep in the valley. In the center of the open space stands a stone house which looks very rough and has no aesthetic appeal. But there was a faint sense of oppression emanating from it. The pressure was not strong, but it made people inexplicably want to worship it. When they arrived in front of the house, the demons had indeed arrived. When they saw the humans, they all turned their heads and released their murderous aura without any concealment, especially towards the younger generation behind them. "Tiger Henchman, do you want to fight me here?" The man named Zhu Zhu from the military spoke at this time. Humph. The murderous aura of the man named Hu Chan in the demon team subsided when he heard Zhu Zhu's words. "If you don't want us humans to participate, how about we withdraw? Anyway, this is not our territory, and there is no need for us to come here," Wang Jingya said with a smile at this time. After hearing Wang Jingya's words, all the demons restrained their murderous aura, and even the arrogance and murderous intent in their eyes disappeared. "Ha ha ha, Lord Ice Emperor, look at what you said. We can't wait to welcome you. We were just saying hello and joking with these youngsters just now." A middle-aged woman with silver hair, wild looks, and wearing a silver-white animal skin coat of unknown material spoke up in the demon team. "Yu Ling, the intelligent brain of the Silver Moonwolf clan, I guess you are the only one who believes what you said?" Wang Yajing narrowed her eyes and looked at Yuling. What does it matter who believes it? Don't you think so? The man named Yuling was very humble. Stop talking nonsense. The secret realm will be open in 3 days. I hope you guys behave yourself during these 3 days. Otherwise, I don't mind taking a trip to the Shirwan Mountains. Wang Yajing no longer wanted to chat with them. How dare you? You're just a mere third-rank elementalist? How dare you say you want to come to my 10,000 mountains? As soon as Wang Yajing finished speaking, a burly man over 2 meters tall, with a naked upper body, muscular, and a face full of flesh in the demon team shouted angrily, Yuan Li, step back. Yuling's face darkened when he heard Yuan Li's words. Get out, Yuling said again in a cold voice. Hearing Yuling say this, Yuan Li looked at Wang Yajing fiercely, then retreated back to the team. My subordinates are ignorant. I hope Ice Emperor don't mind. After Yuan Li left, Yuling said to Wang Yajing with a smile. Wang Yajing snorted coldly. Let's go. Seeing that Wang Yajing didn't say anything, Yuling turned around and said something to the person behind him. The demon snorted coldly at the humans, made a gesture of wiping their necks, and followed Yuling away. The demon tribe had come to this secret realm once 10 years ago, so they have a base here. This is the first time that the human race has come here, and they don't have a base yet. But this is not a problem for them, as there are Earth elementalists among the seed trainees this time, so there should be no problem in setting up a base. Soon, rows of houses appeared opposite the demon tribe's settlement. The settlement was built in such a location to avoid sneak attacks by the demon tribe. Everyone gathered together. After settling everything down, Wang Yajing gathered everyone together. The secret realm will be open in 3 days. You have also seen people from the demon clan today. Today we will help you analyze it so that you can be prepared when you enter the secret realm. Wang Yajing said to everyone, have you noticed that among the demons that came this time, there is no one from the Silver Fox clan? Long Zhan said in a deep voice. Yeah. Everyone nodded. Let's talk about this later. First, introduce the situation of the demon clan to them. Wang Yajing interrupted Long Zhan. Let me tell you about the ones I'm familiar with first. Hu Chun brought 3 tribesmen with him. I know one of them, named Hu Ming. He is the son of Hu Li, and Hu Li is the king of the Winged Tiger tribe, one of the 10 royal clans of the demon tribe. I heard that Hu Ming has signs of atavism and has awakened a trace of Cheongqi bloodline. His strength should be at the 7th level. He is a very strong opponent. You must be careful if you meet him. Long Zhan said to Baitu and others. I also said one thing. The man named Yuan Li was followed by 2 tribesmen. One of them was called Yuan Bing. He is a rare genius in the Ice Ape clan. His exact strength is unknown, but he should be around the 7th rank. His combat power is extremely strong. His ice talent is even comparable to that of the Ice Emperor. You'd better be careful. Gong Shuren also said this at this time. Among the remaining people, only the people of the Tiangang Mantis clan need to be paid attention to. The Tiangang Mantis clan has the smallest number of people among the 10 royal clans, but is also the strongest. This is because the Tiangang Mantis clan is born with a racial talent called fighting instinct. This is a very powerful talent that allows them to become an excellent warrior without training. Li Yuan, a teacher at Moli Academy, said, fortunately, only 2 members of the Tiangang Mantis clan have come this time. As long as we don't encounter them, there shouldn't be any problems. Wang Yajing also said at this time. By the way, there is another point we should pay attention to, that is the gold-eating ants. Their individual strength is not strong, but their clan is the largest in the entire demon clan, and the gold-eating ants never act alone. This time they only came with 1 person, but this person must have an insect nest on his body. You must remember, if you encounter a dwarf from the gold-eating ants, run as far as you can. The teacher of the College of Natural Sciences also said this at this time. Yes. After hearing this, Baitu and others quickly nodded. Okay, this is the basic situation. You guys need to adjust yourself in these 3 days. I don't want anyone to die in the secret realm. I hope you all come back alive. Do you understand? Wang Yajing said to everyone. Yes, everyone nodded. While the human race was analyzing the demon race was also analyzing the human race. However, this time, there were many new faces in the human race and very few old faces, so there were not many people that the demon race could analyze. But they didn't care at all. In the 1,000 years of fighting with the human race, the demon race had always won more and lost less. Besides, they had entered the secret realm once 10 years ago. They were very familiar with the situation in this secret realm, so they were not afraid of the human race at all. Chapter 53. Entering the secret realm. All parties make plans. But they didn't care at all. In the 1,000 years of fighting with the human race, The demon race had always won more and lost less. Besides, they had entered the secret realm once 10 years ago. They were very familiar with the situation in this secret realm, so they were not afraid of the human race at all. Don't worry, I won't let those blood foods leave the secret realm, Hu Ming said coldly. The human team this time cannot be underestimated. They know our background, but we don't know theirs. Do you think the human race will target us? Yu Ling looked at Hu Ming coldly. After being confronted by Yu Ling, Hu Ming showed an expression of dissatisfaction on his face, but he soon lowered his head because Yu Ling had a very high status in the demon clan, and even his father did not dare to offend her. Seeing that Hu Ming didn't say anything else, Yu Ling's expression eased a lot. This time, you, Hu Ming, and Yuan Bing will be the first team. Tang Dao and Tang Ren will be the first team, and the gold-eating ant will lead a team by himself. This time we will divide into 3 teams. This will not only ensure the combat effectiveness, but also lower the target. Once we find the human team, we will strangle them directly and leave them in this secret realm to accompany their ancestors. Can you do it? Yu Ling looked at everyone and asked. Leave it to us, Tang Dao nodded. I am looking forward to the flesh and blood of this generation of human geniuses. I hope they can add more members to my tribe, said the gold-eating ant. Get ready and adjust your condition in the next 2 days. I don't want any accidents to happen. Yu Ling stood up and said, then left. SK. Once we enter the secret realm, will she still be able to control me? After Yu Ling left, Hu Ming snorted coldly. I advise you to listen to military advisor Yu. You think she can't interfere with the secret realm because there is a huge gap in wisdom between you and her. If something happens in the secret realm because of you, your father won't be able to save you. Yuan Bing said lightly while looking at Hu Ming, who had a defiant look on his face. After saying this, without waiting for Hu Ming to refute, he walked out of the meeting room and returned to his side. Hearing Yuan Bing's words, Hu Ming subconsciously wanted to refute, but he turned his head to look at the people around him, and in the end he said nothing. After a cold snort, he returned to his residence. 3 days passed in a flash, and the demons and humans gathered in front of the secret realm. They looked at each other, neither of them willing to submit to the other. Be careful when you go in. These demons are likely to snipe you at the entrance. After all, they are more familiar with the secret realm than we are. Wang Yajing said to everyone. The information we got from the interrogation said that this secret realm will only be open for 7 days. After 7 days, light circles will appear randomly in the secret realm, and you only need to stand in the light circles to be teleported out. Another point is that although the light circles are random, the probability of them appearing in the place you enter will be greater, and there will be more of them. Long Zhan also said at this time. Okay. Bai Tu and others nodded. I took a look, and they are configured into 3 teams. Let's divide them into 5 teams, including the 4 major academies and the military. This way, our chances of getting opportunities will be greater. Gongshu Run said in a voice transmission. But have you ever thought that this will compromise our strength? Long Zhan frowned. After Long Zhan opened his mouth, no one responded, because in their opinion, such things must be traded off. So, remember my request and keep them in the secret realm. Do you understand? Yu Ling looked at the people behind him and said coldly in the language of their demon clan. Yes. Everyone in the demon clan nodded. Bai Tu, remember, don't be the first to leave the secret realm. If any of us walk out of the secret realm alive, the demons will never let you go. They will definitely kill you here. So you have to come out a little later, okay? Wang Yajing's voice suddenly appeared in Bai Tu's ears. He turned around and found Wang Yajing looking at him, her eyes full of worry and heartache. Bai Tu nodded but didn't say anything, because at this point, it would be futile to say anything. He would say whatever he wanted to say after coming out of the secret realm. Just as the 2 sides were thinking about each other, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the stone house in the center of the valley. 10 seconds later, a bright silver vortex appeared on the door of the stone house. Go in, and be careful. After seeing the secret passage, Wang Yajing said with a smile. When Yu Ling heard Wang Yajing's words, she smiled and said, you guys go in too. Be careful. After hearing Yu Ling's words, the group of demons went straight to the secret realm. Luo Ying took a step forward but was stopped by Tuesday. He didn't want to be the first one to stand out. Soon, all the people of the demon clan entered the secret realm. After all the people of the demon clan entered, the human race entered the secret realm one after another. In fact, the human race wants to enter the secret realm first, so that the probability of being ambushed by the demon race will be much smaller, but they do not understand the secret realm, so they can only let the demon race go in first. Although they will be ambushed by the demon race, as long as they are careful, they should be able to deal with it. After everyone entered the secret realm, Baitu and Luoying slowly walked into the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, thorns appeared on his body. Luoying also wrapped the viper sword around himself and took all protective measures. After stepping into the secret realm, Baitu and Luoying felt a little dazed, and then an extremely powerful force hit them. When Baitu came to his senses, he found himself in a deserted place. There was nothing here except yellow sand all over the sky, countless pits of different sizes, and endless abysses and gullies. The sky was also gray, as if covered with a layer of black cloth. The overall feeling gave people a very depressing and uncomfortable feeling. I didn't expect this to be a random teleportation. I don't know what the situation is on Xiaoying's side, Baitu said with a frown. After saying that, Baitu randomly picked a direction and walked over. After entering the secret realm, he was completely in the dark and had no idea the way, so he just randomly chose a direction. Outside the secret realm, after Baitu and others entered the secret realm, the teachers from the 4 major academies and the instructors from the military gathered together. In 7 days, the Demon Clan will definitely take action. There is no way they will let our students get out of the secret realm safely. Long Zhan glanced at the Demon Clan covertly and said in a voice transmission, "Then how should we respond?" Gong Shuren asked. "I have contacted Ashung, and he will be our backup when the time comes. But I don't know if the Demon Clan has any backup. The person leading their team this time seems to be of average strength," Wang Yajing said. "In that case, then we have nothing to say. Let's just kill him," Long Zhan said in a deep voice. "Yeah." Long Zhan's words were recognized by everyone because it was impossible to make any plans here. After 7 days, it all depends on hand speed and strength. If you have fast hand speed and strong strength, you can save the person. If you are not strong and your hand speed is not fast enough, then you can only wait to die. There is no other way. Then everyone should make some adjustments in the next few days. I don't want our students to die outside the secret realm. Wang Yajing looked at everyone with a serious expression and said, "Yeah." Everyone nodded. In the secret realm, Baitu had been walking for a long time. He estimated that he had been walking for almost an hour, but he was still surrounded by yellow sand and had no idea how big this area was. Chapter 54. Secret Treasure Hunt. Baitu walked in the secret realm for more than an hour, and the surrounding area was still filled with yellow sand, which made him feel irritated. But in the end, he took a deep breath and suppressed the irritability in his heart. In such an environment, the most taboo thing is to have a problem with your mentality. Once there is a problem with your mentality, the consequences will be very serious. Soon, it became dark in the secret realm. The difference between day and night in the secret realm was huge. During the day, the sky was gray, and at night, it was pitch black. The whole world seemed to be trapped in endless darkness, without a trace of light. And when it got dark, a strong wind began to blow where he was. The wind was so strong that if Baitu had not used his spiritual power to protect himself, he would most likely have been blown away. "We have to find a place to hide quickly, otherwise no one can stand spending the whole night like this," Baitu said in his heart. By adding spiritual power to his eyes, he was barely able to see the road ahead at night. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Baitu saw a shadow. This shadow was not the color of the night, but the color of the yellow sand. When he saw this shadow, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. When he walked in front of the shadow, he found that it was a dilapidated building. The building was so broken that his specific appearance could not be seen. He went straight in without saying a word. After entering the secret realm, Baitu's observation haki was always on, and he did not feel any danger when he came here, which is why he entered the building without hesitation. After entering this dilapidated building, Baitu instantly felt a lot more relaxed. "Let's wait until daybreak and see what the situation is after daybreak. We must get out of this yellow sand area tomorrow," Baitu muttered to himself. After saying this, he released the white tiger and went to practice. After such a long period of nurturing, the white tiger has developed its own spirit. Although it is still very weak, it can be used to alert the surroundings without any problem. Nothing happened that night. The strong wind outside had stopped and Baitu woke up from his practice. Then he felt a ray of dim light coming through the gap in the building. When I walked out of the building, I saw that it was indeed daybreak outside. At this time, he turned his head and looked at the building he was hiding from. At this time, he finally saw clearly that the style of this building was a bit like a temple, but upon closer inspection, it was a little different from a temple. And he found that the place where he was hiding was actually a corner formed after the collapse of the temple's outer wall, and its main entrance was not far away. After seeing the main entrance, Baitu thought for a moment and then walked in. After entering the dilapidated temple, The first thing that appeared in front of him was a shabby house with only the roof left, but Baitu felt a faint fluctuation of spiritual power in this shabby house. Whoosh! After feeling the fluctuation of spiritual power, Baitu stretched out his hand and a thin line shot towards the place where the spiritual power was fluctuating. Through feedback, Baitu found that there was no danger there, so he walked over carefully. The place where the spiritual power fluctuated was a broken wall, and the spiritual power fluctuations came from this wall. After probing with a thin wire, Baitu discovered that there was actually a space behind the wall. Fortune and honor are achieved through risk, Baitu said after hesitating for a moment. They entered the secret realm in search of opportunities. Now that the opportunity is right in front of them, if he doesn't go in and take a look, wouldn't it be a waste of time to come to this secret realm? Thinking of this, Baitu wrapped himself with a thin thread and then walked carefully into the wall. After entering the wall, what appeared in front of Baitu was a downward corridor. There were many raised stone platforms on both sides of the corridor. There were unknown light sources on the stone platforms emitting soft white light, illuminating the entire corridor. The corridor was very long, and there was no end in sight. After entering here, Baitu started to activate his observation haki. Although he did not feel any danger, he still did not remove the white lines on his body. He didn't know how long he walked before he arrived at the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a copper-green gate. The gate was very tall, probably more than 10 meters high. After using his observation haki to sense the situation, he found that there was no danger, but Baitu did not rush forward to push the door. He weaved his two hands with white threads and stood more than 10 meters away, using his hands woven with thin threads to slowly push open the bronze door in front of him. With a creaking sound, the bronze door that had been closed for who knows how many years was slowly pushed open. When the bronze door was pushed open, a faint scream reached Baitu's ears. At the same time, a faint black smoke emerged from the bronze door, but the black smoke dissipated instantly after flying out of the bronze door. Fortunately, they didn't get close. Although he didn't know what the black smoke and screams were, he was sure that it was definitely not a good thing. When he saw the bronze door, Baitu thought there would be a very large space behind it, but that was not the case. The space behind the bronze door was very small, probably only as big as an indoor basketball court. In the center of this space, there is an ancient tripod with 3 legs and 2 handles. There are dragon and cloud patterns carved on the tripod, which looks very exquisite. There is a lid on the tripod, and no one knows whether there is anything inside. Without saying a word, Baitu put the big tripod into his space ring. Regardless of whether it was a treasure or not, Baitu liked the tripod very much anyway. As for whether there was anything inside, he would know after he went out. After putting away the tripod, he carefully observed the things around him. There were not many things in this hall. First, there was a pile of unknown animal skins with incomprehensible symbols painted on them. They looked very much like words. Seeing this, Baitu directly put them into the ring. Even if he couldn't understand them himself, he knew someone would understand them after he got out. Next was a pile of beast cores that were half a person's height. The quality of these beast cores was not low. Baitu felt them and found that their aura was very similar to the beast cores in his puppet White Tiger. This meant that the beast cores were at least of the 2nd grade, or even higher. The most important thing was that the spiritual power in these beast cores had basically not dissipated. The third pile was beads of various colors. These beads had lavender or light gold lines on them and emitted a faint soul aura. It was obvious that these were beast souls. As for the grade, he couldn't tell. The last pile was a variety of weapons and materials, more than 1 person tall. Baitu didn't know whether it was good or bad, so he put all of them into the space ring. This space ring was given to him by his father, and the space inside was very large, so he didn't worry about it being full. After putting all these things away, Baitu walked around the hall, and when he found that there was nothing there, he exited through the bronze door. He originally wanted to leave, but after looking at the bronze door, he waved his hand and put the bronze door away. In less than half an hour, Baitu came out of the dilapidated temple. After coming out of the dilapidated temple, he disappeared in the endless yellow sand without looking back. After an unknown amount of time, Baitu vaguely saw a hint of green at the end of his sight. He was a little unconvinced, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again. The hint of green was still there, and an expression of excitement immediately appeared on his face. Chapter 55. Footprints. Attack. Return to the puppet master as a parasite. After seeing that hint of green, Baitu realized that he was finally out of here. He walked for a whole day without a single rest, and he finally got out of this damn place. After seeing that hint of green, Baitu's pace quickened a lot. When he got closer and closer to the green, He also saw a pool of water. To be honest, he had never felt that green could be so beautiful. And the small pool of water was also very beautiful, even pleasing to the eyes. Thump. After feeling that there was no danger, Baitu jumped directly into the pool. It was several minutes before he came out of the water. Comfortable. Baitu shouted loudly after wiping his face. After returning to the shore, his spiritual power began to circulate and the water on his body evaporated in a moment. After calming down, Baitu walked into the oasis forest in front of him. The forest was very quiet, so quiet that even the sound of insects and birds could not be heard. This made Baitu instantly alert, but after a few seconds, a smile appeared on his face. This is a secret place, so it is normal that there are no chirping insects or birds. But he still did not let his guard down, because he was not the only one in this secret realm. In this secret realm, except Luoying, he would not trust anyone, including their teammates from the Battle Academy. But after walking for a long time, he did not encounter any danger. It seemed as if he was the only one in this secret realm. It was already the second day, and still no one was seen. I wonder how Xiaoying is doing now? In the temporary camp, Baitu mentioned Luoying again. Soon, night fell and darkness once again enveloped the entire secret realm. Fortunately, there was not much wind in this forest, which made Baitu feel a lot more at ease. The puppet white tiger was still on guard, while he was repairing something on the branch of a big tree. If there was any disturbance, his current position would be very suitable for escape or attack. The night was still peaceful and there was no danger around. When the gray light shone on Baitu's face through the mottled shadows of the trees, he slowly opened his eyes. Today is the third day, and the secret realm will end in 4 days. I have to hurry up. Baitu looked around and muttered to himself. After saying that, he jumped directly onto the white tiger's back and walked towards the depths of the forest. After walking for an unknown amount of time, probably about an hour or two, Baitu suddenly stopped and then his brows furrowed. Although his brows were furrowed, a smile appeared on his face, because he finally found some human traces. It was a very shallow footprint on the branch of a tree. The trace was very shallow. If Baitu had not observed it carefully, he might have missed it. It seems that my direction is correct. Baitu muttered to himself. After saying that, he put the white tiger away. The main reason was that the white tiger was a bit too big to target. He was not sure whether the person on the other side was a demon or a human, nor was he sure whether he was his teammate, so it was better to be careful. Just as Baitu was carefully approaching this area, a figure was staring at Baitu from a large tree with lush vegetation in the forest. Good observation, but it's useless. The figure muttered to himself. After he finished speaking, a gourd-like thing on his back suddenly began to tremble and soon, countless ants the size of an adult's fist, with golden and red colors, poured out from the gourd's mouth. After these ants appeared, they immediately crawled down the tree trunk. I hope you can give me some surprises. Looking at the ants crawling down the tree trunk, the figure said with a smile. Baitu, who was moving forward cautiously, suddenly felt a very dangerous signal in his heart. When this dangerous signal appeared, he did a backflip and retreated without any hesitation. When he was in the air, he stretched his hand back and a thin wire flew out instantly and wrapped around the tree trunk. Then he was immediately pulled to the trunk of the tree. When he landed on the tree trunk, several golden and red ants quickly appeared on the ground where he had just stood. Gold-eating ants. It seems we have encountered a group of gold-eating ants. Looking at the ants on the ground, Baitu said in a deep voice, "You're well alert, but it's useless. Once you meet me, your fate is sealed." Seeing Baitu evade the gold-eating ant's sneak attack, a voice came from the woods. The next second, a black shadow flashed by, and a human figure immediately appeared on a big tree about 10 meters in front of him. The figure was less than 1.5 meters tall, but he was carrying a gourd-shaped object on his back that was a head taller than him. The gold-eating ant crawled out of this gourd-shaped object. Really? I don't think I will die here today. On the contrary, I feel you will die here today. Baitu grinned. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, and 9 thin threads, each 1/10 the thickness of a hair, emerged from his hand and shot directly at the 9 gold-eating ants. After the 9 gold-eating ants were entangled by Baitu's thin thread, they subconsciously resisted, but their strength was only at the 9th level, and they could not break free from Baitu's control at all. Next, it's my turn to perform, Baitu said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he moved his fingers slightly, and the 9 gold-eating ants controlled by Baitu turned around instantly and killed their teammates. Without any intention, 9 gold-eating ants were lost in just a moment. The dwarf gold-eating ant frowned when he saw this scene. But soon he discovered the clue, and then a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do you think you can break the impasse with just the 9 gold-eating ants under your control? It turns out that you humans are still a little naive. The dwarf gold-eating ant said with a smile. I didn't say that I was going to use these 9 gold-eating ants to break the impasse. Baitu said with a smile. After he finished speaking, the puppet string on his 10th finger flew into the body of the puppet white tiger. The next second, the aura of the puppet white tiger immediately became violent. Before, Baitu could only control 9 monsters under his limit, but after his efforts, he can now control 10 monsters. The puppet white tiger is now spiritual and can be considered to have barely entered the 7th level. However, under Baitu's control, it is no longer just barely entering the 7th level, but has completely entered the 7th level. There is no problem using it to deal with the dwarf gold-eating ants in front of him. As for the remaining gold-eating ants, the 9 gold-eating ants in his hands, plus his own strength, are more than enough. Thinking of this, he directly controlled the puppet white tiger to rush towards the dwarf gold-eating ant. 7th rank, I didn't expect you to have such a backup plan. A look of surprise appeared on the face of the dwarf gold-eating ant. Although he only has the strength of the 7th rank, he is not afraid of the puppet white tiger at all. The strength of the gold-eating ants does not rely on strength, but on numbers. A single gold-eating ant is not strong, but there are billions of gold-eating ants in the clan, and they are not afraid of any race at all. Chapter 56 Kill and obtain the insect nest. The strength of the gold-eating ants lies in their numbers, and the dwarf gold-eating ant in front of him brought nearly 1 million of his clansmen with him this time. So he was not afraid of Baitu's puppet white tiger at all. But Baitu's methods are not limited to puppet control, he has other methods as well. The puppet white tiger restrained the dwarf gold-eating ant queen, and Baitu focused his focus on the gold-eating ant colony. Although he only controlled 9 gold-eating ants, it was enough. Ant colonies communicate through pheromones, so Baitu used these 9 gold-eating ants to kill other members of the colony and then cause them to release the wrong pheromones. Under the misleading influence of the wrong pheromones, the colony of gold-eating ants was in chaos, which made the dwarf gold-eating ant that was fighting with the white tiger look a little ugly. Then 2 whips appeared on Baitu's shoulders. After the 2 whips appeared, he used the move of scattering flowers like a fairy. In an instant, 1/3 of the summoned gold-eating ants died. Looking at its dead tribesmen, the dwarf gold-eating ant showed an angry expression on its face and murderous aura on its body. He had never taken Baitu seriously before, and he had been fighting with Baitu with a playful attitude. But at this moment, after he lost so many of his tribesmen, he started to take it seriously. The next second, the gourd-shaped insect nest behind him flew into the sky, and then more gold-eating ants crawled out from the exit of the insect nest. Damn, there are so many of them. Baitu was also frightened by the scene before him. However, he did not show any panic. With a thought, the 2 whips on his shoulders merged into one, forming a larger and thicker whip that was directly wrapped around the insect nest. How outrageous! Seeing that the insect nest was controlled by Baitu, the dwarf gold-eating ant showed a panic look on his face. This was the foundation of his livelihood. It was this moment of distraction that gave Baitu the opportunity. He immediately gave up controlling the gold-eating ant, and all the parasitic threads were entangled with the dwarf gold-eating ant. When the parasitic thread was entangled around his body, the dwarf gold-eating ant immediately realized something was wrong. He instinctively wanted to struggle, but how could Baitu let him do that? Although he could not control the dwarf gold-eating ant, he could influence it. Although he did not have much time, he could still do it in 3 seconds. But these 3 seconds can determine the victory of the battle. After controlling the dwarf gold-eating ant, the white tiger pounced and rushed to the side of the dwarf gold-eating ant, then swung its claws and hit it. At this moment, the 3 seconds were up and the dwarf gold-eating ant broke free from the control of the parasitic line. Although the parasitic thread was broken free, Baitu showed a victorious smile on his face, because at such a close distance, it was impossible for him to react. Sure enough, as soon as the dwarf gold-eating ant broke free from the control of the parasitic thread, before he had time to dodge, the puppet white tiger's attack fell on him, and the huge tiger claws directly cut him into pieces. If you want to show off, you need to have the ability to do so, otherwise, this will be your end. Looking at the eyes that were still open, Baitu said lightly. Ever since he saw this dwarf gold-eating ant, he knew he could win, because this dwarf gold-eating ant had never taken Baitu seriously since he saw Baitu's day. Even though he had killed so many of his tribesmen, he still didn't think that Baitu had the strength to kill him. This kind of blind self-confidence should be brought to him by the insect nest behind him, But he didn't know that Baitu had something like parasitic threads. In the end, he fell at Baitu's feet and became his experience baby. The moment the dwarf gold-eating ant died, the insect nest suddenly burst into a golden red light, breaking free from the whip that Baitu had wrapped around it. In fact, Baitu had no control over the insect nest at all. His wire whip did not even touch the insect nest. When his wire whip flew over, it was blocked by a layer of protective shield on the surface of the insect nest. But the dwarf gold-eating ant didn't care and didn't investigate at all, so this result occurred. This result can only be attributed to the fact that the goddess of luck was on Baitu's side this time. As soon as the dwarf gold-eating ant died, the insect nest immediately hung on the ground. After the death of the dwarf gold-eating ant, the summoned gold-eating ants began to crawl into the insect nest one after another. After a few minutes, they all drilled into the insect nest. When all the gold-eating ants drilled into the insect nest, the color of the nest instantly changed from khaki to grayish-white, and the spiritual power fluctuations on it suddenly disappeared, which made Baitu frown. He hurried forward to check it out, which made his frown deepen, because he found that the insect nest seemed to be dead. When the insect nest turned grayish-white, all the breath of life and soul on it disappeared. No, there is definitely something wrong with this insect nest, even though it looks like it is dead, Baitu said. After saying this, he used his observation haki to its fullest, trying to penetrate the insect nest and get inside to see what was going on inside. But it was completely useless. The perception ability of observation haki could not penetrate the insect nest at all, and there was no way to see the situation inside the insect nest. There is indeed a problem. Although my observation haki has not yet reached the level of clairvoyance, when I concentrate all my energy, I can more or less sense something. But this insect nest has no reaction at all, which further proves the problem with this insect nest. Baitu showed a smile on his face. The observation haki was useless, so Baitu took out a purified bee soul, and then he used the observation haki and the purified bee soul to exert his spiritual sense. This was something Baitu discovered accidentally. By utilizing the perception ability of his observation haki and the pure soul power in the bee soul, and then using his own soul power to fuse them, he could release his spiritual consciousness in advance. Although this was not real spiritual consciousness, it was enough for him now. With the help of spiritual power, although Baitu still failed to detect the situation inside the insect nest, he did gain something. After his spiritual sense probed into the insect nest, it was blocked by a golden red barrier. There were countless purple lines on the golden red barrier, and these purple lines formed the shape of a gold-eating ant. Whenever Baitu's spiritual sense was about to impact the barrier, the gold-eating ant composed of purple lines would light up, and then his spiritual sense would disappear inexplicably. Fortunately, this is not real spiritual consciousness. The soul power in this spiritual consciousness all comes from the bee soul. Otherwise, Baitu would probably be dead after just a few hits. It's really interesting. I am becoming more and more curious about what is going on in this insect nest. It can even devour the power of the soul. A gleam of light flashed in Baitu's eyes. Afterwards, he flew directly to the tree with the insect nest and sat down on a branch. He planned to study the insect nest carefully. Anyway, it was almost dark now, and it was not realistic to travel in the secret realm after dark. He was destined to not get out today. Chapter 57. Opening the Insect Nest. Mutation. Baitu thought, since he couldn't get out of the forest today, he might as well study this insect nest. After he got the insect nest, he had a feeling that if he opened the insect nest, his strength would be able to make a qualitative leap. He didn't know why he had such a feeling, but he decided to follow this feeling and study the insect nest. But where should I start? Looking at the insect nest in his hand, Baitu was at a loss for a moment. The observation haki doesn't work, and the spiritual sense doesn't work either. Do I have to use violence? Thinking of this, Baitu looked at the insect nest in his hand, and then looked at the saw woven with fine wires in his hand. Finally, he chose to give up. Not to mention whether he could open the insect nest. Even if he could, he would be reluctant to do so. Why don't we try the superfruit? Baitu said finally. He was still very confident in the hardness of the superfruit, and the wounds caused by the superfruit were very small, which was within his acceptable range. Baitu did it as soon as he said it. A thin thread immediately appeared in his hand. With the blessing of spiritual power, the already hard thread became even harder. Sizzle, sizzle. When he poked the thin wire on the insect nest, a harsh sound was heard, but the insect nest did not respond at all. Hey, I don't believe it, Baitu said. 10 minutes later, he gave up, and his plan to use the superfruit to break into the insect nest was shattered. Looking at the grayish-white insect nest in his hand, Baitu felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Suddenly, Baitu's eyes lit up. He had tried many methods to explore the insect nest but failed. However, there was one method that allowed him to glimpse a glimpse of the interior of the insect nest, and that was spiritual consciousness. Although he only explored a little bit of the situation inside the insect nest. In that case, let me see how much soul power this insect nest can absorb, Baitu said with narrowed eyes. After he finished speaking, he flipped his hand and dozens of purified beast souls appeared beside him. Then the pseudo-consciousness appeared in the insect nest, and a few seconds later, he saw the purple gold-eating ants again. Let me see how much you can devour. The next second, Baitu's pseudo-spiritual consciousness crashed into the purple gold-eating ant like crazy. With every collision, the spiritual consciousness will weaken a little. After dozens of times, this spiritual consciousness will be completely consumed. But soon, another spiritual consciousness appeared inside the insect nest and then crashed into the gold-eating ant again. Once, twice, 3 times. After consuming 3 beast souls, Baitu's face showed a look of surprise, because he finally discovered that there were changes in the insect nest. The gold-eating ant composed of purple lines actually became smaller after multiple collisions of spiritual consciousness, and the purple lines also became much dimmer, which gave Baitu hope. I knew there would always be a way to open this insect nest, Baitu muttered to himself. After saying this, he checked the beast souls in his space ring and estimated that these beast souls should be able to open the insect nest. After seeing hope, Baitu became more motivated. The sky gradually brightened, and Baitu had already consumed nearly 20 beast souls in one night. These 20 beast souls reduced the purple gold-eating ant to the size of a palm. But this palm-sized gold-eating ant actually withstood the impact of the soul power of 5 beast souls. Baitu estimated that this should be its last struggle. As long as he could wear it down a little bit more, the insect nest would be able to open. Come again. There are still 3 days enough? Baitu said after taking a deep breath. After saying this, he started to fight against the purple gold-eating ant again. After 10 beast souls went down, the purple gold-eating ant suddenly grew larger, and then without waiting for Baitu to react, it shattered with a loud bang and turned into countless purple light spots and disappeared. As the purple gold-eating ant disappeared, the golden and red protective shield also disappeared, and the color of the insect nest returned to its previous khaki color. But the next second, Baitu's face changed drastically. After the golden-red light shield disappeared, the breath of life in the insect nest disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the khaki-colored insect nest turned light blue, and the breath of life on it disappeared completely. What the hell? This insect nest actually has a self-destruct system. Does that mean I've been busy all night for nothing? Looking at the insect nest in his hand that had lost its breath of life, Baitu cursed. After taking several deep breaths, his mood finally calmed down. Then he used his observation haki to enter the insect nest. After all, he was still a little unwilling to give up and wanted to see if there were any fish that had slipped through the net. Gold-eating ants are one of the most favorite monsters among humans. As the name suggests, gold-eating ants mainly feed on various metals and the flesh and blood of living creatures. If you have a gold-eating ant as your battle pet, you can find a mineral vein and then make a fortune. If you train the gold-eating ant into a queen ant, you will have an army of gold-eating ants. Of course, this is the most idealized state. According to legend, someone in the human race cultivated a queen ant 500 years ago, but she was taken away by the demons, and this human prodigy was eventually killed. The reason why Baitu went to such great lengths to open the insect nest was to obtain the gold-eating ant, even if there was only one. Luo Ying's Sihai Chamber of Commerce had the contract scroll, so he was not worried at all that he would not be able to control the gold-eating ant. But now it seems that all this was in vain. After the observation haki entered the insect nest, all the gold-eating ants died without exception, and Baitu's last hope was shattered. The detection by observation haki may not be very accurate. Baitu muttered to himself, and then he used his spiritual sense to detect it again. When his spiritual consciousness entered the insect nest again, the entire insect nest suddenly moved strangely, and countless purple spots of light suddenly appeared inside the nest. After these purple spots of light appeared, they quickly merged with the soul power in the spiritual consciousness, and the color changed from purple to azure blue. When the azure light spot was formed, it flew directly into the bodies of the gold-eating ants. Baitu didn't understand what was going on, but he knew that this shouldn't be a bad thing. There's always a silver lining after a dark cloud. Fortunately, I didn't give up, Baitu said excitedly. After saying this, He took out all the remaining beast souls in the ring and poured them into the insect nest. As the azure light spots became more and more numerous, the color of the gold-eating ants slowly changed from gold and red to azure blue, and the insect nest also gradually changed from light blue to dark blue. When the last beast soul was consumed, the insect nest seemed to have undergone a qualitative change and quickly became transparent. Then, before Baitu could react, it drilled directly into his forehead. Not good. Baitu screamed and tried to resist, but it was too late. After the insect nest entered his forehead, it came directly to the back of his soul and merged with his soul. At this time, Baitu's soul looked very strange, because behind his soul was a large gourd as tall as a person, and this gourd was the insect nest. Chapter 58 Soul-Eating Ants, Parasitic Line. After feeling the insect nest merge with his soul, Baitu had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. After waiting for a long time and finding that there was no danger, he slowly focused his attention on the insect nest. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise in his head, and the next second, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. Baitu fell directly from the tree without any error. Fortunately, Baihu immediately appeared under the tree and caught him. 10 or so seconds later, Baitu shook his head and regained consciousness. The sudden incident just now almost destroyed his consciousness. So that's how it is. That's what I was saying. How could an ordinary insect nest become like this? After regaining consciousness, Baitu immediately checked the information in his mind and soon found the key. It turned out that the insect nest on the back of the dwarf gold-eating ant was no longer the insect nest he had before entering the secret realm. His insect nest had long been replaced by an insect nest he found in the secret realm. And this insect nest belonged to the human genius from 500 years ago. When the queen ant he cultivated was taken away by the demon clan, he left behind the insect nest and the hundreds of millions of gold-eating ants in it. The gold-eating ant colony without a queen soon met with a catastrophic disaster, and a large number of gold-eating ants began to die. The human genius originally wanted to cultivate a queen ant again, but after more than 10 years of efforts, he still failed. But a genius is a genius. After he found that he could not cultivate the queen ant, he decisively gave up cultivating the queen ant and turned to research other things. In the end, he really made some progress in his research, and the result is this insect nest that is now carried on by Baitu soul. After this human genius found that he could not cultivate the gold-eating ants, he wanted to study the souls of the gold-eating ants, because the gold-eating ants are the only demon race that does not develop intelligence after the 7th level. Their intelligence comes from the queen ant. Whichever member of the tribe the queen ant allows to gain intelligence and transform will gain intelligence in a short period of time and then transform, but the transformed gold-eating ants are still ruled by the queen ant. Based on this principle, the human genius began to study the souls of the gold-eating ants. Finally, he developed a new species, which he called the soul-eating ants. The original insect nest was also transformed into a nest suitable for soul-eating ants to live in, which he called the soul nest. With the soul-eating queen ant, his profession changed from summoner to puppeteer. He was nicknamed the Fate Playmaker because his puppets were all various powerful monsters and humans. And he is also the only person who can control puppets without puppet strings, because his puppet strings are those soul-eating ants. It is precisely because of the existence of this human genius that so many people in later generations want to break free from the constraints of their profession. But so far, except for this human genius, no one has been able to do it. Even Baitu, in the eyes of everyone, still has not completely stepped out of the path of a puppeteer. After all his means of attack are still based on puppet lines, at least that's what everyone thinks. But in the end, this genius still died under the siege of the demon clan, right here. This was also the fuse for the formation of the secret realm. Because this genius of the human race was besieged and killed by the demon race, the human race went to war with the demon race, and both sides were defeated in the end. The place where they fought that year formed the current secret realm. It seems like this is a blessing in disguise for me. After checking the information about the insect nest, Baitu grinned. The reason why he said it was a blessing in disguise was because he discovered that his superfruit had merged with the insect nest. After eating the superfruit, the mark of the devil fruit appeared between his eyebrows, and now the mark of the devil fruit appeared on the gourd mouth of the insect nest. Baitu's mind moved, and a white line appeared in his hand. Looking closely, this white line was not the pure white color as before, but a white with a bluish tint. TSK, Soul-Devouring Attribute, 6. The most important thing is that I actually activated the will mode of the parasitic line in advance, Baitu said, looking at the white line in his hand. With the blessing of the soul-eating ants, Baitu's parasitic line activated the will mode in advance, and the requirements were also lowered a lot. Before, the parasitic line could only control people who were weaker than him, but now, he can control people of the same level. Even if the enemy is stronger than him at the same level, he can still control it. Because his current superfruit has the soul-eating attribute, when fighting with the enemy, as long as he is hurt by the thin line, the soul-eating ants will be able to follow the thin line into the enemy's body and cause damage to the soul. At the same level, the soul-eating ant cannot be detected. By the time it is discovered, it has already appeared on the enemy's soul. As long as the soul is damaged, the parasitic line will instantly control the person, and then the enemy's soul will be absorbed by the parasitic line and fed back into the soul nest, becoming the nutrients of the soul nest. Even if he is a 7th grade awakener, as long as his soul is hurt by the soul-eating ants, he can still control it, but due to his strength, the control may not be so handy. The most important thing is that after the fusion of the soul nest, Baitu became an alternative queen ant. As long as he can provide sufficient soul power to the soul nest will be able to continuously produce soul-eating ants, and the level of these soul-eating ants is linked to his strength. In other words, the stronger he is, the stronger the soul-eating ants will be. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder the Demon Clan would stop at nothing to kill this genius. His ability is really abnormal, Baitu said. After playing for a while, Baitu finally set off. Today was already the 4th day, and there was no time to waste. Baitu estimated that he had been walking for more than 2 hours before he finally walked out of the forest. After walking out of the forest, a small grassland appeared in front of him. At the end of the grassland, there stood a gray-white stone forest. When he saw the stone forest, Baitu took a deep breath and then ran towards it quickly. After about half an hour, he walked into the stone forest. After entering the stone forest, he immediately found half a bloody black hooded sportswear. On the back of the half sportswear was printed the word Qin. He remembered whether it was Lu Renjia's or Lu Renyi's clothes. When he saw the clothes, his heart instantly rose up, his observation haki immediately dissipated, and he began to explore the surroundings with his spiritual sense. It is worth mentioning that after integrating with the soul nest, Baitu actually opened his spiritual consciousness in advance. You should know that spiritual consciousness can only be used at the middle 3rd level, and it must reach the 5th level. There is a strong energy fluctuation in the right front. After walking for a while, Baitu suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation in the right front, and the energy fluctuation there was quite familiar to him. The first person he thought of was Luoying, and then he quickly ran over there. When he ran over, he saw Luoying fighting with 2 skinny twins, who were none other than the Tiangang Mantis clan. At this time, Luoying was already injured, and his face was a little pale. It was estimated that if he had come a little later, Luoying would not be able to bear it. Seeing this, Baitu snorted coldly and flew over directly. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and a thin wire flew out of it, wrapped around Luoying's waist, and pulled her to his side before she could react. When Luoying was pulled away, a sharp knife light instantly struck the place where Luoying had just stood. Tong tong. When Luoying came back to her senses and saw that it was Baitu who saved her, an expression of joy immediately appeared on her face. Let's talk about the past later. Let's deal with the current problem first. Can you still bear it? Baitu asked. I can't bear it anymore. My spiritual energy is consumed too much. Luoying smiled bitterly. Chapter 59 Parasitic Line, Puppet Master's Battle. After Luoying entered the secret realm, she has basically never been safe. After entering the secret realm, she appeared in the same place as the Tiangang Mantis in front of her, and then she was chased and killed. She had long used up the recovery pills she brought with her. Here, you recover first, and I will take care of them. Baitu handed Luoying a bottle of pills. Then he rushed directly towards the 2 Tiangang Mantis brothers. As for the monsters watching the show outside, Baitu believed that Luoying should be able to handle it with his strength. It has been mentioned before that the 7th grade Demon Clan awakens their spiritual intelligence and then transforms. Those below the 7th grade can only be called demon beasts. But one thing is that the 10 great royal families are not among them, because most of their descendants at the 8th level can open their spiritual intelligence with the help of the Hound Alchemist, and then use elixirs to transform. Therefore, Baitu is very relieved about Luoying. Although she is indeed exhausted now, she should have no problem dealing with those monsters on the periphery who are eager to try. Seeing Baitu rushing over, the 2 brothers Tang Dao and Tang Ren showed a sarcastic smile on their faces. Their strength is both 7th grade, and they are twins. Their sum is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Their sum is greater than 2. Bang! After exchanging a move with the 2 men, Baitu was instantly sent flying backwards, and retreated more than 10 meters before he could steady himself. Although he was knocked away, his face was full of smiles, because the move just now was just a test. At this time, he probably understood the fighting power of the two Tang Dao brothers. "Give it to me." Thinking of this, Baitu stretched out his hand, and 9 thin threads instantly flew out from his fingers and directly penetrated into the back of the heads of the 9 strongest monsters who were watching. The next second, the 9 Life Demon clan members shook suddenly, and an expression of pain appeared on their faces, and then their bodies began to struggle, but 3 seconds later, the expressions on their faces became dull, and their bodies stopped struggling. Feeling the soul power returning to the soul nest, Baitu showed a smile on his face. The parasitic line now is so domineering and awesome. If 1 against 2 can't win, then 9 against 2 should be able to win, right? Baitu said with a smile. The next second, he moved his fingers slightly, and the controlled 9 Life Demon immediately rushed towards the 2 Tang Dao brothers. "Puppet Master," Tang Ren said when he saw the 9 demons rushing over. After saying that, he rushed out first, and as he rushed out, his arms turned into 2 emerald green knives at a speed visible to the naked eye. Upon seeing this, Baitu quickly separated the 9 men, then surrounded Tang Ren and started beating him up. Under the control of Parasitic Line, these monsters can retain 100% of their combat effectiveness in life. Coupled with Baitu's control technology, they can even display combat skills that are stronger than when they were alive. Under the continuous siege of these 9 people, Tang Ren gradually became overwhelmed and wounds gradually appeared on his body. When the gap in strength is not big, numbers are the key to victory. This is the experience Baitu summed up after fighting with the dwarf gold-eating ant. Seeing that his younger brother was unable to hold on, Tang Dao's eyes narrowed instantly, but he did not go to help his brother, but rushed towards Baitu. In his opinion, Baitu was the key. As long as Baitu was killed, his brother would be fine, because Baitu was the controller of those 9 people. Although I have never fought as a puppeteer before, my profession is a puppeteer, and I still know the basic rules of a puppeteer. Seeing the Tang Dao rushing over, Baitu said with a smile. The next second, the puppet White Tiger appeared between Baitu and Tang Dao, blocking Tang Dao's attack. Baitu took this opportunity to quickly distance himself from Tang Dao, and he even retreated directly to Luo Ying's side. What's going on? After Baitu came to Luo Ying pointed at the 9 people who were besieging Tang Ren and asked, "Puppet, you know I'm a puppeteer. They are all my puppets now." Baitu said with a smile while controlling the puppets to fight with Tang Dao and Tang Ren. "Is that what I'm asking? I'm asking them. Puppets are puppets, right? Human puppets are also puppets. Besides, they are not human puppets." Baitu grinned. For some reason, Luo Ying felt a chill when he heard Baitu say that. There was no puppeteer like him among the human race. All puppeteers of the human race honestly controlled the puppets they made. No one could collect materials on the spot like Baitu did. But I have to say that Baitu is really handsome. With a wave of his hand, the enemy becomes friendly forces. Not only does he enhance his own strength, but he also weakens the enemy's combat effectiveness. It's so cool. Ouch! Baitu, who was chatting with Luo Ying, suddenly found that the surrounding monsters actually rushed up. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Let me do it," Luo Ying said when he saw Baitu wanted to take action. After she finished speaking, she rushed out directly. Baitu noticed that Luo Ying had now mastered the use of the Viper Sword to perfection. If she used her innate weapon, her combat effectiveness would instantly increase to a great level. After making sure that Luo Ying was not in any danger, he focused all his attention on Tang Dao and Tang Ren. Although Baitu's puppet control skills are very good, he still has a long way to go before he can become a great master. So he plans to use the Tang Dao and Tang Blade to help him hone his puppet control skills. Thinking of this, 3 of the 9 people who were besieging Tang Ren left the battlefield and went straight to Tang Dao. Because the puppet White Tiger's strength was at the 7th level, the number of people fighting against Tang Dao was relatively small. As time went by, Baitu became more and more proficient in controlling the puppets, and wounds gradually appeared on the bodies of the brothers Tang Dao and Tang Ren. After 200 rounds, Baitu moved his fingers, and the 9 demon puppets instantly appeared in front of him. Their strength is still a little low, and their means of attack are still lacking, otherwise we would have taken them down long ago. Looking at the seriously injured demon puppets in front of him, Baitu sighed. The next moment, with a slight movement of his fingers, all the monsters turned into their original forms and then pounced on Tang Dao and Tang Ren. As they pounced on the 2, energy bombs condensed in their mouths. Seeing that the monsters had transformed into their original forms, the Tang Dao brothers also transformed into their original forms. Two 2-meter-tall and 4-meter-long Tiangang mantises appeared in front of Baitu. The two brothers who transformed into their original forms had their strength, speed, and agility all at their maximum. For a moment, Baitu was at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the two of them. But Baitu always kept a safe distance from them, not giving them the chance to get close, and only used puppets to fight them. As for the puppets' death, this does not exist. As long as they can still move, they are weapons in Baitu's hands, unless they are cut into pieces. But even if they were cut into pieces, Baitu could replenish them. Those monsters fighting with Luoying were the best source of puppets. After another 200 rounds, Tang Dao and Tang Ren's movements slowed down. At this time, they had consumed too much spiritual power. If they continued like this, they might die here. The two brothers looked at each other and prepared to give it a try. If they succeeded, everyone would be happy. If they failed, they would escape immediately. The next second, the two of them leaped and headed straight for Baitu's day. When Baitu saw their actions, a smile appeared on his lips. Want to get close? He is indeed a puppeteer, but he is more than just a puppeteer. Chapter 60, Inheritance and Assault. When the brothers Tang Dao and Tang Ren saw that Baitu did not dodge or evade, but just looked at them with a smile on his face as he rushed towards them, they suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. It's a trick, Tang Dao shouted. The next second, a pair of wings appeared behind him. After the wings appeared, Tang Dao turned around and flew directly into the sky. Tang Ren followed closely behind, spread his wings and flew directly into the sky. A few seconds later, they disappeared from Baitu's sight. Can this be possible? Baitu was stunned for a long time before he spoke. Also, can mantises fly? They should, otherwise how would they have wings? Baitu said next. He thought that the two Tang Dao brothers would fight him to the death, but he didn't expect that they would actually shake him in the end. After the Tang Dao brothers escaped, Baitu controlled the puppets and rushed directly into the demon tribe and began to slaughter them. That's right, it was a massacre. Their strength was not very strong to begin with, and with Luoying and the 9 demon puppets and the white tiger, it was nothing more than a massacre. More than 10 minutes later, except for Baitu and Luoying, only the 9 demon puppets were left on the field. Looking at the demon puppets standing in front of him, Baitu shook his head. Their strength was still too low. If their strength could be like that of the Tang Dao brothers, he would stay. Let's go, Baitu said to Luoying. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the 9 demon puppets fell to the ground. What are they doing? Dead. Already dead when I controlled him? Oh. Luoying looked at the corpses of the monsters and nodded. No, we can't leave yet. Suddenly, Luoying seemed to think of something and directly grabbed Baitu's hand. What's wrong? Baitu asked. There is a cave in this stone forest. That cave seems to be the place where our human ancestors died. I discovered it accidentally when I was escaping. Let's go and take a look, Luoying said. Okay. Baitu nodded. Soon, they came to a stone tablet. There was a faint fluctuation of spiritual power on the stone tablet. Needless to say, this was another embedded space, the same form as the temple in the Yellow Sandland. Wait for me. Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, Baitu said to Luoying, and then left. About 20 minutes later, Baitu came back. He waved his hand, and a demon corpse appeared in front of the two of them. After controlling it with parasitic threads, Baitu let him walk into this space. If there was any danger, this demon puppet would be the first to bear it, and then they would know the situation here. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened, so Baitu breathed a sigh of relief. I guess the most dangerous people in this secret realm are the people who come in, Baitu said in his heart. After saying that, he pulled Luoying carefully into the stone tablet. After entering the stone tablet, a passage like a cave appeared in front of them. The passage was not long, and looked to be only about 100 or 200 meters. At the end of the passage was a larger cave. Let's go. Baitu controlled the demon puppet and walked in front. They were more than 10 meters behind the demon puppet. If there was any danger, they could react in time. A few minutes later, they came to the end of the passage and a simple cave appeared in front of them. There are only 2 skeletons in this cave. The clothes on the skeletons have turned into ashes and disappeared. Even the bones give people a feeling that they will turn into ashes at any time. In front of the 2 bones are 2 yellow jade slips, which should be the inheritance they left behind. They are my human ancestors, Luoying said as he looked at the 2 skeletons. Baitu did not say anything, but pulled Luoying to pay tribute to the 2 skeletons. After the ceremony, the 2 skeletons made a slight sound, and then they turned into ashes under the gaze of Baitu and Luoying. Bite. A crisp sound reached their ears. They looked up and saw a dark red bead appearing among the pile of ashes. Baitu bowed again and picked up the jade slip and the dark red bead on the ground. He did not touch the two jade slips, but first explored the dark red bead. This? The next second, Baitu's eyes widened. What's wrong? Seeing Baitu like this, Luoying quickly grabbed his hand and asked, Weapon spirit, this is a sleeping weapon spirit. Baitu said to Luoying. The spirit of this weapon is a red python, which is very suitable for you. Baitu said to Luoying. After he finished speaking, he placed the dark red bead in her hand and said, The energy of this spirit is almost exhausted. If we don't come, it will disappear in this secret realm in no time. You should warm it up first. Yeah. Luoying nodded. The next second, she carefully sent a wisp of spiritual power into the weapon spirit. The weapon spirit flashed and regained its calm again. Luoying sensed it and found that the energy inside the weapon spirit was replenished a little, which made her smile. These two jade slips should contain the inheritance of the two predecessors. Let's not look at them for now, and hand them over to the academy when we go out, Baitu said. Yeah. Luoying nodded after putting the spirit bead close to his body. In the next 3 days, they encountered 2 burial places of the ancestors of the demon clan in the secret realm and obtained 2 ribs and a head of the demon ancestors, but there was no more gain after that. Soon, 7 days passed. The secret realm shook violently at noon on the 7th day. The next second, many light spots appeared in the gray sky. After falling to the ground, those light spots turned into light circles. These were the passages out of the secret realm. It just so happened that 2 spots of light fell next to Baitu and Luoying, saving them the trouble to look for them. Let's go, Luoying said after seeing the 2 light circles. Wait a moment. Baitu grabbed Luoying. Then he told Luoying what his mother had told him, so we can't be the first to come out. Let's wait a little longer and go out a little later. Yeah. Luoying nodded solemnly. Haha, I didn't expect that we would encounter 2 blood food before leaving the secret realm. It's really the blessing of the tiger god. Suddenly, an extremely arrogant voice appeared in the ears of Baitu and Luoying. The next second, countless extremely sharp gusts of wind blew towards them from behind. Baitu and Luoying did not look back but dodged to the side in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Countless wind blades fell on the place where Baitu and Luoying had just stood, directly creating a big hole there. Good reaction ability. The voice sounded again, and then a young man with wings on his back and a defiant face flew over from a distance. This young man was Hu Ming from the Demon Clan. Are you alone? Baitu muttered to himself after seeing Hu Ming. After he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed and a dangerous aura emanated from him. If he came with Yuan Bing, Baitu might be a little afraid, but if he was alone, Baitu felt that he could give it a try to see if he could turn him into his puppet. Chapter 61 Baitu versus Hu Ming. Hu Ming also felt the dangerous aura from Baitu at this time. He was stunned for a moment, and then he started laughing. Ha ha ha, you don't want to resist, do you? Ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. A mere blood food dares to resist me, then let me see how powerful you, a blood food, are. Hu Ming laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. But the next second, Hu Ming's smile came to an abrupt end, and he disappeared from the spot. After Hu Ming disappeared, Baitu's heart tightened. Without saying a word, he pulled Luoying and quickly retreated. The next second, Hu Ming appeared where Baitu had just stood. You go out first, I'll meet him, Baitu said to Luoying. After he finished speaking, sharp claws made of 5 colored threads immediately appeared in his hands, and then he rushed towards Hu Ming. You don't know what you are capable of, Hu Ming said with disdain when he saw Baitu wanted to engage in close combat with him. Then he stretched out his hands, and they turned into tiger claws at a speed visible to the naked eye. But just after Baitu approached Hu Ming, he swung the sharp claws in his hand, and the 5-colored line popped out instantly. Hu Ming had no time to react at all, and the 5-colored line hit him directly. In just a moment, 5 deep scars that could be seen to the bone appeared on Hu Ming's chest. But this was not the end. Baitu immediately followed up with a whip kick and lashed Hu Ming's neck with his foot. Hu Ming reacted at this time. He raised his hands to protect his head. Baitu's kick left deep wounds on his arms that could be seen to the bone. Roar. The intense pain made Hu Ming roar angrily. A large amount of hair instantly appeared on his head and body. After more than 10 seconds, he turned into a human body with a tiger head. After transforming into a human body with a tiger head, Hu Ming waved his claws and several wind blades flew towards Baitu's day. These 2 wind blades directly blocked Baitu's retreat, leaving him no room to dodge. There was no way, Baitu could only hold on. The next moment, a spider web wall appeared in front of Baitu's day. Although the two wind blades did not tear the spider web wall when they hit it, the powerful force knocked Baitu away. After landing, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Baitu's mouth. The power of the wind blade was so strong that it directly caused internal injuries to him. The moment you were injured by me, the balance of victory had actually already shifted towards me. Baitu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in his heart. After he finished speaking, spikes emerged from his joints, and then he rushed towards Hu Ming. As he rushed towards Hu Ming, parasitic threads also emerged from his fingertips. These parasitic threads were very thin and could not be seen at all without careful observation. Hu Ming is now injured, and the soul-eating ant has already entered his body. If he uses the parasitic thread to interfere from time to time, he might be able to engage in battle earlier. What a fuss! Hu Ming said with disdain as he looked at the spikes sticking out of Baitu's joints. After saying that, he rushed over directly. As he rushed over, he flapped his wings fiercely and countless wind blades flew towards Baitu. What a trouble! Baitu frowned and said as he looked at the dense wind blades. These wind blades are not only sharp but also powerful. If you are not careful, you will be dismembered. The surrounding ground is the best proof of this. After withstanding a wave of wind blades, Baitu was ready to avoid the limelight for a while, but Hu Ming came directly in front of him at this time. When he raised his hand, Baitu felt the sharp aura of his tiger claws and the tiny wind blades densely covering the entire claws. Roar! Baitu was raising his hands to resist when he heard a roar. He was stunned for a moment. At that moment, the tiger's sharp claws landed directly on Baitu's chest, and he was knocked away. After landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his entire chest exploded, but fortunately he was protected by the wired armor, and the final result was only an irregular wound on his chest left by the wind blade. I was careless. Hu Ming kept attacking with wind blades, so I subconsciously thought he only knew how to use wind blades. Baitu said in his heart, after hastily sewing the wound on his chest with thin thread. Your blood is delicious, I like it very much, so I will eat you bit by bit and won't waste a single bit. Hu Ming licked his tiger claws with an intoxicated expression on his face. Now, looking at Hu Ming's intoxicated expression, Baitu directly inserted the parasitic thread into Hu Ming's body. Hu Ming noticed it instantly, and the next moment, the demonic power in his body suddenly burst out, directly breaking the parasitic thread. Sure enough, it's still a bit forced, but I still have a way. Baitu muttered to himself. After saying that, he swung his hand and a whip came towards Hu Ming, but it was cut into pieces by Hu Ming's wind blade. You dare to launch a sneak attack on me. This is unforgivable. Hu Ming glared at Baitu, and the next second, wind blades flew towards him like they were free. Baitu dodged while using the elastic line to resist, but his elastic line was no match for the wind blade, and he could only bounce it aside. I don't want to play anymore. Die. Seeing the light circle dimming a little, Hu Ming knew that he couldn't delay any longer. If he delayed any further, he would probably not be able to get out. After he finished speaking, a breeze suddenly gathered on his wings. When this breeze appeared, a sense of danger of death immediately appeared in Baitu's heart. He didn't care about anything else and directly summoned out the puppet white tiger and instantly put it into berserk mode. Feeling the movement behind him, Hu Ming was about to turn around, but was stopped by Baitu, who was rushing over. In just a few seconds, the energy bomb in the puppet white tiger's mouth has been condensed and can be released at any time. Kill! Baitu roared and hugged Hu Ming. The spider spear behind him instantly held him tightly. Bang! The next moment, the energy cannon from the puppet white tiger's mouth hit Hu Ming's back. This attack dissipated the breeze on his wings, but a trace of it overflowed and floated to Baitu's shoulder. In an instant, the wire armor disappeared. Then, the breeze blew past, and a layer of Baitu's shoulder was directly cut off. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, otherwise half of his neck would have been lost. The attack from the puppet white tiger caused Hu Ming to let out a shrill scream. At the same time, the soul-eating ants also came to Hu Ming's sea of consciousness and appeared directly on his soul. After feeling the fluctuations of the soul-eating ants, the parasitic line was directly inserted into the back of Hu Ming's head. With the cooperation of the soul-eating ants, 5 seconds later, he turned Hu Ming into his own puppet. But he didn't have much time to test Hu Ming's strength at this moment, because the halo dimmed again. If he didn't go out, he would never be able to get out. After collecting Hu Ming's body, he pounced directly towards the nearest light circle. When Baitu entered the light circle flashed, and he disappeared into the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, The moment Baitu came out of the secret realm, he froze in place for an instant, and a threat of death appeared in his heart. This threat of death was accompanied by a strong sense of powerlessness, which made him unable to muster the slightest thought of resistance. He instantly thought of what his mother had told him before he entered the secret realm. The demon clan had indeed taken action. Himph! A cold snort appeared in Baitu's ears. Before Baitu could react, a blood-red energy enveloped Baitu, followed by an extremely powerful attack that fell into the blood-red energy. Even with the blood-red energy to resist, Baitu still couldn't help spitting out a large mouthful of blood, which made his already seriously injured body even more unbearable. Chapter 62. General Shua's Strength. Before Baitu could recover from his injuries, another powerful force hit the blood-red energy shield. Hu Li, you are looking for death. Faintly, Baitu seemed to hear the voice of his father Bai Sheng. The next second, an extremely strong pulling force appeared on Baitu's body, and then he was pulled away. It took him several seconds to react. At this time, the blood-red energy shield on his body had disappeared, and there was a person standing next to him. This person was his father Bai Sheng. How is it? Bai Sheng asked with a smile after seeing Baitu, and the worry in his eyes flashed away. Not bad. Baitu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded. Well, go to the back first. Leave this to me. Bai Sheng patted Baitu's shoulder and threw him directly to the back. Long Zhan flew up and caught Baitu steadily, and then Luoying and the others surrounded him in an instant. Tong Tong, are you okay? Luoying grabbed Baitu's arm and said nervously. Then he began to check Baitu's injuries from head to toe. Wang Yajing, who was hiding nearby, saw this scene and a relieved smile appeared on her face. As for Baitu's injury, she was not worried at all. I'm fine, but something might happen in a while. Baitu smiled bitterly when he saw Luoying like this. Ah! When Luoying heard Baitu say this, she stopped immediately and her face turned red. After recovering from his internal injuries, Baitu turned his gaze towards the entrance to the secret realm. At this time, Dad Bai Sheng was already fighting with a middle-aged man who looked 90% similar to Hu Ming. From my dad's voice just now, it seemed that the man was called Hu Li. There was no doubt that he should be Hu Ming's father. Bai Sheng was emitting blood-red energy and blood at this time. The energy and blood condensed into the shape of a tiger behind him. Every time Bai Sheng attacked, the tiger would roar and then swing its claws. And Bai Sheng's attack will become much stronger when the blood-red tiger attacks, because the tiger's power is already at a disadvantage at this time. Roar. Suddenly, Hu Li roared. His head turned into a tiger head. His limbs turned into tiger claws, and a pair of black wings and a tail extended from behind him. After Hu Li transformed, a faint breeze appeared around him, blowing up his hair. At the same time, dozens of faint shadows appeared behind him. Evil ghosts. It seems that Hu Li is serious about this. Long Zhan said lightly after seeing those phantoms. Ghost? Teacher, what is a ghost? Luoying asked. A ghost is an enslaved soul. It is the racial talent of the winged tiger clan. As long as a living creature is killed by them, the soul will be enslaved by them and then at their disposal. This is a ghost. Wang Yajing stepped forward and explained to Luoying. After she finished speaking, she handed Baitu a healing pill. Baitu took it naturally and ate it. Luoying and Long Zhan knew Wang Yajing's identity, but the others didn't, so they were looking at Baitu and Wang Yajing with strange eyes. When Bai Sheng saw Hu Li like this, his expression became serious. Hu Li's strength was at the 3rd level, the same as his, but with the assistance of the ghost, the gap between them would definitely be widened. Thinking of this, Bai Sheng kicked his legs and quickly retreated, then took out a pair of dark red brass knuckles from the space ring. Godslayer. Bai Sheng, you still have to wear this pair of brass knuckles after all. Ha ha ha, come, let me see the true combat power of General Shua of Yumen Pass. Hu Li laughed after seeing the pair of dark red brass knuckles. You'll see. After hearing Hu Li's words, Bai Sheng slowly put on the brass knuckles. When the brass knuckles were put on his hands, a blue and red light instantly enveloped Bai Sheng, and then his aura began to rise. Soon, an aura far beyond the 3rd grade appeared on Bai Sheng's body. Although this aura was powerful, it was still at the 3rd grade level, but it should not be much away from the 2nd grade. Brothers, I need your strength. After putting on the brass knuckles, Bai Sheng said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, the light on Baitu's body exploded, and the blue and red light shot towards the sky behind him. Soon, countless figures appeared in the sky. They were wearing the uniforms of the Blood River Army, with serious expressions and murderous intent in their eyes. What is this? Everyone was stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a scene. Even Bai Tu was shocked because it was the first time he had seen such a scene. Oh! At this time, Wang Yajing suddenly sighed. It was obvious that she knew what was going on. This is General Shueha's natal weapon, the god-slaying tiger finger. This is also the key to his becoming General Shueha. Long Zhan spoke to everyone at this time. Teacher, isn't General Shueha an awakened person who practices martial arts? Why does he have a natal weapon? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. Because he is General Shueha, the commander of the Shueha army, and the soul of the entire Shueha army. Long Zhan said. When he said this, his expression was very serious and solemn. Everyone didn't quite understand what this sentence meant. What did it have to do with his life weapon? But when Bai Tu looked at the densely packed figures in the sky, he had a guess in his mind. What have you thought about? Long Zhan asked when he saw Bai Tu was thinking about something. This natal weapon should be attributed to them, right? Bai Tu pointed at the figures in the sky. Yeah. Long Zhan nodded. Actually, if you want to know these, Teacher Wang should be the most suitable person to tell you these. When Long Zhan said this, he looked at Wang Yajing. Wang Yajing's attention was now completely focused on Bai Sheng, and she didn't pay any attention to what Long Zhan said. After this battle is over, you can go and ask Teacher Wang in person, Long Zhan said, and then turned his attention to the battlefield. Attention! Once Tiger is defeated, we will rush forward and kill General Shueha here. Yu Ling said coldly after seeing Bai Sheng take out the god-slaying tiger finger. Yes. The people behind Yu Ling said in a deep voice. His gaze turned to Bai Sheng, and when those figures appeared in the sky, a smile appeared on Bai Sheng's face. Blood River Army, listen to my orders. Bai Tu roared. Kill. After hearing Bai Sheng's voice, the figures in the sky roared in unison, and their voices echoed throughout the valley. The next second, Bai Sheng disappeared from the spot, and then Hu Li flew up without any warning. When Hu Li flew into the air, everyone reacted, but the next second, he was knocked away by another force. After several times in a row, Hu Li was thrown to the ground by a huge force, but just when he was about to land, an extremely strong evil wind appeared out of nowhere and forcibly dragged Hu Li's body. He took this opportunity to quickly adjust his body shape and distance himself from Bai Sheng. As expected of you, General Shueha, as expected of you, the god-slaying tiger finger. Powerful enough. Ha ha ha. Hu Li was not angry at all for being defeated. Instead, he said with a smile on his face. After he finished speaking, he disappeared immediately. After the tiger power disappeared, Bai Sheng took a defensive posture without hesitation. At the same time, red and blue blood power appeared on his body. Chapter 63, The Demon's Retreat, Bai Sheng passes away. After Hu Li disappeared from the spot, Bai Sheng instantly took a defensive posture, and at the same time, red and blue blood power appeared on his body. The next moment, a breeze blew, and the protective shield on Bai Sheng's body fluctuated violently. The blue on the protective shield disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, but in the end, Hu Li still failed to break the defense. A few seconds later, Hu Li appeared in front of Bai Sheng again. There was a hint of regret on his face, but more of satisfaction. As expected of General Shueha, his reputation is well-deserved, Hu Li said to Bai Sheng. After saying this, he was ready to retreat, because he knew that he could not get any benefit from Bai Sheng, and his previous attack had touched Bai Sheng's reverse scale. If he didn't leave, he would go crazy and he might die here. Want to leave? Brothers, follow me to kill the monster. Seeing Hu Li wanted to retreat, Bai Sheng roared with red eyes. Kill the monster. Kill the monster. We will follow the general until death. The phantoms in the sky also roared angrily. The next second, the phantoms fell directly from the sky and drilled into Bai Sheng's body. When these phantoms entered Bai Sheng's body, a very domineering red and blue beast-faced head-swallowing armor instantly appeared on his body. A large amount of red light also emanated from the god-slaying brass knuckles, wrapping up his arms and forming two red lion heads. When Hu Li saw this scene, an expression of fear showed on his face. Then he flapped his wings and prepared to escape, but the next second, Bai Sheng appeared in front of him. Go! Yu Ling saw this scene and yelled so loudly that his voice broke. After shouting, she rushed directly towards Bai Sheng, but Bai Sheng did not give Yu Ling any chance at all. The moment Yu Ling and the others rushed up, Bai Sheng had already twisted Hu Li's neck and threw him towards Yu Ling. Bai Sheng, how dare you kill the demon king of my royal family? After catching the tiger's power, Yu Ling roared at Bai Sheng. Humph! If you dare to stretch out your hand, be prepared to have your claws chopped off. Bai Sheng snorted coldly, and then the armor on his body disappeared and the brass knuckles in his hand were also taken off by him. Very good. I hope that next spring, you can stop the beast tide of my demon clan. Yu Ling said coldly while holding Hu Li's body. After she finished speaking, she led a group of monsters out of the secret realm. Before leaving, Yu Ling took a deep look at By Tuesday. It was obvious that she felt the aura of Hu Ming on By Tuesday. Now that the secret realm had been closed and Hu Ming had not come out yet, it was obvious that Hu Ming had been killed by this kid. Bai Sheng did not stop them because he knew he could not stop them at all. Even if he could, he would not stop them. If he left all these people here, the demon clan would surely come out in full force. After all, the people here were the future of the demon clan. Let's go back too, Bai Sheng said lightly after the demons retreated, and then disappeared in front of everyone. After Wang Yajing saw Bai Tu disappear, she also disappeared in front of everyone. She knew that Bai Sheng needed someone to accompany him now. As for her son, he already had someone by his side, so Wang Yajing didn't need to worry at all. After returning to the base, Bai Tu and his companions handed over what they had obtained in the secret realm to Long Zhan, but he only handed over a part of it. He did not hand over some other things, such as beast souls and beast pills. After handing over the things, Bai Tu went to rest. He was still injured. If he didn't receive treatment, he might suffer from sequelae. The next day, Bai Tu brought Luo Ying to the city lord's mansion and found Wang Yajing. "Mom, how is my dad?" Bai Tu asked after seeing Wang Yajing. Hearing Bai Tu's name, Luo Ying's face instantly turned red. After the freshman trial against Yao Man, Ling Wei told all the information about both of them, so Luo Ying knew Bai Tu's family. But she had never met Bai Tu's parents. After seeing Bai Tu's mother, she instantly became shy. "Your father is in seclusion to make a breakthrough. He should come out in the next 2 days," Wang Yajing said. When she said this, she was obviously feeling a little depressed. "This is Xiaoying, right? Let Auntie see her." Then, the depressed mood on Wang Yajing's face disappeared, and then she pulled Luo Ying over to chat. "Hello, Auntie," Luo Ying said in a low voice with her head down and her face red. Seeing her mother's mood change so quickly, Bai Tu showed a helpless and amused expression on her face. She was still worried about her father just now, but now there was only Luo Ying in her eyes. After a while, Wang Yajing and Luo Ying started chatting, and Luo Ying was no longer as reserved and shy as before. "Mom, let's talk about my dad. What happened to him yesterday?" Bai Tu was still curious about Bai Sheng's past, so he asked. When Wang Yajing heard Bai Tu's question, a bitter expression appeared on her face. "How much do you know about what happened 10 years ago? Did any teacher tell you about it when you were in school?" Wang Yajing asked. "This has not been mentioned, but we have seen relevant records. Dad became famous 10 years ago. He earned the title of General Shueha in the Battle of Yumen Pass 10 years ago," Bai Tu said. 10 years ago, in the bloody battle outside Yumen Pass, only 20 or so people survived out of the 100,000 Blood River Army soldiers, and the rest were all buried outside the pass. Wang Yajing looked in the direction where Bai Sheng was in seclusion and said lightly, "What?" Bai Tu and Luo Ying widened their eyes when they heard their mother say that. This shouldn't be possible, right? If there are only 20 or so people left, why don't the monsters directly capture Yumen Pass? Bai Tu asked with some confusion. Because when the beast tide attacked the city, only 60,000 Blood River Army soldiers died in the mouths of monsters, and the rest? Wang Yajing took a deep breath when she said this. "The rest died indirectly at the hands of your father." Bai Tu and Luo Ying looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes. The beast tide came very suddenly and with great momentum. In just 3 days, more than half of the 100,000 Blood River Army was wiped out. At that time, the fastest rescue would take 5 days to arrive. According to the situation at the time, Yumen Pass could not hold out for 5 days at all. Under the circumstances at the time, they had to do something. The formation master at Yumen Pass proposed a blood sacrifice method, concentrating all the power on the same person. This would not only instantly increase the strength of that person, but also use the power of the blood sacrifice to drive back the beast tide. Then why is it Dad? Bai Tu was puzzled. According to the situation at the time, the person who received the blood sacrifice would be the first to die. His death would ignite the entire blood sacrifice formation, thus erupting with super strong power. And your father was the lucky one at that time. Auntie, if that's the case, then why is my uncle still alive? Luo Ying asked, somewhat puzzled. I don't know. The formation master who presided over the formation also died in the war 10 years ago. Why was Bai Sheng able to survive? Why were those souls in his weapons? No one knows these things except the parties involved. Bai Sheng never told me, and I won't ask, because this is his lifelong pain. I just need to accompany him well. Wang Yajing said with a smile. Then why is Dad unwilling to use his god-slaying brass knuckles? This is the first time I see him use it. Baitu was really curious. Chapter 64 Goodbye Zhozazai. Because if used once, his comrades will merge with the brass knuckles, which is equivalent to the shattering of their souls. He doesn't want to do that. In fact, even if he does nothing, the souls residing in the Godslayer will slowly merge with the Godslayer and then form a new weapon spirit. He just doesn't want to face it. Wang Yajing sighed. This retreat is also because those souls have shown signs of merging with each other. He should be able to figure it out this time, right? Alas, it's been 10 years. I really hope he can get over what happened back then. Wang Yajing sighed. Mom, yes. I believe in Dad. He is not the kind of indecisive person. Wang Yajing rolled her eyes at Baitu and said nothing, but she also believed that Bai Sheng would be able to get over what happened 10 years ago. By then, he would be reborn and become a new General Shuehe. In the secret room, Bai Sheng looked at the god-slaying tiger finger in his hand. His eyes filled with tears. It's been 10 years, brothers, 10 years, and you finally left me. I have been thinking about why things turned out like this for 10 years and still couldn't figure it out. But now I understand. I want to live on with your hopes. I want to spread the reputation of the Blood River Army throughout the entire human territory. I also want the name of the Blood River Army to resound throughout the 10,000 mountains and the endless seas. This is my goal for survival. When he said this, a very determined look appeared in Bai Sheng's eyes. Brothers, goodbye forever. After saying that, Bai Sheng stroked the god-slaying tiger finger. The next second, a red and blue light enveloped the god-slaying brass knuckle, and then the god-slaying brass knuckle floated in front of him. Faintly, the faces of his former comrades flashed one by one in the blue light, and they all had smiles on their faces. At this time, Bai Sheng could no longer see clearly, as tears had blurred his vision, but he did not wipe them away. He just quietly watched his former comrades disappear one by one in front of his eyes and disappear from this world. Boom! When the blue light on the god-slaying brass knuckles disappeared, a powerful aura emanated from the brass knuckles. This aura even passed directly through the secret room and appeared in the City Lord's mansion. Baitu and others who were chatting stood up immediately after sensing this breath. What is this? Baitu looked at Wang Yajing. The aura of a heavenly grade weapon. No, this is not heavenly grade. This aura is even stronger than a heavenly grade weapon, Wang Yajing said in surprise after feeling it. Beyond the heavenly level? What level is that? Baitu asked. It is said that above the heavenly level weapons there are also god-level weapons, but god-level weapons have not appeared for nearly 500 years. I don't know if Ah Sheng's weapons this time are god-level, Wang Yajing said. In the secret room, Bai Sheng looked at the brass knuckles in front of him with a hint of surprise and at the same time a touch of emotion in his eyes. This was all thanks to his brothers. When Bai Sheng was sighing with emotion, the god-slaying tiger finger flew directly into his body. Then the aura on his body began to rise. His face changed, and he quickly focused his mind and began to practice. After the sun set, a red mist suddenly rose from Bai Sheng's body, and the red mist formed a red tiger behind him. After the tiger appeared, it roared towards the sky, and everyone in Yumen Pass heard the roar. When the roar ended, the tiger drilled into Bai Sheng's body, and his aura instantly rose to the second level. When Bai Sheng's aura rose to the second level, he slowly opened his eyes. There was no joy after the breakthrough in his eyes. In his opinion, this was obtained at the cost of his brothers' lives. The next day, when Baitu saw Bai Sheng again, he had regained his former spirit and a smile appeared on Baitu's face. He knew that the father he was familiar with was back. After dinner, Baitu and Luoying came to the headquarters of the War Academy. The things they handed in yesterday had been counted. Baitu, the 2 jade slips you handed in are very precious. They may contain lost skills or certain things. We will convert them into corresponding military merits for you. After you join the military, you can use your military merits to exchange for what you want. Even if you don't join the military, you can still exchange them with your military merits. Long Zhan said. Thank you, teacher. Luoying nodded. Teacher, has the thing in the furnace come out? Not yet. There is a seal on the alchemy furnace. We didn't touch these things rashly. Long Zhan shook his head. Okay. Baitu shrugged. Pack up and prepare to go back today, Long Zhan said to the two of them, and then left because he still had a lot of things to do. 3 days later, everyone returned to the academy. I'm finally back. Although Yumen Pass is nice, it's still not as comfortable as here, Luoying said while lying on the sofa in the dormitory. But Yumen Pass has a unique charm, doesn't it? Baitu said with a smile. That's right. Luoying nodded. Although Human Pass was not as comfortable as here, it had its own charm. I'm planning to go to Human Pass for training in a few days. Do you want to come with me? Baitu looked at Luoying and asked. I have something to do at home, so I may not go for now. Luoying shook her head. When you're done with your work, you can come to Human Pass to find me, or go back to school directly. I will come back after my training is finished. Baitu said with a smile. Okay. Luoying nodded. The next day after returning from college, Wang Yu found Baitu and asked him why he didn't see others when hunting in the wilderness. Baitu was stunned for a moment, then made up an excuse to get away with it. A week later, Baitu applied to the academy for training. Okay, but I have a request. The principal looked at Baitu and said, You say. The principal of Moli College came to me before. He wants you to give lectures to the students of Moli College. Ah, teaching? Principal, what do you mean? I'm still a student. How can I teach? Baitu felt sick after hearing this. Of course it's a class about puppeteers. What else could it be? The principal looked at Baitu with a smile. Can I not go? Baitu asked cautiously. It doesn't matter. It's up to you. The principal shrugged. Forget it, let's go for it. After seeing the indifferent expression on the principal's face, Baitu finally gave up resisting. Fortunately, Baitu was not alone on this trip. He was accompanied by a teacher who was Zhou Zizai, whom he had not seen for a long time. Classmate Baitu, we meet again. It's been more than half a year since we last parted. Zhou Zizai looked at Baitu and licked his lips. Then he subconsciously pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and a strange light flashed across his eyes, and Baitu just happened to notice this strange light. After feeling this strange look, Baitu felt terrible. When he first enrolled in school, he felt that this teacher was a little abnormal. Fortunately, they only met briefly, but now they have become teammates. Baitu is extremely unwilling in his heart, but he has no choice, because Zhou Zizai is not only his teammate, but also his instructor and opponent on the road of training. Because there will be a 5-nation academy competition in Xia country next year, Baitu will go there as a seed player from the War Academy. So Zhou Zizai's presence is mainly to protect Baitu's safety during the training. After knowing the news, Baitu gave up struggling. Life is like that. Since there is no way to resist, just enjoy it. Chapter 65. Battle against Zhou Zizai. Zhou Zizai noticed something strange on Baitu's face, and he pulled up the corner of his mouth into what he thought was a kind smile. Student Baitu doesn't seem to want to see me. Zhou Zizai pushed his glasses and looked at Baitu. Teacher Zhou, you are joking. How is this possible? Baitu quickly waved his hands to deny it. It seems that you really don't want to see me. Can I know the reason? Seeing Baitu like this, Zhou Zizai asked with a smile. Well, is it because of the aura on me? Seeing Baitu didn't speak, Zhou Zizai asked again. Baitu still didn't say anything. He did feel the aura of Zhou Zizai. Although Zhou Zizai tried his best to hide it, that very uncomfortable feeling still existed. Others might not be able to notice it, but he could. Student Baitu, I have a request, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Zhou Zizai looked at Baitu and said seriously, Well, I don't know whether I should tell you this or not. Then why not just not tell you this? Baitu said with a dry laugh. Zhou Zizai was stunned for a moment after hearing Baitu's words, and the next second a strange smile appeared on his face. Classmate Baitu is really humorous. In that case, I'll just say it straight. I want to fight with you. What do you think? Zhou Zizai looked at Baitu and talked to himself. Although he was asking, there was a very strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Baitu looked at the fighting spirit in Zhou Zizai's eyes and was speechless. Even if he did not agree to Zhou Zizai would definitely fight with him. Okay. Baitu finally nodded and agreed. He had to agree. They would have to train together for a long time in the future. If Zhou Zizai could not be satisfied now, he might have some abnormal requests in the future. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I knew you would agree. Let's go to the duel arena now. I will suppress my strength to the 7th rank. Hearing Baitu's words, Zhou Zi became excited instantly. As he said that, he took Baitu's hand and went to the duel arena. On the way to the duel arena, Baitu saw Zhou Zizai's popularity. All the classmates and teachers who saw him greeted him warmly, and he responded to everyone with a smile on his face. Teacher Zhou, what are you doing? A teacher saw him and Baitu together and asked curiously. I plan to have a competition with classmate Baitu to see the strength of our academy's talented puppeteer. Zhou Zizai stated his purpose without any hesitation. Ha ha ha, Teacher Zhou is still so helpful. You guys go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you anymore. The teacher smiled and waved to Zhou Zizai, then left. Are you surprised? Zhou Zizai suddenly said on the way to the duel arena. Indeed, Baitu no longer had the resistance he had towards Zhou Zizai before. On the contrary, he was very curious. He was curious about what kind of person Zhou Zizai was, and why the Zhou Zizai he saw was different from the others. In his perception, Zhou Zizai exuded a cold aura, and a faint, murderous aura permeated his body at all times. From time to time, a red light flashed in his eyes, so he needed to use his eyes to block it. But in the eyes of others, Teacher Zhou is a sunny, cheerful, helpful, and amiable teacher. This extreme contrast makes Baitu start to become interested in Zhou Zizai. You will understand in the future. We will have a long time together. Today's discussion is just the beginning of understanding each other, Zhou Zizai said to Baitu with a smile. When seeing his smile, Baitu suddenly understood how other people felt when they saw Zhou Zizai. Putting aside other things, this smile was indeed very sunny and contagious. After arriving at the duel arena, Zhou Zizai opened an exclusive duel arena with his personal charm. Baitu Zhanwu Academy had no idea that such a duel arena had existed for almost a year. The exclusive duel arena is where teachers hone their combat skills. The reason for having an exclusive duel arena is actually because we don't want students to watch. Another reason is that we are afraid that they will be too ambitious. As if seeing Baitu's confusion, Zhou Zizai explained to him. Let's start. After entering the exclusive duel arena, Zhou Zizai said to Baitu. After he finished speaking, he took out something that looked like an array plate, and then, under Baitu's puzzled gaze, he pressed the array plate directly on his chest. When the array plate was pressed on his chest, his aura immediately dropped to the 8th level. This is a soul-sealing formation. I'm afraid something unexpected might happen, so I made preparations in advance, Zhou Zizai said with a smile. Baitu discovered that Zhou Zizai really loved to laugh. No matter what time it was, he always had a smile on his face. He was very considerate of other people's feelings, and whenever he noticed that others looked confused or surprised, he would take the initiative to explain. Maybe I was too one-sided before. I should take this opportunity to get to know the person in front of me better, Baitu said in his heart. After saying that, he stepped back instantly, and then released the puppet White Tiger and Hu Ming. After seeing Hu Ming, Zhou Zizai subconsciously pushed his eyes, and a flash of red light flashed from the bottom of his eyes. The royal family of the demon race. Zhou Zizai muttered to himself. Student Baitu, are you ready? He asked again. Yeah. Baitu nodded. The moment he finished speaking, Zhou Zizai disappeared from the spot, and the next second, he appeared in front of Baitu. Baitu's pupils shrank. Zhou Zizai was so fast, but he was not panicked. When Zhou Zizai was approaching, Baitu turned over and retreated. The next second, the puppet White Tiger spit out an energy ball, and Hu Ming's hands also sent out multiple wind blades towards Zhou Zizai. If Zhou Zizai insisted on attacking, Baitu would be injured, but his injury would be more serious. Feeling the fierce attack from behind, Zhou Zizai gave up chasing Baitu and instead turned over to block the attacks from Baihu and Hu Ming. At this time, Baitu freed his hands and summoned the puppet White Tiger to protect himself, while Hu Ming rushed directly towards Zhou Zizai. Since obtaining the soul nest in the secret realm, Baitu now likes to use parasitic lines more and more. With a slight movement of his fingers, Hu Ming raised his hand and released more than a dozen wind blades. Although these wind blades could not cause any substantial damage to Zhou Zizai, they could disturb him. Another dozen wind blades flew out, and Zhou Zizai's brows immediately frowned. His original intention was to force Hu Ming back, quickly approach Baitu, and then end the battle. But Hu Ming was really annoying, and those wind blades kept interfering with him as if they were free. A red light flashed in his eyes, and the soul-sealing array plate on his chest emitted a white light, which was a sign that the seal of the array plate was about to be broken. The moment the formation disc lit up, Zhou Zizai came to Hu Ming's side and knocked him several meters away with one palm. Then he quickly retreated and went straight to Baitu. Seeing this, Baitu jumped onto the back of the White Tiger, and then the puppet White Tiger spit out several energy bombs to block Zhou Zizai. Taking advantage of this time, the tiger twisted its body and climbed up. When he got up, several illusory figures appeared around him. These figures were the ghosts. When he was in the secret realm, Hu Ming was absolutely confident in his strength, so he did not use the ghosts. In fact, even if he used it at the beginning, it would be useless because the soul-eating ants had already entered his body at that time. As long as he used the minions, he would be eaten by the soul-eating ants immediately. After the ghost appeared, Hu Ming flapped his wings and countless huge wind blades flew towards Zhou Zizai, while he and the ghost followed behind the wind blades, ready to strike at any opportunity. Chapter 66 Zhou Zizai's True Face. On Baitu's side, a purple-black energy ball condensed in the mouth of the puppet white tiger. The moment the wind blade flew out, the purple-black energy ball was also spit out and went straight to Zhou's eye. If it were an ordinary puppeteer, after reaching this step, he would basically just wait for the result. But Baitu was not an ordinary puppeteer. He knew Zhou's eye's background. To be on the safe side, after these attacks were launched, a large number of white lines appeared on Baitu's body. These white lines were distributed in a fan shape and went straight towards Zhou's eye. After feeling the intensity of these attacks, Zhou's eye's face actually revealed a crazy and unbridled smile. This smile was completely different from his previous image. Perhaps this was his true face. The next second, a golden light appeared on Zhou's eye's body, and then an illusory figure that looked somewhat like Buddha appeared behind him. When the phantom appeared, the crazy smile on Zhou's eye's face became even more intense, and this smile formed a strong sense of separation with the Buddha's phantom behind him. Damn! The compassionate Zhou's eye? After seeing the shadow of the Buddha, Baitu widened his eyes and shouted out involuntarily. When the Buddha's phantom appeared, Zhou's eye's speed and agility both improved greatly, but his moves were still the same as before. However, after being blessed by the Buddha's phantom, these moves all became more powerful, and every punch and palm had a strange beauty. If I use one word to describe it, it would be perfection and returning to basics. Zhou's eye's fighting is no longer limited to one move or one style. His attacking style is now spontaneous, and there is no way to predict it. Baitu couldn't see Zhou's eye's figure at all now. The field was full of flashing golden light. Hu Meng could only defend passively now and couldn't counterattack at all because his speed couldn't keep up with Zhou's eye. It feels so good. Ha ha ha, although it is within the limited rules, I haven't felt so good in a long time. Suddenly, Zhou's eye's voice appeared in Baitu's ears. Student Baitu, please show us your full strength. I want to see your full strength. Zhou's eye continued. Okay. Baitu nodded. He then adjusted the puppet white tiger's mode to free mode and used the soul-eating ants to activate Hu Meng's autonomous combat ability. Countless spikes then emerged from his joints, 8 spider spears extended from his back, and a viper sword appeared in his hand, and he rushed directly towards Zhou's eye. Come on. Seeing Baitu firing at full power, Zhou shouted loudly. The golden light in his hand became brighter, and the soul-sealing plate on his chest became brighter. Faintly, a crack appeared on the soul-sealing plate. It was obvious that within the same level, Zhou could not suppress Baitu at all. When Baitu rushed towards Zhou's eye, Hu Meng took the opportunity to release dozens of wind blades to interfere with Zhou's eye's actions. The ghosts around him also interfered with Zhou's eye from time to time. With the support of the soul-eating ants, the strength of these minions is no less than that of ordinary 9th grade awakeners. After Hu Meng's attack, Baihu also came to the other side of Zhou's eye and attacked him. The puppet Baihu's attack was very simple. In addition to physical attacks, it also fired energy bullets in its mouth. No matter whether it is Hu Meng or the puppet white tiger, they are all real 7th grade awakeners. Coupled with Baitu, a puppeteer who is not weaker than the 7th grade, it is impossible for Zhou's eye to defeat Baitu at the 8th grade level. Bang! With a crisp sound, the soul-sealing plate on Zhou's eye's chest shattered, but at this time, neither he nor Baitu paid attention to this point. Baitu had completely let go at this time. Since you want to fight, no matter how strong you are, I will fight with you. Although Zhou's eye looked crazy, he still had some sense of propriety in his actions. After the soul-sealing disc was broken, his strength was suppressed to the 7th level. Bang, bang, bang. A golden light was flying all over the field. Baitu could only defend passively and attack from time to time. The main reason was that Zhou's eye's speed was too fast. Baitu could only see a golden light, and it was really difficult to attack. More than 10 minutes later, when Baitu was about to lose weight, Zhou's eye suddenly stopped. The next second, the madness on his face disappeared, and then he tidied up his messy hair and clothes, and his whole person became as gentle and elegant as before. This extreme contrast made Baitu stunned on the spot. Classmate Baitu, let's go. Let's go back and rest. We will set off for Human Pass tomorrow. Zhou's eye looked at Baitu and said with a smile. After hearing Zhou's eye's voice, Baitu finally reacted. This damn feeling of separation was so strong that he couldn't react at all. Which one is the real Zhou's eye? Baitian said in his heart while looking at Zhou's eye's back. It should be that crazy Zhou's eye, Baitu said in his heart. In Baitu's opinion, the gentle Zhou's eye in front of him was not the real Zhou's eye. The man who was covered in golden light, had a crazy smile, and acted ruthlessly and decisively should be the real Zhou's eye. This was an intuition, but he believed in his intuition very much. Teacher Zhou, when do we leave tomorrow? Where do we gather? Baitu asked before parting. Let's gather at the school gate at 9:30 tomorrow morning, go to Moli College first, and then go to Yumen Pass. Zhou Zizai said. Okay. Baitu nodded. After returning to the dormitory, Luo Ying had already prepared the meal. Although the meal didn't look very good, it tasted okay. When are we leaving? Luo Ying asked at the dinner table. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Moli College first. The principal asked me to give them a lecture, and then we will set out for Yumen Pass. Teaching? You? Luo Ying's eyes widened when he heard Baitu's words. Yes. I wanted to refuse at first, but if I refused, I probably wouldn't be able to go to Yumen Pass. There was no other way. I could only go ahead with it. Baitu smiled bitterly. Good luck to you. I believe you can do it. Luo Ying walked over and took Baitu's arm and said. The next day, Baitu looked at Luo Ying, who was still sleeping. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he left quietly. After Baitu left, Luo Ying opened her eyes. She looked at Baitu's back, her eyes full of reluctance, but she did not speak to keep him. When I arrived at the school gate, Zhou Zizai was already waiting there. Today he was wearing a white shirt, black trousers, and a pair of black leather shoes. This outfit, paired with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, made him look as gentleman as possible. Who would have thought that despite his gentle appearance, he is actually an extremely perverted person inside? Baitu complained in his heart. Teacher, let's go. Baitu said to Zhou Zizai. Classmate Baitu, if you don't mind, just call me Brother Zhou. I'm looking forward to your guidance in the future. Zhou Zizai said with a smile. Okay, Brother Zhou, let's set off and go to Moli College first. Baitu nodded. Let's go. After all, this is the first time our classmate Baitu has been a teacher, so we can't be late. Zhou Zizai said with a smile. Hearing Zhou Zizai's teasing, Baitu showed an embarrassed expression on his face, because when he was joking, Baitu's mind appeared his crazy face from yesterday, which made him very uncomfortable. Chapter 67 Visiting Moli College. Zhou Zizai was still a little too abstract for Baitu's day. He gave him too strong a sense of separation, and he could not adapt to it all at once. He could only adapt to it slowly in the future. Soon, they entered Xianyang City, and after entering Xianyang City, they went straight to Moli College. After arriving at Moli College and revealing their identities, Baitu and Zhou Zizai walked into the school under the strange looks of the security guards. Not long after entering the school, Gongshu Run came over. I'm sorry. I'm really a little sorry. I should have picked you up, but something delayed me. Classmate Baitu, please come with me to the principal's office first. Gongshu Run said apologetically. It's okay. Baitu waved his hand. Zhou Zizai hasn't said a word since he and Baitu entered Moli Academy. He follows Baitu like a bodyguard. After arriving at the principal's office, Tang Long warmly received Baitu and Zhou Zizai. I have also watched the video of classmate Baitu's college entrance examination. I have to say that your use of puppet strings is simply amazing. It turns out that a puppeteer can still have such strong combat power without relying on puppets. Tang Long said with a smile. Baitu felt a little embarrassed when he heard Tang Long praising him like that. How about this? I'll gather all the students together in the next 2 days, and then you can tell everyone how to use puppet lines? Tang Long asked. Principal Tang, I can only say that I tried my best. Perhaps my method may not be suitable for everyone. Baitu said quickly. What if those people fail to learn anything by then and then blame me? Then I will have something to explain myself. Soon, the news that Baitu would give lectures at Moli College spread throughout the college, which instantly aroused the anger of the students of Moli College. Baitu is just a student of Zhanwu Academy. What qualifications does he have to come to their Moli Academy to teach them? I'm afraid his strength is not as high as that of the people in Moli Academy. Naturally, the school heard some bad comments, but they didn't care because the principal was someone who had seen Baitu's true strength. After these students saw Baitu's strength, they knew how short-sighted they were. Another point is that Tang Long also wanted to use Baitu to teach these arrogant students a lesson and let them know that there are always people better than you. Student Baitu, it seems that the students at Moli College have some opinions about you. Zhou Zizai said with a smile. They lived in Moli College, so they naturally heard those remarks, but there was no expression on Baitu's face. They don't know me yet, so it's understandable that they make these remarks. Once they understand my strength, these remarks will naturally disappear. Baitu said with a smile. Zhou Zizai shrugged and stopped talking. 3 days later, when Baitu appeared in the auditorium of Moli College, there was an immediate whisper of discussion from the audience. After hearing it, Baitu smiled and sat in a corner of the podium with a confident look on his face. My name should have spread throughout the entire Moly College in the past few days, so I won't introduce myself. Let's get straight to the point. After sitting down, Baitu looked at the students below and said with a smile, I think you all are dissatisfied and want to laugh at me, so I am going to show off my skills. If you can do it, I will get up and leave immediately. Baitu knew that if he wanted to make them behave, he had to show some strength. After saying that, he asked the teacher to bring a solid wooden table. Watch carefully. After saying that, Baitu stretched out his hand and a puppet string appeared in his hand. The next second, he waved his hand and the table in front of him was cut into two halves with a very neat cut. Seeing this scene, the place suddenly became quiet. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes full of disbelief. No matter how many times I watch it, Baitu's puppet line always gives people a different shock. Tang Long sighed. So this is the reason why Principal Tang invited Baitu here? Zhou Zizai asked. The position of a puppeteer among awakened people is actually very embarrassing. If there is a chance, I would certainly like to change the situation of puppeteers, and classmate Baitu has given me this hope. Tang Long looked at Zhou Zizai and said seriously. Zhou Zizai shrugged and said nothing, because what Tang Long said was indeed true. The lower limit of a puppeteer is very low, but the upper limit is very high. If Baitu can raise the lower limit of a puppeteer, he will be a great benefactor of all puppeteers. How did you do that? Finally, one of the students spoke up. As you can see, it's the puppet string. After Baitu finished speaking, he extended the puppet string in front of the student who had just spoken. The student saw the puppet string appear in front of him, touched it with his hand, and then quickly retracted it. Why is your puppet string so thin yet so sharp? Another classmate asked. Do you want to know? This is the reason why I came here today. Baitu looked at the eager eyes of these classmates and said with a smile. After he finished speaking, the entire auditorium instantly fell into an eerie silence. 10 seconds later, a round of applause broke the silence, and then countless applause and cheers rang out in the auditorium. Okay, no more nonsense. I don't know how to give a lecture, so let's get straight to the point. Baitu waved his hand to ask everyone to stop, and then said something. After hearing Baitu's voice, a classmate raised his hand. Teacher, can you wait a few minutes? What's wrong? Baitu was a little confused. We want to go back and get a notebook to write it down. The classmate showed an embarrassed look on his face. They came here today originally to embarrass Baitu, but now, Baitu has proved his ability with his strength, but no one is prepared. If they don't understand it, and there is no record, they will really regret it. Okay, then let's take a 5-minute break. We'll start the lecture in 5 minutes. Baitu nodded. The moment the words fell, all the students ran out of the auditorium. It didn't take 5 minutes at all. After 3 minutes, all the students had returned and sat in their seats. Seeing that all the students were present, Baitu nodded and started his lecture. Before I officially start the lecture, I would like to ask my classmates, do you know what the essence of puppet strings is? Baitu said to his classmates. The essence of puppet strings? The essence of puppet strings are puppet strings. What else could it be? Someone said. Yes, puppet line is a natural talent that comes with awakening the puppeteer. Could it be that this puppet line has another essence? Or that this puppet line has another meaning that we don't know about? Then why didn't the teacher teach these things? Listening to the discussions of his classmates, Baitu shook his head. It seemed that they were really bound by the profession of puppeteer. Otherwise, they would not be entangled in such things at all. Chapter 68, Puppet Line Cultivation Method. Seeing Baitu shaking his head, everyone was puzzled, but they did not speak. Instead, they waited for Baitu's explanation. The essence of puppet strings is actually spiritual power, isn't it? Baitu said to his classmates. After hearing his answer, everyone was stunned. No matter if it's the chi and blood power of martial arts, the elemental power of the elementalist, or the transformation ability of the druid, their core is spiritual power. Without spiritual power, can they do all these? Baitu asked. It's the same for puppeteers. The puppet strings are nothing more than spiritual power with professional characteristics, just like the professions of other awakened people. So if you want to reach my level, you just need to keep training the puppet strings. Seeing that no one was talking, Baitu gave the final answer. Teacher, how should we exercise? A classmate asked loudly at this time. I don't know if this method is suitable for you, but this is how I practice. Baitu said. The purpose of his saying this was actually to find a way out for the future. After all, he had never really practiced like this. First, you must learn to control your puppet strings. What I mean by controlling the puppet strings is to use them to move stones, or other things besides puppets, preferably things that do not have spiritual power feedback. You can do it according to your own abilities. When you can use the puppet strings to lift a 100-kilogram stone, your puppet string control should be mature. When learning to control the puppet strings, you also need to learn micromanipulation. Micromanipulation is to use spiritual power to assist in the cultivation of puppet strings. The purpose of micromanipulation is to enable you to use 100% of the spiritual power in your body, so as to achieve the goal of long-term combat. Once you have mastered these two, you can learn to use puppet lines to cut, which is actually still within the scope of micromanipulation. After that, you can learn to weave, just like this. Baitu stretched out his hand as he spoke, and the next second, a thorn of wire came out of his hand. He then pressed the thorn of wire on the table that he had just cut, and a big hole was instantly pierced in the table. In the end, it all depends on your imagination. The puppeteer's combat methods are varied. For example, I can be a puppeteer or a martial artist. When necessary, I can even be a druid, Baitu said to the classmates. After saying that, he wrapped himself up with a thin thread. Dozens of seconds later, a monster appeared in front of everyone. If there were people who had traveled through time like Baitu, they would definitely find that the monster he transformed into was none other than the red sand scorpion's Fei Lu Hu. When Fei Lu Hu appeared, everyone gasped. They had just witnessed the power of the thin line in Baitu's hand, and they had no doubt about the attack power of Fei Lu Hu in front of them. These are the ways to practice puppet lines. As for how to make yourself stronger, it depends on your efforts. I will stay here for 2 days, and then I will be leaving. During this time, I will try my best to answer your questions. After Baitu finished speaking, he stood up and left the auditorium. Classmate Baitu, you actually had a backup plan when we fought last time, Zhou Zizai suddenly said on the way back to the residence. Brother Zhou, you really think too much. Last time we sparred, I didn't hold back at all. Then what's the matter with this monster you woven with thread today? Zhou Zizai asked. This is just a method, but I don't want to use it. This is the method of a puppeteer, not my method. By Tuesday, Baitu looked at Zhou Zizai and said, Okay. Zhou Zizai stopped talking and didn't dwell on this issue anymore. During the next 2 days, the entire Moli Academy fell into an eerie silence, and all the students were practicing. All the training rooms in Moli Academy were occupied. Even the martial arts training grounds and dueling arenas were occupied. This was a scene that had never happened before. When Tang Long saw this scene, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He didn't expect all of these children to be able to cultivate something, but as long as one of them could cultivate something, it would mean that Baitu's theory could be promoted. By then, this will become a compulsory course in Moli College. If one class fails, then 2 classes will do. If 2 classes fail, then 3 classes will do. Sooner or later, someone will be able to cultivate to Baitu's level. 2 days later, when Baitu was about to leave, a wild laugh spread throughout the entire Moli Academy. I did it. I did it. I finally did it. When Baitu heard this voice, a smile appeared on his face. It seems that his method is still feasible. In fact, the method he mentioned came from a Naruto fanfiction he had read in his previous life. The protagonist in the novel was reborn in the Sand Village in the Land of Wind, and he used this method to train his puppet strings. Then a man who looked to be about the same age as Baitu came up to him. Teacher, I think I did it. Can you help me take a look? The man looked at Baitu and asked. Sure. Baitu nodded. After hearing that, the man stretched out his hand and the puppet string appeared in his hand. At this time, his puppet string was much thinner than that of most puppeteers. Although it was still not as thin as Baitu's, it was already very good. My puppet strings were very thick before. I practiced micromanipulation these 2 days, and this is the result, said the man. After he finished speaking, he threw a fist-sized stone from his pocket. When the stone ran out, the man caught it very accurately with the puppet string. But the expression on his face seemed a bit forced, because at this time his expression on his face was very ferocious, and it was obvious that he was trying very hard to control the puppet string. 10 seconds later, the stone fell to the ground. Beads of sweat appeared on the man's face, but his eyes were full of pride. Finally, when his puppet string left a shallow mark on a piece of wood, a smile finally appeared on Baitu's face. When he saw the marks on the wood, he thought of the marks he made on the table when he first obtained the super fruit. Don't use such a heavy stone at the beginning. You can try it with small stones first. This will also help you with micromanipulation. You must remember that micromanipulation is the foundation of everything, Baitu said while looking at the man in front of him. Yes, teacher, I understand. By the way, what's your name? Baitu suddenly asked. My name is Wang Chao, and I'm a freshman at Moli College this year. Wang Chao quickly replied. Student Wang Chao, I will go to Human Pass for training for about a year. If you can meet my requirements in a year, I will help you to improve your strength to a higher level. As for what my requirements are, you can go to your principal. He has my requirements. As for how you understand these requirements, it is up to you. Bai Tu said to Wang Chao with a smile. After saying this, he and Zhou Zizai left Moli College. Student Bai Tu, are you trying to develop your own power base? Zhou Zizai asked on the way to Human Pass. Everyone has a few like-minded companions on the road of exploring the world, right? Bai Tu said with a smile. Then I wonder if I can become Bai Tu's companion? It's my honor. Hearing Bai Tu's words, a smile appeared on Zhou Zizai's face. When those classmates learned that Bai Tu had left Moli Academy, expressions of reluctance appeared on their faces. They had not yet let Bai Tu see the results of their training. In the entire Moli Academy, the only person who allowed Bai Tu to see the results of his cultivation was Wang Chao. After Bai Tu left, Wang Chao immediately found the principal and told him what Bai Tu had said.